This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The heavy rain stopped at night. The air was full of earthy smell, and the autumn rain was very cool. Sumo shivered when she climbed out of the mud pit. She looked flustered and confused. A strong sense of panic wrapped her tightly. Looking around, it was dark all around. There were no buildings or people in the endless wasteland. The crazy growth of grass and trees in the distance obscured the hazy vision. The quiet and empty surroundings made Sumo want to bury herself in the mud pit again. This is not the earth. The head was like a needle prick, and it hurt so much. Sumo pressed her temple and said in a trembling voice, System. Good evening. Sumo. A slightly gentle mechanical sound sounded, but Sumo felt terrible. I don't care what you want to do. I won't do it. Send me back quickly. I'm still in the competition. I finally joined the competition. Please send me back quickly. The stuttering voice seemed very weak. Sumo looked at the surrounding environment, with a sense of fear of the unknown world on her face. She remembered that she was participating in the global food competition. The dish was just ready and out of the pot. At that moment, the voice of the system came out of her mind. She heard a sentence: Wasteland Gourmet System Binding, activating. She was holding a spoon and hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, her eyes went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was here. Wasteland. This is the wasteland. The headache was even worse, but the memory of this body was gradually seen by Sumo, making her understand her situation. 100 years ago, a huge explosion from the universe destroyed all the brilliant civilizations in this world, leaving only this wasteland. As an orphan, the original owner wandered in this wasteland for a long time, always trying to find a camp to settle down, but he couldn't survive the heavy rain in the daytime and fell into a mud pit. Then she came. Sumo took a step, but her weak body almost made her fall, but the system's answer made her even more helpless. Host, I'm sorry, you can't go back for the time being. The mechanical voice didn't make any apology, but Sumo shouted angrily, What do you mean? You can bring me here, why can't you send me back? And why must it be me? As an ordinary person on Earth, suddenly came to this almost primitive world. After completely accepting the original owner's memory, Sumo was a little crazy. After the Big Bang, human civilization was destroyed, but animals were transformed into cruel and murderous beasts. Sumo even captured a scene in his memory where the original owner had escaped death many years ago. The bee-type beast attacked the camp where the original owner was, and its claws tore everything apart. In the end, only 3 people survived. In the vivid memory, the impact of the torn corpse made Sumo suddenly cover his mouth and vomit. Ugh! After all, Sumo couldn't help it and knelt in the mud. Host, choosing you is random. But I can't send you back for the time being. Only when you have enough energy can I open the connection with the earth again, and try. The voice of the system seemed to carry some real apology, but Sumo sat on the ground and asked with a wry smile. Then tell me, when can I accumulate enough energy? Before that, how can I survive in this cannibalistic place? She wiped the tears from her face and said viciously, I'm afraid I won't know how I will die. The more she merged the memories of the original owner, the more desperate she became. This is a world where people eat each other, and death can come at any time. I can help you survive in the wasteland. Facing Sumo's strong resistance, the system was silent for a moment and said. Then Sumo saw a bunch of virtual screens unfolding in front of him, and the system's voice explained on the side. This system has recipe collection function, combat function, and body repair function. Tip: the combat function is turned on after the host activates a new recipe. Tip: the body repair function of this system can only be used once. As long as the host is not dead, any serious injury can be repaired. The recipe collection function is updating. The 582 recipes that the host has completed have been collected, and the information is being synchronized. The recipe is unlocking in an instant. A thick virtual recipe book appeared in front of her. As soon as a thought came to her mind, the pages of the book turned, and Sumo found that they were all the dishes she had cooked. What's the point of showing me these? Let me kill those beasts with vegetables. Her tone was full of sarcasm and unstoppable anger, and her fear was even greater. Update completed, rewards are being distributed. At this moment, Sumo seemed to see a space about the size of a basketball court, but it was empty. Mobile space can store all inanimate objects. Hint: for every 300 recipes unlocked, you can get a rare reward. Hint: for every 5 new recipes unlocked in the wasteland, ordinary rewards will be dropped immediately. Hint: when you unlock the first wasteland delicacy, There is a 50% chance of dropping a rare reward. The large amount of information made Sumo's head a little dizzy. She swallowed her saliva, her stomach was cramped with hunger, but she was still trying to sort out her thoughts. A storage space is indeed very useful, but what she needs more now is the ability to protect herself. But those combat functions and rewards can only be obtained by unlocking new recipes. How do I unlock new recipes? Suimo asked. She was walking slowly. She needed to find a place to rest, and then find food. Use the ingredients on the wasteland to make a dish, and eat it to unlock ingredients. Suimo smiled again. Can you tell me where to find ingredients here? There was nothing but dust and weeds around, and those weeds were polluted to what extent? Would she dare to eat them? Or should she find those beasts that could kill her at random to eat? Her mouth was stinging, but Suimo felt a little more at ease. Since she couldn't go back to Earth for the time being, the existence of the system at least gave her a support. Throwing a stone into the space and taking it out again was a very smooth process. After experiencing the initial excitement and collapse and seeing hope again, the expression on Sumo's face eased a lot. She was thinking, if she wasn't a cook and had cooked so many dishes, she might not even get this storage space reward. If someone else who wasn't a cook was chosen, they would definitely be more miserable than her. You know, it took her nearly 10 years to learn hundreds of dishes. So isn't she still lucky? Just thinking that she was having fun in misery, Sumo's heart sank again when she felt the situation of this body. Perhaps before unlocking, she had a more urgent problem. Like the original owner, she needed to find a place to settle down. Chapter 2. Her body was too weak to continue living alone in the wasteland. The original owner's memory made her clear that lone wolves would die in the wasteland, and only wolf packs could survive in such a harsh environment. She needed to find a camp for herself to ensure her survival in the early stage. According to the original owner's memory, the safest place in the wasteland was undoubtedly the 8 large bases surrounded by tall walls. That was the territory controlled by major groups and people with abilities. After the beasts mutated, humans also evolved, but that was a very small part. People with abilities were recruited into the bases as treasures by major bases, and they lived a rich and noble life in the wasteland. And wanderers like her were never welcomed by the base. Of course, it's not that you can't go in, but first you have to have 10,000 silver coins as a stepping stone to prove your value. And Suimo had a total of 1 silver coin on his body, which was picked up by the original owner. So he could only choose another small, but widely distributed existence as a second choice, that is, the wanderer camp. These camps gathered by wanderers are distributed outside the major bases, living on the bases, but not under control. Although outsiders are not very welcome, there is still a chance. In addition, there is another force that Suimo absolutely does not want to provoke, that is, the predators. Predators, in other words, are robbers and bandits. They are like the most bloodthirsty wolves raging in the wasteland, and their traces can be found everywhere. Although the base often mobilizes manpower to clear out the predators, those wild wolves cannot be killed at all. The people inside were extremely cruel. Whenever they encountered some small wanderer camps, they would burn, kill, and loot. They would not let go of any available resources, including humans themselves. It was just that the looters took people back as food reserves. In memory, the only friend of the original owner in this wasteland died at the hands of those looters. Recalling the hideous and bloodthirsty faces of those looters, Suimo sighed. Unable to enter the base, and not wanting to be a looter, the wanderer camp was Sumo's only choice. After integrating the information, Suimo identified the direction, and was about to set off, but the remaining sense of crisis in his body exploded at this moment. Her scalp was numb instantly, and the remaining vigilance in the original owner's body told her that she was being watched. Turning her head, Suimo saw a monster approaching, and its scarlet eyes directly pierced through the darkness, making Suimo tremble with fear. That's a beast. The bloody memory came back again. Suimo's heart beat fast. Run, must run. At this moment, Suimo followed her heart, crawled up with soft hands and feet, and rushed into the darkness farther away. Huff and puff. The heavy breathing sounded in her ears, and Sumo's heart gradually cooled down while running. The beast behind her was still chasing. It was a Type A beast, number 028, medium size, fast speed, cunning and greedy. And Type A has always been famous for its speed. She can't outrun the opponent. If she continues like this, she will definitely die. But even if she can't go back, she didn't think about dying now. System, what can you do now, or give me something? Are you going to die just by looking at me? Suimo dared not stop because of her desire to survive. The pain in her chest intensified. Facing the silence of the system again, Sumo's eyes showed a strong despair. Damn it, didn't you say you would help me survive? It's been so long, and you let me die here? Sumo couldn't help cursing. It seemed that she kicked a stone under her feet, and she fell down uncontrollably. Before she could even get up, a fishy wind hit Sumo's back. Sumo, who had just turned over, saw the other person's appearance clearly. However, the long and sharp fangs also successfully pierced into Sumo's arm, which she raised to resist the attack. Ah! Sumo screamed in pain, and she almost collapsed and shouted, "System, help me!" Rewards for the initial unlocking of recipes are being distributed in advance. The fangs pierced the bones, and Sumo heard her arm break with a snap. The severe pain made Sumo almost faint. Sumo gritted her teeth and held on, staring fiercely at the beast that was trying to tear off her arm. At the same time, she felt something familiar suddenly appear in her intact right hand. It was a knife. Without time to distinguish, Sumo raised the knife and stabbed it directly along the beast's chin. The only thing she was thankful for was that the Type A beast had poor defense. After the knife was stabbed in, the injured beast became even more crazy. The teeth bit hard and actually bit off Sumo's left arm alive. At this moment, only a layer of skin was left connecting it. Ah! The devastating pain made Sumo's eyes black, and the loss of blood caused her body to almost lose strength. But she knew that if she fainted at this moment, she would definitely die. The only way out was to kill the beast in front of her. No, even if she had to die, she would take the other party with her. With despair, Sumo held the handle of the knife tightly with her right hand, stabbed it upward again, and the blade cut in and pulled back fiercely. With her many years of experience as a cook, she cut the belly of the beast directly with one knife, and blood and flesh fell all over Sumo. Ah! In a sharp howl, the beast, which was also seriously injured, spit out Sumo's arm and wanted to escape, but it didn't run a few steps and fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times and stopped moving. The beast died, but Sumo was not happy at all. The strong smell of blood stimulated her nasal cavity and almost vomited. She trembled with her hands and covered her wounds to support herself. She could clearly feel the loss of her vitality. If she continued like this, she would really be exposed in the wilderness. Repair function, yes. System, please repair it for me. Facing the threat of death, Sumo was almost wailing. The body repair function can only be used once. Please decide carefully. The mechanical sound of the system made Sumo roar. Use it for me. She knew what this decision meant, but if she didn't repair it, she would die in a few minutes. In use? A strange coolness came, and she saw that the broken end of her arm was reconnected by an invisible force. The pain disappeared, and in just a moment, all the injuries on her body healed without even a scar. But the blood all over her body told Sumo that everything was true, and she almost became the food of the beast. The arm moved freely. Sumo looked at the beast that died tragically not far away, and a chill suddenly enveloped her. Sumo shuddered suddenly, her face pale, and couldn't help hugging her body tightly. The only life-saving method given by the system was used up on the first day of coming to this wasteland. Sumo, who had just had a little hope, realized the cruelty of the wasteland. After facing death, he felt extremely confused. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Chapter 3. The night was silent, the blood was still there. Sumo spoke in a hoarse voice. System, using the meat of the beast to make food can also unlock the recipe, right? Only by unlocking the recipe can the combat system be unlocked, and only in this way can she become stronger and survive. On the wasteland, after the beast mutated, humans also evolved accordingly, and many people with special abilities appeared. However, Sumo knew very well that her body had no ability at all. At this moment, in this dangerous environment, she could only rely on the system. Yes, after getting the affirmation, Sumo supported her body and stood up and walked to the side of the corpse. The moonlight above was dim, and only the appearance of the beast could be vaguely seen. This beast looked like a guinea pig, but its body was much larger, its lower limbs were well developed, and the hair on its body was hard. When Sumo saw the other party's fangs, he seemed to feel the residual pain on his arm, and couldn't help but tighten his muscles. After groping for a while with courage, Sumo quickly became familiar with the structure of the beast's body, and the boning knife fell and decomposed it quickly. After throwing the meat into the space, Sumo stood up with the boning knife and ran into the darkness again. It is dangerous to walk in the wasteland at night, but the bloody smell here is so strong that it will soon attract other beasts. She will die if she continues to stay here. There are no lights or houses in the wilderness. Sumo didn't know how long she had walked before finally waiting for dawn. She saw a collapsed building not far ahead, and Su-mo dragged her weak body into it. Last night's battle, and a night of action made her body extremely weak. She sat down against the wall, and took out the flint in her pocket to make a fire. There was no pot or ingredients. Su-mo just prepared to roast the meat of the beast, which is also a common cooking method. As the flames rose, the bright red meat gradually turned white. The meat looked very tender, and was sizzling with oil. A strange fragrance floated out, which made Su-mo's mouth secrete saliva. This smell was more fragrant than the meat she had eaten before, without any fishy smell. When the outer layer of the meat gradually became crispy, Su-mo cut off a piece with a knife and handed it to her mouth, swallowing it hard. After just chewing a few times, Su-mo couldn't help but brighten up. The appearance was as crispy as ordinary barbecue, but the taste and flavor of the beast meat were different, with richer layers and more primitive. Obviously, there was no seasoning, but Su-mo tasted a sweet feeling. The appearance was crispy, and the meat inside was tender and fragrant. The combination of the two made the wonderful moment explode in her mouth, making her hold the meat and chew it directly. Su-mo ate this meal voraciously, and only stopped to check the prompts that the system had just popped up when she felt satisfied in her stomach. Recipe function unlocked. Unlock reward. A magical boning knife. Boning knife. When you use this knife to hunt a beast and cook it for food, you will fall in love with this knife. Tip: the reward has been issued to the host in advance. New recipe recorded successfully. The back of the recipe book in Su-mo's mind was originally gray, but it lit up now, and the records on the latest page gradually emerged. Dish name: Original Barbecue, Original D-Level. Introduction: Chef's creative dish. Using the right thigh meat of the beast A028, the only material, the cooking time is average, and the original flavor is the best. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Energy value plus 20. This recipe also has a picture, which shows a scene of himself holding a barbecue and wolfing it down, and there is also a comment floating on the side. Guest comments: the maker said it was okay. For a moment, Su-mo didn't know whether to be happy or complain. But at least she relaxed a little. After relieving her tension, Su-mo had the mind to look through the recipes in front. There were all the famous dishes from all major cuisines, all of which she had made back then, but the content was relatively richer. Dish name: Four Seas Rising. Introduction: this is a dish that combines seafood and earthy flavors. The ingredients are exquisite, the heat is perfect, and the taste is mysterious. Comments: the chef still doesn't know how it tastes. Su-mo's hand paused. This was a dish she made for a food competition before coming to the wasteland. She didn't originally prepare this dish, but facing a strong opponent, she could only choose to take risks. It was made, but she had already arrived here the moment it came out of the pot. Speechless for a moment, Su-mo looked at the dish that looked good in the picture and sighed softly. Isn't it mysterious that no one has tasted it? Continuing to flip through the pages, Su-mo was a little dazed as she looked at the familiar dishes. She seemed to see herself when she first started learning cooking, and her favorite thing to do was to record every time she made a new dish. After more than 10 years in the industry, she had several record books, and now they were all copied into this recipe book, which was even more vivid than her own. When she turned to the end, she found that the gray color at the beginning had disappeared, and some dishes appeared on each page, but they were all waiting to be unlocked. Dish name: White Jade Soup, Unknown Level. Introduction: the notorious beast B103, who knew that its tenderloin was as white as jade. The so-called white jade soup is translated as lean meat porridge, but this porridge is made with the tenderloin of the B-type beast. There was no record of the taste or pictures, only the main ingredients were told. It seemed that she had to make it herself to perfect the recipe. And the subsequent ones were all in this state of waiting to be unlocked. Looking at those novel dishes, Su-mo suddenly felt an impulse in her heart. She was thinking, what would happen if all these recipes were unlocked in the wasteland? As a cook, she couldn't resist the temptation of unknown recipes. Resisting her curiosity, Su-mo turned off the recipe function and then turned on the battle function. Character card activated. Name: Su-mo. Age: 18. Spiritual power level 1, 20 out of 100, to be activated. Tip: after the host personally hunts the beast and cooks it into a delicacy, each time it is eaten, the corresponding energy value will be increased. The amount of energy value obtained varies according to the recipe level. Those who have evolved in the wasteland have strong mental power, so they can do many incredible things. And Su-mo also understood what the energy value plus 20 that floated by when eating meat meant. It seems that if you want to upgrade, you must continue to hunt fierce beasts. System: how do I activate my spiritual power? But Suemo urgently wants to know this at this moment. Please follow the guidance of the system, feel the flow of power in your body, and then release it. The system is very dedicated, and even guides Suemo directly. Soon, Suemo felt a force flowing along her body, making her body much more relaxed, and finally the force condensed in her palm. Her right hand was still holding the boning knife, and she subconsciously transferred the power into it, and then picked up the knife to chop a stone as big as a wash basin on the side. Chapter 4. When a knife cuts a stone, the common consequence is that the blade will break. This time, Suemo was surprised to see that the boning knife easily cut the stone into 2 pieces. Suemo was a little surprised. This knife was a reward from the system. After adding mental power, it was so sharp. However, Suemo soon became more excited. Hint: every time you unlock 5 dishes, there will be new rewards. Thinking of this sentence, Suemo asked curiously, "Can you tell me what the next reward is?" Pao Ding's knife method. Under your knife, there will be nothing that cannot be cut. The generous response of the system made Suemo feel a little relieved. It seems that the subsequent unlocked reward should allow her to better arm herself and survive in the wasteland. But when Suemo saw that the last function was gray, her heart sank again. On the first day in the wasteland, she personally experienced the danger of the wasteland, and if she wanted to survive here, she must strengthen herself as soon as possible. The process is very simple. First, you need to cook with fierce beasts as ingredients, and eat them to increase energy, and thus improve your mental power. But just cooking the same dish repeatedly will not make her stronger quickly. The system clearly states that recipes of different levels provide different energy values. Suemo does not think that after upgrading her mental power, the progress bar will still be only 100. In order to improve her mental power faster, she needs to hunt more powerful fierce beasts to get more energy. In order to hunt fierce beasts more easily, she needs to unlock recipes at the same time, enrich her dreams, and get new rewards to improve her combat effectiveness. After all, she had a knife in her hand, but she only used it for cooking before. If she wanted to acquire combat skills, it was imperative to unlock the recipe. Survival was the only goal. As long as she was alive, she could always survive until she had enough energy. Suemo, who had an idea in her mind, gradually felt at ease. She was going to find a camp according to her previous idea. The system gave her the possibility of survival, but it was not the capital for her to act recklessly in the wasteland. If she was arrogant, the next time she would be broken, not her arm, but her head. Suemo sorted out her thoughts, and packed herself up and prepared to set off. If she remembered correctly, this place was close to base number 8, and she might be able to find a camp nearby. Not long after walking, Suemo saw the ruins of a city in front of her. Judging from the scale, it should have been a town. However, Suemo cautiously avoided the town. If the beasts in the wasteland are brutal, but because there are not many places to hide, if you can see the opponent attacking you and react in advance to avoid it, then in such a ruin, you never know if there will be any ferocious beasts hiding in the corner, ready to bite you to death at any time. Be cautious. This is the first wasteland rule Suemo learned. But sometimes, plans cannot keep up with changes. After bypassing the town for only a few minutes, Suemo is now running towards the town. Just because several ferocious beasts were walking in the direction she just went, she could only choose to avoid them. Fortunately, she ran fast and was not discovered. After entering the town, Suemo looked around vigilantly. Everywhere he saw were ruins, many tall buildings collapsed, and wasteland piled up together. Rust and moss were crisscrossing the walls, and some houses were wrapped in vigorous vines, becoming a bright green in the ruins. In some abandoned houses, objects before the explosion could be seen, but now they were all shabby and worthless. Suemo guessed from the remaining traces that this world should have had a brilliant civilization and technological power at first, but now it has all turned to dust. Suemo sighed and walked for a while, but heard a lot of noise and shouting coming from the front. Someone. Suemo's eyes lit up, and then he carefully explored. Suemo, who was hiding in a second-floor building, saw a human being being chased by a beast not far away. Type B057, among the Type B beasts known for their huge size and strength, 057 is already a short one, but its height is as tall as an adult elephant. Not only that, their skin is dozens of times thicker than that of an elephant, and the one chasing the other is covered with a layer of black carapace. Fortunately, Type B is not fast, and from what Suemo saw, the man seemed to be able to pull. Dust flew everywhere, and the roar was deafening. The bulkier B057 used his strong body to directly knock away the things that got in the way, and quickly approached the big man. The other party was in a dangerous situation, but she had no ability to fight against B057. Suemo hesitated for a moment, but still chased after the other party at a distance. However, Suemo soon found that the other party had forced him into a desperate situation. There was a huge pit in front of the big man, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and he couldn't get through it at all. And there were crowded stone walls all around, and the only way to leave was behind him, but it was blocked by the ferocious beast. At this time, the big man was holding a broad knife and standing in the narrow passage, making a fighting posture, but his face was full of death. "Come on! You beast, I'm afraid of you!" The big man shouted, his eyes wide open, as if he knew he was going to die, but still had to struggle. Lying on the high ground, she looked at the other party's hideous and desperate face, and felt helpless. She wanted to help, but she knew she didn't have the strength. "System, can you give me something in advance?" Suemo asked tentatively, holding the boning knife tightly. The only answer Suemo received was the silence of the system. Knowing that it was impossible, she was about to give up. Her life was saved with great difficulty, and she would never take risks for a stranger. Finally, she looked at the pit where she would die if she fell into it, and Suemo was about to leave. But suddenly, Suemo paused and stretched her head to look down the pit again. The depth was dozens of meters. With the size and heaviness of the beast, it would definitely not be able to climb up. There are also many exposed rusty steel bars and sharp stone pillars below. If you fall down, you will definitely die. No, this place can be used. Suemo had an idea. She stood up from a high place and shouted to the people below. "Hey, if you want to live, listen to me. Leave the beast here, and then use its bulky body to make it fall down. As for you, at the last moment when the beast rushes over, you must find the right opportunity to climb onto these wastelands." The sudden appearance of Suemo made the big man stunned. After understanding Suemo's words, the big man's eyes were bright again. He nodded heavily at Suemo, and then ran back suddenly. In front, the beast's brutal eyes revealed the ambition to catch its prey, and its thick hooves seemed ready to trample the prey. The big man braked, picked up a stone and threw it at the beast. After angering the beast, he ran towards the deep pit again. Chapter 5. The beast knocked down the walls that were struggling to support it, and the dust almost blocked all vision. This is where Suemo saw hope. In this narrow environment, after the vision was blocked, the beast could not stop suddenly even if it found danger. But the timing needed to be grasped by the other party. When Suemo saw the other party reach the edge, he stood still and turned his head again to raise his knife, as if he was going to fight. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. "Now!" Suemo shouted. The big man moved at the sound, jumped up suddenly, and grabbed a pile of rubble on the side, and his tall body barely hung on. But the beast behind him didn't have such a good thing. Its huge body didn't have time to break, and it fell into the deep pit with a shrill roar. There was a muffled sound from below, and the big man was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But the stone he was holding suddenly loosened, and the big man rolled into the deep pit with a bunch of rubble. At the critical moment, Suemo appeared at the edge and pulled the other person. However, the other person's strong body pulled Suemo and almost fell down. The boning knife stabbed into the ground to stabilize her body. Suemo used her arms to strengthen her body. At this moment, the meat of the beast she had eaten before had a significant effect on her physical fitness. Suemo used all her strength to successfully pull the other person up. "Congratulations on your survival. My name is Suemo, and you?" Looking at the other person's rough appearance, Suemo smiled with some joy. This was the first human she had seen since she came to this world. "Thank you, Miss Su. I will remember this life-saving grace." Uncle Wolf stood up and looked at the beast below with its brains bursting. He was also a little scared. He looked at Suemo with gratitude. Suemo was about to respond when he saw the other party suddenly roll his eyes and fall to the ground. Only then did Suemo realize that there was a deep wound on the other party's back that was bleeding. It can only be said that he saved the man to the end. Suemo dragged the other party's body to find a house that looked relatively safe. Then he tore off the other party's underwear and treated the wound. Uncle Wolf was very strong. Although his clothes were worn out, there were stitches on his clothes, and the clothes inside were also clean. The stubble on his face looked just taken care of, rough but not barbaric. The other party should not be a wanderer, but a warrior from a nearby camp. The warriors in the wasteland are some people who cannot have spiritual abilities, but strengthen their physique through exercise. Most camps are guarded by some warriors. Suemo, who was speculating, suddenly had an idea that she might be able to use the other party to take herself into the camp. After confirming that Uncle Wolf's life was not in danger, Suemo, who had been busy all morning, became hungry again. She simply started a fire again, and took out the last piece of meat in the space. Her space is quite useful, and the things put in it will stay fresh no matter how long. In addition, she encountered some wild bay leaves on the road, and after systematic identification, she collected some for backup, and used them now. When the unique burnt aroma of barbecue mixed with the fragrance of bay leaves emerged, Uncle Wolf woke up from his coma. His throat moved, and he supported his body to sit up, but his eyes were somewhat unable to leave the barbecue. "What is this?" Uncle Wolf asked, and his stomach made a gurgling sound. "Barbecue?" Suemo felt a little puzzled by this question. Then he cut a piece and handed it to Uncle Wolf. "It's just done. Although it doesn't taste good without salt, it's enough to fill your stomach." The meat was still a little hot, but Uncle Wolf didn't care. He swallowed his saliva, and a hungry wolf-like light appeared in his eyes. When Suemo was getting more and more puzzled, Uncle Wolf took a bite of the meat, and then his face suddenly changed, and his face was full of hunger. "Delicious, so fragrant, what is this?" Uncle Wolf, who was gradually eating wildly, could see that he was really confused. Faced with the same question, Suemo raised her eyebrows in surprise. She simply searched the original owner's memory, and suddenly found that the idea of these humans in the wasteland to deal with food was very simple. Perhaps the environment in the wasteland is too harsh. People's first goal is to survive rather than enjoy, and the requirement for food is just to cook it. They can hardly control the cooking temperature. Most of the baked food is burned on the outside, and not cooked on the inside, so they basically boil it in water, add salt, and eat it when it is cooked. They hardly use any bay leaf seasonings, not to mention various cooking methods. "Wow! Miss Sue, this barbecue is so delicious. I haven't tasted this kind of flavor in my life for decades. Miss Sue, how did you do it?" After quickly finishing a piece, Uncle Wolf couldn't help but look at the remaining piece by the fire. He licked the grease on his fingers, and ate the dirt without caring. Carefully feeling the burnt fragrance left in his mouth, Uncle Wolf's eyes were full of surprise and desire for food. "Here." Suemo handed the piece to the other party, staring at Uncle Wolf, with a strange light in her eyes. She confirmed that there seemed to be no one specializing in various recipes in the wasteland. All the food processing methods are just to fill the stomach, so naturally there is no taste to speak of. In other words, there is no such profession as a professional chef here. At this moment, thinking back to the years she has been in the industry, Suemo suddenly burst out with a strong sense of self-confidence. She thought about how she could successfully sneak into the camp and make these people unable to refuse. You know, food has no borders and is the easiest to conquer people's hearts. Seeing Uncle Wolf start to eat the barbecue in small bites, as if he was afraid that it would be gone, Suemo rolled her eyes and spoke. "I found an ancient book in an abandoned building in the wasteland before, which recorded this method. But this is not the most perfect level. I don't have too many ingredients on hand, just simply cook it and eat it. If there are salt, pepper, cumin and other things, the taste will be even better." Suemo was also observing Uncle Wolf's expression while speaking, and the other party really looked incredible. "Chili? Oh, you mean the spicy and unpalatable stuff, right? Can that be used for barbecue? And Miss Sue, this is not just edible, it's too delicious." At this moment, Uncle Wolf was imagining how much more delicious Suemo was talking about. The half-full stomach cried out with hunger again, and Uncle Wolf grabbed Suemo's arm with some excitement. "Miss Sue, do you have a camp? If not, come back with me. I'm in the rock camp near Base 8. If they taste this barbecue, they will definitely be reluctant to let you go." Faced with Uncle Wolf's enthusiastic invitation, Suemo, who had achieved his goal, pretended to be embarrassed. "I don't have a camp. I was wandering before. Will I disturb you?" Chapter 6. "Bother you, Humph, whoever dares to say Miss Sue, you are bothering me. I, Old Wolf, will be the first to beat him." The fierce Old Wolf couldn't wait to get up, regardless of his injuries, and pulled Suemo away. Suemo, who was a step behind, showed a little pride that his plan had succeeded. In the ruins not far from the periphery of Base Number 8, many residents of the rock camp were swallowing their saliva around a big pot. It was lunchtime. It was a pot of white rice, and some large pieces of meat were placed around it. The pale color of the cooked meat looked a little unappetizing, but the people around were staring at it. "Hey, look at what surprise I brought back for you." Suemo followed Uncle Wolf into the camp and heard Uncle Wolf's voice. Smelling the aroma of rice, Suemo made a secret judgment. The bottom was burnt into a rice crust, and there was still some raw rice on top. If this rice was served on the table, it would definitely be scolded to death by the guests. As for the boiled meat, Sumo felt that just looking at it was challenging her professionalism. Uncle Wolf, you're back. Surprises will come later. You're on time for dinner. Come on. Hey, Uncle Wolf, why did you pick up a little girl? Some people called Uncle Wolf, while others looked at Sumo warily. Sumo saw that some people had already touched the weapons on their waists, as if they would immediately draw their swords if she did something dangerous. Her name is Sumo. I almost died while hunting before, and she saved me. But this is not the key point. Let me tell you, the food cooked by Miss Sue is much more delicious than Antly. No, that's not delicious, that's enjoyment, happiness. Uncle Wolf pointed at Sumo and praised him. Antly, who was sitting by the pot, looked angry. Good old Wolf, I work hard to cook for you, but you still look down on me, right? Be careful, you can cook for yourself in the future. When Antly, who was big and strong, looked at Sumo, her tone was also somewhat dissatisfied. With just such a little girl, I guess she can't even turn over a pot of rice, but it's delicious, huh? Yes, Uncle Wolf, have you been deceived? There are all kinds of people outside now. Don't be deceived, our camp doesn't accept everyone. It can be seen that these people are very resistant to Sumo's arrival. For the wasteland, food is not sufficient, and one more person in the camp means one more mouth. What are you arguing about? A young man came out at this time, looked at Sumo for a few times when he saw him, and then frowned. Uncle Wolf, we are very grateful that she saved you, and we can give her a bowl of rice. But it is impossible for her to stay in our camp. Winter will come in a few months, and our camp is not planning to accept anyone. The man is called Shurqing, the son of Shuryen, the leader of the rock camp. He usually handles some small matters in the camp. When Shurqing spoke, many people nodded. For this kind of xenophobia, Sumo couldn't help but say, why don't you give me a chance and let me try? If it really doesn't work, I will leave by myself. Let you try? Sumo, right. Do you know that this pot of rice is our food for a day? If you destroy it, we will all starve. Besides, who knows who you are? Are you the predators who came here to explore the way? Not long ago, a predator entered a camp in disguise, but the whole camp was taken away as rations by the insiders and outsiders. That's right, there is no evidence. We don't want to take the risk. It is also possible that the other camps don't like the better life here, so they let her come to destroy it. Many people talked about it, and Antly also interrupted. Obviously, she was very unhappy about Sumo's attempt to steal her job. Uncle Wolf, it's not that we don't give you face, but none of us know her. What if she put some drugs in there to harm us? Who dares to joke with his own life? But I can make the decision to let her have this meal, and then give her some dry food to take with her. Shurqing persuaded Uncle Wolf, and his words were full of resistance to Sumo. Hey, trust me. Let her try it, and I eat what she makes. If there's a problem, don't we have Dr. Jean here? I just go out and look for prey in the next few days. Uncle Wolf patted his chest and shouted. After eating that barbecue, Uncle Wolf had no doubt about Sumo's cooking skills. You? Shurqing's eyes were a little irritated. Just when he was about to refuse, a middle-aged man pressed his shoulder. Since Uncle Wolf said so, why not let this girl try it? Uncle Wolf is the strongest warrior in our camp. Miss Sue saved Uncle Wolf. Her kindness to our camp cannot be repaid with this meal. It's just Miss Sue. As the leader of this camp, I, Shuryen, will keep my words here. If you are really a spy from other camps or those predators, I will kill you with my own hands once I find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuryen drew his knife and pointed it directly at Sumo with murderous intent. The opponent was very fast. Sumo looked at the sharp blade on her neck, her body stiffened for a moment, and then nodded seriously. Okay. She was not a spy, and she was confident that the food she made could make these people relax. With Uncle Wolf leading her in, she had such a chance to try. In order to stay here, it was worth her taking a risk. Shuryen's words made everyone temporarily let down their guard, but many people still looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Sumo walked to the side of the pot and looked at it for a few times, then smiled at Antly in a friendly manner. Aunt, can you help me? I can't do it alone. Antly's sweet tone and attitude made her look better, and she muttered, Okay, I help you for Uncle Wolf's sake. Tell me how to do it. Please help me pick up the bottom of this pot of rice, remove the rice crust, and then turn down the fire. Seeing Antly start to work, Sumo picked up a few pieces of unknown beast meat and processed them amid the painful expressions of those people. The meat cut by the boning knife was still bloody, and Sumo chopped up the meat that was big enough for a fist again. Do you have soy sauce? She was going to have a simple pot of braised pork rice. Soy sauce? What do you want this for? Adley brought over an unopened bottle of soy sauce. She was not used to it, and she always felt that the taste was too strong after adding it. But sometimes the meat smells very fishy, so she would cover it with soy sauce. Salty taste is always better than fishy taste. To add flavor, Suemo said, and then took out some white button and basil leaves from her pocket, which she collected on the way to the camp. Chapter 7. The wasteland is very primitive, which also makes these spices very common in the wild. What are these? Adley frowned as she watched Suemo mix the two spices into the minced meat. Is it edible? It's delicious. Suemo responded, but Adley curled her lips in obvious disbelief. Suemo put the marinated meat into the half-cooked rice, stirred it evenly, covered it with a lid and simmered it again. After doing all this, Suemo looked at Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf, do you have raw meat and peppers? Yes. Uncle Wolf was quite active. After getting Yan's consent, he took a piece of raw meat to Suemo. She played with a knife and cut the meat into thin slices of uniform thickness. She was going to make a stir-fried meat. Just when she was about to deal with the peppers, Adley suddenly reached out and brought a small jar with crystal particles inside. Here, sugar. Suemo was at a loss for a moment. She didn't want sugar. Can you cook? This is so spicy. How can you eat it without sugar? Adley pointed at the pepper and said that it tasted bad, but there were not many fresh vegetables in the wasteland. This kind of bad food was the cheapest, so there were a lot of them in the camp. In order to eat it, you have to add sugar. Looking at the ordinary green pepper in his hand, Suemo was a little suspicious. Could it be that the green pepper in the wasteland is spicier? Thinking of cutting a small piece and putting it in his mouth, Suemo blinked. Isn't it very spicy? It's best to use it to stir-fry meat to remove the fishy smell. Suemo tasted it with a normal expression, and when he looked up, he saw the ghost expressions of the people around him. Suemo, who once again realized how wasteful the food culture in the wasteland was, took the sugar and put it aside. While Suemo was still preparing the ingredients, some people sniffed and walked to the side of the braised pork rice. Do you smell it? It smells so good. Yes, it smells so good. What is this smell? Some people who had no idea about soy sauce aroma gathered around the pot, and their eyes suddenly became strange when they looked at Suemo. Could it be that what this girl said was true? Facing the curious looks of the crowd, Suemo opened the lid of the pot, and the rice was ready. The wanton fragrance made everyone's stomachs rise and fall. I have said that what I said is true. Seeing those people's useless looks, Uncle Wolf was very proud at this time, and he took the initiative to wait by the side with a bowl in his hand. It's time to eat. Please take this big pot aside. I will fry some meat. Suemo said with a smile. Okay. Uncle Wolf was very positive about eating, and bared his big white teeth. The boiler was restarted. The beast had plenty of fat on it. As soon as it was put into the pot, a fragrant smell of fat burst out. After frying for a while, Suemo served it. Then the peppers were put into the pot. Suemo still didn't add sugar. After frying for a few times, he directly put the fried meat in, and added soy sauce, salt, and basil leaves in turn. But a moment later, a strange fragrance drifted in the camp. I don't know when, everyone formed a circle and surrounded Suemo. When the stir-fried meat came out of the pot, Suemo saw Uncle Wolf with eager eyes. Try it? Suemo put the plate in front of Uncle Wolf, and also filled a bowl of braised pork rice with the stir-fried meat and ate it. Well, it's still a little bit of something. There were too few spices, and the taste was not perfect. Woo 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 woo. Compared to Suemo's dissatisfaction, Uncle Wolf's eyes flashed with tears. Chopsticks were not enough, so Uncle Wolf directly put the rice spoon into his mouth, and the sauce meat mixed with the fragrance of rice burst in his mouth as he chewed. That taste made Uncle Wolf not want to talk at all. The meat slices were very tender, and the devil-like pepper tasted just right after blending into the oil, not spicy at all. Uncle Wolf, who was swallowing frantically, didn't care whether it was poisonous or not. He would be happy to be poisoned to death by eating this kind of food. Facing Uncle Wolf's attitude of starving ghosts, the people around him looked at each other with some suspicion. Is it really delicious? Although it smells quite fragrant. I don't know, Uncle Wolf seems to be fine. Hey, anyway, I don't know what she put in there. I dare not eat it. How about trying it? Many people were a little eager to smell the fragrance, and finally Yan took the lead to walk over and taste a piece of meat. Yan chewed the food in silence, and his hands trembled at last. The surprise in his eyes was exactly the same as that of Uncle Wolf. After taking another bite of the braised pork rice, Yan took the bowl and followed Uncle Wolf's footsteps. Dad! Shurchin shouted worriedly, What if it's poisonous? Dr. Zhang, please help my dad. A woman came out of the crowd. It was Dr. Zhang. She walked over and carefully checked the condition of Uncle Wolf and Shi Yin, but found that there was nothing wrong with them except that they were more excited. However, what Dr. Zhang couldn't stand was that he was too close, and the smell of meat penetrated into his nose, which was simply unbearable. Dr. Zhang swallowed his saliva, his mouth was very moist, and he thought for a while and said, "I try it too." This time he just squatted on the side and refused to move. Looking at the three people sitting in a row, Suimo couldn't help laughing. It looked really poisonous. But what concerned her was the series of reports just now from the system. Dish name: Wasteland Braised Pork Rice, Grade D. Introduction. The simplified version of braised pork rice is the top delicacy in the world for the people in the wasteland. Who can't stop eating after tasting it? Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation of diners: I am busy eating, what else can I say? Dish name: Wasteland Stir-Fried Pork, Grade D. Introduction. Old method and new materials. The collision of old and new bursts out a new aftertaste, and the pepper is no longer a devil. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation of diners: very good. 2 pages of recipes were added, but the energy value did not change at all. It seems that it is not the ferocious beast she hunted, and it really cannot provide energy value. This made Suimo a little regretful, but it was true. If he could upgrade easily, the system would not hesitate so much when he wanted to go back. Want to try it? Suimo invited the others. Seeing that the three were about to finish their third bowl, someone finally couldn't help but take action. It was Antley, but she was still very unwilling to admit defeat. I want to see how delicious it is. Suimo smiled helplessly and made way. Next, there were surprises in her ears, but the small plate of stir-fried meat had already been finished. Many people looked at Shi Yin and Uncle Wolf angrily, because they ate the most. Shi Yin, who was satisfied, scratched his head awkwardly in the face of the anger of the people in the camp. Suimo, can you make another portion of this meat? As long as there are ingredients. Hearing the change in the name, Suimo, who thought there was a chance, did not refuse. Then he saw a complete beast in front of him. A 027 is gray all over, looks like a guinea pig but is much larger in size, and its tail is like a peacock's tail. Chapter 8. When this beast runs, its tail spreads out, and its speed will increase greatly. Its movement and direction are also controlled by this tail. This kind of thing is very difficult to catch. This one was drugged, and it was limp on the ground, but even so, its gray eyes were full of ferocity. The weak roar squeezed out of its mouth was also very frightening, and the claws about a few centimeters long kept trying to grab Shi Yin. This was originally going to be sent to the base to exchange for money. The major bases have been capturing those beasts outside for research, and even the most common A-type is not cheap. Dad, you caught this with great difficulty, more than a dozen silver coins. Shi Yin was still a little reluctant, but he didn't put down the bowl in his hand. He admitted that he just wanted to watch the fun, but now he was in a dilemma of eating or storing food. Tell me, if we sell this meal in the base, can we get more than 10 silver coins? Shi Yin asked his son, pointing to the almost empty pot of rice. Please use this to make another dish. Without waiting for Shi Yin to answer, Shi Yin twisted the beast's neck and threw it to Sumo's side. In an instant, a bunch of hungry wolves stared at Suimo fiercely. Antley came to help without Suimo saying anything. The knife flew in his hand, and the skin was peeled off. Compared with the roughness just now, this time the skin was well preserved and put aside. This animal's skin can also be exchanged for a silver coin. Uncle Wolf said, smiling and unfolding the animal's skin, and he admired Sumo's behavior. Sumo, who was focused on his work, did not speak. Compared to the cub just now, this beast was an adult, with a large body, and it was not easy to decompose. The same was done by slicing and stir-frying. The moment the thin red meat slices were put into the pot, the high temperature stimulated a unique fragrance. Gulp, gulp, many people who had not eaten enough meat for a long time could not help rolling their throats. The secretion of saliva in the mouth made some people have to raise their hands to wipe to maintain their image. When the meat fragrance spread again, Suimo took the lead in tasting it. It must be said that for Suimo, eating any ingredient now is a unique experience. The taste of this pot of meat is relatively old, strong enough but not dry, and the soup is well absorbed by the meat, which is very suitable for eating with rice. Alright, Suimo said, and before he put it on the plate, he saw a group of people rushing over and directly squeezed him away. Dish name: Wasteland Stir-Fried Pork, Grade D. Effective use, enhance physical fitness. Evaluation by diners. Eat nothing. Suemo, who was squeezed out of the room, laughed a little, but there was some thought in his eyes. This time, not only was there no energy value, but even the recipe page was not unlocked again, and there were still 3 barbecues before. It seems that if the same cooking method is used with different raw materials, new recipes cannot be unlocked. That's right, if it's so easy, the system can just grab anyone, but it's not bad to be able to enhance physical fitness. Many people are eating meat at this time. Shirqing is also among them. After tasting the meat, he looked at the bowl in a daze, and then ate another piece. This time, he chewed very carefully, as if he was afraid of letting the taste slip away. But after a moment, tears flashed in Shirqing's eyes. The strong and rich taste instantly conquered him. Shirqing, who had never tasted such delicious food, almost used up all his willpower to restrain himself and stop. The remaining meat aroma was still echoing in his mouth. Feeling the condition of his body, Shirqing sincerely said, "It's delicious." Many people simply gave up being polite, and directly grabbed a few pieces of meat with their hands, and put them in their mouths to chew a few times. The rough movement suddenly slowed down after feeling the taste of the meat in their mouths. The expressions of many people were almost the same as Shirqing just now. Damn, it's so delicious. Even if I die for this plate of meat, it's worth it. Oh my god, this taste, how can it be possible? Woo, I'm satisfied like Uncle Wolf. Go away, don't fight with me. Let me go, I kill you, believe it or not. The sudden scramble made some slow people regret it. Listening to the constant surprise and satisfaction of the crowd, Suemo smiled with relief. For a chef, watching the diners feel satisfied and happy while eating the food she made is actually a very proud thing. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Shirqing clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and spoke again. Everyone, since you have tasted it and know the taste, I guess you won't agree if I want to drive Suemo away now. Who drives Suemo away? I, Old Wolf, will be the first to run away from home with Suemo. Old Wolf interrupted, causing a group of people to laugh. Shirqing rolled his eyes at Lao Lang and continued, "We are residents of the same camp. We are friends, partners, and family. So you guys listen carefully. Suemo is a member of our rock camp from today on. Whoever dares to cause trouble to her in the future will have a hard time with me. Did you hear that clearly?" Amid Shirqing's angry shout, a group of people drew their swords and stood behind Shirqing, as if the sword would fall if anyone dared to refuse. This absolute dominance made Suemo look complicated. The camp was originally full of strangers who didn't know each other, but since it was formed, it was a whole. If you want to stay in this group, you must abide by the rules. This is an iron rule. On the wasteland, only the strong prey on the weak. Yes. The residents responded in unison, which made Shirqing very satisfied. He turned his head and looked at Suemo. "You will be a companion in our camp from now on. If you need anything, just tell me. No matter where you come from or where you are going, as long as you don't betray this place, you will always be a part of us." Shirqing said very seriously, and Suemo nodded seriously. She was an orphan in this wasteland, and staying here was her best choice. Okay. Suemo finally put her mind at ease after clasping her hands. As soon as she relaxed, Suemo smelled the peculiar smell on her body and felt the itchiness on her head. Her expression was a little awkward. If she had dared to go into the kitchen like this before, she would probably be chased out with a knife. An hour later, Suemo, who had washed herself, put on new clothes and lay on the bed. The room she was in now was not big, but it was a special benefit for her. This was a single room that many people in the camp dreamed of. It was interesting to say that she wanted to refuse at that time, but the people in the camp acted as if she wanted to run away if she didn't live here. This made her accept everyone's kindness. At this moment, Suemo was playing with a boning knife. The knife was not heavy and fit the hand very well. The blade was long and thin. It was generally used to deb one raw meat and process poultry and fish. It felt good. Chapter 9. Thinking, Suemo calmed down completely, and her eyes gradually became firm as she looked at the roof. She survived the one-day trip to the wasteland with the help of the system, and now she has found a camp to settle down. But as a cook in the rear, she may never be able to return to Earth in her life. From then on, the only people she can really rely on are herself and the knife in her hand. Have a good rest, and then look for opportunities to strengthen herself. One day, she will be able to return to Earth again. Suemo clenched the knife in her hand, but she felt at ease in her heart. On the wasteland, this knife can make her feel more at ease than anyone else. That night, Suemo slept very peacefully. When she woke up the next day, the camp had become active. Suemo, it's time for breakfast. Adley came over and called Suemo. Adley was very enthusiastic today. She looked at Sumo's appearance carefully, and couldn't help laughing. Yesterday, you were still a dark ball, and today you have become a little beauty. Listening to this praise, Suemo grinned. Her appearance is not stunning, but she looks pretty and gentle. Yesterday, she saw her current appearance for the first time, and was quite satisfied. The camp is not big. Except for a few stone houses, the rest are built with tents and tiles, which look a bit shabby. A circle of stone walls surrounds the camp at the outermost edge. At this time, many people came out of the tents one after another. Some of them were dressed sloppily, but the people around them were used to it. There are few people like Suemo who clean themselves so cleanly in the camp. Survival is the first priority in the wasteland. As for image, many people do whatever is comfortable. Fortunately, there was no peculiar smell. Suemo thought, and saw that many people had gathered around the big pot. Many of them were ready to go. There was rice in the pot. They are going to go out to hunt beasts today, and bring them back for storage. But can the smoked bacon you mentioned really be stored for a long time? Adley came over and asked curiously, full of curiosity. Well, smoked bacon can be stored for a long time. As long as there is enough, there is no need to go out hunting in winter. This is something she said to Yen last night. Now it is autumn, and it will be winter soon. The cold winter in the wasteland is terrible. In addition to the low temperature, the scarcity of food is a big problem. In winter, even those beasts will reduce their outings, so they must store food in advance. However, for those who don't know how to smoke and store, the meat they bring back will not last long. Therefore, every winter before this, almost everyone in the camp starved to death. The method proposed by Suemo made Yen think about it all night, so he took action today. The two chatted. Suemo tasted Adley's cooking, his expression calm. Today's side dishes were just some wild vegetables fried with mincemeat. It was edible, but Suemo didn't think it tasted good after tasting it. However, Suemo always abided by a principle, that is, unless he cooked for himself, he should just sit at the table and eat with his mouth shut. Suemo. Yen sat next to Suemo and stared at Sumo's face. His expression was a little strange, but he didn't have the hostility of yesterday. Yeah. Suemo nodded, looked at the knife hanging on the other's waist and asked curiously, Are you going out hunting too? Nonsense. I'm a warrior. Yen answered while swallowing his food. He ate very quickly, but also ate carefully, leaving no rice in the bowl. Ignoring the other party's inexplicable pride, Suemo walked to Uncle Wolf and asked, Uncle Wolf, where are you going to hunt this time? Do you have a target? Oh, I'm curious. We are going to Area 58 this time. Most of the beasts there are type B, with a lot of meat, thick, and resistant to hunger, suitable for bringing back as reserve food. All areas on the wasteland are divided by numbers. The larger the number, the less dangerous the area is. There are often wanderers in Area 58, so the danger is not great. As for Type B, it refers to those beasts with huge bodies, strong attack power, amazing appearance defense, and terrible biting ability. Once this kind of beast appears, ordinary people can only wait for death. On the wasteland, not everyone has awakened their spiritual power. The remaining people are constantly strengthening themselves through physical training, which is what Yen said as warriors. There are 12 fighters in this camp, and only 10 of them were dispatched this time, led by Uncle Wolf. In the entire camp, except for Yen, Uncle Wolf has the strongest fighting power. However, even with such a team, it is hard to say that this trip is foolproof. Let's put it this way, if the half-man-high A027 was in normal condition yesterday, Uncle Wolf might not win against him alone. And against the B-type beast, the A-type can just be trampled into mud. This shows the risk of this trip. But food is a great temptation in today's world, so they will take the risk. Once winter comes, the wild vegetables on the ground will gradually disappear. If they only rely on exchanging food from the base, most people in this camp will not survive this winter. Taking risks is a last resort. Uncle Wolf, can you take me with you? Suemo pondered for a while and finally asked. She couldn't level up if she was content to be a cook. No. Uncle Wolf shook his head decisively. Hunting is too dangerous. We can't protect you if you go with us, and if something happens to you, then our actions today will be in vain. Uncle Wolf said it bluntly, and his serious attitude made Suemo know that this was impossible. Okay then. Suemo was helpless, but understood that it would take time. After all, if she followed them out now, and didn't want to be a burden, she would definitely expose her other abilities. She couldn't take risks before confirming that these people were trustworthy. You know, the ability she really relied on for survival was not cooking, but the mental power given by the system. Recalling the scene of splitting the stone with a knife that day, Su-Mo decided not to expose herself for the time being. The beasts in the wasteland are terrible, but human hearts are equally dangerous. After eating and drinking, the team set off with some food. According to the distance and hunting time, the team will not be back until 3 days later at the earliest. In the past few days, there was no food in the camp that needed Su-Mo to prepare. After living a life of porridge a day, Su-Mo did not complain. Not starving to death, it is living. Su-Mo, who was counting the days, was not idle. She organized some people in the camp to search for wild spices in the nearby grassland. In the past few days, they really found a lot. Now they are all drying in the camp, and they can be stored for long-term use later. And Su-Mo was not stingy with this knowledge, and taught everyone very attentively. Especially Antly, now her stir-fried pork has become a bit hot. Chapter 10. In Antly's words, with so many people, they were counting on Su-Mo to cook a meal for the camp every day, and she was afraid that Su-Mo's small body could not bear it. Su-Mo gladly accepted this kindness, and even showed that she would personally teach Antly's cooking skills. For this, Antly was proud of it in front of the people in the camp for a long time. Today is the 3rd day of the camp team's hunting trip. Su-Mo began to look forward to it early in the morning. The team should come back. However, looking around, the wasteland was gray, and the plants growing on the ruins became extremely monotonous. The camp she was in was located in an abandoned town, and further ahead was base number 8. Every time there was enough exchange, the people in the camp would go to base number 8 to exchange what they needed. The base belonged to the world of the rich, and it was similar to the Earth in one respect. Hey, it seems that there is a team coming over there? The person who was looking out at the entrance of the camp suddenly shouted, and Su-Mo immediately became interested and rushed over. But as the team got closer, Su-Mo found that it was not Uncle Wolf and his group. The modified off-road vehicle roared at the entrance of the camp, and then stopped. The dust on the ground blinded Su-Mo's eyes. Su-Mo saw a group of people carrying something into the camp. When he got closer, he saw that it was a stretcher. Is there a doctor? Come out for me. On the stretcher was a young woman, who was seriously injured and unconscious. She looked so beautiful, but what attracted people's attention at this time was the wound on her chest. Although there was gauze on it, the blood had completely dyed the gauze red, and even the blood was spread on the stretcher. It seemed that the injury was very serious. Go and call the doctor, do you hear me? If anything happens to her, you won't survive. Someone was shouting, his tone was angry and anxious, and someone beside him pointed a gun at the people in the camp. They were all in uniform, and almost everyone was armed with a gun. Su-Mo hid a little further away and frowned. These people should be the guards in the base, and they were out to perform some tasks. He looked at the guns in their hands for a few more times. This thing is common in the wasteland, but not everyone can own it. There are also a few guns in the camp, and Uncle Wolf and his men took some out this time. But Su-Mo knew that they would never use bullets until the last moment. Unless they robbed everywhere like those predators, or found some new relics, the only way to get bullets directly is to buy them in the base. This thing is extremely expensive, and ordinary camps can't afford it at all. Pa! Su-Mo was standing near the entrance of the camp at this time, but suddenly heard the sound of something slapping. The sound came from the back of a car. What is it? Su-Mo looked around for a few more times, and then saw a man jumping out of the car. The moment she met his eyes, Su-Mo subconsciously looked away. Sharp, dangerous, aggressive, and cold enough. This was her first impression of the man, and this strong impression could not be dispelled even by his overly handsome appearance. This was an extremely dangerous person, and this body, that had lived in the wasteland for more than 10 years, was trembling at this moment, which made her understand this truth. Forcibly controlling her body, Su-Mo walked into the camp. Dr. Zhang in the camp was being pointed at by a weapon, and was checking the woman's wound. Just looking at his pale face, it was unclear whether he was frightened or because the woman's injuries were too serious. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The guard with a scar on his face kicked Dr. Zhang and yelled. His tone was urgent, but it scared Dr. Zhang so much that the gauze in his hand fell to the ground. What are you doing? The scarred man's face suddenly sank, and the barrel of the gun was against Dr. Zhang's head. If you don't want her to die, don't scare Dr. Zhang. Su-Mo couldn't help but walk over and said. She took another piece of gauze and handed it to Dr. Zhang, but she also saw the wound. It was a scratch, 3 scratches covering the right chest, one of which was very deep, and you could vaguely see something beating inside. It was the heart. Suemo couldn't help but take a breath. The heart was still beating, but the sternum was broken, and the rise and fall of the chest was barely visible. Even an outsider could see that the woman's injuries were critical. You? The scarred man saw Suemo suddenly interrupt, and he immediately got angry and grabbed Suemo. Enough. Just as Suemo was about to dodge, a hand grabbed the scarred man's shoulder. If you want her to die, continue to interrupt the doctor's diagnosis. The man's voice was as cold as his eyes. Getting closer, Suemo could smell the blood on the other person, and it was fresh and fresh. Suemo looked at the man with some fear, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Of course, if this doctor can't save her, everyone in this camp will be buried with her. The light words made Sumo's legs weak. She gritted her teeth, her pupils trembled, and she resisted the urge to escape. This man was like a human-shaped beast. After the threat came out, Suemo saw that all the guns around were loaded. This is true. This woman can't survive. They all have to die. Sumo's face turned pale. She suppressed her fear and squatted down and said softly, "Dr. Zhang, I will help you." "Okay." Dr. Zhang's voice was also trembling, but his hands were trying to keep stable. The lives of almost everyone in the camp were pressed on Dr. Zhang. Even the leader Shiyin, who came out after hearing the news, just stood silently by the side, clenched his fists and said nothing. What no one noticed was that the car outside the camp made another strange sound, and something was struggling inside. Disinfection, cleaning wounds, stopping bleeding, suturing, applying medicine, during which the woman was forcibly held down because of the body spasms caused by pain. As the whole process went by, time passed very slowly. Sumo's nose was covered with sweat, and her back was wet. In addition to the strong smell of blood, her nose was also filled with the smell of gunpowder. It seemed that those guns would explode on her head at any time. Okay. After wrapping the wound with gauze, Dr. Zhang spoke. "The heart was not injured, the wound stopped bleeding, and I can't connect the broken bones here, but you have enough time to rush back to the base." Obviously, Dr. Zhang also thought that these people came from the base. "Humph, let's go!" The scarred man snorted coldly, but also put away the gun and asked someone to take the woman away. When approaching the camp gate, Sumo's hair suddenly stood up, and a terrible sense of crisis enveloped her. Boom! Half of the carriage was blown away directly, and the car almost fell to the ground, followed by the sound of chains. "No, it's awake!" Someone shouted with a frightened tone. Amid the screams, a pitch-black claw finally reached out and grabbed the edge of the car tightly. With just a little force, the car was completely scrapped. Chapter 11. Retreat, retreat, retreat. 3 voices in a row, the guards carried the woman and rushed into the camp, trying to leave from another direction. But for safety reasons, this camp has only one entrance and exit, and Suemo couldn't do what he wanted at this moment. Even if she only saw one claw, the blood of the beast rushed to her face, and Suemo followed those people to run inside. She knew very well that it was a beast that she could never deal with, so she put an end to the idea of trying to hunt. The camp was suddenly in chaos. Many residents were shouting, the things placed were knocked away, and many people fell to the ground and continued to get up. Everyone rushed in the same direction, as if only in this way could they survive. Suemo also ran wildly. Turning his head, he found that the man who gave him a great sense of danger was standing at the entrance of the camp, his body straight. At this time, Suemo also saw the full appearance of the beast. It looked like a leopard, with leopard spots all over its body, but its size was several times that of an ordinary leopard. The bristles on his body were like steel needles, flashing a frightening light. His blood-red eyes were like copper bells, and the fangs on his mouth pierced out. She seemed to see a small piece of flesh hanging on the fangs. Roar! A huge roar sounded, and the beast suddenly raised its arms, and the chains that locked his forelimbs broke directly. Following the same method, the beast was free in just a moment. At this moment, the man suddenly rushed towards the beast, and with just a tip of his toes, he jumped several meters high. It was a person with abilities. Eyes blue, palm-length, finger-thick ice spikes appeared beside the man. As the man waved his hand, the ice spike shot out and aimed at the beast. Pa-ta-ta! Suemo, who turned around and ran, almost fell down when the sound of metal collision sounded. She stood firm, and there was unstoppable horror in her eyes. The ice spikes pierced the beast's body, but they broke one by one, and did not cause any harm to the beast. Suemo could not see the man's expression, but saw the man's fingers curled up. Then, the ice spikes fell like rain, and the noise from the dense blows was very harsh. One thorn successfully pierced the beast's eye. Roar! Another beast roar. The beast wanted to pull the thorn out of its eye in pain, but the moment its claws touched it, the eye's thorn melted like water. The man with his back to Sumo showed a faint smile on his face. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of something collapsing behind Sumo. It turned out that the wall of the camp was knocked down by someone, and the scarred man was putting down his hand. It was his fist that hit the wall just now. He is also a person with special abilities. Take Miss Phone, and leave here immediately. I go help the boss. The scarred man rushed towards the beast, and whispered to Sumo, who was running back to the gap. If you don't want to die, take the people in the camp and leave quickly. The farther the better. It seemed like a piece of advice, but after walking out of the camp through the gap, Sumo felt a headache looking at the rest of the people in the camp. Leave? The farther the better? How easy is that? The people in the camp are all wanderers. Most of them have been wandering for a long time. It's hard to find a stable camp to survive. It's impossible to let them leave like this. Even she was a little greedy for the bed last night. Besides, Uncle Wolf and his men haven't come back yet. What if they can't reunite? With only a few warriors left in the camp, it won't be long before they are either annexed by other camps or killed by looters. Or, they will fall on this wasteland on their own. Supplies, tools, weapons, all in the camp. If they leave now, all those things will be gone. So at this moment, everyone looked at Shuryen, the leader of the camp. Shuryen clenched his fists with a rolling throat, struggling in his eyes. This camp was the result of his years of hard work. He was unwilling to leave like this. Besides, his son hasn't come back yet. Leader, I think we can't leave. Sumo suddenly spoke, and she raised her hand and pointed in a certain direction. There was a group of people and horses there, rushing towards the place of turmoil, and that group of people was Uncle Wolf and his men. Maybe they saw the chaos and thought something happened in the camp, and wanted to help. Damn it! Dr. Zhang, please take the rest of the people away first, keep a safe distance and wait and see. If we die you, go to another camp. With Miss Su and Dr. Zhang here, they won't reject you. You, and you follow me. The one Shuryen pointed at were the remaining soldiers in the camp. Smoke and dust rose not far away, and when Uncle Wolf saw what was happening at the gate of the base, it was too late. It was AB008. In the wasteland, the smaller the code number of the beast, the stronger its power. This is a high-level existence among the B-type killers. It is so powerful that even if there is still the influence of drugs in its body, it can directly slap a soldier in the camp. The body fell to the ground, and the blood dyed the dry grass red. The appearance of dying in pain and despair made Shuryen, who had arrived, angry. Let's kill it together. If they wanted to stay here, they had to deal with this beast. Facing the soldiers who came to support, Lu Xinglan's eyes had a little strange color. His team came from base number 8, and they were trained guards. Fighting was instinct and responsibility. But these wanderers did not choose to escape at this moment. Such bloodiness made people look sideways. Thinking of this, Lu Xinglan made a gesture, and the team members who arrived quickly opened fire. The violent firepower almost wrapped the beast, but the sound of clanging and hitting came. When the flames dissipated, B008 shook its body, and its hard bristles blocked all the bullets, leaving only a few white spots on the surface. But this also angered it. The scarlet eyes swept across the crowd, and suddenly roared, then jumped up with all 4 limbs, and landed directly on a team member. Be careful. Quick retreat. In the chaos, the team member was bitten in half, and he couldn't even make the last shout. The bloody smell was so strong that Lu Xinglan's eyes sank. He clenched his fist suddenly, and the water element on the beast's head began to condense, forming a large piece of ice spikes. Try to cause wounds on its body, he reminded. His power was originally to control water in nature, but it mutated not long ago and formed a more terrifying ice ability. As long as there are enough ice spikes entering the beast's body, he is confident that he can break the opponent's body from the inside. The two groups cooperated at this time, and the ones rushing to the front were Uncle Wolf and Scar Man Ding Chi. The two strong bodies cooperated with each other to fight the beast head-on. But compared with Ding Chi, who has the ability to strengthen his body, Uncle Wolf, who is just an ordinary warrior, had a hard time supporting it. Chapter 12. If you can't do it, get down. Ding Chi roared, and then his muscles swelled instantly, and he punched forward, and the air seemed to be broken. This is my camp. Uncle Wolf also shouted, and chopped down with a broad knife, and the blade rolled instantly, and Uncle Wolf was knocked out. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Uncle Wolf got up and picked up the knife again. A group of fearless warriors surrounded the beast under the command of Shuryen, and cooperated with the attack of the guard team to barely resist the offensive of B008. Fortunately, B008 was not invincible. Under the bombardment, wounds still appeared on its body surface. At this moment, ice spikes fell like rain, piercing those wounds accurately, and then turned into water and penetrated into the body of the beast. Roar! An unbearable roar sounded. The beast shook its head vigorously, but the water in its body condensed into ice spikes again, and then broke out little by little. If the beast's exterior defense is amazing, then its interior is unusually soft. The beast took a step back, spitting out blood clots with internal organs from its mouth, but its face was still ferocious. Go! Uncle Wolf shouted, and rushed forward first. This beast has amazing recovery ability. If given enough time, it will be in a tough fight again. A knife chopped on the beast's neck, and cracks appeared on the blade. Uncle Wolf retreated, and a group of people behind him also rushed forward. After the warriors had run in, the broad knife almost chopped on the blood mark on the neck. Unfortunately, the seriously injured beast was still not a vegetarian. With a slap of its claws, another soldier was knocked out. After the sharp claws ripped open the belly of another guard, layers of thin ice began to appear on its body. Lu Xingwan stood on the ground with a frown on his face. The water element quickly wrapped up the beast and gradually solidified. The beast struggled more and more intensely, but the influence of the drug still existed, and it gradually became weak under the numerous attacks. The ice layer wrapped around it sealed its mobility, and the ice spikes piercing from its body made it bleed all over. Ice blood spikes appeared in the beast's eyes, and the deep red color was very strange, and blood was still dripping at this moment. After an unwilling roar, the huge body of B008 finally collapsed. We won, we won. It was Shi Qing who shouted out. He covered his chest, and blood was still coming out of the corners of his mouth, but he was smiling happily. Go and call back Dr. Zhang and the others. Shi Yin also breathed a sigh of relief, and the tiger's mouth holding the giant axe was already bleeding. For a soldier, fighting with such a powerful beast is tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, there is a guard team this time. Boss, it looks like we can't bring back a live one. Ding Qi approached Lu Xingwan and said regretfully. The people at the base wanted a live one, but this thing was so brutal that it recovered its mobility so quickly after taking such a large dose of drugs. If it is not killed, everyone here will probably die. It doesn't matter. Lu Xingwan shook his head. It's not the first task. After a moment, everyone gathered in the camp, and Dr. Zhang was busy treating the wound. The younger children in the camp were now surrounding B008 and looking at it curiously. Su Imo also followed. This kind of beast was the first time she had seen it. It was like a small mountain pressing on the ground. Even though it was dead, Su Imo still felt a sense of danger. This meat must be delicious. Looking at B008's strong thighs, Su Imo sighed. It's a pity that this is not her prey. After looking around, Su Imo, who was curious, prepared to go to the camp to help. Ah! Just after taking a few steps, a scream sounded behind him. When Su Imo turned around, he saw Aunt Li's son Doubting being pressed under the claws of the beast. The ice layer on the beast, which should have been dead, exploded, and it opened its bloody mouth again. Doubting. Hurry up. Help, who will save my son? Faced with this sudden change, many people shouted, especially Aunt Li, who ran over with a pale face. Whether it was the soldiers in the camp or the guards, they were bandaging the wounds inside, and it was too late to get there. Even Lu Xingwan couldn't guarantee that he could stop the fangs before they pierced the child. Damn it! Faced with this change, Su Imo could not stand by and watch. That was a child, the future of this wasteland. Pulling out the boning knife from her waist, Su Imo directly mobilized her mental power, and her steps instantly became lighter. With one step, she almost knelt and slid to Doubting's side, with the blade raised horizontally to block the sharp fangs. At the mouth of the beast, Su Imo smelled a fishy smell, like the smell of a rotting corpse. Enduring fear and nausea, Su Imo pulled Doubting out and slashed down with the blade of her right hand to relieve the force. Then the boning knife turned a circle in her hand, and stabbed it directly into B008's neck with the backhand. She aimed at the aorta, fearing that the other party was not dead yet. Su Imo used the extremely sharp boning knife to directly slash along B008's neck. With his arm exerting force and his face fierce, the boning knife wrapped in spiritual power actually beheaded B008 directly. The huge head smashed to the ground, blood splattered, and Su Imo knelt down. Her heart was beating violently, her throat was full of fishy smell, and her body was very weak. Especially her right arm, which was almost drooping at her side, without any strength. Blood soaked Sumo's body, but Sumo saw a hand stretched out in front of her. She looked up blankly, and after meeting Lu Xinglan's inquiring eyes, a chill enveloped her. She woke up instantly, and Sumo said with difficulty, "Thank you." Sumo stood up on her own, and quickly moved away from Lu Xinglan while saying this. For some reason, the look in this man's eyes made Sumo feel that she was no different from those beasts in his eyes. Behind her, Lu Xinglan looked at Sumo thoughtfully. "Sumo, thank you. Aunt Li's life will be yours from now on." Aunt Lu, who was holding Do Ding, had a face full of gratitude for surviving a disaster. She said to Sumo with tears in her eyes, "If it weren't for Sumo, her son would be gone. We are all people in the camp, it should be." Sumo responded weakly. In the surprised and concerned eyes of everyone, Sumo supported his body and returned to his room. When the door was closed, Sumo collapsed on the ground. The knife that had been held in his right hand fell to the ground at this time. Sumo, who was breathing heavily, trembled a little. Even if the other party was dying, the brutal killing intent and danger of the high-level beast also made Sumo feel scared. After a long time of easing, Sumo got up and washed off the blood on her body. But when she went out again, she found that the guards had left. "Sumo, are you injured? Do you want me to help you?" Faced with Dr. Zhang's question, Sumo shook her head. "I'm fine." She was not injured, but she was under a lot of psychological pressure. But when she saw the body of B008 left in the camp, she was excited for a moment. "System, this beast should also be one of my hunts, right?" Sumo asked expectantly. "Yes, congratulations, host." Chapter 13. Faced with the system's emotionless congratulations, Sumo didn't care. She was thinking about how much energy she would give when she made a delicacy with the meat of this beast. "Girl, your knife skills are good." Uncle Wolf also came over and patted Sumo's shoulder to encourage her. The beheading was so neat, and the wound was so smooth that even he might not be able to do it. "I practiced knife skills for a while for cooking, and the beast was dying, so I was so lucky." Sumo found an excuse, and then changed the subject. "Uncle Wolf, how about we eat the stew made by it tonight?" She was already a little impatient. "Okay. I eat whatever you cook." "Ahem, I agree with this. You can deal with this beast." Shi Yin, who was passing by, cast his vote of approval. In the afternoon, everyone dealt with the bodies of the soldiers together. In the plain area not far from the rock camp, many earth mounds had already stood. The weeds grow on the graves, and no one comes to take care of them. For wanderers, they have no relatives and no place to go. It is a blessing to be buried in peace after death. Standing in front of those graves with everyone in the camp, Sumo was speechless for a long time. "To my family." Shi Yin raised his glass. The first glass of spicy wine was spilled on the ground, and the second glass went into his stomach. The hot feeling made Sumo's low mood a little better. She didn't want to lie in the lonely grave in the wasteland. She wanted to live. One day, she would leave this wasteland where life was a joke. After dealing with the aftermath of these soldiers, the camp became busy again, sorting out the chaos of the day. When night fell on the wasteland, the people in the rock camp tacitly gathered around the fire and stared at Sumo. Sumo cut the thick and firm meat into small cubes and soaked it in clean water to remove the blood. The yellow-green onions were prepared, the sprouted ginger slices, and the spices collected in the past few days were placed on the side. The blood foam was skimmed off after boiling over high heat, and the meat was already fragrant when it was picked up. "Is it ready to eat?" The meat cooked with ginger actually has less fishy smell, which made Uncle Wolf ask anxiously. "It's too early," Sumo said with a smile. "Heat oil in a pan, add ginger and green onions, pour in the meat after stimulating the aroma, stir-fry with a spoon for a while, add hot water and spices. Sprinkle a lot of soy sauce, cover the lid and simmer over low heat." While waiting, Sumo cut some potatoes and spotted tomatoes that she found in the camp one by one. She was going to make a wasteland version of stewed beast meat, a potato and tomato stew with beef. The rice on the side was almost cooked, and the fragrance made many people squat on the side with their bowls and wait for Sumo to speak. The next half an hour was a torture for everyone. In the expectation of everyone, Sumo opened the lid and threw in potatoes, simmered for a few minutes, and then added tomatoes to stir. After the potatoes and tomatoes were soaked in soup, the sauce was collected over high heat, and the rich aroma turned the people in the camp into hungry wolves. "All right." The voice was like an order, and countless hungry wolves reached out in an instant, but were beaten back by Aunt Li with a spatula. "Go away, do you understand? Let Sumo eat first. Don't you see that Sumo is so thin? Shouldn't you eat more meat?" Facing Aunt Lee's partiality, Suemo accepted it completely, scooped a lot of meat and side dishes, and made way after pouring soup. The others followed suit. The rice mixed with the aroma of meat was rich in flavor, the potatoes and tomatoes almost melted in the mouth, and the most amazing thing was the beast meat. Woo woo woo, this knife of mine was worth it. Uncle Wolf waved his injured arm, and fought with those big men. In the camp, even the children were not willing to be outdone, and rushed to the front. If you don't want to be treated specially by me next time you get injured, get out of my way. As a woman, Dr. Jean couldn't compete with these people, so she could only use her identity privileges. Facing those big men who were unwilling to give up their positions, Dr. Jean was very proud and added another bowl. Damn, it's so delicious. The delicious soup, the meat perfectly absorbed the sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes, and the combination had a different taste, but was not greasy at all. This kind of human delicacy conquered everyone as soon as it entered the mouth. At this time, Suemo was checking the system prompts he received. Dish name: Wasteland version of tomato and potato stew A level. Introduction: the scary-looking B008 tastes so delicious after being slaughtered, and paired with the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes. Who would refuse it? Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation by diners: let go of that piece of meat, let me do it. Energy value increased by 100. Character card update. Name: Suemo. Age: 18. Spiritual power level 2, 20/500. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level. Suemo, who looked at it carefully, was somewhat happy. This dish was rated A level, and then given an energy value of 100, which directly increased her mental power to level 2. Not only that, she clearly felt that her arms, which were a little sore, were completely restored after eating this meat. After stretching her shoulders, she felt relaxed physically and mentally. She felt that if she did it again, she would be more relaxed. It seems that the higher the rating of the food she made, the more help it can provide her. Just looking at the experience bar that has increased 5 times, Suemo was silent again. There is still a long way to go. System: how many levels are there in total for the evaluation of these foods, and how much energy value is increased for each? Suemo muttered in her heart, and heard the mechanical sound again. The rating of recipes is divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D, with S being the highest. From S rating down, the energy value increases to 200, 100, 60, 40, and 20 respectively. The explanation was very clear, but Suemo frowned. The experience bar behind will probably get longer. If a dish reaches the perfect S level, it will only increase by 200. It's a bit harsh. If the experience bar behind gives her tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, even if every evaluation is a perfect S, when can she reach level 10 with that 200 energy value? Please explore this yourself. The implication is that this is the Easter egg left for her. Maybe something will change just like when the recipe is activated. Suemo, who was speechless, felt the power in her body, and couldn't help laughing when she looked at the group of people. The little bean had rice and soup all over his face, and he was still licking the bowl with great satisfaction. The adults were more reserved, and scraped the bowl clean little by little with a spoon. Sister Sue, it's delicious. The bean ran to Suemo's side, and praised loudly. The cute look made Suemo couldn't help but rub the other's head. Okay, then Sister Sue will make it for you another day. Okay. The little bean was satisfied, and the others were depressed. Everyone gets a share. Suemo shouted helplessly. No, she still had to bring Aunt Lee out as soon as possible, otherwise she couldn't stand facing this group of hungry wolves every day. Everyone had a very happy night, and the death during the day did not affect the days that were still to go. Chapter 14. The next morning, the camp was busy again. The prey brought back yesterday had to be processed in the morning. The fur was peeled off, and some of the delicious meat was separated. Among them, 2 smaller A-type beasts were imprisoned in the warehouse. These were to be sold at the base, and they would also be replenished at the base. However, after Suemo came, the seasonings that Aunt Lee was not used to, or all the dishes that tasted not very good, were put on the shopping list. Suemo, who was helping to process the fur, looked at the skull of a young animal in her hand, and said in surprise, "Is there really someone who uses this as a decoration?" The skull in her hand had a protruding jaw, but the skull was retracted, and the back of the head was bulging, which looked very hideous and weird. What's the big deal? Some people even keep beasts as pets. Uncle Wolf smiled. Life in the base is better than ours, and they can enjoy it. In doubt, Uncle Wolf set off in the afternoon in a dilapidated jeep, the only car in the camp. 2 soldiers were in the car carrying things, and Sumo followed. She had agreed with Yen yesterday to go to the base to see it in person today. Speaking of which, the original owner never had any memory of the situation inside the base. She had never been in, and she only heard about it from others. The car was driving on the bumpy ground, surrounded by ruins, but Sumo found that as it approached base number 8, the ground became flat. There were even some man-made marks on some of the ruins. Those are places where beasts have appeared before, and they were marked by the base after the clearance. But because of the clearance of the base, this area is very safe. From here, walk half an hour over there, and there is a camp. I have traded with the people there. Uncle Wolf told Sumo a lot along the way. The base is like a giant, intimidating the predators and beasts, and giving them, the wanderers, a place to survive. At this moment, there are several modified cars heading towards the wilderness. The ferocious giant spikes on the front of the car make these cars full of wildness. Uncle Wolf turned the steering wheel to make way for these vehicles to leave first. They are from the guard team. I guess they are going on another mission. Uncle Wolf said with his elbow on the car window, exhaling smoke rings from his mouth, with a leisurely expression. I think Captain Lu yesterday is not simple. He said that such a big beast was left for us as compensation, and then left it behind. Maybe he is a big shot. As Uncle Wolf chattered, half an hour later, the car stopped outside the base. Sumo got out of the car and looked up at the tall city wall in front of him, feeling a majestic momentum. The outer perimeter of the reinforced concrete wall is covered with a layer of peculiar metal, which is resistant to extreme weather and impact, and is very suitable for defense. However, due to the erosion of time, it is covered with vines and moss, and the cold metal and the warm vines complement each other. The overall view is like a steel monster, which is very impactful. The gate, which is several meters high, is open, and there are guards standing on both sides with vigilant eyes. There is also a machine gun on the watchtower above the gate. I don't know if it's Sumo's illusion, but the guards look at him with some disgust. In silence, Uncle Wolf walked up to a guard and greeted him. He was an acquaintance. Old Wolf, why did you bring a girl this time? Are you going to the black market? The guard asked Uncle Wolf, looking at Sumo with a somewhat unscrupulous look. This means that Sumo was sold as a commodity in the black market. Sumo's appearance is still very popular in the black market. People in the wasteland can trade, and beautiful young ladies are the most popular. There is a great demand for young people like Sumo. How can it be? This is a young girl who just came to our camp. She has never been to the base, and brought her to broaden her horizons. Uncle Wolf smiled and responded, and then stuffed 2 silver coins. I will trouble you to take care of her in the future. Okay, go in, the old rules. You must leave before 8 o'clock in the evening. The gatekeeper responded, and after receiving the silver coins, he gestured to open the door. Obviously, this kind of bribery is not the first time. Sumo did not speak, and followed Uncle Wolf into the base obediently. The first thing that caught her eye was the tall buildings in the center of the base in the distance. From a distance, she could see the bright lights reflected on the glass windows. Looking around, the streets were crisscrossed, shops were lined up, and cars were galloping on the wide streets. Sumo also saw the application of some electronic devices. A documentary about some ferocious beasts was playing on the big screen not far away. The host in it was actually playing with the ferocious beasts. With just a few simple glances, Sumo found that the situation inside the base was like 2 different worlds from the wilderness outside. The passers-by were dressed very fashionably, and they looked very similar to the earth where she lived. The only difference was that some people would have some banned weapons hanging on their bodies. The blazing civilization was blowing in front of her, which gave Sumo a thought. Maybe one day she could live here too. However, reality was cruel. A middle-aged woman with wavy hair snorted coldly after seeing Sumo's sparkling eyes. I really don't understand why dirty things like you are allowed to come in. The voice was quite loud, and Uncle Wolf and several others heard it, but they watched the woman walk away without changing their expressions. The base is very different from the outside. Don't you feel shocked? Uncle Wolf looked at Sumo's surprised face and laughed. In fact, many people here, like the woman just now, may have never been to the wilderness in their lives. Staying here, with the protection of the wall, they think the outside world is not difficult. Even the ferocious beasts in the documentary were actually captured and tamed for a period of time before filming began. All the people involved in the filming, except the host, are from the camp outside. It only takes a few silver coins per scene, and facing those ferocious beasts, many people died in that filming. They call themselves superior people, and in their eyes, We wanderers are just blood-sucking refugees with no value. You have seen those buildings, right? That is the center of the upper city, where the big guys in the base live, and they control the order and rules of the base. Those people with special abilities are also in the upper city. If we go in at will, even if the people inside are just civilians, they have the right to shoot us immediately. We can only go to the lower city, and we must leave the base before 8 o'clock, otherwise we will be detained. It will cost a lot of money to redeem us at that time. And you know, wanderers have no money and no relatives, so once they are detained, they are almost waiting to die. But the base will not give those people food and drink for free. If they are not redeemed within 3 days, they will be sold as commodities. We can come in, but we must abide by the rules of the base. So compared to this cold place, I prefer our camp. At least it is humane. Uncle Wolf said a lot, and was very emotional. Chapter 15. Suemo looked at the more modern buildings and facilities around him, and had a new understanding of the situation in the wasteland. The remaining civilization still exists, but it is caught in the hands of a few people. And these people live in the base with no worries about food and clothing, and they don't have to worry about dying at the hands of beasts or predators one day. As for the lives of these rootless duckweed in the wasteland, they are not worth mentioning. Passing by the people inside, Suemo saw a child looking at him curiously, but was pulled away by his father. Don't look at them, those people are cockroaches, they have viruses on their bodies, and will be infected. Hearing these harsh words, Suemo clenched his fists. The original owner wandered in the wasteland for more than 10 years. Although he had no place to stay, he also encountered a lot of warmth. Those wanderers in the wasteland are real, and living lives with their own thoughts and feelings. But no matter how hard they try and how they change, a wall separates not only the beasts and humans, but also the wanderers outside and the residents of the base. Suemo was angry at the ease with which the people in the wanderers' base did it. The streets were clean, and many people walked together. But when he met Suemo and others, he would always subconsciously avoid them. After walking for a while, Uncle Wolf pointed to a restaurant in front of him and said, Suemo, look, this is the best restaurant in the lower city, and the food there costs several silver coins per meal. I've only eaten there once. But compared to your cooking skills, this restaurant is really fucking unpalatable. Uncle Wolf said this with confidence. He used to recall the taste of the food in this restaurant, but after meeting Suemo, he completely forgot what this restaurant tasted like. Heh, a bunch of bumpkins. A fat woman just walked out of the restaurant. After hearing what Uncle Wolf said, she spat directly, almost splashing Sumo's body. No money, no money. What are you bragging about? Even these lower-class citizens who flatter the upper city are condescending when facing vagrants. Why does the truth hurt you? Suemo couldn't help but stabbed. Without going in to taste it, just smelling the fumes on the other party, Suemo knew that this restaurant was very unpalatable. What are you talking about? Stinky girl, are you looking for death? The fat woman's face jumped up, and she pretended to slap Suemo in the face. Suemo dodged it lightly, and then put his hand on the knife at his waist. He wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Uncle Wolf. We can't make trouble here. Even if we are right, those people won't believe us. At the very least, we will be driven out. At the worst, someone will shoot us directly. Don't mind their thoughts. Let's go! The place in front is where we are going. The woman's abuse behind him continued, but Sumo's frown did not loosen. Just because all the people with special abilities are in the base, their base is more noble than our camp. She asked her doubts. This is only one aspect, Suemo Uncle Wolf said, looking at Sumo's expression. They are right in one thing. Our camp is dependent on the base. Because only in this way can we avoid the slaughter of those predators who appear at any time. Uncle Wolf's tone was very heavy. He shook his head and pointed forward. See there? All the materials we get in the camp will be sold there, and exchanged for what we need. All the food is grown in the base. If we want to eat rice, we must come here to exchange or buy it. If there is no base, more people will die. Uncle Wolf said this unwillingly, but it is also true. Suemo was silent again. Where she used to live, as long as she worked hard, she could have enough food and drink, and there was no safety problem. And on the wasteland, the inside and outside of the base are two worlds, two incompatible worlds. A group of people came to the place, and Suemo found that this was a square. Many stalls were selling things in the square, and some shops were built around, forming a large market. There were some sewers scattered around, and there was a faint smell. Not far away, a butcher's shop was shouting very hard. The boss was fat, and looked hard to mess with. But his shop was very prosperous, and many people were queuing. The meat there is from ferocious beasts hunted outside. It's fresh, but the price is quite expensive. Uncle Wolf introduced it on the side, and Suemo nodded. The market looked like a large-scale complex supermarket, but it was a place where purchases and sales were carried out at the same time. Some children were playing here, and they left behind a burst of naughty laughter. There were many bargaining sounds in my ears, and people were coming and going. Suemo also saw some people in tattered clothes walking around. Those people looked very cold, and their eyes were full of vigilance. Those are also wanderers, but they are from other camps. All nearby camps will come here to replenish supplies, Uncle Wolf said, and then took Suemo to a store. The store was not large, but it was full of food and meat. The owner was a middle-aged man with ordinary looks and bright eyes. He greeted Uncle Wolf when he saw him. "Old Wolf, you are here again." "Haha, I am here to take care of your business, Boss Zhang," Uncle Wolf responded, and then signaled the two soldiers to put the things on the counter. "Wow, you have a lot of furs this time. These things are very good." Looking at the furs on the table, the owner became more enthusiastic. "Haha, I've been saving for a long time, thinking of exchanging more supplies for winter." This was hunted by the son of our camp leader. Uncle Wolf pointed at the small skull and said happily, "How about Boss Zhang? 5 silver coins are okay. We're old acquaintances, okay? I've seen the skin, it's basically intact, and the meat is very fresh. Including these cubs, a total of 80 silver coins. Are there any other good things?" The shopkeeper asked expectantly. "Really?" Uncle Wolf put the last bag in his hand on it. "The bones of B008 have been disassembled, and these 200 silver coins are not too much. In the wasteland, the more the number of the beast is, the more valuable its output is." "B008? How did you get it?" The shopkeeper looked at everyone suspiciously, untied the bag and compared it carefully. "It is indeed B008, but to be honest, 200 silver coins is a bit high. After all, you didn't bring the most precious meat." "Ahem, the meat was broken into pieces and had no value, so we didn't deal with it. In fact, the meat was in their stomachs. It has been almost a day, and Uncle Wolf still feels the fragrance of the meat in his mouth." TSK, okay, at most 180, if you don't want to sell it, you can go to other stores to ask. Anyway, the price I give you is very fair. We have cooperated for so long, I have never cheated you," the owner said, showing an attitude of whatever you want. Chapter 16. This? Uncle Wolf hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. "Okay, it's 180. Then we need some rice and flour, also 100 Jean, as usual. Please have your people deliver it to the city gate, and we will take it back later. 100 each, right? Then deduct a total of 100 silver coins, and give you 165 silver coins. The account is correct." The shopkeeper waved his hand, and threw out a small bag. When he opened it, he saw that it was 15 gold coins plus 15 silver coins. The exchange rate of gold coins and silver coins in the wasteland is 110. Right. Looking at this large sum of money, Uncle Wolf's face was full of joy. It usually takes nearly 3 months for the entire camp to earn so much money, but this time it only took 1 day. This kind of harvest made Uncle Wolf grin with joy. TSK, it looks like you have found a way to make money, right? Why don't you introduce it to me?" the shopkeeper suddenly asked. Then he lowered his voice and leaned over. "I also have contacts with some wanderers outside. If you are willing to make money with them, you can buy things here at a cheaper price in the future." "Hey, I understand what you mean, but we really don't have any way to make money. B008 was also obtained by us by accident. You know the guard team. B008 was originally the prey of the guard team, but someone in the team was injured and came to our camp for emergency. As a result, B008 broke free. Several soldiers in our camp died before we captured it. The captain's name is Captain Liu. He said that it was because of him that brought disaster to our camp, so he compensated us with B008's body. If there is really a place to make money, I, Old Wolf, will definitely move in, right?" Uncle Wolf explained generously, and the shopkeeper could only wave his hand. "Brother, I will definitely believe you. Come again next time." Okay. Uncle Wolf said happily, and took the money with the others to go to other places to purchase. After Suemo and the others walked away, the shopkeeper waved coldly. A young man who seemed to be resting across the shop quickly came over and looked at the shopkeeper. "Go, ask someone if it's true, and then follow the old rules." "Old rules?" The young man raised his head and made a gesture of wiping his neck. "Well, I only need 8 gold coins, and you can divide the rest as you like. The shopkeeper's expression gradually became ferocious. As Uncle Wolf thought, how could he take out such a large sum of money happily? In the past, when Uncle Wolf came, the business was only a dozen silver coins at most, so there was no need to cheat, but this time was different. Making money on both ends is the reason why his business is so big. Anyway, few people care about the life and death of the vagrants. It's so chaotic outside. Isn't it normal for a robbed person with a large sum of money to die? Hee, no problem. The young man left with a sly smile. On the other side, Suemo, who didn't know that she was being plotted, was in a very high mood. At this time, everyone came to the vegetable area. A lot of vegetables were placed here for people to buy. This reminded Suemo of the time when she dominated the vegetable market. However, many vegetables were different from what she remembered. The shape and smell were slightly changed. There were also some vegetables she had never seen before. The ball vegetable is shaped like a sphere. The appearance is green leaves closed together. It looks a bit like cabbage, but cabbage is squeezed together layer by layer. Each of the vegetables in front of him was only the size of a fingernail, and had only one layer. It would collapse if you squeezed it a little, and it had a bitter smell. Maybe it could be served cold, Suemo thought, and bought some unknown vegetables to try new things. On the contrary, Uncle Wolf and his companions followed behind, scratching their heads and not knowing where to start. Antley never uses these things, and we don't know what they taste like. Looking at Sumo's enthusiastic attitude towards purchasing, Uncle Wolf waved his hand and said, the leader said, listen to you here. Treating the few people as followers, Suemo quickly bought a lot of vegetables and some seasonings. After all, there are many people in the camp, and the consumption is large. Fortunately, meat can be hunted directly outside. Compared to pork and chicken, the meat of fierce beasts outside is more powerful. And she found that there are some spices in the base, but compared with the type she knows, there are still many varieties that are scarce. She may try to promote the application of spices and recipes, and maybe she can find a way to make money. The situation in the base is relatively prosperous, and the people here can definitely afford it. She could sell the recipes to improve the food here, and these people would not refuse. Maybe she could save 10,000 silver coins in the future and successfully live in the base. But that was a later story, until she had enough strength to protect her things. With her imagination, Suemo acted faster. After an hour of busy work, she left the market with satisfaction. When everyone came to the city gate with big and small bags, Suemo saw the rice and flour on the side. The two big bags were tightly packed. Suemo opened them, and saw that the rice was a little yellow, and the flour was coarse and had a clear grainy feel. These are all yours. It looks like you made a lot of money this time. The guard teased Uncle Wolf again, wait for you to come next time. Okay, see you next time. Uncle Wolf led everyone away. Not long after they left, the young man appeared at the city gate with an old man. Who is the target this time? The guard asked familiarly. Old Wolf. The young man spit out a name, and licked his lips excitedly. Oh, that way. The guard looked up and pointed in the direction where Suemo and others left. He looked at the silver coins in his hand, knowing what Uncle Wolf and his friends were about to face, but he didn't care at all. No matter how generous Old Wolf was, could he give as much as the people in the base? Anyway, they were just spectators, and there was no need to offend those people in the base for Old Wolf. The guard's expression was a bit indifferent. And in the bumpy car, several people were in a good mood. They had a place to stay this winter. Suemo, what delicious food are you going to make when you go back today? Wang Qing, a soldier, asked Suemo. He didn't eat enough last night. New things, how about cold dishes? Suemo was also a little itchy. He bought a lot of ingredients today. Hey, if you ask me, Suemo, we will eat whatever you cook. Uncle Wolf took over and turned the steering wheel. He wanted to say something else, but the car suddenly slipped. The wheels rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound. A smell of glue came. Several people in the car were thrown and hit on the car window. Covering his head, Suemo looked at the ground that suddenly collapsed in front of him, and he was a little scared. Damn it, if I hadn't reacted quickly, we would have fallen into the pit. A pit suddenly appeared on the good road, and Uncle Wolf was still swearing in fear. Chapter 17. How about changing the road? Suemo asked, looking at the surrounding environment, and her hand unconsciously placed on the knife at her waist. She felt as if she was being stared at. The strange gaze made her a little irritated. Okay. Uncle Wolf turned the car around, and at this moment, a mud wall rose up in front of the car. This time, he didn't have time to brake and crashed into it. With a bang, Suemo suddenly opened the car door and rushed out, covering her bleeding forehead. "Get out of the car!" she shouted, and the other three reacted quickly. The moment they got out of the car, a huge earth spike emerged from under the car. It pierced the whole car directly. The brown earth spike looked very hard, and there was a clapping sound. You reacted really quickly. A young man and an old man came over. Uncle Wolf took a few glances and stood in front of the three people. "Who are you, and why did you attack us for no reason?" He didn't know the person in front of him, but it was obvious that he had bad intentions. Suemo was staring at the old man. The other party's hands were now yellow-brown, the same color as the earth spikes. The earth spikes were controlled by the other party, and he was a capable person. Suemo was a little surprised. The capable people on the wasteland roughly extended in three directions. They were the control system, the defense system, and the auxiliary system. The other party's ability to control the soil should be the earth system ability of the control system. There are many subordinate abilities of the control system listed now, and the most common one is the ability to control gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. The slightly special ones are ice, lightning, and toxins. The Captain Lou we met before should have ice ability. Uncle Wolf and others also saw that the person on the other side was a person with ability, and they were extremely alert at this moment. He winked at Suemo, that was to say that if something was wrong, she should run immediately. Suemo nodded to show that she knew, but silently drew out the boning knife. Hee, there is no such thing as no reason. We must have taken action because it is profitable. How about this, you leave the supplies and money on you, and I will let you go. The young man sneered, playing with a dagger in his hand, with a handsome appearance, but his eyes were a bit sinister. So this is a highway robbery? Are you Boss Zhang's people? Uncle Wolf revealed the identities of these people in one sentence. He was very careful along the way, and the only person who knew that they took away so many supplies and money was Boss Zhang. He wants to rob the thieves. Uncle Wolf said this with certainty. Hey, it seems that you, a big guy, are not as stupid as they say. It was indeed Boss Zhang who asked us to come. You made so much money this time, it makes people jealous. It's a wasteland. As long as we can grab the things, those things will be ours. If you don't want to die, you can run now. The young man approached a few steps, and some earth spikes appeared on the ground behind them. As long as there was a slight movement, the earth spikes would stab them. There are no rules outside the city wall, and this robbery was arranged by the person who can make the rules. Thinking back to the enthusiasm of Boss Zhang, Uncle Wolf's face turned pale. He was careless and thought that he could trust the other party after many cooperations. I can't give you the things. Wang Qing refused directly. If we give it to you, what will the people in our camp eat? They had gone out hunting before, and the camp was attacked, so they'd lost a total of 4 soldiers. For the small camp, this loss is very serious. If the supplies obtained at such a high cost are handed over now, the camp cannot afford it. You don't have the choice to refuse this. Since you don't want to escape, then die here. As soon as the voice fell, the young man's face became fierce, and the old man behind him waved his hand. The huge earth thorn stabbed at them. Several people surrounded Suemo and resisted. The broad knife hit the earth thorns and cut them off directly. If they can be broken, there is hope. Suemo had some hope in his eyes. Looking at the appearance of several people struggling to resist, the young man stood there with a smile. Do you really think that you, the useless ones, can defeat a person with special abilities? What warrior? It's just a title you gave yourself. The next second, the earth thorns dissolved into yellow soil floating around. With her vision blocked, Sumo's breathing became rapid, and she secretly said that it was not good. Quick, cover your mouth and nose. The yellow soil was actually drilling into their mouths and noses. If this continues, they will suffocate to death. Suemo, who was holding the knife, was a little confused at this moment. Faced with this strange ability, she had no idea where to start. You go! Uncle Wolf shouted, and then rushed directly towards the young man with a broad knife. Uncle Wolf was very burly, and the sound of breaking through the air came with one knife. The young man dodged very easily, and his steps were fast and easy. It was a wind ability, and both of them were ability users. Uncle Wolf's expression became heavy, but even so he did not think of retreating. Unable to catch up with the young man, he simply rushed towards the old man. The other party looked old and controlled the earth element, so he should not be fast. Uncle Wolf's idea was very good, but the old man stood there and laughed strangely. During the sprint, a wall of earth directly blocked Uncle Wolf's way, and when he changed his route, quicksand appeared again. 1 foot directly sank into it, but in just a few breaths, Most of Uncle Wolf's body was submerged in the mud. Uncle Wolf! Wang Qing hurried over to grab Uncle Wolf. Another warrior Zhou Wu was guarding Sumo's side, but he seemed a little scared when he saw his hand holding the knife. You guys go! Wang Qing also shouted to Sumo and the others. While Sumo was still hesitating, Zhou Wu turned around and ran. I'm sorry. Sumo heard this and looked at the other persons fleeing back, but he had no position to condemn anything. In this wasteland, what is more important than survival? Facing the other party's choice, Sumo did not follow. She just walked to the two people with a knife in silence. If you are scared this time, you will be robbed by the thieves next time. The greed of those people will not be satisfied. The two worked together to pull Uncle Wolf out of the quicksand. Ah! Zhou Wu screamed behind him, and Sumo turned around and found that the young man had caught up with Zhou Wu at some point. The dagger in his hand easily cut Zhou Wu's throat. Blood spurted wildly, but the young man licked the blood on the dagger and showed a ferocious smile. Sorry, I lied. Your things and money must be left behind, and your lives must be left behind. The young man and the old man were surrounded, and they would approach again. Sumo tightened the knife in her hand as she was attacked from both sides. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Sumo said softly to Uncle Wolf. You guys try to tie him up. I deal with the old man. After that, she rushed out. Chapter 18. The mental power in her body will be infused into her limbs, making her body very light. She couldn't tell which system the ability stimulated by the system belonged to for the time being, but it was good enough as long as it worked. With a tiptoe, she stepped directly on the earth wall. Looking at the surprised expression of the old man, Sumo gritted her teeth and jumped down. The distance between the two people quickly closed. The old man found that no matter whether it was the earth wall or the quicksand, or even the earth spikes in the air that could attack at any time, Sumo could dodge them. However, after a few breaths, the distance between the two was only a few meters. At this time, Sumo's breathing was very heavy, and the consumption of mental power was a great burden on her body. Haha, little girl, you have only been able for a short time. Your strength can't let you defeat me. Seeing Sumo's weakness, the old man regained his confidence. He flicked his sleeves, and a pile of stones condensed in the air, and then shot towards Sumo like bullets. He raised his hand to block, but Sumo had not been trained, and the knife only blocked part of the fatal injury. Soon, wounds appeared on her limbs and even her abdomen. The smell of blood stimulated Sumo. The corners of her eyes were a little red, but she accelerated again and rushed towards the other party. Behind her, Uncle Wolf and the other two were a little shocked by Sumo's sudden outburst. Just recalling the day when Sumo beheaded B008, the two had the same idea. Sumo is also a person with abilities, so... Uncle Wolf gritted his teeth, nodded with Wang Qing, and rushed towards the young man without saying a word. They had to entangle the young man to buy time for Sumo. Haha, you don't know your own abilities. Facing the behavior of the two, the young man smiled contemptuously. The figure flashed quickly, and the dagger appeared again and stabbed directly at Wang Qing's neck. Fortunately, Wang Qing had been prepared to dodge. He covered the wound on his neck, but his face gradually calmed down. Don't be anxious. On the side, Sumo, who was alone against the old man, finally came to the old man. The knife slashed along the opponent's arm, but the feedback was very hard. Sumo found that the opponent's arm was covered with a layer of rock-like material, blocking her knife. Feeling the pain in the tiger's mouth, Sumo did not retreat but advanced. The mental power flowed into the knife and stabbed again. The old man despised Sumo's attack. He even raised his arm lightly to block the knife. However, when the blade cut into the flesh, the old man screamed in pain. How is it possible? His defense was broken, and the wound gushed blood deep enough to see the bone. Sumo did not answer. Seeing the other party covering his arm and crying in pain, he put the knife on the other party's neck. You lose. After holding the other party hostage, Sumo shouted to the young man, who was still not weak in the one-on-two fight. If you don't want your companion to die, you better stop. The knife pressed down, leaving a red mark on the old man's neck. Sumo looked at it, and couldn't help but loosen her hand. She had never killed anyone on Earth. After coming here, she knew that killing might be unavoidable. But she still couldn't adapt to it at this moment. That was a living life, and her psychological barrier was not so easy to overcome. I underestimated you. The young man said this, but he didn't mean to stop. Instead, he took advantage of Wang Qing's relaxation and approached him directly, then stabbed Wang Qing in the abdomen. How about this, you let my companion go first, and I won't kill him. The dagger stirred in Wang Qing's abdomen, and he was shaking with pain. His face was pale, but he resisted and didn't shout. Suddenly, Su Imo was countered and had to make a choice. Facing this situation, Su Imo was very embarrassed. She was a good young man. When had she ever been forced into such a situation? System, do you have any solution? She asked anxiously in her heart, but the system did not respond. System. Su Imo shouted again. Su Imo, the meaning of my existence is not to think for you. The voice of the system was a little soft and helpless, and Sumo's heart was stabbed. She bit her lips, and was a little at a loss. Su Imo, don't worry about me, kill him. Wang Qing shouted. He ignored the wound in his abdomen, and wanted to continue to attack the young man, but his arm was twisted off. Wang Qing was pale in pain. Su Imo clenched her fingers and said hoarsely, "If you let my companion go first, I will let him go." As she said that, she pushed the knife on the old man's neck deeper. "Haha, that's fine." The young man smiled playfully. He pulled out the dagger and pushed Wang Qing towards Uncle Wolf. After Uncle Wolf supported him, Su Imo took the dagger away and took a step back. Su Imo wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a sense of crisis exploded. Su Imo looked down suddenly, and saw a dagger passing over her head. The young man had appeared behind her at some point, and in front of her, the other person's figure slowly disappeared like a phantom. Can the power of wind be used in this way? Su Imo was a little scared. She rolled on the ground and distanced herself. "You said, I will kill you first, and then send your companions to be buried with you, okay?" The young man swung the dagger casually. "You look like a power user, but you should have just awakened, and your strength is too poor. In that case, don't blame me for bullying you." The young man said lightly, and was about to take action, but was stopped by the old man. "Let me do it." He looked at the wound on his arm with a sinister look. He was actually threatened by a little girl. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he survive in the future? "Haha, old Yin, you have spoken, I will definitely listen, please." The next second, Su Imo realized that the ground under his feet was collapsing rapidly. The mental power was infused into his legs, and his legs became much lighter. Su Imo moved quickly, and many pits appeared behind her. Not only that, she was surrounded by yellow sand. It seemed that she even felt that the yellow sand was slowly gathering in her body, after being sucked into her body. With her vision blocked, Su Imo forced herself to calm down. "Don't panic, there must be a way." Holding the knife, Su Imo narrowed her eyes, and observed the position of the old man. Compared with the previous carelessness, the other party protected herself well this time, but it was not impossible to break through. Recalling the behavior of the young man just now, Su Imo activated her mental power and her speed suddenly increased. At the same time, she shouted, "Uncle Wolf, do you remember how I saved you that day?" Su Imo did not wait for a response. The blade rang lightly, and Su Imo chopped it down with a knife, easily cutting off the earth spikes hidden in the yellow sand that attacked her. Dodging in a roundabout way, Su Imo once again shortened the distance between herself and Old Yin. The little girl is still a bit capable. Old Yan's voice was hoarse, and he was even more murderous. Chapter 19. Laughing dryly, Old Yin raised his hands, and the yellow sand in the air condensed instantly. It turned into a semicircular cover and pressed down directly on Su Imo. Like a big bell, it had the momentum of a mountain pressing down on one's head. Once locked in it, the result can be imagined. After staggering, Su Imo half knelt on the ground. The pressure caused her lungs to ache unbearably, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. Seeing that Su Imo was unable to resist, the old man showed joy at the corners of his mouth. Just when the cover was about to imprison Su Imo exerted force on his lower limbs and ejected the whole person. With his mental power mobilized to the extreme, Su Imo swung the knife with his right hand and tore the yellow sand apart. She rushed straight to the old man. In the other party's horrified face, Su Mo's knife once again touched the other party's neck. "Let us go!" The hoarse voice was a bit unpleasant. Su Mo's throat was very painful, and his eyes were even redder. "I've already said that it's useless for you to do this. Little girl, you don't dare to kill anyone." Seeing that Old Yin was caught again, the young man used the same trick again. Using his speed, he easily caught Wang Qing. The dagger gestured at Wang Qing's abdomen, as if thinking about how to stab it this time. "Really?" Su Imo raised her lips, and her eyes were a little cold at this time. The knife in her hand moved slowly, and the sharp blade tore Old Yan's skin bit by bit. Blood surged instantly, and Old Yan's eyes showed anxiety. "Kill her quickly," he shouted at the young man. The young man pouted, seeing that Su Imo was going to increase his strength. He directly left Wang Qing and appeared beside Suemo. "Stinky girl, have you had enough fun?" A hand pinched her arm and twisted it, making the bones creak. Suemo gritted her teeth in pain, but still forced herself to stare at the other person, and even a smile appeared in her eyes. "What are you laughing at?" The young man was very unhappy, and slapped Suemo in the face. With a slap, Suemo did not dodge. The young man smiled triumphantly, but soon his smile froze on his face, and he slowly lowered his head with shock. He saw that a knife pierced his abdomen directly. This time, it was pulled out even more fiercely. The intestines slid out with the blood. The young man subconsciously caught it and wanted to stuff it in, but behind him, Uncle Wolf backhanded another knife. With a snap, the young man's head fell off and rolled to the ground. Blood splattered, and there was a sense of confusion in the young man's gradually darkening eyes. He didn't understand how he lost. "Bah, garbage," Uncle Wolf spit. Then he looked at Old Yin, who now had an ugly expression, and sneered. "I have killed so many people. Do you really think I have no ability to resist you people with special abilities?" Because of the arrogance of people with special abilities, Uncle Wolf and Wang Qing were underestimated. But it was precisely because of this that Suemo thought of the scene when she saved Uncle Wolf that day. When facing creatures weaker than themselves, the enemy will always relax their vigilance. What they have to do is to give him a knife at the most appropriate time. It's just that Uncle Wolf was the bait last time, and this time it was her. I can give money, you let me go?" Old Yin, who was left alone, had one arm directly broken by Uncle Wolf. He was sweating in pain, but didn't dare to shout. When the ability user is not using his ability, his physique is not comparable to that of a warrior. And at such a close distance, even if Old Yin wanted to resist, he would be killed before his ability was used. His old face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Old Yin took out the gold coins in his pocket and threw them on the ground. I buy my own life." The intact hand even pointed at the young man and shouted. He has more money than me. You can go and search. I promise you, as long as you let me go, I will never retaliate against you. Really, I can even help you kill that boss Zhang." In order to survive, Old Yin kept promising. Sumo's expression fell silent, watching the other party trying to survive, just like himself who had just struggled desperately. Seeing Sumo's expression, Uncle Wolf's eyes were a little solemn, but he also spoke. "Okay, get out. This is letting him go." There was joy in Old Yan's eyes. He stumbled to his feet and ran towards the base. But when he turned his back to the others, there was malice in his eyes. "Go to hell," he cursed in a low voice, and the dust around Suemo and the other two condensed into countless sharp needles. When the rain of needles was about to fall, he saw the tip of the knife protruding from his heart. "Why?" Before Old Yen could finish his words, despair had already descended. His body fell down, smashing countless dust. Standing next to the corpse, Sumo's fingers were trembling slightly. This was her first time killing someone. She even heard the sound of her knife piercing the other person's heart. It was so crisp and loud that it made her head a little dizzy. But even so, Suemo stabbed without hesitation. The other party didn't want to let them go at all. If she didn't do it, she would wait for the other party to counterattack. She was soft-hearted once or twice, but the other party was unfaithful. Suemo knew that promises were meaningless to these people, and she had to get used to being involved in human lives. So she took action before Uncle Wolf. Although her heart was pounding at this time, her face lost color, her lips were pale, and her eyes were even more dim. "Suemo, are you okay?" Uncle Wolf supported Sumo's shaky body, but saw Suemo gently shook his head. "I'm fine, I'm just a little uncomfortable." The original owner had been living in the wasteland, and had seen too many life and death separations, but had never killed anyone. She had killed many meats, but had never thought of killing people. At this moment, her body and soul felt a sense of fear, like suffocation when drowning. This made her push Uncle Wolf away and breathe heavily. Her face gradually turned red, and Suemo looked at the blood on the tip of the knife, but her eyes gradually focused. Damn Yen Lao, she did nothing wrong, she wanted to live, and she must not be soft-hearted in the face of those who wanted to take her life. After coughing a few times, Sumo's breathing gradually became smoother. She stood up and smiled weakly at the two of them. "Let's go back." "Okay, let's go back." The car was scrapped, but the supplies on it were still good. Wang Qing was injured, but his abdomen was only bandaged hastily, and he wanted to move the supplies with Uncle Wolf. Suemo walked over and stopped Wang Qing. "Let me do it." "Suemo, don't be stubborn, your body is not as good as mine." "I'm fine." Wang Qing wanted to push Suimo away, and even Uncle Wolf joined in. Yes, Suimo, you have done well enough. Don't worry, this kid is tough and won't die. That's not what I meant. Suimo shook her head, then pointed her finger at the supplies, and everything disappeared. Her space was more than enough to hold these supplies. Suimo's move made Wang Qing's mouth unable to close. How could she have other abilities? Chapter 20. Spatial ability? Compared to Wang Qing's shock, Uncle Wolf's expression became serious. Suimo, do you know that this ability is very rare even in the upper city of the base? Strictly speaking, spatial ability belongs to the auxiliary system, without combat ability, but it is very rare. But for those groups, they often send people out to find supplies. Compared with loading one car after another, Suimo's ability is very convenient and effective. And in wartime, people with spatial ability are like an arsenal, who can take out the necessary war supplies for support at the first time. People with this ability are strictly guarded. I know. Suimo nodded, but smiled slowly, and his smile was very bright. But I believe in you. When we get close to the camp, I will take out the things, and we will carry them back. Based on Uncle Wolf and Wang Qing's behavior just now, she was sure that she could trust these two people. So what if they are wanderers? Who said wanderers can't be trusted? You? Uncle Wolf's eyes were a little complicated, then he sighed, and patted Suimo's shoulder heavily. Okay, I listen to you. Strange fighting ability, spatial ability, irresistible food. Although he knew that there were more secrets about Suimo, Uncle Wolf didn't mean to ask more. Even Wang Qing nodded heavily. His life was saved by Suimo. Without the burden of supplies, the steps of several people were much lighter, and they hurried towards the direction of the camp. In the vast wasteland, the backs of the three people were a little lonely. The ground under their feet was hard, and gravel was everywhere. In order to avoid trouble, the group of people who took a shortcut kept climbing over some ruins. When they encountered some ferocious beasts, they would avoid them from a distance. At this moment, they were not suitable for any more conflicts. Until the horizon was dyed orange, and the colorful clouds stretched for thousands of miles, the three finally saw the smoke from the camp not far away. After taking out the supplies again, the three walked towards the camp with some difficulty. I'm back, Sister Sue is back. From a distance, Suimo saw Doubting jumping and shouting at the entrance of the camp. That cheerful look made her heavy mood much better. But when he saw the tragic situation of the three of them, Shi Yin, who came over after hearing the news, had a serious expression. Something happened. When he met Uncle Wolf's eyes, the joy on Shi Yin's face completely disappeared. Something big happened. Old Wolf, hey, what happened to you? Where's the car? Where's Shou Wu? Did you encounter a ferocious beast on the way? Nothing big. The others also found something wrong and asked one after another. Suimo, you're not hurt, are you? Antli rushed out first, and looked at Suimo carefully. I'm fine. Suimo shook her head to reassure Antli. She wasn't hurt, but she felt a little uncomfortable. A moment later, in the meeting room of the camp, Uncle Wolf had already told the story. Of course, he hid the fact that Suimo had spatial ability. That is to say, the boss Zhang who had a deal with our camp before is no longer trustworthy. And we killed two people from the base. Even if we were forced, we might be retaliated against. Shi Yin quickly sorted out the problem, his face a little ugly. Even if those two people were paid to do the job, as people with abilities, they must have a record in the base. Even if the camp had reason to kill these two people, the base would not necessarily agree. What's worse is that Boss Zhang dared to do such a thing as black eating black, and there must be someone behind him supporting him. Even if the lives of wanderers are not valuable, if too many wanderers who trade with the base get into trouble, it will also affect the base. After all, many of the materials in the base come from outside, and most of them are brought back by wanderers. Simply put, Boss Zhang is fearless in doing this, and he is not afraid of the camp's revenge at all if he fails. On the contrary, they have to worry about killing two capable people in the base, even though they deserve to die. I heard before that some people in the camp met with accidents on the way back from the base. But they all said that they were buried in the belly of a ferocious beast, and later the base sent people to clean up the area. Now it seems that it should be just a cover-up. Uncle Wolf is also analyzing. The camp's income was very low before, and each transaction was only a few silver coins, so it was not targeted by Boss Zhang. This time, the profit from AB008 made Boss Zhang jealous. It was impossible to continue trading. How dare they? Shi Qing slapped the table with indignation on his face. Just because we made money, they can't accommodate us? Why? Yes, why? Suemo, who had been sitting quietly in the chair, thought about this question again. Before going to the base, she was eager. After a visit to the base, compared with this kind of black-eating black behavior, the cold eyes and harshness suffered in the base seemed commonplace. The atmosphere in the meeting room was depressing, but no one could come up with a solution. No matter how angry they were afraid of the base's retaliation. If they went head-on with the giant beasts in the base, the camp would be torn into pieces in an instant. Suemo, do you have any ideas? Just say it. Yin looked at Suemo, and his eyes were already in recognition of Suemo. If Sumo's cooking conquered their appetites, then Sumo's performance today was enough to prove his strength. As soon as Suemo opened his mouth, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Antli appeared. It's bad, leader, Wang Qing's injury has worsened. What? Now several people couldn't sit still. Wang Qing's strength ranked high among the soldiers in the camp. The hunting and B008 incident had just lost a lot of soldiers. If Wang Qing got into trouble again, the strength of the camp would be greatly reduced. What happened? Wasn't Wang Qing's condition stable when we came back? Uncle Wolf asked irritably, but Antli shook her head. I don't know either. Dr. Zhang said it was some toxin. Wang Qing has been vomiting blood, and the medicines given by Dr. Zhang are ineffective. When the few people arrived, they saw Wang Qing's weak face. After struggling all the way back, Wang Qing's whole body seemed to collapse after arriving at the camp. The wound on his abdomen was bleeding all the time, and the surrounding basins were all stained with red gauze, but Wang Qing's injuries were still worsening. There's something wrong with that dagger. Dr. Zhang gritted his teeth. She untied the gauze, and Suemo found that the flesh around the wound had turned black, and even the blood that flowed out was a dark purple. The dagger was poisonous. Suemo understood the problem. But now that the man is dead, no one knows what kind of poison it is. Abuse of drugs may make Wang Qing's injuries more serious. Sumo's expression was a little gloomy. Compared to the deaths of those soldiers yesterday, if something really happened to Wang Qingrua, who had shared hardships with him, it would be a blow to Suemo. Is it so difficult to just live well in this wasteland? Chapter 21. A faint despair loomed over everyone's head, and the people in the room were angry. Damn it, I go to the base again, and I'm sure I can find the antidote. Uncle Wolf said, as he turned around and left, but Yin grabbed his arm. It's dark now. Even if you go to the base, I won't let you in, and if you force your way in, you have to die there. Even if you succeed in getting in, do you know what kind of poison it is, and what antidote you need? As the leader, Yin was very calm. But behind this calmness, Yin's clenched fists and anger in his eyes. What should we do now? Are we going to watch Wang Qing die? Uncle Wolf punched the wall again, and dust fell, but no one could answer him. I'm fine, I just need to rest. Compared to the helplessness of everyone, Wang Qing himself seemed very relaxed. He smiled and looked at Suemo. Suemo, I have only one wish. I hope you can satisfy me. You say? Suemo walked to Wang Qing and squatted down. After all, if it weren't for his indecision at that time, Wang Qing might not have been injured. Can I eat your cooking again? I think as long as I can have a good meal, I can still hold on. After all, your cooking skills give me the motivation to live. Leaning against the bed, Wang Qing coughed and swallowed the blood in his throat. But Suemo saw that the blood flow in his wound was a little faster. Wang Qing's fingers curled up unconsciously, and his nails pinched into his palms, just to endure the pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the smile on his face was a little forced. Only his eyes still held a little hope. Okay. Wait for me, I go make you a new dish. Suemo rushed out without saying a word. Next to the boiler in the camp, Suemo was processing the ball vegetables she brought from the base. She rubbed the ball vegetables the size of a fingernail in her palm, and the tender leaves would tear with a little force. This was the salad she promised to make for Wang Qing at the base. After washing, cut the green and red peppers into shreds. The water in the pot was already boiling, and Suemo put the ball vegetables and green and red peppers in to blanch them. The steps for salad are simple, but Suemo made it very seriously. If Wang Qing really couldn't make it, then she hoped that he would have a happy last meal. A minute later, Suemo took out the ingredients, drained the water, and put them in a bowl. The chopped onions were also put in, followed by balsamic vinegar, a little sugar, salt, and chopped green onions. When the hot oil was poured on, it sizzled and a strange fragrance came to the face. Many people in the camp were watching, but this time, there was no intention to fight for it. Suemo was a little absent-minded while mixing it. Wang Qing didn't want to accept his fate, But in this wasteland where human lives were worthless, Wang Qing's life was worthless. The entire camp couldn't really fight the base for Wang Qing. Wang Qing knew this very well, so he acted so relaxed, wanting them not to mind. But Su Mo was a little unwilling. After seeing the beauty of the base, the oncoming blow was almost devastating. Could it be that the people in the base so easily decided the life and death of these wanderers, aren't they? Also people from the wasteland? Is it wrong for them to want to live? She applied a little more force to her wrist. When Su Mo lost consciousness, her mental power was flowing at a high speed. Because of the anger in her heart, her mental power was surging and had nowhere to vent. That kind of pressure made Su Mo subconsciously want to release it through her wrist. At this moment, her mental power was guided out of her body. She was alert all over. Looking at the cold ball dishes that had already formed in the bowl, Su Mo quickly stopped. She almost stirred it too much. The vinegar aroma had been stimulated to the extreme at this time. When Su Mo brought the bowl into the room, she saw Wang Qing half closed his eyes. The quilt had been pulled to cover the wound, so the miserable side could not be seen, but the strong smell of blood in the room said it all. Here, try it, cold dishes, very appetizing. Su Mo's voice was a little trembling, and she fed Wang Qing with chopsticks. Okay. Wang Qing did not reject Su Mo's kindness. When the slightly sour dish entered his mouth, Wang Qing's face looked a little better. There was a light in his eyes. The sourness of vinegar was mixed with a faint sweetness, and the unique bitterness of the ball dish. The mixture of several flavors made Wang Qing's chewing movements much more powerful. As Wang Qing ate, Su Mo heard the voice of the system. Dish name, cold ball dish A-level. Introduction. The cute ball dish is given a simple cooking method. The sweet and sour taste of sweet and sour mixed with the bitterness of the ball dish may inspire an unusual surprise. Effect of consumption. Enhance the physique of the eater and heal injuries. Evaluation of the diners. Give me a bowl of rice. Energy value plus 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking 5 wasteland delicacies. Rewards are being distributed. The butcher's knife technique has been distributed. Please check it. Su Mo, who had been looking forward to the reward, ignored the strange knife technique that suddenly appeared in his mind. She stared at the words on the menu, her eyes tightened. System, the effect of eating this dish is to increase the physique of the eater and heal injuries. What does this mean? The effects of the previous 4 dishes were to enhance the physique of the maker, that is, her own physique, but this time there was a change. Not only can the physique of the eater be improved, but there is also an additional healing effect. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the system upgrade function. Congratulations to the host for finding another way to use mental power. Everything has a soul, and so does food. When the host made this food, he was full of emotions, and emotions drove the spirit, giving the food a soul. The food made contains the host's blessing, and can heal injuries. Healing food is born healing food? Why didn't you say it earlier if there is such a function? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Su Mo almost wanted to shout out. She controlled her facial muscles, and carefully observed Wang Qing's reaction. It seemed that Wang Qing's rosy face was not an illusion just now, and even the dark purple on his lips disappeared a lot. Wang Qing was still eating, and he seemed to have a good appetite. The pain on his face was relieved. Could it really work? Su Mo resisted the urge to untie the quilt to check the injury, and his eyes were a little urgent. Because the host's wish is to return to Earth, the upgrade function will not be involved. The upgrade function will only be stimulated by the host's strong emotions, and the system itself cannot guide it. Wang Qing, how do you feel? Do you want to rest? Dr. Zhang has been observing Wang Qing's condition. Seeing that Wang Qing is in good spirits, he is worried. This is like a last glimmer of light before death. This also means that Wang Qing's life is really coming to an end. Chapter 22. I feel much better. Su Mo, thank you. A small plate of salad was almost finished, Wang Qing said gratefully, then his eyelids half drooped, looking a little sleepy. But I want to sleep for a while. The words were very light, and Wang Qing yawned and fell into a deep sleep. The people around consciously left the house with light steps. The door was closed, and several people had different expressions. Uncle Wolf rushed out unbearably. Let him go. Shi Yin stopped Shi Qing from chasing after him. Wang Qing was brought up by him, almost like an apprentice. If Wang Qing really, then let him vent. Shi Yan's face was a little tired. Faced with the continuous deaths in the camp, even as the leader, he found it difficult to accept. Su Mo, you've worked hard today, go and have a rest. Dr. Zhang will take care of Wang Qing. If there are any questions, call you at any time. It's just Life and death are determined by fate. If Wang Qing really can't make it, don't be too sad. Su-mo, you've done very well. Faced with Shi Yan's comfort, Su-mo's thoughts were a little confused. She hurriedly said goodbye and quickly returned to her residence. The sudden upgrade of the system today made her a little confused. She urgently needed to figure out what kind of healing food. Perhaps, this will save Wang Qing. No, it may even become another guarantee for her survival in the wasteland. In the room, facing Su-mo's questions, the system seemed very calm. The gentle mechanical sound did not change. Because at that time, the host you only wanted to return to Earth, so the system only provided a way to return to Earth. As for the reason why the system brought the host you to the wasteland, I think the host does not need to understand. Faced with this explanation, Su-mo was a little silent. She didn't think that this system would inexplicably lock her in and bring her to this world. It was just that she just wanted to go back at the beginning, and she didn't ask about the purpose of the system. If my goal of going back remains unchanged, can I still use this upgraded function after activation? Su-mo asked this question tentatively. The existence of the system is more mysterious than she thought. Healing food. The existence of this thing is almost comparable to the healing ability in the wasteland. As for the healing ability of the auxiliary system, she heard from Uncle Wolf that it is not necessarily possible to find one among all the ability users in a base. There are only 2 known so far, both of which are in base number 1. However, one of them died in the hands of a beast in a mission not long ago, and the remaining one is now firmly guarded in base number 1. If space ability is scarce, then healing ability is extremely rare. Everyone has the time of birth, aging, and illness, but healing ability can smooth these out and restore your health. In the wasteland, no one has been able to break through the limits of birth, aging, illness, and death, and the emergence of healing ability seems to have opened a door of possibility for humans. People with this ability can be said to be treasures in this wasteland. This unique ability, if the food she makes can achieve the effect, it is not difficult for Su-mo to imagine the significance of it. Although it is dangerous, she has to admit that she longs for this ability. Today, the repair function of the system is still dark, as if a knife is always hanging over her head, warning herself of the cruelty of this wasteland. If she can have this ability, she can survive better in the wasteland. The function has been activated, and the host can use it normally. This function can only rely on the host to explore on its own, and the system cannot provide any help. The unhurried voice gradually stabilized Su-mo's emotions. She took a deep breath and drank a large mouthful of water before speaking. System, why did you bring me here in the first place? For the first time, she was curious about the purpose of the system. Faced with her inquiry, the system's answer was rarely slow for a moment. This system comes from the future of the wasteland. 30 years from now, I don't know if it was Su-mo's illusion, but the system said this with a little sadness. However, at that time, the beasts in the wasteland fell into an unknown frenzy and launched an extinction attack, forcing humans into a desperate situation and about to be exterminated. The remaining human forces have developed a system, hoping to create food that affects the spirit, awaken the beasts' intelligence, and improve their relationship with humans. My mission is to find a suitable host, bring it here, help her activate all the functions of the system, and save the future of the wasteland from the future? Beast rampage. Save the wasteland? A few words hit Su-mo, making Su-mo a little shocked. Should she be glad that she just chose to go back instead of accepting the system's task? She is a cook and can cook, but Su-mo feels that she can't save the future of the entire wasteland. After all, she is just an ordinary person on Earth. The upgrade function is the most important part. Because the host has no intention of cooperating, I did not take the initiative to inform. This is in accordance with regulations. Faced with the system's explanation, Su-mo's expression became a little solemn. If I am still in the wasteland and cannot return after 30 years, will I also die in the hands of those ferocious beasts? It is still a long way to raise the mental power to level 10, but now I suddenly know that the wasteland will face destruction in the future. Then her current efforts are heading for destruction. No, that's not right. Su-mo suddenly remembered a point that she had overlooked. Today's cold ball dish was only eaten by Wang Qing, and she did not eat it. But it still increased the energy value by 100 points. System, this special delicacy, as long as it is eaten by people, can it provide me with energy value? Yes, the system's answer was very straightforward, but Su-mo leaned back in the chair. She gritted her teeth and wanted to swear. The system did not mention its mission at all, but every step led her to the mission. If she wanted to obtain energy value from ordinary delicacies, she had to hunt beasts herself and then make food with the prey. This special delicacy does not limit the ingredients for making, but it requires activating the hidden upgrade system. If she had not subconsciously activated the power in her body because of anger and unwillingness when making food today, she would not have noticed the existence of this upgrade system. But even if she could make special food, it was impossible for her to publicize her ability everywhere and then find people to eat and let them provide energy. Exposing herself in the wasteland is undoubtedly courting death. Moreover, she has now exposed her spatial ability to Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf. But as long as she wants to return to Earth, she can't refuse these. It should be a good thing to have so many abilities on her, but Suemo feels that her back is heavier. The more secrets she has, the more inseparable she is from the system. Can the system's words really be trusted? Chapter 23. Suspicion trapped Suemo, but she did not question the system again. Even if the system had other purposes, she had to rely on the system to survive, and could not turn against it. In addition, she had something else to confirm. Because of what happened outside the base, Antly just made some dinner to fill her stomach. No one came to bother Suemo. The night deepened, and almost everyone in the camp had fallen asleep. Suemo got out of the house, looking at the bright moonlight above her head, and walked in the dark camp. The simple camp looked shabby in the night, and someone was on duty at the warehouse. Suemo bypassed there, and came to where Wang Qing was now settled. After pushing open the door, the room was very dark, and Suemo groped to the side of the bed. In the dim light, Wang Qing slept very steadily. His breathing was calm and strong, unlike the rapid and weak breathing in the evening. Turning on the flashlight, the room was bright. Wang Qing was not disturbed. Suemo carefully lifted the quilt. She wanted to check Wang Qing's wound. How far can the healing food go? Wang Qing's wound will tell her the answer. But when she was about to remove the gauze, her hand was held down by someone. Her limbs stiffened instantly. When she looked up, she saw Wang Qing's bright eyes. I knew you would come. Wang Qing's voice was a little decisive. Seeing Sumo's suddenly alert and thoughtful expression, Wang Qing quickly waved his hand. I have no ill intentions, Suemo, I will never hurt you. As he said that, Wang Qing untied the gauze by himself. My wound is healing, and the toxins are gone. It will take me a few days to recover, Suemo, I owe you another life. Wang Qing remembered clearly that since he ate the cold ball dishes made by Suemo, a strange power emerged in his body. It was very warm, and kept hovering near his wound. When he woke up, he found that the toxins in his wound had been removed, and there was a tendency to heal. He was now full of energy, and could even get up and punch. Suemo, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Seeing that Suemo was still silent, Wang Qing said solemnly. Faced with this situation, Suemo was a little annoyed. Sure enough, the people in the wasteland were not simple. Even Wang Qing, a warrior, had the intention of testing himself. But he came so easily. Fortunately, Suemo was not afraid of Wang Qing. She stood up and looked at Wang Qing, and with a wave of her hand, the boning knife was taken out of the space and pointed at Wang Qing. I can save you, but I can also kill you. If you dare to tell anyone, I will kill you myself. She has killed someone before, and Suemo feels that she will not hesitate again. Sumo's voice is a little fierce, and her eyes are staring at Wang Qing urgently. The suppressed murderous aura makes Wang Qing look serious. I know that from today on, my life belongs to you, Suemo, and I will never betray you. I swear on my life, believe me. When their eyes met, Suemo saw the awe in the other's eyes, and then she put away the knife. What are you going to say when Dr. Zhang comes to check tomorrow morning? She asked, bending down to observe the wound carefully. The flesh of the wound was all blood red, and part of it had been glued together to form new tissue. This healing speed is also beyond ordinary people. Now Suemo has a certain understanding of the power of healing food. I just say I don't know. Anyway, the physical constitution of humans in the wasteland is different. Maybe I have a strong physique, and can miraculously survive it. This kind of nonsense was said by Wang Qing as a matter of course, but it is indeed a reason in the wasteland. Facing those mutated beasts, whether the human body has undergone any unknown changes, no one can be sure. Okay, then you have a good rest. Suemo had no intention of staying. After turning off the lights, Suemo left the house in the dark. Hiding in the night, Suemo looked at where Wang Qing was, staring for a long time, and after making sure that the other party had no intention of finding anyone to inform, Suemo returned to his room. Suemo slept a little unsteadily that night. When he woke up early the next morning, the sky was still a little dim. Suemo, away from the crowd, was standing on a flat ground. She was holding a knife in her hand, but she was looking at the reward given by the system yesterday in her mind. After unlocking 5 recipes, the long-awaited Paladin's knife technique for butchering beef appeared in her mind. This knife technique was originally used for cooking knife skills, and each move was derived from some dishes. However, under the reconstruction of the system, this set of knife techniques appeared in a different way. Cooking knife techniques focus on cutting, chopping, slicing, picking, splitting, slicing, and chopping, while this set of Paladin's knife technique for butchering beef looks a bit weird and bizarre. Some postures are even a bit vulgar and ridiculous, but when Su-mo poured her mental power into the knife technique, the power shocked her. Paladin's knife technique for butchering beef. Under your knife, there will be nothing that cannot be cut. This is the system's description of this knife technique at the beginning. The explanation is actually very simple, that is, this knife technique has an extreme armor-breaking effect after use. Facing those B-type beasts with strong defense, Su-mo practiced this knife technique until later, and maybe he could directly chop them with one knife. The moves in his mind were very clear, and Su-mo held his breath and concentrated for a while before he started to practice. Knife skills are part of cooking skills for chefs. Su-mo's knife skills are impeccable, and the boning knife is very versatile in his hands, but he encountered obstacles after a while. Transforming cooking knife skills into killing knife skills, the wrist, fingertips, and even the body's strength are completely different. Constantly making mistakes and constantly adjusting, Su-mo's breathing became rapid. Her forehead began to sweat, her mouth opened slightly, and her fingers became stiff because of the force. But even so, Su-mo was still practicing one move at a time. This knife technique does not have many moves, just a set of coherent postures. Either uplift or downcut, or even straight stab. Each knife was aimed at the weakest part of the enemy. The blade turned in the wrist, and Su-mo chopped a big tree in front of him. This time, he didn't use mental power, but the knife directly pierced the tree trunk that was as thick as a person. The effect was obvious. After putting away the knife, Su-mo's arms became a little weak, but she was very excited. She should be considered to be a beginner, but she still needs to practice. When Su-mo packed herself up and appeared again, she saw a group of people surrounding Wang Qing's house. "You kid, you are so lucky." At this time, Uncle Wolf was patting Wang Qing's shoulders hard in the house, and Wang Qing was grinning and didn't dare to resist. After seeing Su-mo squeeze in, the two of them looked at each other and didn't attract any attention. "Well, the poison has been eliminated, and the wound is healing. You will recover soon. I don't know how you did it, but you are lucky." Dr. Zhang looked a little sad, and his eyes gradually became inquiring as he looked at Wang Qing. Chapter 24. Ahem, Dr. Zhang, for my good fortune, please stop looking at me with such creepy eyes. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Dr. Zhang is a qualified doctor, and he is naturally curious about the development of this strange disease. But after Wang Qing's joke, Dr. Zhang also laughed. "Okay, I let you go this time." Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere in the camp improved a lot. It was good news for the people in the camp that Wang Qing could crawl back from the gates of hell. The haze that shrouded the camp seemed to be dispelled a little. "It's almost time for breakfast," and a pair of eyes stared at Su-mo. "Sister Su, I want to eat cold ball dishes too." The cute little bean pulled Su-mo's hand and acted coquettishly. Many big men in the crowd showed shocking expressions and avoided Su-mo's eyes. No need to guess, the little bean has been taught by these big men. Using cuteness to commit a foul is. Okay, everyone will have a share, so you can eat as much as you want." Su-mo rolled up her sleeves and started working, repeating the steps from last night, but this time, the amount was much larger. Antli was always helping her, and when the hot oil was poured on the vinegar, the aroma made people swallow their saliva continuously. The smell made her appetite wet. Breakfast was coarse grain cakes, served with cold dishes, and everyone ate happily. But this time Su-mo did not use her mental power, so these dishes were just delicious, without any special abilities. So, this ability was controlled by herself. After Su-mo confirmed this, she watched everyone eat with big mouthfuls of food, and joined in. "I have to say, this ball dish looks like a little thing, but it really tastes different." However, Su-mo's meal was not free. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all started to decompose the beast meat they had hunted before. Su-mo was going to prepare smoked meat as a reserve for the winter. The meat of various beasts was decomposed into long strips of appropriate size, and then poured into strong liquor. All the meats were rubbed with liquor for about 10 minutes. Only by letting these meats come into contact with liquor can they prevent rotting in the subsequent steps, and also enhance the fragrance. Everyone was very active in cooperating, and Su-mo was preparing the ingredients. Salt, liquor, pepper and star anise, as well as some orange peel and sugar, etc. There were a lot of ingredients. The pot had been set up, and Sumo was frying pepper and salt. A large amount of salt, pepper and star anise were put in, and they were stirred constantly with the swaying of the low fire. The salt began to turn slightly yellow, and the fragrance of the pepper was hard to ignore. Ah! Many people smelled the smell for the first time, and sneezes began to rise and fall in the camp. This scene made Sumo laugh happily. Little Doubting covered his nose, and looked at Sumo with tears in his eyes, smiling with his hands on his hips. He felt wronged, but didn't want to leave. The whole camp was filled with the aroma of pepper and salt. After the pepper and salt cooled naturally, Sumo poured them on the meat strips in batches. Using force on his wrist, he kept rubbing repeatedly, and each meat strip had to be evenly coated. The amount that needed to be rushed was too large, and Sumo couldn't finish it alone. So many people in the camp, young and old, participated in it. Those people followed Sumo's example, washed their bodies very cleanly, and the movements were orderly with a little guidance. In this way, Sumo's hands were freed. Sumo, the leader is calling you over. Shurchin came over to pass on the message. After Sumo walked to the meeting room, he couldn't help but join the smoke meat army. Shuryin and Uncle Wolf were sitting in the room. When he saw Sumo, Shuryin took the initiative to wave her to sit down. Sumo, I just discussed with Uncle Wolf and plan to find a way to find out the situation at the base. If that boss John lets it go, and the base doesn't intend to trouble us, at worst we can trade with another store next time. But if the other party still refuses to give up, we may have to move the camp. Shuryin tapped his fingers. This was an idea he and Uncle Wolf had discussed for a long time. The camp needs to be attached to the base. Camp number 8 can't stay here, so it can only be moved to other places. However, it is not difficult to imagine how many dangers and difficulties will be experienced along the way. After all, there are young children and many elderly people in the camp. It is very difficult for the camp to trek for a long time in the wilderness. No one wants to move the camp unless it is absolutely necessary. But the premise is that they can still have a living space near camp number 8. Actually, there is another way. Uncle Wolf scratched his head and spoke. I know some people in other camps, and have a good relationship with them. Even if I can't go into the city in the future, maybe I can ask them to do it for us, and go into trade for us. They just need to pay some fees. In this way, the camp doesn't need to be moved too far. We just need to find a suitable place to set up camp nearby. Take a short break for now, and we discuss it after this matter is over. This is also a solution. The people in the camp don't have to suffer too much. Information exchange in the wasteland is not fast. If the camp is moved to another place, it will take a long time for Boss Zhang to find out about it. Okay, Uncle Wolf, you can find out the situation first, and then we will talk about it. Shuryin made the decision and turned the topic to Sumo. The weather has been good these days, and the smoked meat should be ready soon. The shouts of those people outside were really loud and passionate. He remembered that Sumo said that the meat should be exposed to the sun. How can it be done? It needs to be pickled for a few days first. The three of them walked out, and Uncle Wolf quietly left the camp. Not all residents know the seriousness of this matter now, so if it can be concealed, it should be concealed first to avoid causing panic. Sumo, do you think so? Dr. Zhang wore gloves, and the piece of meat he applied was very beautiful in color, and the salt particles were evenly distributed. Yes. Sumo nodded, took out the wooden barrel prepared by Antley, and put all the meat in it. The meats need to be marinated in a cool place for 3 to 5 days before they can be taken out and dried. The things were put in the warehouse, and the next thing to do was to wait. Although Uncle Wolf and others were very careful, some people in the camp still noticed the problem. For example, Shurchin took people to count the inventory in the warehouse. Another example is that Shuryin personally went to another camp and exchanged a jeep and a dilapidated bus. Shuryin and his son have been very busy these days. To appease the residents, we must also prepare for the worst. Sumo was relatively free, but he was asked to take some people to the warehouse every day to check the situation of the marinated meat. These people were afraid that there was something wrong with the meat. There were people guarding the meat in the middle of the night to prevent the rats from taking advantage of it. On the 4th day, Sumo hung the meat in a cool and ventilated place in the camp under the eyes of a pair of eyes. It will take another 6 or 7 days to dry. Slapping the little boy's hand grabbing the meat, Sumo looked at the pieces of meat in front of him with some worry in his eyes. Uncle Wolf had asked someone to inquire about the situation before, but no specific news has been received so far. Chapter 25. It was a pleasant autumn day, and the temperature was quite comfortable. Some people in the camp were chatting together, while the soldiers were training outside. Wang Qing, who was now able to get out of bed, was directing some of Sumo's fighting moves. Sumo was a layman in the subject of fighting. Even with the knife skills given by the system, she still felt awkward when exerting force in many places. So she simply asked Wang Qing to help her train. She put the bayonet away, without using mental power or cleverness, but just cutting directly. But in a moment, Sumo's arms became weak, but fortunately her body could withstand this kind of training after several enhancements from delicious food. Just when Sumo was immersed in training, a person suddenly came over to the place where smoked meat was drying in the camp. What is this? It smells so good. The man stared at the smoked meat and swallowed his saliva. The meat was raw, but it had a fragrance, and it seemed to have the aroma of wine. After mixing them together, he wanted to hold the meat and chew it. Thief! Just when the man wanted to grab a piece of meat to observe how it was made, the little kid suddenly appeared behind him. The two looked at each other, and the little kid didn't know each other, so he shouted loudly. Thief! A thief came to steal meat. Catch the thief! The child's scream attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. When they heard that someone dared to smoke the meat, they were immediately angry. Some people even rushed over with knives. When Sumo heard the news and rushed over, he saw a big man with a bitter smile on his face, with a knife on his neck, and raised his hands and dared not move. I'm not a thief. I'm here to find Lao Lang, the man explained, shrinking his head in the face of the vicious eyes around him. It's just a few pieces of meat. Why is it so cruel? Lao Wang, why are you here? Uncle Wolf squeezed over from the crowd, and after hearing what happened, he slapped Lao Wang on the shoulder and couldn't help laughing. Hurry up and follow me. These meats are the treasures of our camp. I can't touch them casually. When passing by Sumo, Uncle Wolf gave a look. Don't worry, the meat is fine. Everything is fine. Sumo comforted everyone, then found a reason to leave, but entered the meeting room. Shi Yin and Yin Qing were all there. Sumo, let me introduce you. This is Lao Wang from the Shuihua camp, a brother who has a lifelong friendship with me. Uncle Wolf introduced the two. Hey, hello, Miss Su, my name is Wang De. You can just call me Lao Wang. Lao Wang scratched his head, looking quite honest, but his figure was very burly. The bulging muscles under the skin showed that the other party was also a well-trained soldier. Uncle Wang, Sumo called out. After saying hello, he went straight to the point. I asked Lao Wang to help me find out. What is the situation at the base now? Uncle Wolf rubbed his hands and asked anxiously. I went in a few times and asked. Boss Zhang is very concerned about this matter. Lao Wang hesitated and spoke. Those two people were members of a team called Tianan in the base. They have been cooperating with Boss Zhang to rob each other. Now they are dead, and Boss Zhang instigated them to take revenge. I heard that the captain of the Tianan team is going to trouble you next time he leaves the base. I dare not continue to dig deeper. The follow-up. Old Wolf, if it really doesn't work, you can go to my camp to hide first. It can be seen that Lao Wang is really worried about Uncle Wolf's situation. No, we can't let you get involved again. After hearing this news, several people looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. It seems that the camp must be moved. As for sending Uncle Wolf and Sumo out to make amends, Shi Yin never thought of it from the beginning. What kind of family is it if you betray your companions? Hey you, anyway, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me for a deal. Old Wang had no right to say anything more. After sending Lao Wang away, Shi Yin pondered for a long time before saying, Tonight, we will tell everyone in the camp this news, and then pack up, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. That Tianan team is not a good person at first glance. If the whole team was composed of people with special abilities, Sumo would not have the confidence to fight hard. The victory that day was entirely because those two people underestimated Sumo. Having made the decision, Sumo led the people in the camp to carry out the last step of smoking meat in advance. In the evening, a large iron pot was set up, and rice, tangerine peel, some tea leaves, and sugar were poured into the pot. After frying, thick smoke came out, and a grill was placed on the pot. The meat pieces were placed on it. The reserved gaps allowed each piece of meat to be smoked. Each batch had to be smoked for half an hour, until the surface of the meat turned brown. The color was bright red, and the meat was fragrant. The naturally cooled meat pieces were stored in wooden barrels. Sumo took out a few pieces, and prepared to cook them for everyone to taste tonight. Smoked meat stewed with rice? This is the main course tonight. Sister Su, I help you. The little kid lifted up his sleeves, and helped Sumo peel the potatoes. He looked very cute. Suemo cut the meat into cubes, heated the oil in the pot, and slowly stir-fried the diced meat to extract the fat. After the fat exploded in the pot, bubbles of oil appeared, and the aroma of burnt meat was everywhere. Then pour in the diced potatoes and seasonings and stir-fry until they are tasty. Put the soaked rice in the oil pan, add twice the amount of water, then add the fried diced potatoes and meat, and stir evenly with the rice. While stewing over high heat, many people gathered around the pot. I think it tastes better than stewed meat. No, in my heart, no dish can surpass stewed meat. If you ask me, they are all delicious. Many big men swallowed their saliva and waited silently. Bah, you stinky men only know how to eat and don't know how to help. Adley put her hands on her hips and scolded the men, making everyone laugh. When the atmosphere was harmonious, Yin appeared in front of everyone and clapped his hands, attracting attention. Everyone, I have something to tell you. After dinner tonight, everyone go back and pack up, and we will move the camp tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. What do you mean? Why move? Isn't it good here? Yes. Is there any problem? Is it about Wang Qing's matter? I know it's not simple. Leader, hurry up and speak. Listening to the discussion, Yin raised his hand and pressed down to signal everyone to be quiet. Just listen to me. As Yin spoke, everyone looked very angry. How can they do business like this? Do we have to avoid them because of this? But some people disagreed. Uncle Wolf stood behind Yin, his eyes wide as copper bells. If you don't avoid them, do you want to have a head-on confrontation? There are only 9 warriors left in our camp now, and we have to go out hunting to prepare food for the winter. If there is another collision and someone dies again, you will not be able to survive this winter. Chapter 26. People are lazy. Many people in the camp were wandering outside at first, and then they settled down in the camp. After getting used to the free and safe days in the camp, they didn't want to travel long distances anymore. Even though they knew it was unsafe to stay here, they refused to leave. I am not discussing this with you, but telling you. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Yin's expression became majestic. His voice was loud and wide, and the giant axe was held in his hand. I am the leader. If you question my orders, you can. As long as any one of you can defeat me, I will listen to you. Who will come? After the 2 words of Gao He, the giant axe was swung up by Yin, and the sound of tearing the air was a little sharp. Facing the full momentum of Yin, many people bowed their heads. At the beginning of the camp, Yin was not the leader. The original leader was greedy and selfish, constantly exploiting the people in the camp. After Yin arrived, he challenged the leader, defeated him, and expelled him from the camp. Yin rose to the top by sheer strength. There have been challenges over the years, but none of them succeeded. Therefore, facing Yin's pressure, many people bowed their heads. I support you, leader. I go wherever you say. My baby and I are orphans and widows. If it weren't for the leader's adoption, we would have died long ago. Antley, holding a kitchen knife, walked in front of Yin and pointed at those people. You all, don't you see why our camp is so peaceful? Don't be so heartless. My life was also saved by the leader. I go wherever the leader goes. Dr. Zhang also stood up. She raised her glasses and stood beside Antley. Her thin body seemed to have no weight, but her firm eyes were hard to ignore. Yes, we follow the leader. We believe in the leader. Even women can say these words, so some big men can't help it. Many people stood up to express their support for Yin, and there were many people who admired Yin. After a lot of noise, Yin signaled everyone to be quiet. I know what you think, and I won't force you. If you want to stay here, I can decide to leave some supplies. But how you survive here in the future has nothing to do with me, Yin. Everyone can consider it. After the final decision, the smell of rice also spread. When the atmosphere was a little solemn, Suemo opened the lid of the pot. The bacon looked soft and the gravy seeped into the rice, which looked sticky. It's time to eat. Suemo shouted and took the lead in serving a bowl to Yin, showing his support. Damn, I've been waiting for a long time. Uncle Wolf patted his belly and rushed over with his big white teeth bared. You guys take your time to think about it, I'm eating first. Hack you, Uncle Wolf, put down the rice spoon. Fuck, don't do a little, I haven't eaten yet. The atmosphere relaxed a lot after being interrupted. Suemo took the bowl and ate slowly. The meat of the beast has a unique taste after being smoked, not dry, not sticky, and after being stewed, it is blended with the fragrance of rice, which makes people unable to stop. The potatoes mixed in it are even softer. The potatoes full of gravy are so delicious. Chewing the smoked meat rice, Suemo looked at the information that came to her mind. Dish name: smoked meat stewed rice, B-level. Introduction: smoked meat that has not been dried for a long time is combined with rice, which has a unique flavor, but it has not yet reached the extreme. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation of diners: what are you thinking about? Why don't you start eating? Suemo was not surprised that the B-level recipe did not provide energy values. After all, it was not the meat of the beast she hunted. After the energy value provided by Wang Qing, her current information is spiritual power level 2, 120 out of 500. There is still a lot to upgrade, so let's continue to unlock the recipes first. After a meal, many people sat on the ground with satisfied expressions. To be honest, if we stay here, we won't be able to eat this kind of food. In the camp, Suemo is currently the last resident to come in, but he has a pivotal position. Damn, thinking about it, I go pack up now. Some people are more direct. When they think that they may not be able to eat Aunt Lee's boiled meat in the future, they immediately quit. Knock, it makes sense. Why didn't you say it earlier, leader? If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Sure, Yin thought that everyone would need some time, but he didn't expect that this matter could be solved with a meal. Suemo, good job. Sure, Yin couldn't help but tease Suemo. In response, Suemo raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking a little proud. Of course not. What can't be solved by a delicious meal? If one meal doesn't work, just have another one. Almost no one slept in the camp that night. The campfire was crackling and everyone was busy. All kinds of supplies were loaded, especially the barrels of bacon, which were treasured by everyone. All the things that could be brought were placed on the roof of the bus. The lower compartment was also filled. When the horizon was bright, the campers, young and old, had been arranged to sit on the bus. The rock camp was not big, and the number of people was not large. After squeezing each other, a bus took dozens of people in the camp. Suemo stood beside the jeep, looking back at the empty camp, with a bleak expression. She had not been here for long, but she was a little reluctant. It's okay, our next camp will definitely be better. Uncle Wolf seemed at ease. That's right. Suemo smiled and got on the bus, and the two cars galloped on the wasteland, with dust everywhere. The vehicle was very bumpy, and some supplies were tied to the jeep, hitting the roof with a clang as it went up and down. The jeep they bought was very old and made a buzzing sound when driving, as if it would be scrapped at any time. Fortunately, it still held up. They planned to go south first. From here, it was the south gate of base number 8, and there were many camps nearby. Sure, Yen meant to find a place around there to settle down first. However, due to the obstruction of the ruins on the wasteland, everyone had to take a detour. The plain was safer than the ruins with obstacles everywhere. This also caused the journey that should have taken half a day to take more than a day. Suemo sat in the car, her arm propped up the window and looked out. The endless wasteland was overgrown with weeds, and the grass as tall as a person was densely packed, blocking the view. Looking around, it was all desolate colors. Desolate, silent, lonely. This was Sumo's most intuitive feeling about the scenery along the way. Fortunately, in the distance, the dense forest surrounded the layered green, which made people feel more comfortable. When bypassing a large rock, the vehicle braked suddenly. Be careful, wait a moment. Uncle Wolf informed the vehicle behind. Not far away, a fierce beast was eating, and vaguely saw that the food was a human figure. The other party's feet seemed to twitch. Chapter 27. Throat rolling, facing the blurred blood color, Suemo did not look away. The cruel and absurd scene did not last too long. After the beast was full, it looked at this side from a distance, and then ran to other directions. Although the beast is ferocious, it is not stupid. There are so many people in the two cars, and the beast numbered A089 does not have the courage to provoke. The small episode ended, and the vehicle continued to move forward. They needed to find a temporary place to stay before dark. Yes, you should be able to see it if you go around here. And this depends on Uncle Wolf, who has many friends. Sun Camp, this is where they are going now. The vehicle drove into a small town. This town has been cleaned several times, and is now basically occupied by humans. There is no need to worry about the beast hiding in the dark and attacking. 10 minutes later, Suemo had already seen the prototype of the camp ahead. This camp is much larger than the rock camp. From a distance, we can see some high-rise wooden buildings, and even a screen, which is playing some old movies. It is a love movie, and the relationship between the male and female protagonists is touching. When a group of people got off the car, many people in the camp came out to greet them. Old Wolf, you are finally here. The first middle-aged strong man who came over directly hugged Uncle Wolf. They patted each other on the back, very hard. Oldly, be gentle. I am exhausted after sitting in the car for a day. Uncle Wolf shouted and looked at another person. Boss Chung, thank you for letting us spend the night here. Chung Yin is the leader of the Sun Camp. He looks to be in his 50s, but he is in good spirits. What are you talking about? Your camp has helped a lot of people in our camp before. Chung Yin said as he walked towards her. Yin, you are Bosher. I have heard of your name for a long time. Please come in. Come on, everyone come in. Chung Yin took the initiative to greet them, and the people in the camp walked in with some restraint. Xiao Doubting grabbed Su Mo's arm and looked around curiously. Sister Su, it's so beautiful here. When I walked in, I found that the buildings in the camp were arranged neatly, and they didn't just randomly find a place to pitch a tent. There were also a few pieces of land near the wall, where some vegetables were planted. The green color was very festive. There were also some plants planted in the Sun Camp, and one of the trees was blooming with flowers like fluff. The petals fell lightly, with a faint fragrance. The environment was indeed much better than the rock camp. It's okay, we can do this in the future, Suemo said softly. This place is closer to human civilization. Everyone, sit down, sit anywhere, watch anywhere, the meal will be ready in a while, take a break. Chung Yin shouted, very hospitable. There was a collective kitchen in the center of the camp. I don't know what was cooking in the big pot on the stove, it smelled good. Hee hee, old wolf, when you said that before, I didn't believe it, but you are really planning to move. Uncle Wolf's friendly Su is the head of the Sun Camp, so he was able to convince Chung Yin to accept them. At this time, the two of them were chatting with their arms around each other, exhaling layers of smoke rings, and sighing. Alas, it's all unavoidable. If it weren't for you, we would probably have to sleep outside tonight. Uncle Wolf handed over a small bottle of wine. In the wasteland, the winemaking technology has not regressed, and the wine production is sufficient. But for the wanderers, there is no good wine to drink. All they drink on weekdays is cheap strong liquor. After drinking it in one gulp, the internal organs seemed to be burning, very hot. Soon, the two of them had red faces. Burp! Li Su burped, and his eyes became a little blurry. He looked at the two cars parked outside, and then at the people gathered in the rock camp, and his voice was much lower. I heard that there is a girl in your camp who is very good at cooking. How about letting her show her skills tonight? Facing Li Su's curious look, Uncle Wolf waved his hand decisively. How can that be? The girl usually helps Aunt Li. Aunt Li, how about asking her to make stew for you? Aunt Li's stew is just boiled meat with a little salt, which is tasteless. Li Su shook his head immediately. Well, just hide your treasure. While speaking, Li Su's eyes passed over Suemo several times. Suemo, who was with Dr. Zhang and others, just pretended not to see it. They had discussed on the way that she should try not to show her cooking skills outside, so as not to be coveted by others. In this wasteland with underdeveloped information, her cooking skills are enough to cause a sensation. Don't move. Wow! The shouts were accompanied by crying. A girl clapped her hands not far away, and the little bean was crying miserably. There was also a small tree half a person's height in front of the little bean. The leaves were small, dark green, oblong, and had some serrations on the leaf edges. The leaves were lush, and a few yellow fruits could be seen hanging between them. What's wrong? Suemo hurried over to ask. The other children hid behind Suemo, looking at the girl in front of them with some fear. The back of the little Doubting's hand was swollen, which showed that the girl was quite strong. These things were carefully cultivated in our camp. You can't afford to pay for them if they are damaged. The girl frowned and stared at Suemo with a somewhat unfriendly tone. I really don't know why Dad let you in and prepared food for you for free. We don't have enough food in our camp. The last sentence was said in a low voice, but Suemo heard it clearly. Looking at the friendly appearance of the people in the two camps around him, Sumo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sorry, the little guy is ignorant and almost broke your things. Doubting, come on, say sorry to this sister. Rubbing Doubting's head, Suemo deliberately said with a fierce face. Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, please don't chase us away. The little Doubting who listened to Suemo very much looked up at the girl pitifully. Forget it, it's okay, be careful next time. Facing Doubting's wet eyes, the girl calmed down. My name is Chung Yin. This thing is called sour fruit, a variety I found outside. This fruit is used to cook and eat, it can remove some fishy smell. Chung Yin pointed to a fruit and pointed to Suemo. You can smell it, it's quite fragrant. Sour fruit. Suemo looked at it and recognized what it was at a glance. Isn't it just lemon? But it obviously has another name in the wasteland. The fruit is much smaller than on Earth, the skin is rougher, the color is more orange-yellow, but the fragrance is stronger. Well, it smells good, Suemo responded. It seems that many things in the wasteland are still in the exploration stage for the people here. The idea of becoming a big spice farmer came to Sumo's mind again. After settling down, it seemed like a good idea for her to find a piece of land and do some planting with the people in the camp. Chapter 28. It's time to eat, come and eat! An old man in the sun camp shouted. He was the person in charge of the camp's meals. Let's go eat. Chung Yinyan squeezed over with a few people. My father hunted a beast 2 days ago, and I use it to cook for you today. Don't waste it later. Although Chung Yinyan looks fierce, she actually has a good personality. She filled a big bowl of meat for Doubting and slapped Doubting on the head. Eat more and grow up quickly. Didn't they say that the meals in your camp are very good? Why do these children look so skinny? As a cook, Suemo was silent and didn't prepare to respond. Tonight, the old man made a big stew, a bunch of vegetables and meat stewed together. The taste is hard to describe, but it's barely edible. Suemo. Shurchin walked over with a bowl. Dad just said that tonight you women and children will sleep with the women of the sun camp. The rest of us old men will just sleep on the floor outside for one night. Shurchin ate a little slowly, not because of the taste, but because of some disdain. Seeing that Suemo ate normally, Shurchin did not show it. On the contrary, the little kid bit the very hard meat with a bitter face, which would break his teeth. Why is it different from the meat cooked by Sister Sue? Huh? This is what Dad and I proposed. This way you can have a good rest. Chung Yinyan muttered beside him. She said she was not welcome, but her actual actions were very enthusiastic. Thank you, Miss Chung. Suemo smiled a little. Isn't this a proud girl? The dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, a huge bonfire was lit. There were actually several women dancing in the open space in the sun camp. These women were exposed and had very tight figures. The eyes, the movements, and the swinging waists were even more seductive. Many young men in the rock camp stared at those women, and their desires were clearly visible. The wasteland was very open, and the women were also very strong. The relationship between men and women was also straightforward. If you like a man, as long as the other party is willing, it is not a problem to have a passionate sex at night. And the guys in the rock camp all looked pretty good. Look, Suemo saw that there was already a woman sitting on Wang Qing's legs. Wang Qing, whose neck was surrounded, blushed when he saw Sumo's teasing eyes. But he didn't push the woman away. It seems that a lot of stories happened tonight. Even the leader Shuryan did not resist a woman's service. Suemo heard Atli mention that Shuryan's wife died very early, and some women in the camp wanted to be the leader's wife. Shuryan never allowed it, but he did not reject some women's embrace. He was just relatively restrained when he was in the camp. The two camps collided with each other at this time, and they were very open. Even Dr. Zhang, who was usually gentle and kind, looked at some men's naked chests and scrupulously. But Suemo estimated that Dr. Zhang was studying what the human body looked like behind those muscles. What about you? Do you like any of them? Chung Yinyan poked Sumo's waist and pouted. Did you see him? He is the strongest warrior in our camp, named Yin Liang. He has a great body. If you like him, I will go and talk to him for you. Not far away, a strong man with half-naked upper body and smooth bronze muscle lines is very eye-catching. Yin Liang exudes a strong hormone smell. Many women in the camp have their eyes glued to him. But he seems to be a little cold, just drinking quietly, and directly dismissing the women who come to him. Faced with Chung Yinyan's kind introduction, Suemo waved her hand. For this kind of openness, she can't fit in for a while. TSK. By the way, do you want to sleep with me tonight? Chung Yinyan's voice is a little dissatisfied. Actually, I've always wanted to go out with Yin Liang and the others to hunt those beasts. But my father always won't let me, saying it's too dangerous outside. Tell me about your camp tonight, and in exchange, I can give you a sour fruit. By the way, this thing tastes good when eaten raw, you can try it. A sour fruit was handed over. Looking at the other party's cunning expression, Suemo couldn't help laughing. She was still tricking herself. Then we each have half? As she said this, she was about to break the lemon. Ahem, no need, how can I eat a gift for someone else? If you take the thing, I take it as your agreement. Yinyan, come here. Chung Yinyan wanted to say something, but Chung Yin was shouting not far away. Hey, I guess he's going to nag me again. My father told me not to get too close to you today. Really, I'm not a child anymore, what's there to be afraid of? My room is there, see it, I've been waiting for you. After nagging for a while, Chung Yin left reluctantly. Sundara, lively and cheerful, like a passionate and flamboyant flower in the wasteland, but carefully protected. Without the baptism of wind and rain, she looks a bit immature, with a childlike innocence on her beautiful face. This is how Suemo feels about Chung Yin. Everyone in the camp is in awe of her on weekdays. This also leads to no one in the camp talking to her. Chung Yin's closeness is a novel experience for Suemo. Perhaps this is the first friend she made in the wasteland. Thinking of this, Suemo is looking forward to the night talk with Chung Yin tonight. Suemo, come drink. Shirqing was calling Suemo in the crowd, and Suemo walked over. With his shoulder hooked, Shirqing handed the bowl over like a good brother. Come on, drink. If you are a brother, you are not allowed to refuse. Yes, drink. Many young men in the Sun camp looked at Sumo's face and started to make a noise. Shirqing was angry and stood in front of Suemo and pushed away those men. I tell you, no one of you is allowed to bully Suemo. She is. Before he finished speaking, Shirqing fell down drunk. He quickly supported the other person's body and let him lean against the chair. Facing Shirqing's alcohol tolerance, looking at the other drunk people, he began to have a headache. I don't know if these rough guys can wake up tomorrow morning. Especially Uncle Wolf, he had been blowing Li Shuhai for a long time, and now the two of them were lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. The snoring sounded loudly. Ha ha! Being young is good. Yin sighed while leaning against the chair, and Chung Yin beside him picked up the bowl. Yes, young people dare to think anything and do anything. The tone of this sentence was a bit strange, and Chung Yin's eyes met Yin Liang's while he was speaking. Chapter 29. No one seemed to care. Yin Liang, who was very drunk, drank very little tonight. Yin, who was a little drunk, didn't notice anything unusual. He smiled and clinked his bowls again and drank another glass of wine. Ignoring these drunkards, Suemo knocked on Chung Yin's door after arranging the women and children with Dr. Zhang. Oh, you're here. Pulling Suemo in, Chung Yin took out a box. Let me show you my treasure. The box was padded with some dry grass, and inside was a fist-sized egg. This is what I saw outside the camp. It should be a small beast. I hid it without my father's knowledge. It's about to hatch. Chung Yin looked as if she had found a treasure, and her pupils were very bright. Suemo took a few serious looks at the other party sharing this treasure with him. It should be a bird. The egg is not big. It can't be those huge beasts. I don't know. I tell you when it hatches. By the way, where are you moving to? Dad said this winter is not easy, but he told me secretly that he has found a solution. By the way, Suemo, can I call you Imo? I heard that calling you that means we are good friends. Most of the time, Chung Yin was talking. Suemo responded while she was chattering. Perhaps she was too tired from sitting in the car for a whole day. Suemo felt that her eyelids were fighting. But after a while, her head became dizzy. Imo, I'm sleepy too, let's go to sleep. Yawning, Chung Yin covered Suemo with a quilt. Not long after, the two women fell asleep. It can be seen that Chung Yin was very happy, and the corners of her mouth were raised in her sleep. The night was getting darker. The starry sky was very bright in the wasteland at night. In the dim light of the camp, people could be seen lying on the ground outside. Most of them were men from the rock camp. The men lying on their stomachs were not afraid of the coldness of the autumn night. Especially Uncle Wolf, who slept very deeply, snoring and talking in his sleep. Eat! Uncle Wolf waved his hand, and hit Li Su beside him. Li Su, who should have been sleeping, stiffened his body, and then saw that Uncle Wolf did not move, and actually got up. Li Su, who was clear-eyed, did not look like a drunk person at all. One after another, the rest of the people in the Sun camp also got up from the ground. They looked at the sleeping postures of Uncle Wolf and his men with complicated eyes. Boss, do you really want to do this? Li Su was a little tangled, and he felt a little bit sorry to see Uncle Wolf's sleeping face. He really regarded Uncle Wolf as a friend. But how can friends beat the interests of the camp? Do you know how much they offer? 100 gold coins. As long as we have these 100 gold coins, our entire camp will not have to worry about food and drink this winter. Li Su, I know you value friendship, but I also hope you remember that you are a soldier of the Sun camp. As the leader, Chung Yin's expression was a little cold. He kicked the stone rock beside him, and his tone gradually became murderous. Hurry up and do it. Just kill these men. We can sell the remaining women and children. Of course, we can accept those who are willing to stay in the camp. After all, there are not many women in our camp. After the cruel words fell, many soldiers in the Sun camp had already drawn their weapons. The people in the Rock camp were still asleep, unaware of their impending death. In the room, Sumo was half asleep. She seemed to hear the system's voice. Detected that there were drugs left in the host's body. Does the host need to spend mental energy to remove them? Repeat, do you want to remove them? The mechanical voice made Sumo a little irritated. She was just sleeping. Why was she so restless? Remove, she shouted in her dream. The next second, a cool feeling swept over her body, and Sumo suddenly woke up. She sat up on the bed and gasped, looking a little flustered. System, what did you say I had in my body? Drugs. The two words without any emotion made Sumo feel cold all over. How could there be drugs? Chung Yinyan's sleeping face beside her was very peaceful. Sumo had a strange feeling. Not good. She shouted and rushed out directly. Because of being too anxious, he even kicked over the table in the room, causing the egg on the table to fall directly to the ground. The fragile eggshell broke into two halves, revealing the hatchling that was about to take shape inside. The black eyeballs without eye sockets looked a little hideous in the dim light. And the wings that had not yet fully developed actually fluttered a few times, and then there was no movement. In the crisp sound, Chung Yinyan on the bed opened her eyes in a daze. "M.O., she muttered, and all she saw was Sumo's back rushing out. There was no shouting, no fighting. The whole camp was terribly quiet. But the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The people in the Rock camp were like pigs, lying on the ground to be slaughtered. And the butchers, with blood on their faces, looked at the lambs expressionlessly. Their movements were crisp and cruel. With one cut, a man lay on the ground, twitching a few times before dying. Some people woke up struggling before dying. All they saw was the butcher knife hanging above their heads. He opened his mouth in horror, but died under the butcher knife before he could even make a last cry. As soon as Sumo came out, he saw many mutilated corpses on the ground. At this moment, Yin Liang's knife was raised and ready to stab Uncle Wolf. No! Sumo's pupils shrank suddenly, and she shouted. The boning knife suddenly appeared in her hand, and she threw the knife infused with spiritual power fiercely. The knife stabbed directly into Yin Liang's arm. Yin Liang's knife was a little off. The knife, that was supposed to stab Uncle Wolf's heart, stabbed into his shoulder. The intense pain sobered up the drunken Uncle Wolf instantly. Uncle Wolf, who had been in the wasteland, realized the danger. He subconsciously took out the knife at his side and chopped directly. Yin Liang, whose arm was cut off by this unexpected knife, turned pale. Even so, the intact hand still attacked Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf, get out of the way! Sumo had already reached Uncle Wolf's side while shouting. He slid under his feet and punched Yin Liang in the abdomen. While the other party was in pain, Sumo took back the boning knife. The blade rotated and aimed at Yin Liang's other arm. The Taoist method of butchering an ox flashed in her mind. The mental power was directed to the blade, which cut through the skin and penetrated into the muscles. But at the moment when it touched the bones, Sumo's wrist twisted strangely, and the tip of the knife directly lifted. The sharp knife cut along the seam between the bones and muscles. But in an instant, Yin Liang froze in place. He saw the flesh on his arm separated directly from the bones. Pieces of bright red flesh fell to the ground, splashing dust. The blood vessels on the flesh were even still beating, as if they were not aware of their separation from their owner. After the perfect cut, only blood-stained bones were left. Chapter 30. Sumo was covered in blood, protecting Uncle Wolf behind her. She held the knife and mercilessly cut the neck of Yin Liang, who was in disbelief. The hot blood splashed on Sumo's eyes. She raised her sleeve to wipe it off. The corners of her eyes were stained red, and her pupils were dark and angry, which looked extremely terrifying. There is indeed a natural suppression between the ability users and the warriors. But everything is not over yet. Uncle Wolf, I will stop them. Go and call the leader and others. After she killed Yin Liang, everyone in the Sun camp looked over. Especially Chung Yin. He stared at Sumo, then looked at the miserable death of Yin Liang, his expression angry. Are you an ability user? Humph, even if you are an ability user, you have to die tonight. Kill her for me. With an order, many soldiers rushed toward Sumo. Sumo, who was holding a knife to block, had a hard time dealing with it. Her not very flexible body felt a little relaxed with the help of her mental power. After blocking a broadsword, Sumo bent down to avoid a dagger behind her. As she turned around and moved, Sumo saw Chung Yinyan hiding in the dark, covering her mouth and crying. At this moment, Chung Yinyan's head kept shaking. The pain in her eyes almost overflowed. What she saw was the people in the camp killing the powerless brother. What she heard was that her father wanted to kill her friend. But why? Didn't my father say that we should treat these people well? Didn't my father say that it's not easy to help in the wasteland? Why? Doubts occupied her mind. When Chung Yinyan saw Sumo's gaze, she seemed to see the irony in his eyes. How did she wake up? For some reason, Sumo was sure that Chung Yinyan didn't know about his father's decision. When their eyes met, Chung Yinyan avoided Sumo's gaze, and turned around and ran away. This simple girl might not be able to accept the darkness of people's hearts in this wasteland. And the person who did such a cruel thing was her father whom she admired. Pursing her lips, Bai Su suppressed her complicated thoughts and continued to fight. While Sumo was resisting, Uncle Wolf was also constantly dodging attacks and waking up the people in the camp. If shouting doesn't work, then just stab him. Severe pain can make people sober the most. It's just that there are too many people on the other side, and they have killed many people before. The people who woke up at this time looked at the corpses on the ground and felt a little desperate. Why? The leader Shi Yan's arm was bleeding. He stared at Chung Yan's face with a gloomy look. You know it yourself. You want to live after offending the people in the base? Haha, dream on. Chung Yan grinned. Shaking the blood off the knife, his tone was weird. You could have died peacefully in your sleep. If you want to blame someone, blame this little girl for rushing out. He was referring to Sumo. At this moment, Sumo was besieged by several people, and there were already many wounds on her body. The pain almost tore her mental defense apart. Sumo gritted her teeth and raised the knife, allowing a broad knife to chop her shoulder. The muscles clamped the blade so that it could not go down, and Sumo took the opportunity to stab the opponent's heart. After kicking the opponent's body away, Sumo pulled out the knife. Blood spurted, but Sumo spit at the corpse. At this moment, she looked fierce. She was obviously very tired, but her eyes were dark and full of rage. The strong prey on the weak. In the wasteland, everything can be used as long as it can be profitable, including the so-called brothers. At this time, Sumo's sword was deadly, but she didn't feel disgusted as she did when she killed someone for the first time. She looked at the excited expressions of her opponents and suddenly realized that perhaps fighting has become a habit in the wasteland. Whoever has a harder sword in his hand can live longer. Blood and flesh flew, and people kept falling. The people in the rock camp, who woke up in the blood, even ordinary men, picked up their swords and chopped them fiercely. The camp, which was peaceful in the evening, was now stained with blood. Even the lemon tree that Chung Yinyan cherished the most was chopped down in the battle. The bright yellow was stained with blood, revealing a bit of sadness. The people in the rock camp were fighting side by side. Shirqing coughed while holding the wound on his abdomen, but what he vomited was small pieces of internal organs. Wang Qing had already rushed to Sumo's side, relieving her of some pressure. Their eyes met, and the two did not speak, but fought hard. The people in the rock camp, who were forced into a desperate situation, burst out with unimaginable power. They even forced the people in the sun camp to retreat continuously. They were seriously injured and dying, but no one retreated. The ferocity on everyone's face was clear at a glance. Looking at the fearless appearance of the people in the rock camp, Chung Yin frowned and thought a little. If this continues, even if they can capture these people, they themselves will suffer heavy casualties. After all, the money they get can't bring people back to life. Damn, old wolf, it's not that I betrayed you, but I can't help it. Li Su, who was being chased and hacked by Uncle Wolf, was not slow in his movements. I can't give up my camp for you. Li Su's face seemed helpless, but his counterattacks were more and more fierce. After repelling Uncle Wolf, Li Su and Chung Yin seemed to exchange glances and ran directly to the place where people lived in the camp. They want to take those women and children as hostages. Sumo revealed the thoughts of those people. Gritting his teeth, Sumo wanted to chase them, but was blocked by someone. No wonder those people were so kind to separate those women and children who had no power to resist. So they made up their minds from the beginning that if force could not be suppressed, then threaten him. You are so despicable. Sumo stared at Chung Yin, but his heart sank. How can this situation be solved? Despicable? Humph, if I am not despicable, how can I live until now? Facing Sumo's contempt, Chung Yin did not care. In just a moment, Dr. Zhang and several children were escorted over. Dr. Zhang had also woken up during the shoveling. Looking at the situation in the camp, his face turned pale, but he did not shout. But the children did not have such good self-control. Looking at so many dead people on the ground, even the body of their own father, they wailed directly. Ah, woo woo woo! The wailing was heartbreaking. Little Doubting was also crying. He looked at Suemo not far away and wanted to run over, but someone held his head down. The man was very strong, and Xiao Doubting's face was directly scratched by a knife during the struggle. The pain made Xiao Doubting fall to the ground, and his small body trembled. Doubting, don't be afraid. Sumo's voice was unstable, but she still wanted to comfort Xiao Doubting. Woo-woo, Sister Su, I'm not afraid. Doubting is not afraid. The tender child's voice made people feel not hope, but despair in this hellish scene. Damn it! Wang Qing cursed, but he could only hold on to the weapon tightly. Chapter 31. I can promise you that as long as you surrender, I will not touch these women and children. How? Cheng Yin, who regained the upper hand, sneered at Suemo and others. The fearless look made Suemo want to rush up and punch him. This was the first time he hated someone so much, and he was helpless in the face of this situation. Several people leaned together, looking at the children crying miserably, with some pity in their eyes. Most of these children grew up under the care of the people in the camp. How could they ignore their death? But if they surrendered like this, who could guarantee that what these people said was true? Things seemed to be at a stalemate. Dr. Zhang, who was held hostage and kneeling on the ground, had a fierce look in his eyes. Don't worry about us, leave quickly. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Dr. Zhang was one of the first people to come to the camp, and she had deep feelings for these people. If she could, she didn't want to make this choice. But if Shi Yin and the others were dead, these women and children would be ravaged by these people. At this time, almost all the women and children in the Yinshi camp were taken out. Those people were detained on the ground. Steel knives were placed on their necks. If they moved a little, they would be slapped mercilessly by those behind them. Some of the timid ones had collapsed on the ground and cried. Antli, whose hair was grabbed, was still struggling to rush to Do Ding's side. Bitch, if you move again, I will kill you, believe it or not. The man behind her threatened with malicious intent. The knife directly cut a hole in Antli's neck. Blood gushed out, but fortunately the artery was not injured. But even so, Antli still pushed the people behind her and rushed towards Doubting fearlessly. Don't be afraid, mother is here, Antli murmured. After seeing the stalemate of Suemo and others, Antli's eyes became a little crazy. She actually rushed directly to the men in the Sun camp. Without weapons, she bit one man's arm with her mouth. The sharp teeth tore off a piece of flesh and blood when the other party was caught off guard. You bitch, you are looking for death. Antli's behavior directly angered the men, and they slapped Antli in the face. Her cheeks suddenly became red and swollen, but Antli seemed to feel no pain and rushed forward again. Perhaps Antli's behavior inspired courage, and many women in the rock camp also struggled fiercely at this time. The most gentle Dr. Zhang also used his teeth, and even an old man, with a knife on his neck, scratched the man's face with his nails. Fuck, get out of here. Get out of here, bitch. Because there was an order not to kill women and children, the people in the Sun camp did not take any direct action. This also caused chaos in an instant. Not far away, Suemo seized this opportunity. Power flowed through her body, and her body instantly became lighter. When she appeared again, she was already next to Xiao Doubting. She covered Xiao Doubting's eyes, and then chopped off one of his heads with a knife. After pushing Xiao Doubting towards Wang Qing, Suemo rushed directly into the crowd. Even Antli and the others refused to admit defeat, so how could she give up? The cheeks were already covered with blood, and Sumo's knife skills became more and more treacherous with red eyes. The butcher's knife method is aimed at the weak points of the human body. Whether it is the heart, the neck, or even the waist and knees, as long as it can cripple the opponent, Sumo's knife will directly stab. Her long-term experience as a cook made her very familiar with the body structure of pigs and sheep. After arriving in the wasteland, she combined these experiences with the structure of humans. At this moment, the accuracy of her knife can compete with that of surgeons. The rising resistance posed a threat to Cheng Yin and others. Unfortunately, the disparity in numbers made this resistance only last for a short time. Many women and children were recaptured, and this time the people in the Sun camp would not show mercy. As long as you dare to struggle, you will end their lives with a knife. Enough. Shi Yin couldn't help shouting. He stood there, with a giant axe in his hand hanging down, and there was pain of struggle in his eyes. Oh, what surrender? Facing Shi Yin's attitude, Cheng Yin smiled, with confidence in his eyes. If I had known this, why would I have resisted? So many people died in vain. Cheng Yin said, as he looked at Uncle Wolf, who was still fighting Li Su. Let your men stop. The tone was like alms. Uncle Wolf's cheek twitched, and he looked at Shi Yin with some hesitation. It was precisely because of this hesitation that Li Su found an opportunity, and slashed Uncle Wolf's waist and abdomen with a knife. Uncle Wolf grimaced in pain, but he didn't shout out. Dad. Shurqing stood beside Shiyin, but he was anxious. We can't surrender. They won't let women and children go. Shurqing held the knife with a stubborn look. At this moment, even Suemo, after seriously injuring one of the other party, looked at Shiyin. If Shiyin really decided to surrender, then even if she was alone, she would fight to the death. She had killed so many people in the Sun Camp, and the other party would never let her go just because she was a woman. She liked the Rock Camp, but if Shiyin gave up, she would never sacrifice herself for these people. Leader, leave us alone. Yes, leave us alone, go away. Antli and Dr. Zhang still screamed at this time. Of course, the two of them could not represent everything. Enough, leader, please stop. I still have children. I'm still young, I don't want to die. We admit defeat. We won't fight anymore. We won't fight anymore. Many women knelt on the ground and begged. The crying voice resounded throughout the camp. The pleading on the embarrassed face was very moving. Many women and children in the Sun Camp stood in the dark and watched this scene, but no one stood up. So what if we are both wanderers? We are in different camps, so we have different positions. If you betray the camp at this time, you will be expelled. Haha, that's great. From now on, you are members of the Sun Camp. Cheng Yin walked to one of the women, who was begging, and pulled her into his arms. The rough action made Sumo's eyes cold, but the woman did not resist. On the contrary, she leaned on Cheng Yin's shoulder with a sweet smile, looking flattering. Enough, Dad, enough. Let them go. A trembling voice suddenly appeared. A girl walked out from the back of the crowd. The lovely face was covered with tears. It was Cheng Yinyan. But Qin Yinyan was holding a dagger in her hand, but it was against her neck. Yinyan, what are you doing? Cheng Yin doted on his daughter. But Cheng Yinyan walked directly in front of Suemo and blocked the people of the Sun Camp. Dad, you've killed enough people, let them go. I beg you, Dad. As he begged, the dagger pierced his neck. Chapter 32. The blood flowing from Cheng Yinyan's neck was telling of her threat. Faced with this sudden incident, not only Cheng Yin, but even Suemo was a little shocked. Looking at the girl's thin, but straight back, Sumo's hand holding the knife tightened a little. You idiot! Are these people worth it? Cheng Yin gritted his teeth and looked at his daughter, raising his hand but then putting it down. He could ignore the death of others, but he couldn't ignore his only relative. Damn it! Get out far away, and never let me see you again. This was said to Shiyin and others. Boss! But the people in the Sun Camp were a little dissatisfied. Li Su looked at Uncle Wolf's eyes that wanted to tear him apart and shouted. Let them go now, and if we meet again in the future, we will still fight to the death. If we can't be friends, we must naturally cut the grass and root it out. I said, let them go, can't you hear me? Don't forget who is in charge here. These words forced the soldiers to let go of the captives. Suemo and Wang Qing looked at each other, and walked over cautiously to bring Antli and others over. And those who had surrendered to the Sun Camp took the initiative to avoid them, after meeting Suemo and others' gazes. It was obvious that they had no intention of following them to leave. Suemo did not force it. During the whole process, the people in the Sun Camp did not take action. This made Suemo breathe a sigh of relief. When passing by Cheng Yinyan, Suemo paused with a complicated look in his eyes. Yinyan, thank you. This girl was well protected in this wasteland, and even retained the innocence of human nature. But Suemo didn't dare to think whether Cheng Yinyan would regret today's resistance in the future. Momo, there is indeed a bird in the egg, but it can never fly again. Cheng Yinyan was smiling at this moment, but her expression was uglier than crying. The corners of her mouth were pulled up, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Suemo couldn't bear to watch any longer, and rushed to the vehicle with a group of people. Seeing that everyone was about to escape, Cheng Yinyan stood there with a relaxed expression. At this time, Cheng Yin suddenly appeared beside Cheng Yinyan. He grabbed the dagger on her neck and threw it away. The blade cut his palm, but Cheng Yin seemed to be unaware of the pain. He grabbed his daughter's hand and shouted, "Bring them back." Yes. Suddenly, the crowd cheered and rushed to the vehicle of the rock camp. Cheng Yinyan, who was tied in her father's arms, looked at this scene with some despair. Why, Dad, why? The same question made Cheng Yin's expression stiff, but he lost his usual tenderness towards his daughter. Yinyan, I'm too good to you. From today on, you will know that kindness cannot survive in this wasteland. The cold words and cruel eyes made Cheng Yinyan seem as if she didn't know the person in front of her. Dad. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was powerless to speak. Get in the car. Suemo and Uncle Wolf, Wang Qing, and others protected the car in front of them, and let those people get in quickly. The engine was ignited, and the bus started quickly. Qing stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away quickly. At this time, the people from the Sun Camp also chased after them. Suemo approached the jeep while fighting with those people. Fuck you, you beasts. Uncle Wolf's saliva splashed. He covered the wound on his abdomen, and threw the broken knife in his hand to Li Su. You wait for me. If I don't die today, I will cut you into pieces one day. Facing this cruel word, Li Su also laughed grimly. I think you, a dead wolf, can't get away today. As he said that, he stepped forward suddenly, and the knife in his hand was about to pierce Uncle Wolf's heart. Beside Uncle Wolf, Suemo raised his arm, and the boning knife caught the knife with some difficulty. But Li Su's attack was not over yet. The broad knife was heavy. When Sumo's lower body sank to relieve the force, the opponent actually let go of his hand. The knife fell down, but the other hand took out a dagger and directly scratched Sumo's waist. The severe pain made Sumo's face pale. With a flick of his wrist, he took a step forward despite the pain of the dagger cutting, and the boning knife pierced Li Su directly. You? Li Su's pupils were a little dilated, and he looked down at the knife on his chest, seemingly not understanding why this little girl was so fierce. In a dazed look, Li Su was kicked away by Uncle Wolf. Girl. Uncle Wolf supported Suemo, and Wang Qing also drove the car over. With Suemo, the two rolled in the back seat. The horsepower was turned on, and the vehicle rushed directly towards those who were chasing. No matter how fierce those people were, they didn't dare to confront the vehicle head-on, so they could only step back. In this gap, brake, then accelerator, after a spin, the vehicle rushed forward. Yin yin. Suddenly, Cheng Yin's panicked voice sounded in the camp. Through the window, Sumo's face showed horror. In the camp, Cheng Yin fell to the ground, and the knife in her hand stabbed her abdomen. She spat out blood foam from her mouth. But her eyes were looking in the direction where Suemo left. There was still some smile on her face, and she seemed very happy that her friend could escape. But her clear eyes gradually dimmed. One hand was slightly raised, and the 5 fingers curled up, as if Cheng Yin wanted to grab something, but the hand could only fall to the ground in despair. No! Amid the man's roar, Cheng Yin disappeared from Sumo's sight. She fell on the chair. Suemo closed her eyes, and she held an orange-yellow fruit in her hand. It was the sour fruit that Cheng Yin gave her. She understood Cheng Yin's choice. The girl who thought the wasteland was too beautiful after this desperate night chose friends, but refused to betray the people in the camp. So, after Suemo left, she chose to end her life as an explanation to the camp. But Suemo would rather the other person live. Suemo, are you okay? Uncle Wolf looked at Suemo like this and didn't know how to comfort him. When Suemo was first brought back, the other person was like a rookie who didn't dare to kill anyone. But it has only been a short time, and she has learned to fight in blood. But facing the rare true love, Suemo looked a little pale. I'm fine. Suemo shook her head slowly, and when she opened her eyes again, there was no struggle in her eyes. She carefully put the sour fruit away, and didn't look back again. She didn't know whether Cheng Yin was alive or dead, but she had more serious problems to face next. The wound on her waist and abdomen was still bleeding, and with Uncle Wolf's injury, the back seat was soaked with the blood of the two. The large amount of blood loss made Sumo's eyes black. She resisted fainting. There were too many injured people in the camp, and they were simply walking targets in this wasteland. Moreover, it was still late at night, and the lights of the 2 cars pierced through the night, but could not reach far away. The unknown darkness enveloped them, and the danger was still not over. Chapter 33. After treating his wound briefly, Suemo held his abdomen and took deep breaths. He contacted the bus in front through the intercom. Let's find a house and stop first. Uncle Wolf's wound needs to be treated. The treatment drugs are all on the bus. We can't stop. Who knows if those beasts will smell the blood and rush over. Uncle Wolf shouted at the side, somewhat disagreeing with Sumo's idea. But his voice was extremely weak. I can still hold on. Drive forward first and wait until dawn. You can't let others get involved for me. Leader Uncle Wolf was still trying to be strong, but suddenly his face turned pale, and he rolled his eyes. Uncle Wolf, what's wrong with you? Wang Qing, who was driving the car, just took a look and shouted at the top of his voice. Uncle Wolf fell on the back seat and began to twitch. Suemo held Uncle Wolf's arm tightly, but his own injuries caused another tear, and he had to use great strength to hold him down. "What's wrong, old wolf?" Shi Yan asked on the intercom, and Sumo didn't have time to answer for the time being. "Damn it! Uncle Wolf is a major force in the camp, and has been following Shi Yan for a long time." In front, Shi Yan looked at the surrounding scenery and gave a decisive order. "Find a place to stop first." Shi Qing, who was driving, had sharp eyes and pointed to the side not far away. "There seems to be a house there, you follow?" The vehicle turned and ran directly into the haystack. The two cars took a shortcut and came to the houses. Only then did they realize that this was an abandoned small village. It was not large in scale, and many houses had collapsed, and some were covered with moss plants, and their original appearance could not be seen. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Dr. Zhang rushed to Uncle Wolf and started emergency treatment. At this time, anyone who had the strength came to help. The group rushed directly into the nearest house. In the dark night, the house was full of rotten smells, and some insects were startled and fled quickly. Ignoring these, after lighting the portable lamp, he directly spread a stall on the ground and put Uncle Wolf down. "According to the severity of the wounded, wait for Dr. Zhang to treat, and the rest who can move, follow me." Shi Yan took the axe and walked outside with a few people who could still move. They made such a big noise. If there were ferocious beasts in the village, they would appear soon. To ensure safety, they had to clean up the village first. Shi Qing's injury was very light, and he followed his father directly. Just as Wang Qing was about to follow, he was grabbed by Sumo's arm. Under the snow-white light, Sumo's face, which should have been beautiful, was covered with blood, and only her eyes were a little crystal. "Wang Qing, help me get some rice, vegetables and water." She covered her waist, and said it with some difficulty. The wound oozed from her fingers, but Sumo pretended not to see it. "Okay." Knowing Sumo's food abilities, Wang Qing quickly understood what Sumo meant, and walked into the bus without saying a word and started searching. The two talked quickly, and did not attract the attention of others. Sumo went outside and brought back some dry firewood. He moved stones, and built a simple stove casually, and then put a big iron pot on it. "Sumo, let me boil the water, you take a rest." Antley came over. She was in her 40s, and her energy was not as good as that of young people. After being injured in the sun camp, Antley is not in good condition. Her face is flushed, her eyes are a little blurry, and even her steps are weak. Sumo raised her head, and pressed on the other person's head, frowning a little. "Antley, I'm fine, you sit down and rest." Antley has a fever, and the wound is red, swollen and inflamed. The little doubting who was holding Antley tightly was no longer as lively as before, and there was residual fear in his eyes. On the tanned face, a rolled wound was very hideous. Facing Sumo's gaze, Doubting suddenly smiled. "Sister Sue, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. I help you." As he said, the little person began to hit firewood. Suemo felt a little heavy, but she didn't refuse. But what she had to do was not to boil water, but to cook porridge. Whether it was the injured or Shi Yan and others, after such a great consumption, their bodies were very weak. Everyone needed food to replenish their physical strength. "Suemo, I've got it." Wang Qing returned soon, and handed the rice to Suemo. Seeing that he couldn't help, he simply went to help Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang was very busy at this moment. Many wounds needed to be sutured. The most serious one was Uncle Wolf. The wound on his abdomen almost revealed the wriggling internal organs. It was just that one of the internal organs seemed to be missing a piece. Wipe the blood stains, disinfect with strong liquor, and feed the remaining medicine to Uncle Wolf. However, Dr. Zhang had a worried look in his eyes. "There are not enough antibiotics." Seeing Wang Qing coming, Dr. Zhang whispered. They exchanged antibiotics in the base, and the camp didn't have much food reserves. With so many people injured, there is not enough medicine. "Don't worry, it's okay, Suemo is here," Wang Qing said, looking very relaxed. "Suemo?" Dr. Zhang was a little surprised, and turned his head to see Suemo putting rice into the pot. "Damn it, Suemo, you are so seriously injured, come here quickly." Dr. Zhang saw the wound on Sumo's waist at a glance. The clothes were completely wet with blood, and a pool of blood had accumulated under Sumo's feet. "What are you cooking at this time?" Dr. Zhang walked over angrily, but saw Suemo shaking his head weakly. "Dr. Zhang, this rice can save lives." Avoiding Dr. Zhang's hand, Suemo took a spoon and stirred in the pot. Cooking porridge is not difficult, it takes time. The lid was closed, the fire was burning, and Dr. Zhang was a little puzzled by this. "But it's okay now." Suemo lifted up her clothes, and let Dr. Zhang start a simple suture. Hiss! Suemo wanted to faint from the pain of the wound that had been wiped by strong liquor, which she could bear before. Suemo pinched her palm tightly, and her expression was a little distorted. She couldn't fall down. If she fell down, who knows how many people in this room would be able to survive until tomorrow morning. Hold on. Without any anesthesia, Dr. Zhang's needle went straight into the wound. The blunt needle pierced into the flesh, and the taste was simply sour and refreshing. Fortunately, no internal organs were injured. Suemo, remember to tell me earlier if you have such a serious injury next time. Dr. Zhang was a little annoyed. Annoyed that Suemo didn't care about her body, and annoyed that she couldn't do much at this moment. Okay. Suemo responded, not angry. Just staring at the pot of porridge. What no one saw was that a stream of mental power flowed into the porridge along Sumo's fingers. The strength of the healing food effect is determined by the amount of mental power invested by the host. This was the answer she got after asking the system in the car. That was why she took the risk of stopping in the night. Chapter 34. Dr. Zhang has gone to treat the wounds of the others. Uncle Wolf's body is no longer twitching, but his body temperature is gradually getting colder. It can be seen that Uncle Wolf is in a bad condition. Time passed little by little, and Shi came back. There are no other beasts in the village, but just in case, I asked Shi to take people to patrol around here. Shi said, and when he saw the porridge that began to boil, his throat couldn't help rolling. Last night, he was full of wine. After fighting for a while, his stomach was empty. At this time, Suemo was putting chopped vegetables into the porridge. After the fragrance of the vegetables and the rice were mixed evenly, it looked light and light, but it made Shiyan's stomach shrink. Just simmer for a while. Suemo smiled. There was no cooking skill for this pot of porridge, just for eating. After she put some salt in it, she signaled Wang Qing to help. Hey, let the leaders eat first. I'm fine, and can still hold on. Soldier Zhang Taiwei pushed away the porridge brought by Wang Qing. He was seriously injured, with his abdomen pierced directly. He was still alive at this time, but he was just struggling to survive. In this case, why waste the food? What nonsense are you talking about? Suemo made this porridge for you wounded people. Wang Qing directly fed him the rice, and his resolute tone was strange. You will know after you eat it. Seeing that many people were hesitant in holding the porridge, Suemo took the lead in drinking a mouthful. The soft and glutinous rice was sweet with the sweetness of vegetables, and was still good to eat. But when the rice porridge entered the stomach, a warm current began to gather in the body. Especially where the wound was, the burning feeling gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a numb and itchy feeling. Suemo knew that the wound was growing rapidly. Oh my god! When Zhang Taiwei swallowed the porridge, his expression suddenly became stunned. My wound doesn't hurt anymore. Me too. Oh my god, my wound is scabbed over. Some lighter wounds will directly scab over, and some people will tear it off, revealing not the bright red wound, but the pink flesh membrane. That is the newly grown skin. How is this possible? I am not dreaming. Uncle Wolf, yes, feed it to Uncle Wolf. Many people shouted, and Shi, who swallowed and tasted it, stared at Suemo with a very fiery look. Healing ability. Suemo, how did you do it? A bowl of porridge can heal wounds. No matter how good the medicine is, it can't do this. Suemo hesitated and wanted to find an excuse, but saw Shi waved his hand directly. No, you don't have to tell us. And you, remember this, Suemo saved your lives. After you swallow this bowl of porridge, you must keep this secret to me. Did you hear me? The people who can follow him out of the Sun Camp are undoubtedly qualified to be trusted. Shi shouted, and the arm holding the axe flexed its muscles. His expression was very fierce. And everyone nodded immediately after hearing it. Damn it, whoever dares to go out and talk nonsense, I will be the first to not let them go. Zhang Taiwei patted his chest directly, and then drank the porridge in big mouthfuls. I tell you, if anyone dares to fantasize about Suemo behind his back again, I will crush you to death. As soon as these words came out, Suemo looked embarrassed. Some people who were noticed by Zhang Taiwei avoided his gaze awkwardly. Suemo had a delicate appearance and good cooking skills, so how could people in the camp not covet her? However, they respected Suemo and only dared to talk about her behind her back. But from today on, Suemo would be the goddess in their hearts, the kind that was sacred and inviolable. Don't dare. Someone whispered. Puff. Suemo laughed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became relaxed. He pressed his waist, and the wound still hurt a little, but it had healed and would be fine in no time. At this time, Uncle Wolf was also supported by Dr. Zhang, and Antley was feeding him porridge with a spoon. Shirqing and others who were patrolling outside were also called back. The warm porridge melted in his throat, and Sumo checked the screen that kept jumping in front of him. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new recipe. Dish name: green vegetable porridge, D level. Introduction: hastily cooked porridge, tastes average, but has excellent effects. Effective consumption: enhances the physique of the eater and heals injuries. Evaluation from the eater: come on, give it to the old wolf. Energy value plus 100. The energy value given is the same as the previous salad. Just looking at the series of energy value plus 10 below, Sumo sighed a little. This system really doesn't give her any shortcuts. Character card update. Name: Sumo female. Age 18. Spiritual power level 2, 420/500. Weapon: boning knife. Abilities: space, healing food, butcher's knife. Method: the information on the character card is a little richer. The energy value was 120 to 500 before, and it has jumped forward a lot now. It seems that reaching level 3 is just around the corner. Looking at the energy value, Sumo is a little worried. He was the first to eat, and he was given 100 energy points. After that, whether it was Zhang Taiwei or Uncle Wolf, they all gave a very stingy 10. Although it is better than nothing, it also reveals the problem of the camp. There are only 21 people in the entire camp now. There were 9 warriors before the departure, and now there are only 6 left. The rest are ordinary people or women, children, and the elderly. Some people died in the sun camp, while some stayed there. Sumo has no complaints about those who chose to stay. In this wasteland, everyone can choose their own way to survive. In that case, their choice is human nature. But this also means that the large reduction in the camp will have a great impact on the future. After all, only warriors go out hunting on weekdays. Now, the only soldiers left in the camp are Shiryin and his son, Uncle Wolf, Wang Qing, Zhang Taiwei, and the last Chengde. Shiryin has to take charge of the overall situation, and cannot go out at will. He also needs people to protect the camp when the soldiers go out. After calculating this, they are short of manpower. While some people were still clamoring for Sumo's ability, Shiryin met Sumo's unusually calm eyes under the firelight, and suddenly shame appeared in his eyes. He hesitated for a while, walked in front of Sumo, and sat down. Sumo, if it weren't for Cheng Yinyan's appearance, I would have a great chance to surrender with them. Shiryin said what he thought in his heart. He is not great. As long as there is hope of survival, he will not miss it. Even though this will waste Sumo's efforts. Sumo, I am not as good as you. It was a very light sentence. Sumo heard it clearly, but didn't know how to respond for a while. The fire crackled, and the backs of the 2 people seemed a little stiff. At this time, someone shouted, "Damn it, old wolf, you finally woke up." Chapter 35. The old wolf, who was supported, still looked a little dazed. Didn't I die? He still remembered that when he died, someone was crying in his ear. Oh my god, you are all dead. Uncle Wolf's dull eyes were really funny. What nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Zhang slapped Uncle Wolf on the back. Uncle Wolf was about to cry out in pain, but he found that he felt comfortable all over. Lifting his clothes and looking at the healed scar. You are still alive and well. If you want to thank someone, thank Sumo, Dr. Zhang said with a smile. At a distance, Sumo winked at Uncle Wolf. Then someone explained to Uncle Wolf the magic of Sumo's bowl of porridge, and the process of Wang Qing feeding Uncle Wolf porridge with his mouth. I like women. I might as well die directly. Uncle Wolf shouted, staring at Wang Qing with a look that was enough to kill people. This little joke completely relaxed the atmosphere. In the small house illuminated by the lights, everyone gathered together to discuss what to do after dawn. According to the plan, we will find a place to stay temporarily, Shiryin said, poking the fire with a stick in his hand. After what happened in the sun camp, it was unknown whether the people in base number 8 would let them go. Okay. Everyone agreed to the plan. At dawn, the bonfire in the sun camp had not been extinguished all night. But in this dawn, several cars directly broke into the sun camp. A man jumped out of the leading car. He glanced at the mess in the camp, expressionless. Where is the person I want? This tough attitude made some people angry, but Cheng Yin hurried over and became servile. Sorry, Captain Su, they ran away, but we killed a lot of people in that camp. They can't survive in the wasteland for long. These people were the TNN team of the 2 people who were hired by Boss Zhang to rob the gang. Facing Su Kai-chung, Cheng Yin didn't have the dignity in front of everyone in the camp. The flattering attitude made people sigh, but the people around him were used to it, and some people even lowered their heads. Bah, a bunch of trash. Su Kaicheng spit. He even stepped on the corpse next to him. That was a soldier from the Sun Camp. The corpse was already broken. After this kick, the intestines in the stomach all flowed out. Facing this scene, Cheng Yin frowned and didn't resist. It's our fault. It's our fault. Humph, if you weren't still useful, I would chop you up directly. You can't even do this little thing well. Su Kaicheng was still cursing and throwing a few things. The flat round things were thrown on the ground, which were a few silver coins. This was alms, but also humiliation. Looking at the silver coins, Cheng Yin rushed over to pick them up in surprise. Thank you, Captain Su, for not bearing grudges. TSK. Seeing these people fawning on him, Su Kaicheng seemed to find it boring. A woman's head suddenly popped out of the car. Can we go? Her cold tone and her pretty face were a bit arrogant. She was clearly looking at the camp, but her eyes never fell on the people in the Sun Camp. Facing this woman, Su Kaicheng's expression instantly relaxed. Okay, Miss Feng, I'd be right there. As for the rubbish in the rock camp, he would settle accounts with them after he completed this big deal. It was impossible to just let them go after killing the people in their team. The vehicle sped away, and the damaged gate collapsed. In the smoke and dust, Cheng Yin clenched his fists. Behind him lay a body covered with a white cloth. That was his daughter. Yin, did Dad really do something wrong? And this question was destined to be unanswerable by anyone. Under the morning sun, everyone had already started to pack up and set off. After counting the supplies, fortunately not much was left in the Sun Camp. The quiet little village was gradually left behind by everyone. The warm sunlight sprinkled on the wasteland, bringing a little warmth. The vehicle had not moved forward for long when it suddenly braked. The bridge was broken? I remember the bridge here was still good a month ago? Yes. At this time, a group of people poked their heads out of the car and looked ahead. Suemo followed and got out of the car to check. According to Uncle Wolf, this river is called Qingshui River. After crossing this river, you will be very close to the town outside the south gate. There are almost no ferocious beasts there, which is a very suitable place to stay. And there should be a stone bridge here. The river is very wide, and the water in autumn is a bit turbulent. Suemo looked down and saw white waves rolling and disappearing with some falling gravel. Occasionally, a few fish jumped out, but Suemo saw that the scales on those fish were raised, forming a kind of bone spur. The teeth sticking out of the mouth are sharp and long, biting on the water surface, and a smaller fish was directly bitten to pieces. The blood immediately dyed the water red, but it soon dissipated. It seems that even the creatures in the water have mutated. Without the bridge, it is impossible to pass here. Strange, maybe it has been in disrepair for a long time. Uncle Wolf threw a stone down, and could only return to the car after hearing the thump. Let's take a detour. It will take about 3 hours to go this way. There is also a small bridge over there that can also be crossed. There are fewer people walking on the side of the small bridge, and the road is relatively more difficult. The vehicle was shaking, and someone was responsible for the alert. On the bus, several children were running and playing. After what happened yesterday, the people in the entire camp seemed to be reborn. To avoid taking the wrong road, the speed was not fast. About 3 hours later, Suemo had seen the riverbed not far away, and the bridge was almost there. Suddenly, the vehicle shook. Suemo heard the sound of a tire burst. The moving vehicle began to skid, and Wang Qing, who was driving, turned the steering wheel sharply to avoid the car flipping directly into the river. Everyone was still in shock, and when they turned around, they found that the bus was also skidding. Several tires looked flat, which was a bit strange. What happened again? Uncle Wolf shouted impatiently, jumped out of the car, and looked at the flat tires, and was very depressed. Looking at the sharp stones under his feet, it was estimated that the vehicle could not bear the long journey. Fortunately, there was a spare tire. Suemo had just glanced at it casually, and just as he turned around, he found some light at the end of his eyes. It was just where the vehicle had just passed. No! Suemo shouted, walked over, and picked up a few nails directly from the gravel. The tips of the nails seemed to have not been deliberately polished. No matter how good the tires were, they would be forced to stop here. These nails would not have come here by themselves. Be alert. Shi Yin was also alert and shouted directly. All the children and the elderly stayed in the car obediently, and the few soldiers stood by with weapons. Sumo's eyes were fixed on the half-man-high grass on the roadside. There was a rustling sound inside, as if something was crawling. Chapter 36. Come out! Suemo poured his spiritual power into the nail in his hand, and threw it into the bush. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, here it comes. Instantly, all kinds of weird laughter came from all directions. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Sure enough, someone deliberately threw the nail here, and had been lying in ambush for a long time waiting for them to fall into the trap. Under the vigilance of Suemo and others, people wearing cloaks made of wild grass crawled out of the grass one by one. 1, 2. A dozen of them. And each of them looked strong, holding weapons in their hands, and the leader had a modified pistol on his waist. They were crude and barbaric, and they didn't care about exposing their limbs at all. I thought I could wait for some fat sheep, but I didn't expect to wait for some starving ghosts. The man in the lead had grass juice on his face, and his appearance was a little unclear, but his eyes were full of malice. He licked his lips with his red tongue, and his white teeth deliberately clenched to make a sound that made people's teeth ache. The fat sheep is gone, so I can kill you. The man smiled strangely, waved his hand, and all his men surrounded Suemo and others. Some people in the car hugged each other, looking confused. Outside, Suemo heard Wang Qing's voice beside him. It's those damn predators. Predators? Suemo looked at those people, each dressed like a primitive man. This is not because they are poor, but because they advocate barbarism and freedom, which is the so-called liberation of human nature. The weapons in many people's hands are dark red, which is stained by blood for a long time. This was the first time that Suemo faced the looters after coming here. Oh ha ha! A strange cry was heard during the looting, and then a spear shot directly at Uncle Wolf from behind. Do I look easy to bully? Uncle Wolf was immediately angry. His muscles bulged, and he chopped down with a big knife, directly cutting off the spear. But then, one spear after another appeared again. The tips of those spears were not stone knives, but extremely sharp metal blades. As long as they hit, the body might be directly penetrated. These people came prepared. But in a moment, Suemo and others were suppressed by the side of the vehicle. Holding a knife, Suemo did not expose himself for the time being. These people came with bad intentions. Hee hee, you look quite muscular, not bad. The man's eyes looked at Uncle Wolf and others unscrupulously, and finally stopped on Suemo. Hey, a woman and a warrior. TSK, tender skin, a good thing, you must be suitable for steaming. The sticky look made Sumo's hair all over. She looked at him coldly without responding. The man didn't need to answer, and waved his hand again, and the encirclement began to shrink. It's not that they can't fight, but they have to protect the people in the car, so they have to be careful. The knife was extended forward, and Suemo cut the arm of a predator. A normal person should have withdrawn his hand and retreated at this time, but the other party grinned, ignored the wound on his arm, and wanted to fight Suemo. A punch hit Sumo's shoulder, but Suemo reacted quickly and twisted his body to avoid it. You are very good. The man who was facing Suemo spoke with a hoarse voice, his eyes full of greed and desire. While he was talking, the man did not stop and attacked again. But it was obvious that he underestimated Suemo. Suemo fought very easily. After knowing these people's fearless fighting style, Sumo's attack was even more straightforward. The blade spun, and the sharp blade was directly placed on the opponent's neck. Hee hee. There was another strange laugh, and the opponent did not seem to be afraid of this situation at all. Suemo did not hold back, watching the opponent grab his cheek, and with the help of his wrist, the blade directly cut the opponent's neck. The aorta ruptured instantly, and before the blood flew, Suemo raised his foot and kicked the opponent away. Just in front of the plunderer boss, the opponent wiped a handful of blood on the neck of the corpse, and then smeared it on his cheek. You are mine, the man said, and attacked Suemo directly. The two fists collided, and the opponent stood still, while Suemo was forced to step back several steps. It was not until her body hit the car that she stabilized. Behind her, the car made a creaking sound, and a shallow dent appeared on the outer shell of the car. A person with enhanced physical ability. Suemo looked at her left hand hanging limply by her side, with some horror in her eyes. The opponent's strength was very terrifying. If she hadn't noticed something wrong at the last moment, and used her mental power to protect her left arm, then her arm would have been broken by now. Oh, you are indeed a person with ability. The man smiled, but his bright smile seemed unusually terrifying. I haven't really moved for a long time. Come on, let me have fun. The opponent waved at Suemo, and Sumo's heart was heavy with contemptuous attitude. In terms of strength, she was definitely not the opponent's opponent. After all, her ability was not strength-based. Thinking, the blade turned in her palm. Facing the opponent's provocation, Suemo was very calm. She was not afraid, but took the initiative to attack. Since she fought with the two ability users, she has never met anyone similar to herself. After overcoming the fear of killing, Suemo also wanted to see where her limit was. The blade turned flexibly. Unlike ordinary broadswords and long swords, Sumo's boning knife was relatively short, but longer than a dagger. The boning knife used for cooking food bloomed with different colors in Sumo's hands. The blade was tough and sharp. With the blessing of the ability, it was easy to cut bones. A knife cut along the opponent's shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. Suemo quickly withdrew, tilted his head back, and dodged the punch that hit his face. "Hey, you heard me." The man was slightly injured but didn't care. The muscles on his arm were completely bulging, and his bronze skin looked very powerful. A punch was thrown, and the air seemed to be torn apart. Suemo felt the breath of death, but he didn't retreat but advanced. The blade brushed the opponent's fist and slid down, ready to rotate around the opponent's wrist. But the opponent's attack was just an illusion. When she was about to tear the opponent's wrist, Suemo was kicked in the abdomen. Puff! Suemo spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was kicked out and fell to the ground. "Who told you that I can only use fists?" The man's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed directly in front of Suemo. He raised his foot again, smiled excitedly at Suemo, and was about to stomp on him. The internal organs seemed to be torn apart, and Suemo rolled quickly in pain, barely avoiding the kick. "Suemo!" Uncle Wolf shouted, and rushed over with a knife in hand, but was stopped by another predator. "Your opponent is me." The man smiled, and was met with a fist from Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf was stopped, and so were the others. By the car window, the little bean looked at Suemo lying on the ground, tears already rolling down his eyes. Chapter 37. Raising up quickly, Sumo's breathing became difficult due to the pain. Perhaps she should research a portable food that can be carried with her and eaten at any time to heal her wounds. But will the system allow the existence of such food? The system's definition of food is the same as that of the host, that is to say, she can eat handmade chocolate while fighting in the future. Thinking about it, Suemo laughed a little at this time. After these days of polishing in the wasteland, she felt that her character became more and more AQ. But this problem has not been solved yet. Just as she stood firm, the opponent was already pressing forward. The slender thighs smashed down at Suemo like a whip. Facing the opponent's powerful attack, Suemo stabbed the opponent's calf with a knife in his hand. But the opponent easily dodged this move. "Is this all you have?" Seeing that Suemo seemed unable to fight, the man was a little disappointed. However, when the knife stabbed along the male dignity and almost castrated him, the man's face turned even greener. Suemo is the one who learned and applied it. Everyone can make fake moves. Suemo imitated the other party's sneer, and felt the power in his body without saying a word, and faced the challenge directly. "If you don't fall, there is still a chance. What are you afraid of? Little girl, you are looking for death." The man, humiliated by the knife, narrowed his eyes. He stretched out his hand, and caught Sumo's knife with his palm. The knife easily cut the palm, but it got stuck on the other party's bones. For a while, Suemo couldn't pull out his knife. Facing the other party's self-mutilation, Sumo's eyes were horrified. Her neck was grabbed by the other party's other hand, and lifted up. The opponent was tall and strong, so Sumo's feet were lifted off the ground. Sumo's face flushed with hypoxia. Her fist hit the opponent's arm, and it seemed soft. "Your knife is very good." The man sneered as he weighed the boning knife in his hand, and his eyes were cold. "But I don't want disobedient things." As he said that, the man began to exert force with his 5 fingers. Suemo heard her neck creaking. Blood gushed out. Suemo opened her mouth, and she seemed to see the existence of the god of death. Bang! It was a gunshot. At the car door, Shiryan's gun was still emitting fire. When he saw the man looking over, he shot again. "Let her go!" Shiryan's eyes were bulging at this time, and the red bloodshot inside was a bit scary. There were not many guns in the rock camp. The guns they could get were just ordinary ones. Guns that had not been modified could not even penetrate the skin of fierce beasts. But humans were not fierce beasts after all, and they were still afraid of such things. "Are you competing with me in guns?" Looking at his arm, a bullet only penetrated halfway and stopped. As a power user, his muscles were as hard as steel, and could not be penetrated by ordinary bullets. But it was obvious that the man was irritated by this ant-like struggle. After throwing Suemo away fiercely, the man took out the gun on his waist and fired at Shiryan. It was just one bullet, but it roared out with amazing power. Suemo even saw a flash of green smoke. Then, Shiryan's body shook, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. His shoulder was shattered, and bones flew and pierced the glass of the bus. Ah! Some children inside screamed in fear. Blood instantly soaked her yin. Seeing this scene, Dr. Zhang wanted to rush out, but was pulled by Aunt Li. If we go down now, we will cause trouble for them. The leaders refused to give in just to protect them. They couldn't make trouble. Knowing this, Dr. Zhang stood there angrily. She didn't want to drag Suemo and the others down, but she couldn't watch Shi Yin die. Ha ha, trash. The man who had been fighting with Shi Yin picked up Shi Yin's axe and waited for a few times, with a look of contempt. Trash should lie down obediently. As he said that, the man's eyes were fierce, and the axe in his hand chopped directly at Shi Yin's head. Dad? No! Shi Qing, who was a little far away from his father, shouted. He didn't even care about his enemy and wanted to pounce on him. But this flaw caused him to be stabbed in the back. The broadsword split his back, and the fresh meat turned out. Shi Qing fell to the ground, but he was still struggling to get up. Hey, father and son, right? That's just right. I sent you father and son on the road together. Behind Shi Qing, a predator pointed his spear at Shi Qing's back. The father and son were about to die together. At this moment, Suemo saw ice spikes suddenly appear in the air. As the ice spikes fell, the two predators were directly stabbed into hedgehogs. The ice spikes appeared so quickly that the two men didn't even have time to react. Looking at those ice spikes, a man's figure emerged in Sumo's mind. That day in the camp, the Captain Lu used this kind of ice ability. Who? The plunderer boss turned back vigilantly. He saw a car parked on the road they came from, and a man put his arm on the car window with his fingers slightly raised. There was no expression on his face, and his cold and handsome face was somewhat out of place in such a place. It was really him. Suemo coughed and thought. It's you? The plunderer boss recognized the person. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. He looked at Suemo with a bit of unwillingness. I should have killed you first just now. You are lucky today. After leaving these words, the other party called his men to withdraw quickly. This straightforward action surprised Suemo. Is that Captain Lu scary? 10 seconds later, the car stopped in front of everyone in the camp. The first person to get off the car was the scarred man Ding Qi. Oh, we meet again. I'm dying. The foul-mouthed man looked at Shi Yin and said to him, leaning against the front of the car without any intention of helping. To be honest, he didn't expect the captain to help. Lu Xinglan was still sitting in the car at this time. Suemo and the other party's eyes met through the car window. Compared with the first time they met, the other party still exuded a sense of danger all over his body. Even if her strength was a little stronger, she always felt that she would be slaughtered against Lu Xinglan. Avoiding her eyes, Suemo walked to Shi Yan's side. The bones in his shoulder were almost broken, and Dr. Zhang had already run down. I do it! After quickly treating the wound, with Sumo's ability to back him up, Dr. Zhang was not really worried. Shi Qing's condition was relatively better, but his spine bones were also injured. A bone pierced out, Shi Qing lay on the ground, and after seeing Suemo nod to him, he smiled with difficulty, and then fainted with relief. His father is fine. Just after what happened at the Sun Camp, this happened. Even Suemo was a little exhausted. She slowly sat down on the ground, leaning against the tire of the jeep, and coughed a few times. Fragments of internal organs appeared in her palm. If Lu Xinglan hadn't appeared, the boss of the predator would have crushed her. Chapter 38. You are very peculiar. A very light sentence suddenly appeared, and Suemo looked up and saw Lu Xinglan's good-looking face. But good-looking can't be eaten. Hearing this, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xinglan put more pressure on himself than those predators. As if he didn't hear the intention in the other party's words, he smiled with his lips hooked. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing Suemo avoiding the topic, Lu Xinglan squatted down. The parallel line of sight did not make Suemo feel any respect, but felt a sense of danger. Resisting the urge to run away, Suemo tried to stay calm and smiled politely. Is this your knife? Fortunately, Lu Xinglan did not do anything, but handed the thing in his hand to Suemo. After several battles, the blade of this knife was not damaged at all. The blade was very bright, and the silver-white metal felt cool to the touch. Lu Xinglan stroked the blade with his slender fingers and pressed on the blade. He looked at the wound on his fingertips with an unchanged expression. This knife is very good. It is sharp enough and harder than he could have imagined. He remembered that it was this knife that beheaded B008. If he had used a knife himself, he would not have been able to do what Suemo did. Really? Suemo took the knife from the other party with a dry smile. The other party's attitude did not seem to be looking for trouble, and if the other party had not appeared, they would have died here. In this way, facing Lu Xingwan, Suemo could not react strongly. Thank you for saving us. I have nothing to repay you. How about I give you some of the smoked meat developed by our camp? She asked tentatively, but her words made Ding Qi, who was not far away, look at ghosts. Countless people in the base wanted to please their boss, but who dared to bribe with meat? This woman must have been brain damaged. Smoked meat? Sure. But unexpectedly, Lu Xingwan actually nodded. Ah? Suemo, who was just joking, saw the other party's serious expression and quickly winked at Wang Qing. Is it okay for her to give it? Isn't it just a piece of meat? It's not from her body. Facing the pressure from the other party, Suemo could only comfort himself in this way. Do you want to join my team and go back to base number 8 with me? Suddenly, Lu Xingwan asked. His tone was very serious, and although the look he gave Suemo was cold, he didn't mock and despise like those people in the base. Equal, but not cared by Lu Xingwan. Suemo seemed to understand the other party's attitude. Suemo was a little surprised by this invitation. Boss, don't worry, we already have enough people in our team. Ding Qi shouted. He patted the car, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, Hey, you guys can talk too? Amid Ding Qi's shouting, some people poked their heads out of the dark car. A few people laughed awkwardly, but after meeting Lu Xingwan's eyes, they straightened their faces. We listened to the captain. That was so well behaved. Ding Qi pulled the corner of his mouth, a little disappointed. In fact, they were all picked up by the captain, not that they were unwilling to accept Suemo. It's just that their team is full of men, and it's not appropriate for a woman to suddenly come. Women shouldn't get involved in the affairs of a group of men. Why? After a moment of silence, Suemo asked back. She saw Lu Xingwan's seriousness, but she always felt that his thoughts were not so simple. Your ability is very strange, different from those I have met. I want you to go back with me for a checkup. No matter what the result, as long as you are my Lu Xingwan's team member, those people in the base dare not touch you. So you want her to be a guinea pig? Suemo, who understood, shook her head directly. No, the camp is very good. Let alone being a guinea pig, Suemo didn't like being a team member. After all, the impression left by the base on her was too bad. Is that so? It seemed that he was not going to embarrass Suemo. After seeing Sumo's refusal, Lu Xingwan stood up. At this time, Wang Qing came over with a bag. There were several pieces of bacon in it. It can be seen that Wang Qing's strange expression was a bit painful. Here. He handed it to Lu Xingwan with some caution. Even if it was just a long-range attack, Wang Qing knew from that move just now that the other party was a person with abilities more powerful than Suemo. It's better to be in awe of such people. Well, how do you do it? Lu Xingwan's tone was too calm, but Suemo always felt weird when he asked this question with such a noble face. Slice it, stir-fry the potatoes, add some chili, no salt. Suemo said, propping himself up and standing up, but bent down again. On behalf of the rock camp, I thank Captain Lu for his help. Slow down. Good guy, are you chasing people away? Glancing at Sumo's guard, Lu Xingwan raised her eyebrows. Even his teammates were not so afraid of him when they first met. Her intuition seemed to be good. Nodding, Lu Xingwan walked towards her vehicle with a plastic bag in her hand. After a few steps, Ding Qi took the bag and whispered as he looked at the bright meat inside. It looks pretty good. The modified jeep they were sitting in roared and rushed to the other side of the bridge as soon as it was ignited. All the windows were closed, so Suemo could not see Lu Xingwan's expression when she left. Suemo was relieved when the other party walked away. Suemo, what should we do now? Both Shi Yan and his son were unconscious. Uncle Wolf, who was a rough man, was undecided and subconsciously looked at Suemo. At this time, everyone in the camp had their eyes on Suemo. After looking at the injuries of the two, the bleeding was temporarily stopped, but follow-up treatment was needed. But it was really arrogant to make a fire and cook in such a place. It was really a case of one thing after another. Let's go to the place we agreed on before. Suemo sighed and made a decision without being pretentious. The tires were quickly replaced, and the two cars were on the road again. I don't know if it was because Lu Xingwan and others had just passed by. In the previous section of the road, Suemo and others did not encounter the predator again, and even the ferocious beasts that were secretly spying did not appear. The last journey was passed safely. In the afternoon, Suemo and others rushed to a small town not far from the south gate of base number 8. There are many camps in this town, so it is very safe. Even the roads have been repaired, and some ruins that are easy to collapse have been cleared. However, The vines and rust that spread randomly tell the dilapidated town. Suemo saw that there were several small stalls in the town. It looked very peaceful and tranquil here. Many people had smiles on their faces, and there was no hostility towards their arrival. As long as they did not invade the territory of other camps, they would not be driven away if they settled here. The vehicle stopped at a relatively peripheral place, and the people in the car began to pack up. First, some simple tents were built, and the father and son were carried in. Wang Qing thoughtfully built a stove for Suemo. Chapter 39. Uncle Wolf and Zhang Taiwei marked out a range for the camp and put up a flag. It was called a flag, but it was just some scraps of cloth randomly stitched together as a symbol of the camp. Suemo was also injured, so Dr. Zhang ordered her not to move, and Xiao Doubting was sent to guard her. The two sat on the stone bench, watching a group of people busy and leisurely. However, Suemo found that Xiao Doubting seemed to be worried and depressed. What's wrong? Suemo rubbed Xiao Doubting's head and looked at the shallow scar on his cheek, feeling a little regretful. The food she made could heal wounds, but it had no effect on scar removal. The scar on such a small child's face looked really annoying. Sister Su, I want to help you, and I also want to fight. Holding Sumo's arm, Doubting was a little worried because he was afraid of hurting Suemo. These times, he could only watch Sister Su fight with him, but he could do nothing. Puff! Suemo couldn't help laughing and pinched the little bean's cheek. You are a little kid. When you grow up, you can learn to be a warrior from Uncle Wolf, or when you awaken your ability in the future, you can even beat Uncle Wolf. Suemo narrowed his eyes as he held the other person in his arms. Don't worry, remember these things well, remember those who died for us, and then grow up quickly. You can decide for yourself in the future. Don't let the shadow of the past stop your future self. This is one of the lessons she learned in the wasteland. Well, I listened to Sister Su. Little guy, troubles come and go quickly. After a while, she struggled out of Sumo's arms. I can't press Sister Su. Okay. Facing the cute look of the little guy, Suemo was happy. After cleaning up for an afternoon, they saw some prototypes of the camp. There were several bungalows in the area, but most of them seemed to have collapsed. After cleaning up, people could live in it. Suemo was assigned a temporary house, and she did not refuse. Wang Qingjun brought wood to make a bed for her. Suemo had already accepted the kindness of these people in the camp. After going through so much, she also regarded these people as her family. Family members are mutual. It's just that cooking is difficult to be mutual. In order not to attract attention, the camp was lit at night. The smell of rice also came from other camps. But when Sumo's smoked meat rice smelled, many people in the camp looked over here. They are all meat. Why are the smells so different? I've made smoked meat rice before, but this time it didn't add any energy value. It was just an ordinary meal. I made a healing stir-fried pork dish for Shurqing and the other person. A familiar dish, but with a different effect. It was a little difficult for the two to swallow at first, but as the food effect took effect, they just held a rice bowl and showed off. They were all things I'd made before, but I didn't unlock any new recipes, but the energy value of the healing food still increased. Energy value increased by 110. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. Information updated. Name, Suemo. Age 18. Spiritual power level 3, 30/1000. Weapon, boning knife. Abilities, space, healing food, butcher's knife technique. Looking at the total experience bar that doubled again, Suemo could only accept it bitterly. But when her mental power reached the 3rd level, Suemo found that her injuries had healed before she even ate the stir-fried pork. Not only that, if the power in her body was like strands of hair, everywhere but impossible to grasp carefully. Now, it seems that streams are flowing in her body. Those powers gathered in the meridians, giving her a strange feeling. She clenched her fist, and the strength of her arm became stronger. If she used this body to fight the predator again, she might not win, but she would definitely not be beaten so badly. Suemo had this confidence. Dad. In the tent, Suemo heard a slightly panicked voice. Suemo looked over and found that Shuryen, who was eating, had his right arm hanging down. Could it be that it was ineffective? Suemo was rarely panicked, and she walked over quickly to check. Shuryen did not dodge, and even smiled. Food is only useful. It can only heal wounds, but it can't give Shuryen an extra bone out of thin air. The man's shot directly broke part of Shuryen's shoulder blade. Her food healed the wound, leaving some scars on the outside. But without the support of bones, Shuryen's hand couldn't be used as flexibly as before. It can still move. Perhaps seeing Sumo's self-blame, Sure Yan's expression was very calm. Just don't use too much force. He raised his arm to show Suemo. It can move, but the 5 fingers can't close together, but this also means that Sure Yan can't fight in the future. How can such a soft arm lift the axe? It's okay. I still have my left hand. Don't worry. Sure Yan patted his son with his left hand, comforting everyone. But Suemo could see the gloom in his eyes clearly. She pursed her lips, not knowing how to comfort him. Her food was not omnipotent. It seemed that it could only heal the surface. A group of people surrounded Sure Yan, chattering. Suemo stepped out instead. She sat by the campfire in the camp, looking at the clear starry sky above her head, and felt a kind of pressure again. She thought that with the healing ability, no one would die in the camp. But now she thinks about it, she is still naive. Her ability is only healing, not rebirth. She can't make it up out of thin air, which means that if someone in the camp is unfortunately crushed in the future, she will be powerless. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Suemo couldn't help shouting. I'm not complaining about the system, but about my own naivety. But when I relaxed a little, I found more problems. It was as if I couldn't change anything even if I came to this new place. Hello, did you just move here today? A voice suddenly sounded, and Suemo looked up and saw a short-haired woman walking over. The other party was dressed very capable, and when she met Sumo's heavy eyes, she didn't ask much. With a smile on her face, she politely stopped a little further away from Suemo. She was very good at grasping the sense of distance in this wasteland. It's like this, I'm the boss of the Red Sun camp in Luoya town, and I should also be considered the chairman of the town's camp committee. My name is Tong Baichiao. We welcome all camps here, but new camps need to register with the committee to facilitate subsequent management. But it's late today, I just came to say hello, you can come again tomorrow. The committee is in the center of Luoya town, and the logo is a maple leaf, so it's easy to find. The woman spoke fluently. Camp committee? Suemo was a little stunned. What kind of organization is this? Chapter 40. Perhaps Tong Baichiao understood Sumo's doubts, and explained with a smile. There are many camps in Luoya town. At the beginning, some camps did not follow the rules and attacked other camps, and we jointly drove them out. Later, for fairness, we still accepted all camps, but they need to register and follow the rules here. The rules are very simple. Various materials can be exchanged and bought and sold here, but looting is not allowed, and killing is not allowed at will. After all, it is not easy to live in this world. One more person means one more strength. Tong Baichi's appearance is extremely beautiful, with a confident expression, generous and calm, which is easy to give people a good impression. Okay, I know, we will go to register tomorrow. Suemo agreed. Okay, see you tomorrow. Laughing, Tong Baichiao waved and left. She came to declare her rights in Luoya town. While Suemo was still thinking, Sure Yan came out. The two sat by the fire, and Suemo was a little confused. She could have just sent someone to inform them, but she chose to come to inform them personally at night. She did it to let us know who is in charge here, and to make us behave ourselves. Sure Yan has been the leader for many years, and has a clear understanding of these things. Why? Suemo still didn't understand. They didn't plan to do anything, so why did they come to warn them? Where there are people, there is business. You saw the small market in the town during the day. If there is no one to maintain order, it can't be open outside, and will the people who maintain order work for nothing? Obviously not, Suemo replied secretly. Then, if those people want to keep these benefits in their hands, we newcomers must be obedient and do things according to our rules. It seems that there is no peace here either. Sure Yan held a silver wine pot in his left hand, which Suemo had seen many times. He poured wine into his mouth, and after a big sip, he looked at Suemo seriously. Suemo, are you willing to help me settle the camp here? The sudden word seemed to ask Suemo to be his deputy. Faced with this serious attitude, Suemo pursed his lips, and didn't know how to answer. Don't worry. You can think about it slowly. I just think that after going through so much, you are someone I can trust, and even some people in the camp are more willing to trust you than me. After several dangers, Suemo did not retreat a single step. If it is said that the food Suemo made has grasped their appetite, these performances are enough to convince the people in the camp. And he? Sure Yan glanced at his right arm, his eyes dim. He naturally had great ambitions, and was unwilling to give up power. But now, he was like a half-useless person. If the camp was to continue, someone had to stand up. Uncle Wolf was a rough man. He could fight, but leading the camp was just a dream. As for his son, he had considered it, but the boy was still a little immature and prone to impulsive actions. Okay, I seriously consider it. The two chatted for a while, and the others followed. For a while, the camp was filled with noisy sounds again. Wang Qing followed Uncle Wolf and puffed out cigarettes, while Shi Qing was drinking. After meeting Sumo's gaze, he moved away awkwardly. This night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, the people in the camp continued to clean up. Some houses needed to be repaired, tents were gradually built, and some people were cultivating vegetable fields. Everything was in order. Su Mo followed Shi Yin to the center of Luoya town. This is a two-story building with gray and white walls. It was repaired later. Someone came out and saw Su Mo and the others. He glanced and left. The room was cleaned very cleanly, and there was a sweet-looking woman behind the counter. Are you two here to register? The woman asked, and the name on the work card was Xiao Shui. Yes. Shi Yin nodded. Okay, please wait. Xiao Shui helped with the level, while Su Mo watched in the hall. There was a scrolling electronic screen hanging on the side of the hall. Looking at the information on it, Su Mo found that it was a task list. There were many tasks on it, including hunting beasts, exploring and searching for supplies, and some life-oriented tasks. Su Mo even saw a task to catch a thief. Just click it, you can see the detailed information of the task. Su Mo's hand fell on the thief task and flipped through it casually. Everything looked very formal. Anyone in the town can take the tasks above. As long as you complete them, you can get rewards. Xiao Shui said to Su Mo. The highest task is to hunt A011. As long as you can catch one, you can get 800 silver coins. It must be said that this price is very tempting. Maybe after they settle down, they can make a living from this. Some people in the camp can also take on some easy tasks, so it doesn't seem to be very difficult to live here. Okay. Xiao Shui handed Shi Yin a sign with the 4 big characters Rock Camp on it, which was very eye-catching. From now on, you will be a member of our Luoya town. You can go to the small market in the town, but if you want to sell things there, you need to register with me, and you also need to pay a one-time stall fee of 10 silver coins. Then every month's income needs to be handed over 3% to the camp committee as the collective fund of Luoya town. Xiao Shui explained in detail, and Su Mo raised his eyebrows. Just registering is 10 silver coins, plus 3% of the income. These people really know how to make money. Okay, thank you. After thanking him, Shi Yin took the sign back to the camp, and Su Mo strolled to the small market. It's called a market, but in fact it's just a few small stalls. It's not big. I counted them, and there were only about a dozen stores. There were all kinds of supplies on the stalls, and many people were watching like Su Mo. There were a lot of things for sale here. There were beast meats, and some weapons and equipment. But what attracted Su Mo the most was a vegetable stall. The fresh vegetables on it were still covered with dirt. These are all produced in the vegetable fields in the east. They are guaranteed to be fresh. Just take a look. The stall owner was a chubby woman. When she saw Su Mo, she waved enthusiastically. You are the new campers, right? Huh? Are they so famous? Haha, mainly because I've been here for a long time, and I know almost everyone here. You look unfamiliar. A new camp just moved in yesterday, so I guessed. The aunt was very good at talking. She even grabbed a big tomato and stuffed it into Sumo's hand. Just call me Annie Zhou. Here, try it. It's very sweet. I give it to you, no charge. Thank you. Su Mo didn't act pretentiously, took a bite, the juice splashed, and it was even more delicious than what she bought from the base before. Su Mo simply bought some ingredients here and took them back. When she left, Auntie Zhou kept asking her to come often. When she returned to the camp, Auntie Li had already prepared breakfast. Su Mo didn't let her interfere, and Su Mo asked for silence. Chapter 41. Breakfast was pancakes with pickles, which was enough to fill my stomach. In the morning, Su Mo also got busy. During this time, an interesting thing happened. When several people were carrying a box, they accidentally tripped. As a result, the box fell to the ground and opened, and the contents of several bags scattered out. One of the bags was full of silver and gold coins. Pick it up quickly. Several people moved quickly, but all this was still discovered by people passing by the camp. As if they had accidentally glanced at him, the man quickly disappeared. Interlude. No one in the camp cared. Su Mo looked at the small house that officially belonged to him, and he was in a good mood. It was cleaned very cleanly, and even the bedding was laid out. It was cleaned by Fong Yang. Fong Yang said that she wanted to make you, Sister Su, live more comfortably. The little follower doubting kept circling around Su Mo. Okay, did you help me thank Fong Yang? Su Mo felt a little warm in his heart. Yes. Do Ding nodded heavily, smiling happily. In the busyness, it was soon noon. In order to reward everyone, Su Mo prepared to do it herself this time. No big meal, just some home-cooked dishes. The first one was mincemeat and eggplant. Wash the eggplant, cut it into pieces, and put it in a basin, and pour some salt into it to kill the moisture. While waiting for the eggplant, the big pot was already on fire. The tomato rolled on the fire, and the skin was easily peeled and cut into pieces. Su Mo took out an egg the size of a grapefruit. She bought it from Aunt Jo. It is said that it is the egg of a fierce beast, and it tastes very delicious. Su Mo prepared to make a tomato egg soup. When the oil temperature reached 70%, Su Mo put the tomatoes in and stir-fried them. Press the spatula slightly to make it easier for the tomatoes to release juice. When the tomatoes were fried into red soup, pour in boiling water, and the sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes had spread. What a nice smell! Uncle Wolf came over with a half-chopped piece of wood in his hand. What are you looking at? I'm hungry, isn't it okay? Facing the funny eyes of everyone, Uncle Wolf threw the wood aside. What are you still working for? Wait for it to be eaten. Su Mo couldn't help laughing. The soup was already boiling. He added salt and soy sauce to season it in turn, and poured half a bowl of water starch into it. When the soup gradually became thicker, Su Mo poured in the egg liquid, reduced the heat a little, and stirred it slightly with the spatula. The egg liquid soon solidified into egg flowers, and when Su Mo dripped some sesame oil into it, the fragrance was fragrant. A large pot of soup was poured into a large basin, and some chopped green onions were added for garnish. A naughty child reached out to try the flavor, but ended up being burned and crying while holding his fingers. Rinse the pot clean. Su Mo is going to make mincemeat and eggplant. The meat of the beast is very firm. Even after being chopped into mincemeat, it looks very chewy. After the eggplant rushed into the oil pan, the smoke rose, and Su Mo took it out after it was fried. Is it ready? Uncle Wolf is impatient, and he can't wait to hold a bowl of rice. How can I? Heat the oil in the pan again, add ginger and garlic and stir-fry until fragrant. When the mincemeat rolls into the oil pan, it reacts with a high temperature, and the meat aroma rises instantly. The sound of swallowing saliva is heard one after another. Stir-fry the moisture on the meat, add some cooking wine, light soy sauce and salt, and then pour the eggplant in. While stir-frying over high heat, Su Mo added a little pepper powder, which she had ground in the camp before, and it is much finer than the one in the base. Before serving, the eggplant with mincemeat and glistening with scallions was sprinkled on it, and it became the new favorite of the hungry wolves. Add a large pot of stir-fried vegetables and a cold ball dish, and this is today's menu. When the dishes were served one after another, 2 uninvited guests came to the camp. Seeing the urgent eyes of the people in the rock camp, one of the young men spoke. Why do you think you came at the wrong time? Have these people been hungry for several days and nights? Their eyes were shining. We are from the Blue Sky camp next door. We will be neighbors in the future, so I want to come and say hello. The young man looked decent, with a smile on his face, and he directly revealed his purpose. His companions couldn't wait to walk to the side of the boiler. Looking at the pots of vegetables, their eyes were suddenly straight. Is it these things that have been emitting fragrance all the time? How did you do it? As he said, the young man actually picked up a piece of eggplant and threw it into his mouth. Fuck. Uncle Wolf and a group of big men were angry. They hadn't even started eating yet, but an outsider got there first. Suddenly, a fist as big as a sandbag hit the young man's cheek. It was obviously painful, but the other party covered his mouth and chewed frantically. His eyes never left Sumo's food. Are you a cook too? Sumo asked. She found some cuts on the other party's hands, but judging from his physique, he didn't look like a warrior. Coupled with his eager attitude towards food, she made a guess. Yes. Did you make all this? The 2 chefs exchanged glances, and Sumo nodded. No, you must teach me. I can pay for it. The young man grabbed Sumo's arm directly, and his eyes were very stubborn. What are you doing? Let go. Wang Qing picked up the other party, and pretended to throw him out. Can he do whatever he wants with Sumo? However, Wang Qing's action was stopped by another normal young man. Sorry, my friend likes to study these foods very much, and he will do this when he encounters new and strange foods. He has no ill intentions. My name is Xie Yang, and his name is Xiao Xingho. In fact, he is the one who pestered me to come. He is the cook in our camp. If we don't bring him, we will have no food to eat at night. Xie Yang smiled bitterly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. But the hand that pinched Wang Qing made Wang Qing frown. With such strength, he couldn't break free. Are you a person with abilities? Suemo hit the mark, and saw Xie Yang's somewhat surprised look. Yes. Fire ability. As he said, he swung his hand, and a ball of fire rose in his palm. Under Sumo's gaze, Wang Qing let go of Xiao Xingho. Blinking his eyes, Suemo was thinking deeply. They had just arrived at the camp. If they wanted to gain a foothold here, it would be a good idea to establish a good relationship with these people first. And Suemo seemed to have some ideas and spoke. You can learn cooking. Suemo looked at Xiao Xingho. His tone was a little serious. But you need to worship me as your master. In addition, you have to pay money and provide the ingredients yourself. You are not allowed to teach others what you have made. You are not allowed to do anything that is detrimental to my camp. As long as you violate one of them, I will clean up the mess. She was playing with the knife on the table in her hand. It was just a simple action, but Xie Yang's eyes were fixed. At this moment, he felt a sense of oppression. The other party was also a capable person. Under the harsh conditions, Xiao Xingho ignored Xie Yang's eyes and nodded. Okay, from today on, you are my master. Master, can I try the rest? Compared to Sumo's strictness, Xiao Xingho agreed without even considering it. Xie Yang watched with a wry smile. Does he know who the other person is? He sold himself out just because of a dish. How delicious can these dishes be? Add 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Shi Yan also spoke. The people in the rock camp finally let down their guard and began to enjoy these delicacies. Among these dishes, the most delicious one is the minced meat and eggplant. Chapter 42. The eggplants on the wasteland look the same as those on Earth, but they are bigger and more bitter. However, after mixing with the meat of these beasts, the bitterness is completely neutralized. The gravy soaks into the eggplants, and the eggplant meat melts in the mouth. Some people don't even chew, just swallow them in big mouthfuls. The light stir-fried vegetables are added with some minced garlic, which tastes very refreshing and is favored by the little kid. Everyone's chopsticks are flying in the basin. Good brothers on weekdays are enemies of life and death at the dinner table. Some people's chopsticks were knocked away, and some people were squeezed out with their stools. Xie Yang held the bowl and looked at the green vegetables in the bowl with a little confusion. Why is eating like fighting a war? But when the green vegetables entered his mouth, Xie Yang was silent for a moment. Then, his face flushed, his body temperature began to rise, and then he walked towards the crowd openly. Damn! It's so hot! You're cheating, aren't you? A group of big men accidentally touched Xie Yang, and they jumped up and down because of the heat of his body. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Uncle Wolf took the lead and grabbed Xie Yang and threw him out. In terms of brute force, Uncle Wolf was still better. Xie Yang, who didn't dare to really do it, looked at the dishes in the bowl and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. What should I do if he also wants to become a disciple? Xie Yang joined the fight for food, but the thin Xiao Xingho had a place in the crowd no matter how crowded it was. Firmly occupying the position next to Suemo, Xiao Xingho's movements were faster than anyone else. After the meal, everyone had a bowl of tomato egg soup. The sweet and sour soup was so delicious. The egg was smooth and tender, without any fishy smell. Some people who were full felt that they could finish another bowl of rice. Whenever Suemo cooks, the bottom of the pot will be licked clean. After a while, some people lie on the ground with their stomachs full and don't want to move. Xie Yang and Xiao Xingho left with satisfaction, saying that they were going to prepare gifts for their apprenticeship. After a while of laziness, everyone had enough motivation to continue setting up the camp. Suemo was checking his system messages. 3 new recipes were added today, which just met the conditions for unlocking 5 recipes for a lucky draw. Dish name: Wasteland minced meat and eggplant, A level. Introduction: the perfect fusion of meat and vegetables, so soft that your tongue will eat it. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation by diners: fork this cheating kid out. Dish name: Wasteland tomato and egg soup, A level. Introduction: the tomatoes are good tomatoes, but I don't know what kind of eggs they are, but this doesn't affect the fact that they are 2 in 1 pot. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation by diners: help me up, I can still eat. Dish name: Wasteland stir-fried green vegetables, A level. Introduction: I'm green, you eat me, I guarantee you won't be green, but you will feel good. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation by diners: Mom, I love to eat vegetarian food. 3 dishes, no special effects, the beast meat was not hunted by her, the recipe was lit up, but the energy value did not increase, but fortunately the physique felt significantly enhanced. Suemo clenched her fist, feeling the surging power, but she didn't worry about the energy value. She looked at the lottery button that had already lit up and took a deep breath. Why was she a little nervous? Lottery. Congratulations to the host for lighting up 5 recipes again and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for winning the yellow mud, a specialty of the wasteland. Suemo looked at the yellow mud in her palm and almost wanted to kill someone. The recipe she had spent so much time on was given this thing. The first 2 draws gave the boning knife and the butcher's knife method, but the third time, it was just a pile of mud. System, shouldn't you explain it? Suemo said with some gritted teeth. Why did she feel that this system was a bit of a scam? The draw is random, and the system cannot control what will be drawn. The system's explanation made Suemo a little unconvinced. But even so, Suemo had no choice. Looking at the yellow mud in his hand. It was very yellow and sticky, but the earthy smell was very light. When it was opened, there was no difference inside. It looked like yellow mud dug out of the ground at random. Suemo! A shout behind him made Suemo quickly throw the mud into his own space. Turning his head, he saw Shurching coming over, and the other party seemed a little angry. Why do you want to accept a disciple? Shurching said coldly, questioning. Antley has been studying with Suemo for a long time, but Suemo has never mentioned the matter of becoming a disciple. And Suemo actually agreed to accept the man as a disciple just after meeting him. Do you think that there are more people in our camp than in other camps? Suemo asked in return. She not only went to the market in the morning, but also roughly inquired about some other camps. Their camp can be said to be the one with the least number of people here. The other camps have 50 or 60 people, and even a few have more than 100 people. It seems to be very orderly here, but this is only on the surface. There will definitely be a lot of fighting in secret. In terms of numbers, they don't have any advantage, so they have to find another way. So you want to win over the people from the Blue Sky camp? Shurching told Sumo's plan, and his face looked better, but his tone was still a little unfriendly. Our camp doesn't need to rely on others to survive. This was said with a bit of anger. Suemo didn't understand at first, and then smiled dumbly. Did the leader tell you that he wanted me to lead the camp? When she first came to the camp, Suemo saw that Shurching was striving for the position of the future camp leader. Although this man was foul-mouthed and a little arrogant, he was actually a good person. Shurching was the one who rushed to the front several times when something happened. His father was the leader, and he was the future leader, but this natural idea was suddenly broken by Suemo. Shurching was unhappy, and it was right. The young man's temper was fully displayed by the other party. Facing Shurching's silence, Suemo thought about it and spoke. How long do you think we can stay here? Or what if those people in the base still don't let us go? She heard a lot of things during this period. Uncle Wolf often told himself that in this wasteland, except for those bases, no camp can stay in one place for too long. Camps compete with each other, predators, beasts, and even natural and man-made disasters, each of which can easily destroy the camps in this wasteland. Although this place is nice, Suemo did not relax herself because of this. When necessary, we can use everything, including the other camps. If the price is just that I teach someone cooking, why not? She was not a stingy person. On Earth, she also brought out several little apprentices. She could achieve her goal by using cooking skills, so why should she refuse? Sumo's summary made Shurching hesitate. He looked at Suemo deeply and suddenly spoke. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Shurching turned around and left after saying this. Facing this awkward person, Suemo didn't care, as long as the other party figured it out. But then, Suemo also felt that things were not simple. Chapter 43. When night fell on the wasteland, Suemo looked at a large group of strangers who suddenly appeared in the camp, and his expression was embarrassed. Ahem, they said you kidnapped the only cook and came to call for punishment. Xia Yang said awkwardly. Do you need to bring pots and pans to call for punishment? Looking at the rich equipment of those people, Suemo felt pressured. Well, you will be the chef tonight. Let me see how good your cooking skills are first. Suemo felt that he seemed to have made a hasty decision. Okay. Xiao Xingho nodded and handed over his apprenticeship gift. When Suemo opened the box, he saw a piece of metal lying there. It's union iron, which is best for forging. Uncle Wolf stretched his head and said, This thing is resistant to high temperatures and durable, but it also has very good thermal conductivity, and is difficult to break. Some weapons in the base have added this metal. In other words, this thing can be used to forge kitchen utensils. Sumo's eyes lit up, and he also thought wrongly. Just this small piece can be sold for thousands of silver coins. Suemo admitted that it was wrong for him to dislike this thing, because it was too small. He calmly put it away, and then Sumo saw Xiao Xingho ready to show his skills. Then, not only Sumo, but even Antli was silent. With Sumo's words and deeds, Antli's cooking skills improved rapidly, and occasionally the things she made could make the people in the camp, who were spoiled by their mouths, praise a few times. But compared with Antli at the beginning, Xiao Xingho's cooking skills were even more unsightly. The meat was not washed, but cut into large pieces and thrown into the pot. Sumo thought that the other party was going to stir-fry it, but the other party added a lot of water. So oil and blood foam appeared on the pot. This might be a unique way of blanching. As soon as this thought came to mind, the other party had already thrown in some seasonings, whole and unpeeled potatoes, and something else. Well, stew, Sumo saw it. But it would be more appropriate to call it boiled vegetables. When a bowl of soup was placed in front of Sumo, Sumo looked at the unpeeled garlic floating in the bowl, and didn't know how to eat it. Master, try it. Xiao Xingho was too enthusiastic. Sumo picked up a chopstick, and ate it under the sympathetic eyes of everyone in the rock camp. Fishy, astringent, bitter. The inside of the potato was still hard, and some of the meat pieces were bitten down, and the blood that gushed out made Sumo almost vomit. After all, he couldn't swallow it, and Sumo put the bowl aside. Is this what you usually eat? Sumo looked at Xiao Xingho, and really couldn't imagine that these people were so picky about food. No, I didn't cook so perfectly before. Xiao Xingho seemed to be showing off. If Sumo didn't want to waste food, he would have wanted to overturn the pot. Ahem, Antli, you should cook tonight. Sumo held his forehead, a little speechless. You should follow Antli, and learn from the most basic things first. The most important thing for a cook is the basic skills, among which knife skills are the most important. The size of the meat he cut was like letting himself go. Oh! I listened to my master. Xiao Xingho seemed a little disappointed, so a young man followed Antli to practice peeling potatoes in the camp. Dinner ended up with the stewed meat that Antli was very good at making now. A dish that barely passed the test in the rock camp was praised by the people in the blue sky camp. Sumo, can we eat together in the future? 1 meal a day is fine. Don't worry, we won't take advantage. We bring our own food, and we can also help you build the camp as meal money. The boss of the blue sky camp is also a middle-aged man, smiling and gentle. He rubbed his hands, and said a little embarrassedly. There was still grease on the corners of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. Okay. Sumo was very generous. Hee, thank you, thank you. In the end, these people left with satisfaction, leaving only Xiao Xingho pitifully cutting potato shreds. Before leaving, Xie Yang ignored Xiao Xingho's pitiful eyes. That night, dark clouds covered the starry sky, and it looked like it would rain tomorrow. The people in the rock camp had been busy all day, and now they fell asleep early. The camp walls had not been built yet, and many people were still crowded in tents. The little kid slept beside Sumo. His little hands were on his belly, very well behaved. Sumo was sleeping very soundly at this time. As the night deepened, the whole Loya town became quiet, and the bonfire in the camp gradually went out. A few people appeared beside the camp flag. This is it, right? The leading man poked his head in, his eyes greedy. Yes, but boss, they have registered, but they are protected. We? A short man said, a little scared, but was interrupted. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. Besides, we have done it several times, how can we fail this time? That bitch Tong Baiqiao really thinks she's a big shot. She wants to control me, dream on. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come with me if you want to, get out if you don't want to, just don't show up in front of me in the future. The boss looked sinister, glared at the short man, and walked into the camp with low steps. A lot of wood was piled up, but the 2 cars were empty. It seems that everything has been moved into the house. Soon, the boss set his sights on the innermost houses. Those houses looked renovated and had doors installed, but the doors were not locked at the moment. The man approached quietly, a little excited. These newcomers to the camp almost let down their guard when they heard that it was safe here. Because of this, he had done it several times. Even if the people in those camps found out, no one could do anything to him as long as there was no evidence. The hand had already touched the door. After a gentle push, the door made no sound. He looked into the room for a few times. No one was there, but there were a lot of supplies piled up. The boss walked over with confidence. His nose moved, and he smelled a scent of meat. He opened a wooden barrel, and saw the smoked meat inside. The color could not be seen clearly in the dark, but the smell was already very attractive. Take this meat away. There was also some raw meat and some food, which were all moved out. The boss was still searching, and some reserve bullets were also turned out. His movements became more unbridled. "Where's the money? Where's my money?" he muttered, bent his knees and knocked his knuckles on the wall, and soon found a hollow. He pried open the stone brick and found some money in the bag. The gold and silver coins were mixed together and were heavy. "Huh, just this kind of little trick. I've seen too many of them." It can be seen that the boss is very pleased. Boss, it's time to go," the short man who followed the door shouted. He looked at the dark camp and had a bad feeling. Chapter 44. "I'm here, what's the hurry?" The boss grabbed a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into his waist bag, then walked out with the box. He was the boss, so what's wrong with taking a little extra? "Let's go!" he shouted. The volume was a little loud, but the boss didn't control it. Gradually approaching the periphery, the boss's steps became lighter. But suddenly, there were dense footsteps outside. The dark clouds did not dissipate, and the boss couldn't see what was in the dark. But when the firelight illuminated the entire camp, the boss saw Tong Baiqiao and Su Mo standing beside him. "President Tong, don't forget to give the money for the task." Su Mo smiled. "Don't worry, I send it to you tomorrow." Tong Baiqiao glanced at Su Mo, his eyes a little surprised. This group of thieves has been rampant in the camp, and they are very careful every time they commit crimes, but they can't find any trace of them. Su Mo, who just arrived, actually took this task directly and completed it just like that. "Old Wu, it's you." Tong Baiqiao obviously recognized the other party. "How did you find out?" Old Wu saw that he was surrounded, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He was actually tricked. "Isn't it clearly stated on the task board? You like to attack new camps the most." Su Mo recalled the information she had seen. "Every new camp here will be attacked by the next Black Hand, which means that this group of people has been keeping an eye on the new camps." So during the day, she deliberately let people lose money. As expected, someone came that night. The movement here disturbed the other camps, and even Xia Yang and Xiao Xingho next door came to watch the fun. Seeing that he and his companions had no way to escape, Old Wu actually threw down what he was holding and rushed towards Su Mo. He was so fast that he disappeared in an instant. Many people exclaimed, while some realized that the other party was a person with special abilities. No wonder it was so difficult to catch him. If the other party had not been careless this time, he might have run away again. Su Mo, who was targeted by the other party, was keenly aware that he was being targeted. The look in his eyes was the same as when he met the young man with wind ability. The other party was also wind type. The boning knife appeared in his hand, and Su Mo was very calm. There was wind blowing behind him. Su Mo bent down, and a claw passed through his top. Twisting his waist, Su Mo faced the other party, and saw that the other party had a strange bone-white glove on his palm. The glove was made entirely of bone, some parts were hollowed out, and at the front end, there were 5 terrifying sharp claws. The sharp claws flashing with a faint blue light reminded Tong Baiqiao. "Be careful, that claw is poisonous." It is very common to poison weapons in the wasteland. But Su Mo was also much more careful because of this. "Humph, since you have caught me, then don't even think about having an easy time." Old Wu was particularly angry about Su Mo's calculations. He stared at Su Mo with an attitude of dying together. It was really surprising that 3 people with special abilities had emerged in a small town. Su Mo's response was quite calm, and the main thing was to avoid the claw. In the confrontation between the short knife and the claw, Su Mo seemed to be more skilled. But Old Wu's biggest reliance was still speed. Driven by the wind, his speed had already exceeded the limit of ordinary humans. Every time when Su Mo was about to hit him, Old Wu could always dodge easily. The opponent seemed to be ready to use this kind of warrior to wear down Su Mo. "Old Wu, if you surrender now, I can spare your life." Tong Baiqiao shouted, and seemed to be ready to attack. "Spare me, haha, do you mean to lock me up like a dog?" "I, Old Wu, don't care." Old Wu sneered, and looked at Tong Baiqiao with strong malice. "Tong Baiqiao, do you really think you can make this town what you want? These desperate criminals can't really obey your orders for a lifetime. Tong Baiqiao, I wait for the day you fail. Then you will know that my decision is the most correct. Fuck win-win cooperation." After spitting, Old Wu made a feint and prepared to withdraw before Tong Baiqiao wanted to join the battle. But he still underestimated Tong Baiqiao. At some point, layers of vines swept over the road he had to take to leave. The green vines looked very pleasing, but they twisted their bodies wildly and tied up Old Wu. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't run once he was caught. The wind condensed into a weapon, trying to cut the vines. But the wind blades finally hit Sumo's boning knife. Sumo, who was close, stabbed out with a knife and hit the opponent's wrists accurately. The tip of the knife was raised, and Old Wu wailed instantly. My hand, you stinky bitch, you dared to destroy me." Everyone saw that Old Wu's hands were hanging limply. The exposed bones were extremely cold. A large amount of blood infected the vines below, and the spreading branches actually stretched out to Sumo. Sumo's eyes turned cold, and the knife fell without mercy, and a branch was directly cut off. The broken branch on the ground twisted a few times and stopped moving, but a faint blood oozed from the broken end. "Sorry, I'm not very skilled in controlling these things." Facing Sumo's eyes, Tong Baiqiao explained. Then all the vines disappeared, leaving only Old Wu, whose hands were broken. Old Wu was already fainted from the pain, and Tong Baiqiao went up and kicked him. "Ah! Get out of here!" Old Wu was no longer as weird as before. He looked at Tong Baiqiao with fear in his eyes, as if he knew what kind of woman he was. "Old Wu, since you want to test the law, I can't let you down. Please gather all the people in the camp. I have something to announce." After the last sentence, the team members of the Red Sun camp where she was quickly moved. In just a moment, a large number of people gathered at the rock camp. When those people saw the miserable Old Wu, they were all silent. "This is killing the chicken to scare the monkey," Sumo knew. There are more than Old Wu in this town who disobey. What Tong Baiqiao has to do is to use Old Wu to warn everyone. Everyone. You all know that it is not easy to survive in the wasteland. We finally found this town, and everyone lives here peacefully. Many people here have not wandered in the wasteland for a long time, let alone fought with those beasts. But now, someone wants to destroy this peace. Do you think I can let them go?" Old Wu's men were also brought over. The short man knelt on the ground and shook like a sieve. He lowered his head, and a pool of yellow liquid was flowing under his feet. The smell of urine made people cover their noses. Chapter 45. These are the people who intend to destroy our town. So today, I, Tong Baiqiao, as the president of the camp committee, will personally execute these people. I hope everyone can remember this. As long as you follow the rules in the town, everyone can live well. If anyone dares to sabotage again, they will be the same as them. Tong Baiqiao waved his hand, and vines suddenly sprang out of the ground, stringing up those people. The thick vines made the broken bodies tremble in the air. The bright red blood flowed along the vines to the ground. The green plants looked a little grim and cruel at this moment. However, the more terrifying thing was still to come. The vines pierced out of Lao Wu's mouth, he widened his eyes, twisted his body, and seemed to want to say something. Old Wu, who couldn't utter a word, was visibly shrinking. Their flesh and blood were being absorbed by the vines bit by bit. The skin shrank rapidly, the eyeballs bulged out, and death filled the faces of those people. Without even a last word, these people turned into mummies, and were thrown on the ground. The bodies were still intact, but the death was really terrible. Skin and bones are no more than this. Under that thin layer of skin, it seems that even the internal organs have disappeared. Tong Baiqiao's power is weird. This kind of vine is particularly bloodthirsty. Sumo stood in the crowd and watched this scene quietly, and had some understanding of Tong Baiqiao's power. "You are testing it on purpose, right?" Behind her, Shirqing lowered his head and whispered. Sumo just nodded faintly when he heard it. When she saw the thief mission in the daytime, she had another idea in her mind. Since there are too few people in their camp, if they don't want to be bullied, then they should show their power. And what is more satisfying than cooperating with the boss of this town, Tong Baiqiao? So she deliberately lured Lao Wu and others here, and also deliberately called Tong Baiqiao to test Tong Baiqiao's ability. Although it is a bit bloody to use the rock camp as a place of execution, other people who see them in the future should think about the corpses on the ground. Fortunately, Tong Baiqiao also wants to take this opportunity to establish his power. The two of them hit it off, so this happened. "Okay, everyone go away." Some people have dragged the bodies of Lao Wu and others away. If nothing unexpected happens, these people will be thrown into the wasteland. But the bodies are just skeletons, and I guess those beasts won't like it. Those who join in the fun gradually leave. But many people look at Sumo with a bit of awe. Sumo is a person with special abilities, and he seems to be quite powerful. So this week campsite seems to be quite complex. Let's all go to sleep. As the leader, Shiryin had been standing in the dark watching all this, and only shouted at this moment. The campsite became quiet again, and Shiryin looked at Shirqing standing beside a pool of blood, sighed and walked over. "Now you know the difference between you and Sumo, right? After arriving here, You only thought about how to build a campsite, while Sumo thought about how to keep the campsite alive here. Son, Dad knows what you think, but you are still a little worse than Sumo. So don't blame Dad for making such a decision. He also wanted his son to inherit his position. But after so many things happened, Shi Yen knew how important a good leader was to the camp. Sumo was strong enough, smart enough, and even cruel enough. Such a person would be very suitable for the wasteland. Dad, I don't blame you. Shi shook his head. He admitted that he didn't think so much. There was still a bloody smell in his nose, but Shi was thinking, did Sumo really not have the ability to kill that old Wu alone? Although old Wu was a capable person, he was not proficient in using his power. Based on his understanding of Sumo could have taken him down. But Sumo let Tong Baiqiao intervene. This was not a sign of weakness, but cooperation, and also hiding himself. As long as those people could not explore Sumo's true background, they would always be wary of Sumo. Even the rock camp was not to be underestimated. Dad, I'm willing to let Sumo lead us. Shi said this sincerely. Okay, go to sleep. Shi Yen patted Shi on the shoulder and left. In the Red Sun camp, Tong Baiqiao sat on a chair, looking at the task that was taken down, with a dark look in her eyes. It's clear that they did offend the TNN team in the base, right? A man in front of her nodded slightly. Haha, they are really bold. But it doesn't matter, the TNN team is just a tail-end team in the base. Even if they want to retaliate, they dare not directly target our entire Luoya town. You know, this town generates a lot of income for the base every year. There's no need to publicize this matter. As for those people in the rock camp, if possible, just cooperate well. Tong Baiqiao crossed his legs, looking confident and smiling. I also want to see how far she can grow. Yes. The man took the order and retreated. The night of the wasteland became quiet again, and nothing else happened that night. The next day, the sun shone over Luoya town, and the small market was already busy. Many people were shopping inside. Another person dragged a freshly dead beast to the market. Fresh beast meat, slaughtered on the spot. Sumo looked at the beast, which was quite large, a type B beast, and died very thoroughly. The hard skin was left with only a white mark after the man cut it with a knife. Damn it, why is it still so hard after death? The slightly dirty words made many people laugh. Xiao Xingho stretched his head to look around, and explained for Sumo. That's a soldier from the Red Sun camp. He's very powerful, and one of the capable men under President Tong. As a disciple, Xiao Xingho followed his master very diligently, intending to learn something. The smell of fireworks spread in this town. And not far outside the town, there were many people running wildly. Run, run if you don't want to die. The crowd was originally shouting, and behind them, a slender, thin, but extremely fast beast was chasing them. The beast's appearance was covered with dense red feathers. The head was a bit like a bird, with a sharp beak, but the wings were very short. It couldn't fly when flapping, but it helped its speed. This is the A016 beast, nicknamed the Wind Bird. If a person or beast targeted by the other party just ran away, no one could escape its capture. A 016 had a few smooth and long tail feathers floating behind it. The red tail feathers swayed in the air, as gorgeous as flowing fire, and it was very beautiful. But at this moment, the opponent's cruel eyes were fixed on the humans in front. Chapter 46. Get out of here, you bastard! Someone in the crowd shouted. They were just out hunting some B-type beasts for food reserves, but who knew that this A016 suddenly appeared on the way? The key is that this one is still chasing them, and won't let go. The speed makes them crazy. The last person will be picked up by the sharp claws and thrown to the mouth. Just like swallowing sugar beans. With a few crunches, the person disappeared in the mouth of the beast. The blood on the edge of the sharp beak is shocking. Seeing that the second to last person is also about to be caught, the temperature around seems to have dropped a lot. One by one, ice spikes formed in the air and then fell. The indiscriminate attack made some people scream, but it also successfully blocked the offensive of A016. Lu Xinglan appeared in front of everyone. But Lu Xinglan was not in a good state at this time. He held a red egg in his left hand, and his face was very pale. A wound almost penetrated the entire back, and the face was covered with blood. Even so, with a wave of his hand, a large ice wall was formed. Boss! The car came at a high speed, and Ding Qi, who was driving, shouted and was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Lu Xinglan. Return to the base with the mission target. Don't look back. This is an order. The egg was caught by the people in the car. Ding Qi looked at Lu Xinglan's serious injury, and scratched his head in annoyance. Their mission this time was to bring back the egg of A016. A016's personality was actually relatively gentle among the fierce beasts. I thought this task was easy to complete. But who knew that the moment the egg was taken, A016, who was not supposed to be in the nest, appeared instantly. Then he attacked violently. Although he was resisted by the boss, he was also injured accidentally. He wanted to get rid of the beast and go back, but he encountered the team on the way. After eating a lot of people, A016's physical strength increased greatly, and he actually chased all the way here. If they don't solve it, none of them can go back. Looking at the wound on his leg, Ding Chi could only obey the order and drive away quickly. The vehicle avoided the existence of Luoya town and went straight to the south gate. With the ice wall constructed by Lu Xingwan, the team also breathed a sigh of relief and ran directly to the town. Go tell the president that something big has happened. When the chaotic crowd rushed into the town, the morning tranquility was broken in an instant. Some people fainted directly because of their injuries as soon as they relaxed their spirits. Suemo saw that a person's thigh disappeared and was carried back by someone. Even if he was saved from this kind of injury, it would be difficult to survive in the wasteland without a leg. Although I heard that the technology in the base can build prosthetic limbs, the cost is unimaginably expensive. Damn it, follow me. Tong Baiqiao, who came, ran out of the town with his team without saying a word. If A016 really rushed in, the whole town would be destroyed. Suemo, listening to the stories of those people, guessed that the man who used ice should be Lu Xingwan. Why is it that nothing good happens every time he meets him? However, since Tong Baiqiao did not ask, Suemo did not intend to get involved. Simply returned to the camp and continued to set up. Outside, Lu Xingwan faced A016 alone. After everyone left, he seemed a little more relaxed. Those ice spikes gradually turned into water, and then wrapped A016. In the gentle water flow, A016 screamed in pain. Looking closely, the opponent's body was also covered with scars. With Lu Xingwan's control, all the water flow actually penetrated into A016's body little by little. The water gradually turned red. That was A016's blood. Goo 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 goo. The strange cry was a bit dull through the water waves. Lu Xingwan's eyes were cold. He raised his 5 fingers, and then slowly retracted them. The water flow seemed to penetrate everywhere and drilled in. A016's painful sound became more and more obvious. He made a fist with his fingers and exerted a lot of force. The water flow disappeared, and A016's body was already floating in the air. Lu Xingwan's figure shook for a while, his face was as pale as snow, and even his eyes were a little gray. Even so, he opened his fingers suddenly. A016's body twitched violently. The next second, blood jets flew out of A016's body like fountains. There was not a single bit of ice in the process. This had long been beyond the range of ice-type abilities. But Lu Xingwan was not surprised. The panting became heavier. The opponent's body shrank rapidly, and all the blood in A016's body was drained at this moment. No matter how powerful the beast is, it will die if all the blood is lost. The body fell to the ground, and mud mixed with blood was splashed. Lu Xingwan spit out a mouthful of blood. He covered his heart, and frowned. He still didn't control this power skillfully, and the side effects were so great. At this moment, his body seemed to be drained, and his muscles shrank rapidly. Turning his head, he saw someone running towards him not far away. He couldn't let them find him. Lu Xingwan held onto his body and disappeared on the spot. When Tong Baiqiao and others arrived, they saw the loose corpse on the ground. This method is very similar to her vines, but her vines will even eat flesh. The blood of this beast has been sucked out, someone said. Looking at the shocking red around, it was like a bloody rain, and everyone took a breath. What kind of existence can easily kill A016 in seconds? Drag this body back first. No matter who did it, it's a waste to leave this body here. Looking around, there was no trace of that person, so Tong Baiqiao could only give up. I hope the other party is just passing by and solves this matter kindly. When the heavy body was dragged to the town, many people cheered. Then, the body was broken into large pieces. Because it was picked up, each camp was given some. In the rock camp, Su Imo looked at the meat in the basin and was trying to figure out how to eat it. It looks tender. How about grilling it? Sister Sue. Her shirt was pulled by someone, and she looked down to see the wrinkled face of the little bean. This kid seems to be developing in the direction of a little old man. Well, what's wrong? Sister Sue, come with me, I found something. A thing? Su Imo was a little confused, But when she followed the little bean to a corner of the camp and saw the unconscious man lying on the ground, she was speechless. Do ding, this is not a thing, no, this kind of thing. We can't pick it up randomly. Seeing Lu Xinglan like this, Sumo's first reaction was that it was very dangerous. I didn't pick it up. He popped up when I was playing here. This is planned to be the vegetable garden of the camp, but it has not yet taken shape. The little bean likes to play here very much. Just now, this man suddenly appeared in front of him and scared him. Chapter 47. That's because Sister Su misunderstood you. But don't tell the others about this, okay? Su Imo walked over and prepared to lift Lu Xinglan and throw him outside. She was very grateful to Lu Xinglan for helping the camp before. But looking at Lu Xinglan's condition, something was obviously wrong. The muscles on his arm were atrophied and soft, just like the flesh of an old man who was about to die. She didn't know what happened to Lu Xinglan. But it was better for her to avoid such unknown dangers. At most, she could lead the rest of the camp to find the unconscious Lu Xinglan, and then do him a favor. Su Imo had an idea and was about to lift the man up and throw him out. A hand grabbed her neck directly. Who? The fierce shout just happened to ring in her ear, making Su Imo tense all over. She slammed her elbow into Lu Xinglan's stomach and heard him groan. It's you. Lu Xinglan opened his eyes weakly and saw Su Imo's appearance clearly. But he didn't relax his vigilance. After forcibly enduring the elbow, his fingers pinching Su Imo's neck tightened. Save me, or I will kill you and then destroy this camp. It must be said that Lu Xinglan grasped Su Imo's pain point very well. But Su Imo is not a pushover either. Faced with a threat, Su Imo's face turned cold. Just based on your current state? Can you kill me? This was said with a bit of mockery. Lu Xinglan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the little bean, and suddenly leaned close to Su Imo and spoke softly. You dare not kill me. But I know your secret. If you don't want to be captured by me and my men and taken to the base, then help me. He threatened in a different way. Seeing that Su Imo still had a cold face and did not respond, Lu Xinglan put his chin on Su Imo's shoulder. Your mental power is different from that of ordinary people. It is more diverse and more peculiar. Enough. Su Imo snorted and stopped Lu Xinglan from continuing. Sure enough, this man is dangerous. Her power is different from the mental power in the wasteland. This is obtained by using the system and hunting beasts. She never dared to expose the existence of the system. But Lu Xinglan is so sharp. I will help you. Su Imo's attitude softened. As he said, she would never dare to attack Lu Xinglan. She dared not provoke an enemy that she could not fight against for the camp again. Then she could only save people. Hee. The man's breath was warm, but the rest was getting weaker. Lu Xinglan let go of her hand, and her arm hanging in front of Su Imo's chest was covered with wrinkles and even had age spots. Su Imo's eyelids jumped. She was a little speechless, feeling the head drooping on her shoulders. If you faint, you should tell me how to help him. Sister Su, are you okay? Just now, those words were spoken in a low voice. Doubting didn't hear them, but he saw that Su Imo's expression was a little ugly. I'm fine. Su Imo smiled slowly and signaled Doubting to rest assured, and then she could only carry Lu Xinglan to her room. It's so heavy, why do you eat so much? Complaining, she threw the other person on her bed. Su Imo then saw that the other person's face also showed that weird aging. The skin on his face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, and age spots were invading. In this case, it was as if the vitality in the other person's body was drained away in a short time. Ah! Doubting was frightened by Lu Xinglan's appearance. Be good, it's okay, help me call Dr. Zhang, please, do it secretly. Not wanting to cause a sensation, Su Imo instructed the little Doubting. Okay. Doubting knows. At the beginning of their acquaintance, Doubting is now much more mature. Although he is a little scared, he is still very obedient and leaves carefully. But a moment later, Dr. Zhang hurried in, thinking that something had happened to Su Imo. But when she saw the person on Su Imo's bed, her eyes were a little strange. What's your taste? Facing Dr. Su's teasing, Su Imo had a toothache. He is the Captain Lu. I want you to help him see what's going on. His condition was formed in a very short time. Su Imo made way, and Dr. Zhang also straightened his face. Dr. Zhang still had some good feelings towards Captain Lu, so he quickly started to check. But gradually, Dr. Zhang frowned. I can't find out. The only thing that is certain is that his body is rapidly aging. It's as if his vitality is being drained away by something. The conditions in the camp were too simple, and Dr. Zhang was helpless against this strange symptom. So, could we just watch Lu Xinglan die here? Su Imo directly rejected this idea. The people in the town said that there were other people with Lu Xinglan, but they were ordered by Lu Xinglan to leave first. After those people went to the base to hand over the mission, they would definitely come out to find Lu Xinglan. At that time, even if they had just a little suspicion about the camp, it would be enough for those people to attack the camp. Watching him die would mean letting the camp wait for death. I give him some nutrient solution first. After weighing the pros and cons, this was the only thing he could do. Suemo nodded, sat on the side, staring at Lu Xinglan's aging face and thinking. It must be said that Lu Xinglan's appearance is perfect. Even when he is old, it is difficult to hide the charm of his youth. For half a day, Suemo stayed with Lu Xinglan. The other party's condition did not continue to deteriorate, but he did not wake up. Unable to find a way, Suemo simply left the house. Staring at him is not a good thing. Suemo, how about I throw him away secretly? The old wolf also heard the news, and now he came over and squinted his eyes and said, Should I say that I am worthy of being brought into the camp by the old wolf? Even the first reaction is the same. Suemo expressed her concerns and rejected the idea. She could watch Lu Xinglan die here, but she couldn't abandon him. Suemo felt a little upset when she thought of the people in the base. Picking up the knife, Suemo simply squatted with Xiao Xingho to cut potatoes. Xiao Xingho, who was still practicing basic skills, was a little surprised. He thought that his knife skills had improved a lot. But when he found that the potato shreds cut by Suemo in a state of unconsciousness could kill him in seconds, he stopped showing off and continued to chop with the knife. Ahem, Suemo, you don't need so many potatoes tonight, Antli said carefully on the side. Potatoes are a good staple food, but the camp is not short of money at present, and they still eat rice. Potatoes are only used as vegetables. Sorry. Looking at a large bowl of potato shreds, Suemo sighed. I take care of these potatoes. Just wash some potatoes, and the soft potato shreds will become soft after a little water. Add flour, chopped green onions, and salt to knead into non-sticky balls, and Suemo heats oil in a pan. Chapter 48. What is this? Xiao Xingho came over and asked. Potato pancakes, very easy to make. Suemo slowed down her movements, divided the dough into small balls, and then flattened them. When the oil began to smoke, put the pancakes in and slowly fried them over medium heat. Suemo didn't need to concentrate on the simple movements. She was thinking about Lu Xinglan's condition. The other party's condition should not be an ordinary disease. Could it be a feature of the wasteland? Dr. Zhang said that his vitality was being absorbed by something. On the other hand, if Lu Xinglan just replenished his vitality, would he be able to survive? But how to replenish vitality? Even the advanced medicine on Earth has not clearly pointed out how to replenish vitality. This conceptual question made Suemo think absent-mindedly. It smells so good. Xiao Xingho's exclamation attracted her attention. When she came back to her senses, Sumomo found that she could not help but pour her mental power into these potato pancakes. She quickly stopped. Fortunately, healing delicacies are used to treat injuries, and people who are not injured will not feel anything even if they eat them. Try it. Seeing Xiao Xingho swallowing his saliva and looking at his pitiful appearance, Suemo smiled and threw a piece over. This kind of charity made Xiao Xingho laugh very happily. Thank you, master. The sweet master made Suemo roll his eyes. This kid is sweet-mouthed, and he has made Antli happy recently. The secret of the best stew has been learned by Xiao Xingho. I heard that some people in the Blue Sky camp called the food that Xiao Xingho used to make pig food. Xiao Xingho was naturally angry about this. He doesn't raise pigs. While Xiao Xingho was enjoying the food, the rest of the potato pancakes were also out of the pan. Wow, master, this pancake is amazing. I feel energetic after eating it. I think I can challenge Wang Qing. Xiao Xingho was excited after just eating a piece of pancake. His face was flushed, his eyes were bright, and he looked full of vitality. He raised his arm to show off his muscles, but the arm without any bulges showed that those were just illusions. But Xiao Xingho obviously didn't think so. It's so hot, he muttered, and directly scooped up the water on the side and poured it on his head. In an instant, the mist produced when a fire was extinguished came out of his head. This scene shocked Suemo. No way, it's just a piece of pancake. How could it make Xiao Xingho look like he was on fire? Could it be? Suemo suddenly thought of a possibility. She quickly took out the cake she had made when she was unconscious. She took a tentative bite. While chewing the soft cake, she tasted a sweet taste. The sweet taste flowed through her internal organs, and wherever it passed, it was like lighting a fire. Her face was a little red, but it recovered quickly, not as exaggerated as Xiao Xingho. Congratulations to the host for successfully making vitality food. Food is an important part of life activities. Using food to replenish vitality is a bold and feasible attempt. In addition to the sound from the system, there was also an increase in energy value. Energy value plus 110. It came from the potato cake that Xiao Xingho and herself ate. This? Suemo looked at the remaining piece of cake in the bowl, her eyes a little surprised. What does this mean? She asked the system in her mind. Could it be that my mental power can make more than just healing food? This sudden change made Sumo's eyes a little anxious. Xiao Xingho, who was gradually returning to normal, scratched his head, and seemed to not understand what happened to him just now. The aroma of potato cakes had already spread. Many people who came here to smell the fragrance couldn't wait to bite them. These cakes were just appetizers, but those people ate them with relish. A bunch of gluttons. Antli, who shouted with her hands on her hips, did not stop her movements. Just looking at the appearance of the others, there was no reaction. So, it was really only these few cakes that had undergone strange changes under the influence of her mental power. The effect of the food made by the host comes from the host's strong emotional changes. This is the system's answer. But I don't know if it's an illusion. Suemo feels that the system seems to emphasize the tone of the word strong. You kid didn't call me? As soon as Xia Yang appeared, he slapped Xiao Xingho on the head. We agreed to share the delicious food together. But what happened to you? Why are you all wet? Looking at Xiao Xingho's wet hair and clothes, Xia Yang asked curiously. I accidentally fell down just now, and then knocked over a basin of water. Xiao Xingho glanced at Suemo and smiled foolishly. Oh, be careful next time. After this insincere concern, Xia Yang joined the pancake battle. Suemo adjusted her mood. After meeting Xiao Xingho's eyes, Sumo's eyes were heavy, but she forced a smile on her face. The other party must have noticed the problem. But Xiao Xingho didn't say anything to Xia Yang. Maybe the secret can still be hidden. Master, the cake is delicious. Xiao Xingho smiled, as if to express something. 2 dimples appeared on his pretty face, very friendly. What's delicious? Don't stand there, hurry up and cook. Antli inserted herself forcefully. With the cake as the first, those people in the camp were like starving ghosts reincarnated. If they didn't hurry up, she was afraid that she would be eaten. Oh. Xiao Xingho moved quickly. Suemo took the remaining cake and walked to her room. Looking at Lu Xinglan on the bed, Suemo hesitated. People who eat these special delicacies have obvious feelings. Lu Xinglan is only suspicious of his own strength now. If he confirms it thoroughly through this food, will he be in danger? While thinking, Suemo thought that if Lu Xinglan had not appeared that day, he would have died at the hands of those plunderers. Hey! Crushing the biscuit, Suemo stuffed it into Lu Xinglan's mouth little by little, and then forced him to swallow it. For the life-saving grace that day, it should be considered as repaying it today. Besides, the other party is unconscious, and should not notice it. While comforting himself, the other party's throat began to swallow. At first, it was a little reluctant, and then it swallowed on its own. But after a while, the biscuit was eaten. Standing very close, Suemo heard the other party's breathing gradually stabilized, and there was no more sparse breathing like a bellows. And more intuitively, Lu Xinglan's skin gradually returned to his original white skin color from the yellow of the old man. Those wrinkles were smoothed by something and disappeared quickly. Even those brown age spots were fading a little bit. In just a few minutes, the other person's chest began to rise and fall vigorously. He regained his strong appearance. Chapter 49. Energy value increased by 10. Character information updated. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Spiritual power level 3, 150/1000. Weapons/tools. Boning knife, yellow mud. Abilities, space, healing food, butcher's knife technique, live food. Dish name, wasteland potato pancake, B level. Introduction. The cook's casual work, but the effect is not casual. When vitality can be increased through food, is it still just food? Effect of consumption. Enhance the maker's physique, enhance the vitality of the eater. Evaluation of diners. Hot enough to make fire. Suemo looked at the fresh information and felt more and more depressed. She thought of the purpose of the system telling her that it was researched to create food that affects the spirit, awaken the spirit of the beast, and improve the relationship with humans. This is what the system said. But what kind of food can affect the spirit of a species? The feeling that the level of food was gradually upgrading made Suemo realize that she was still uncontrollably moving towards the goal that the system wanted to achieve. But she couldn't resist this temptation. Especially when the ability of this food was proven on Lu Xinglan. Suemo admitted that she couldn't give up this ability. A very light moan sounded. It was Lu Xinglan who woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw the rough roof and the simple interior environment. The bed under me was very hard, and it was very uncomfortable to sleep. And the woman next to me, who frowned and seemed to be thinking about something of life and death, was very familiar. Suimo. Lu Xinglan called out the other person's name. At this moment, the man's eyes were as deep as the abyss, making it difficult to detect what was underneath. Feeling the condition of his body, Lu Xinglan's face remained expressionless. He propped himself up and sat up. The skin on his arms was smooth and delicate, and the muscles were flowing smoothly, without any signs of aging. Even the heartbeat seemed to be a little stronger than usual. But Lu Xinglan remembered clearly that before he fainted, the side effects should have occurred. Hiss. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Lu Xinglan was pulled by the injury on his back. This cry of pain made Suimo raise his eyebrows. So, this food that can enhance vitality cannot make the wound heal quickly. One is for the outside, the other is for the inside, and they don't interfere with each other. Wow, the division of labor is really clear. But Suimo didn't want to make another healing food for Lu Xinglan. It hurts, muttering in his heart, Suimo walked over and supported the other person hypocritically. Captain Lu, your injury has not healed yet, you need to rest more. The wound was bandaged by Dr. Zhang before, and it will be wet with blood. We have no medicine in the camp. Captain Lu can only bear it. Suimo, who spoke the truth, raised his eyes, and met the other party's silent eyes. The dark pupils were bright. When he got closer, he could smell the faint smell of blood on the other party. It was not from the wound, but from the beasts or humans who died at the hands of Lu Xinglan. Yeah. Lu Xinglan responded, his voice was still a little hoarse. He lay down again, turned his head to look at Sumo's expression, thought for a while, and said something. Thank you for saving me. The two seemed to be playing dumb, and did not mention Lu Xinglan's strange illness and recovery. Suimo was relieved by the other party's attitude. It's good to communicate with such a smart person. She has her own secrets, and Lu Xinglan obviously doesn't want others to know his weaknesses. It would be best if the other party gave up exploring himself. It's okay, didn't you save us? Although you didn't threaten me at that time, I would definitely throw you away. Suimo, who was complaining, covered the other party with a blanket and stood up. It's time to eat outside. I go get some food for you, Captain Lu. Okay. After watching Suimo leave with his eyelids drooping, Lu Xinglan began to try to activate the power in his body. But it was useless. The power in his body seemed to be silent, and he was no different from an ordinary person at this time. So the lost vitality was remedied, but the power still needed time to recover. This means that I, who was still seriously injured, could not force myself to return to the base. Let Suimo take me back. The thought flashed through his mind, and Lu Xinglan rejected it. It was obvious that the woman did not want to get too entangled with him. And he happened to have the same idea. Even the rest of the team did not know about his situation. Then what about killing him to silence him? Thinking back to the dangerous situation when Suimo faced him, before he fell into a coma, Lu Xinglan simply gave up again. If he dared to do it now, he would definitely die. This complex and dark thought flashed through Lu Xinglan's mind, and finally he gave up thinking, just because the food in the bowl tasted a little delicious. This skill is unmatched not only by the team members, but also by those in the base. When will there be such delicious food in the wasteland? Unconsciously, a bowl of rice was finished. Lu Xinglan, who was leaning on the bed and swallowing in big mouthfuls, felt that he saw a flash of ridicule on Sumo's face. Looking at the other party again, he had a serious face. The bacon you gave last time was very unpalatable by the people in the team. The implication was that her last reward was a scam. That's because you don't know how to eat it. Suimo retorted bluntly, her bacon is unpalatable. He dared to say this, and the big men in the camp were the first to disagree. Then can you make it? Yes. Suimo answered very actively. Then his mouth twitched, and he took the empty bowl from Lu Xinglan's hand. Captain Lu, have a good rest. I won't charge you for accommodation and meals until your team members come to pick you up. Suimo left quickly after saying this. She didn't want the other party to ask her to do it. Knock. She was so excited to prove to Lu Xinglan what she was doing. Is it because the other party's expression was too annoying? Looking at Sumo's anxious back, Lu Xinglan couldn't help but smile. The corners of her lips were too soft. The cold face softened at this moment, and the smile in her eyes made people look sideways. What is she afraid of? I won't order her to cook. Laughing and laughing, the wound was aroused. Wipe a pile of blood with your backhand. Lu Xinglan had a headache. It's okay if there is no medicine. Why don't you even do the most basic suture for yourself? I don't know how depressed Lu Xingwan is. Suimo, who returned to the outside, spit out the turbid air in his heart, and his mood was much better. After the appearance of this medical miracle, Suimo always felt that Dr. Zhang looked at him too enthusiastically. The days in the wasteland were very simple, and the camp was repaired in the afternoon. The walls have been erected, the camp has become safer, and some furniture has been built. I have to say that these people in the wasteland have been wandering for a long time, and their hands-on ability is really strong. Chapter 50. To celebrate the completion of the camp, Yin said that we should have a good meal tonight. What is good? That is wine, meat and fun. In order to ensure the perfection of this celebration, Suimo has to prepare the meal tonight. And the A016 that Tong Baiqiao said has a use. Barbecue, this is Sumo's final decision, it is convenient, and you don't have to do it yourself. Various vegetables and meat were cut into pieces, some were marinated with sauces, and some were directly skewered. The freshly cut wooden skewers still have the aroma of plants. When the whole camp was lively, Lu Xingwan, who couldn't stay idle in the house, dragged his weak body out. Whether surprised or questioning, everyone looked at Suimo, then at Lu Xingwan, and many people's eyes became fierce. Why did a man walk out of the goddess room in their camp, although this man looks good? Ahem, I invited Captain Lu to come as a guest. After all, Captain Lu helped our camp a lot before, and everyone has to show some appreciation. Yin spoke up, easing Sumo's embarrassment. However, there are still different opinions as to why Lu Xinglan came out of Sumo's room in a sickly state. Some people think that Lu Xinglan is too weak to be good. And some people say that Lu Xinglan consumes too much energy. But why is he weak? Why does he consume too much energy? Those people's eyes with color never stop looking at Suimo and Lu Xingwan. But most people look at Suimo with admiration. The goddess is so cruel. Oh my, what are these people thinking? Suimo opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but finally shut up. She wasn't that tough. No, she didn't do anything well, innocent, more innocent than the radish in the pot. Dejected Suimo buried her head in cutting meat. The fierce and crisp knife skills made Lu Xinglan feel that the meat on the chopping board seemed to be his own. Ahem, thank you for your hospitality. Lu Xinglan said, with a little more gentleness on his face, but his eyes were still indifferent and distant. He was automatically vacant on both sides. Even Uncle Wolf, who was the easiest to get familiar with people on weekdays, was touching his nose and staying away from Lu Xinglan. He knew the truth, and he didn't want to get into trouble. After the small ribs were marinated with sauce, they were placed on the grill, and the charcoal fire underneath occasionally exploded with sparks. The thin slices of meat were cooked and curled up in just a few seconds after they came into contact with the flame. Dip the meat in the sauce, put it in your mouth and chew it. This kind of delicious food is hard to resist. Damn, I know how to do it. I do it myself. The impatient Wang Qing couldn't wait. He swallowed his saliva and consciously occupied one side of the grill. The others followed suit, and those who were too slow could only stare and pray that those people would have diarrhea after eating. Thanks to his identity as Sumo's apprentice, Xiao Xingho, who squatted beside Suimo, could taste every food as soon as it was cooked. Master, can you teach me this? Xie Yang was the only one who came to the Blue Sky camp at night. He was licking his face and pretending to be a member of the rock camp, cheating again. Some people gathered at the door at some point. Those people looked inside eagerly, smelled the fragrance, and their stomachs were rumbling. In recent days, the food in Rock Camp has become famous throughout the town. Of course, most of them are hearsay, and the only person in Blue Sky Camp who has tasted Sumo's cooking is mysterious and unwilling to say more every time he is asked. This makes these people more curious about what kind of delicious food it is. The camp is so noisy today that it attracts these people. Looking from a distance, they seem to see the meat steak oozing with fat and spicing under the burning charcoal fire. Some people eat it with a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine, which looks so delicious. The aroma of meat and wine drifts far away. A group of people swallowed their saliva frantically, and then Qing slammed the gate of the camp in the faces of those people with an expressionless face. What are you looking at? You don't have a share. It's cruel. The old wolf gave a thumbs up and praised. These people usually have the habit of snatching food, and Lu Xinglan, who has always eaten in a proper manner, looks at the crowded crowd and smells the fragrance in the air. In the end, he can't stand it. She said she could cook, but she didn't say it smelled so good. Cumin, chili, grass fruit and other spices mixed with oil bloomed their unique aroma on the flame. Seeing that no one came to serve his benefactor, Lu Xinglan struggled for a while, and walked towards the crowd. He was hungry. And when people are hungry, they should eat. Here, eat this. Suemo stopped the other party and handed him a few skewers of meat and vegetables without any seasoning. This obvious difference in treatment made Lu Xingwan frown. Is she trying to take revenge on herself? Your wound is not healed. You can't eat that kind of heavy taste. Don't worry, this is not bad, Suemo said cheerfully, putting it in front of Lu Xingwan. Then, regardless of Lu Xingwan's dissatisfied expression, he joined the crowd. He put the skewer of meat in his mouth with some hesitation. With just one bite, Lu Xingwan tasted the aroma of meat and a faint fruity aroma. But strangely, it was not greasy at all. This was some meat skewers specially separated by Suemo, which were marinated with some fruits and mashed as sauce. It was not as addictive as those peppers, but it definitely had a different flavor. While eating, Lu Xingwan sat obediently in the same place, waiting for Suemo to feed him from time to time. What kind of potato can be eaten like this? The meat was roasted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Well, it was cooked well. While constantly commenting, Lu Xingwan did not notice that his perfect handsome face was shiny at some point. Suemo, who ignored this point, really felt that he was holding back his laughter a little seriously. In the atmosphere surrounded by fireworks, this cold and scary Captain Lu actually seems to be quite popular. Dish name: Wasteland Barbecue, A-level. Introduction: there are both meat and vegetables, and the nutrition is balanced. The cooking method doesn't seem very healthy, but it doesn't affect the taste. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation of diners: grilled skewers, fresh grilled skewers. Another one. What's funny is that the picture accompanying this recipe is a scene of Lu Xingwan eating skewers seriously, seemingly reserved, but actually full of greasy food. Suemo, who silently gave a thumbs up, stared at the A-level and had some ideas. She still put a lot of effort into making this barbecue. Although it's not her best dish, it's definitely not worse than those in the food stalls. But it's still only an A-level. No, now there are more than a dozen dishes in the wasteland, but the ratings of all the delicacies are not higher than A-level. System: how do I get S-level delicacies? Are there any additional conditions? Suemo asked bluntly. Host: please explore on your own. Suemo wanted to roll his eyes at this unsurprising sentence, but he met Lu Xingwan's eyes. What are you looking at? Suemo glared angrily. You still want to eat? Lu Xingwan blinked innocently. Chapter 51. It was rainy today, and many people were hiding in their houses. Suemo was looking at Lu Xingwan, who had occupied her house, and was very confused. According to her estimation, the other team members should have come to pick up Lu Xingwan a long time ago. But now, the wound on Lu Xingwan's back is almost healed, and there is no sign of those people. The key is that every time she wants to remind him tactfully, the other party always pretends not to understand. This makes Suemo a little irritated. She hasn't slept in her own bed for many days. What are you eating for lunch today? Pulling aside the curtain and looking at the rain outside the window, Lu Xingwan asked sincerely. Eat your uncle. What else do you know now besides eating? Unable to speak out her resentment, Suemo leaned lazily on the chair. I don't know. Aunt Li is the chef. Whatever she cooks is what we eat. Hearing this, Lu Xingwan stared at Suemo's back with a bit of unkindness. Why don't you do it? Why should I do it? Suemo retorted. Everyone in the camp knew that they cared about her and occasionally surprised them. Lu Xingwan, on the other hand, had always asked her to cook since he took over the camp. Haha. Suemo glanced at the man and knew his little plan. Captain Lu, where are your team members? When will they come to pick you up? Your injury is almost healed, and our camp is preparing for a hunt. I'm afraid we won't have time to take care of you, Captain Lu. Suemo felt that he was quite straightforward this time. But Lu Xingwan yawned. Suemo looked carefully and saw that the man had fallen asleep without knowing when. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Baring his teeth, Suemo wanted to pounce on him and scratch his face. Although Lu Xingwan kept saying that his strength had not recovered, as the sense of danger he gave her grew day by day, Suemo had no doubt that this man was lying. Did he want to stay here to find out his own abilities? Suspicion flashed across Suemo's eyes, and a little coldness appeared in her eyes. If Lu Xingwan was going to force her, she would never surrender. Suemo, who slammed the door and left, did not see the interest in Lu Xingwan's eyes. At the same time, under the rain, in another part of Luoya town, there was no camp. In a dangerous house, Dingqi leaned against the wall and was speechless. The boss said that there were problems with those camps, and they had to check them carefully, but it's been almost 3 days since the investigation, and there is still no news. Don't you think something happened? They arrived here a few days ago. I wanted to pick them up directly, but the boss sent a message saying that they should just wait here for the pickup. What could possibly happen to the captain? The other man shrugged. I guess he wants to have more confidence. Ah! Ding Chi was a little annoyed because he didn't know his boss was tripped by delicious food, but Miss Feng is still waiting for the boss to come back. When we came out, we said we would be back soon. But it's been a few days. Miss Feng's temper. Before Ding Chi finished speaking, the other two team members also became worried. How about you go and urge them? Li Hao winked at Ding Chi. You have the best relationship with the captain on weekdays. The captain will definitely listen if you go. Get lost. Ding Chi rolled his eyes and slapped Li Hao. I dared to disobey the captain's order, so I have to bear the consequences. Then, how about waiting a little longer? Song Kai fiddled with some machines in his hand and answered casually. Okay then. What? A female voice suddenly appeared at the door. The three looked up and saw the woman walking in the rain. Her hair was dyed with a little mist, and her beautiful face was smiling lightly, with a gentle expression. Her phoenix eyes were raised, revealing a bit of doubt. Her fair skin looked even more crystal clear in this shabby environment. Miss Feng, why are you here? In a flash, several people stood up quickly and saluted subconsciously. I told you not to be so polite. I am also half a team member. I saw you haven't come back for so long, I thought something happened, so I wanted to come and see you. Where is Xinglan? Feng Miao turned her head and looked around, but she didn't see the man she missed. Ahem, boss. Boss found some problems in the camp and is looking for the source. I was just thinking of urging boss to go back quickly. After all, Miss Feng is still waiting for boss. Ding Chi said flatteringly, and even motioned Feng Miao to sit down. No need. Feng Miao shook her head. She looked at the wet skirt on her body, and her delicate eyebrows frowned, which made people feel pity. Xinglan may have encountered some problems. Wait until the rain stops, I go to those camps to find him. The gentle words made several people nod violently. Just a few glances at each other, both eyes said bad. It's terrible. This lingering autumn rain lasted for a long time before it stopped. The air was full of the smell of soil, just like the day Suimo first arrived in the wasteland. The road in the camp was a little muddy, and Shurqing was leading people to pave the road with stones to facilitate travel. Suimo stood in the vegetable field, looking at the sickly seedlings in the field, and felt a headache. The seeds were fine, and the planting method was perfect, but the seedlings that grew out looked like they were dying. The land outside the base has been polluted, and the same is true here. The survival rate of seeds is very low. Lu Xinglan's words came out from behind Suimo. Looking at the way Uncle Lu strolled with his arms folded, Sumo's eyes lit up. Then does Captain Lu know any way to improve the soil here? If you want to survive here for a long time in the future, it would be best to open up your own vegetable field and not rely on the handouts from the base. There is a way, but I don't know. I just heard someone in the planting area of the base mention some soil problems. Lu Xinglan looked at Sumo's dimming eyes and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When I go back, I can ask for you. Okay, thank you very much. Then you. When will you go back? Suimo, Captain Lu, someone is looking for Captain Lu. Suimo didn't ask before she heard Wang Qing running over panting. Really? Suimo admitted that he was surprised. Captain Lu, let's go, he said, and pulled Lu Xinglan to the camp gate. Can we finally send this big Buddha away? Lu Xinglan, who was one step behind, looked at the fingers pulling her arm with a dissatisfied expression. She just wanted to leave earlier. Reminding herself that it's time to leave in different ways every day, she didn't like her attitude. Suimo. Yeah, Lu Xinglan whispered, and heard the woman in front of him responding perfunctorily without turning her head. Don't worry, your secret will not be leaked from me. Suimo paused for a moment after hearing these words. Turn around and see Lu Xinglan's cold expression. No emotion can be seen. Okay, thank you, Captain Lu. Chapter 52. The two arrived at the camp gate very quickly. Suimo saw the beautiful woman with black hair fluttering in the autumn wind at first sight. The woman's white fingers hooked the broken hair and then, with a faint smile on her delicate face. It was her. Suimo recognized her. She was the one who was injured at that time, and was taken to the camp for emergency treatment. But compared to her weakness that day, the woman now was dazzling and gorgeous. The white dress seemed to be not supposed to exist in this wasteland, very eye-catching. From a distance, Feng Miao saw the person he had been thinking about day and night, and also saw the woman next to him, who was talking. The relationship between the two seemed very close. Will he bow his head when talking to people? When did he listen to others' words? When did he slow down his pace because of others? He didn't seem happy to see himself. A bunch of thoughts flashed through Feng Miao's mind, and some shadows appeared under his gentle eyes. But Feng Miao soon smiled and walked over. Xinglan, have you completed the mission? I waited for you in the base for a long time, but you didn't come back. I was a little worried about you, so I came to find you. Her voice was as clear as a nightingale, and her figure was as graceful as a willow. Feng Miao's elegance made many men in the camp stare at her. When have these rough guys ever seen such a top-notch woman? Mission? Lu Xinglan was stunned, then he remembered that this was just a perfunctory word he said to his teammates. Yeah. He nodded lightly, and saw the erratic eyes of Ding Qi and others not far away. What did they bring Feng Miao here for? Then let's go, we should go back. By the way, it was the people in this camp who helped me before, right? Feng Miao smiled and took a step forward, pointed to his heart, and then held Su Mo's palm. What's your name? Su Mo felt that she would never be able to tell the answer to such a soft question. Su Mo. She pulled her hand back, but found that the other party was holding it tightly. It was a bit strange. This should be the first time she and the other party had met formally, but the other party seemed to value her very much. She didn't like this kind of intimidation. Without changing her expression, Su Mo simply looked at the other party with a calm look, but saw that the other party smiled with curved eyebrows. Oh, your name is Su Mo. Thank you for that day. This is the reward for that day, and the reward for helping Xinglan. She turned over Su Mo's hand, and put a small bag in it. It was heavy, and some gold came out of the bag. Is this a bag of gold coins? Hiss. Many people in the camp were tempted. Su Mo felt the eyes of the people around him, and then looked at Feng Miao, who was smiling very friendly, and nodded. Okay, then I will accept it on behalf of our camp. After the words fell, the other party loosened his fingers. Su Mo took a step back and laughed. With sincerity on his handsome face, everyone, take care. The group walked very fast, and Lu Xinglan, who had been staying in the camp, did not make excuses this time. During the period, no one looked back. Su Mo frowned until the vehicle left. The woman just now seemed to be warning him, but she didn't do anything, and the other party's attitude was really inexplicable. Su Mo pouted and threw a bag of gold coins to Uncle Wolf, who was looking at him eagerly, and continued to study his vegetable garden. The bumpy road was even more difficult to drive, because of the rain. There were 2 cars, Ding Qi was driving the front car, and only Lu Xinglan and Feng Miao were sitting in the back. In the rearview mirror, Li Ha was giving him a thumbs up, and encouraging him to cheer up. Ding Qi stepped on the accelerator carefully, not daring to say a word. Xinglan, do you like that Miss Su very much? Feng Miao asked with his head tilted, blinking, and there seemed to be no other thoughts in his clear pupils, just pure curiosity. So Xinglan likes such a woman. Is it too late for me to change? The soft tone fell on Lu Xinglan's heart like a feather, and his expression remained calm. I just like her cooking. After tasting Su Mo's cooking, Lu Xinglan didn't want to leave when he thought of the food he would eat after returning to the base. Cooking? Feng Miao was stunned, and then laughed wildly. The hair fell on Lu Xinglan's shoulders. Lu Xinglan moved slightly, and avoided the fine hair. Seeing this, Feng Miao looked at Lu Xinglan with a sad look. I thought Xinglan was delayed by some important and difficult things, but it turned out that she was attracted by the food. Xinglan, do you think I can learn cooking skills for you when I go back? This was a joke. Everyone in the car knew it. How could the only daughter of the Lord of Base number 8 really wash her hands and make soup for a man? Lu Xinglan did not answer, but Feng Miao pouted and continued to say something. Lu Xinglan leaned on the windowsill with his elbows and looked at the scenery outside. It seemed unchanged. No, it still changed. The voice of the woman, who always wanted to drive him away, was gone. With eyes slightly closed, Lu Xinglan used the trick she used to deal with Su Mo pretending to sleep. On the side, she saw the handsome sleeping face of the man beside her while talking. Her slightly open mouth told of Feng Miao's surprise, and her face seemed to be heavy for a moment. But she still looked gentle and smiling. It seems that Xinglan is tired. Ding Qi, drive the car more steadily. Yes. Lu Xinglan's departure did not cause any impact on the camp. At this time, Su Mo was still squatting on the edge of the vegetable field, but she was holding a handful of yellow mud in her hand. This was the reward given by the system before. This thing has no use in the space, so she thought of using it for a try. Breaking a little yellow mud and burying it somewhere in the vegetable field, Su Mo plans to focus on this place in the next few days. Everything in the camp is running as usual, and Wang Qing is showing off the task he received in the town. Hunting a low-level beast gave some silver coins. These were enough to make the men who hadn't encountered a beast for a long time excited. Suimo, will you join the hunt in a few days? Shurqing came over and squatted on the ground like Suimo and asked. The relocation of the camp was completely completed, so the next step was to prepare for winter. So the few people discussed and prepared to go out for another large-scale hunt in a few days. As long as they brought back enough food, they shouldn't have to go out again. As the temperature gradually dropped, the wasteland became more dangerous, and the traces of those beasts became more difficult to find. Well, I go with you. Now she is a major force in the camp. More importantly, she hasn't hunted beasts for a long time, and it's too difficult to get energy by relying on those special delicacies. If you want to go home, you have to be more active. Dad and I will stay in the camp. You can go without worry. Shurqing looked a little hesitant, then whispered, I will take good care of the camp even if you are not here. After that, the young man left with a red face. Puff! Suimo couldn't help laughing. Chapter 53. It was a peaceful night. The next morning, Suimo followed Uncle Wolf to buy some equipment in the town. The old Jeep in the camp was sold and replaced with 2 new cars. Thanks to Feng Miao's generosity yesterday, this car was like a pickup. The modified vehicle has a lot of horsepower, and a large space is reserved at the back to carry the beast. Want to try it? Uncle Wolf asked with a smile, as he looked at Suimo touching the car in a strange way. Okay. Suimo can drive, but she has never touched a modified car, and this is her first time driving in the wasteland. As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, the vehicle roared out, the exhaust gas drifted away, and one hand stretched out of the window, feeling the wind passing through. It was very refreshing. Her physique has been continuously transformed by food, and she can easily control the vehicles in the wasteland. Suimo ran around the town for a long time, and during this time, she saw several cars going to the town. I guess it's the people from the camps who have returned. Suimo, stop turning, I'm dizzy. Wang Qing, who was sitting in the back seat, begged for mercy. Most people can't stand her drift. Oh, okay. Suimo was a little reluctant, and drove the car towards the camp. But before reaching the camp, he saw some chaos in the town. What's going on? Wang Qing asked, leaning on the car window. There are predators breaking in. Someone shouted on the road. There are many ordinary people in these camps, and those ordinary people are running away at this time, not caring about anything else. As for fighting with the predators, haha, fighting with those lunatics is like seeking death. Go back. Uncle Wolf shouted, and Suimo started the car again. Several people had a bad feeling in their hearts, because they saw that the movement was getting louder as they moved forward. The target of those predators was the rock camp. Several people jumped off the car before it stopped. As soon as Suimo rushed into the camp, he saw Shurqing and several predators resisting. Suimo was very familiar with the young man in the lead. It was the predator boss who blocked the camp at the bridge head. But why did the other party chase here? Didn't Tong Baiqiao say that it has been a long time since the predators and the predators have been at peace? Shi Yin was also there, and he was fighting now, but his left arm was still not very skilled. The former giant axe was replaced by a short knife, and he was fighting with a predator now. His skills were still agile, but the weapon in his hand always lacked a little strength, which seemed a bit difficult to resist. Shurqing was very brave, and the predator who fought against him was at a disadvantage. With one blow, the looter's arm was broken. Blood splattered in the camp, and the other ordinary people in the camp hid in the dark and did not flee. The other 2 soldiers, Zhang Taiwei and Chengde, joined forces to temporarily hold back the other looters, preventing them from attacking other people in the camp. No matter how many questions Suimo had, he had no answer. The boning knife appeared at his hand and stabbed directly at the opponent's back. Sumo's attack was quick and fierce without informing anyone. But the boss seemed to have eyes on his back and easily dodged the attack. It's really you. After seeing Suimo, the young man smiled so hard that his eyebrows were invisible. Like last time, the opponent's face was smeared with some green grass juice, covering up his original face. Hearing this, Suimo was a little confused. The other party seemed to be very surprised to see him, so in this case, the other party did not come to the camp. Could it be that he was just randomly selected? 1 or 2. Suimo was counting the number of the other party. There were 7 people in total, much less than last time. Suimo stood there with a knife in hand, his feet tensed, and did not speak. TSK, it just fulfilled my wish. This deal is not a loss. The boss licked his lips, and directly abandoned the rest of the camp and attacked Sumo. He still punched out, the air exploded, and Sumo felt his eardrum stinging. He raised the knife, and the blade directly chopped at the opponent's wrist, but the opponent's arm was very flexible, and he punched along the blade and hit him again. However, the force of this punch was much less. While Sumo dodged sideways, he raised his left and right and punched the opponent. After this punch, the opponent still did not move a step, while Sumo only took a half step back. The situation where she was almost blown away last time no longer exists. Increase the physique of the maker. All foods have this effect, and it didn't seem so powerful at first. But when more recipes were lit up by her, the accumulation of this little bit has become difficult to ignore. The coat on Sumo's left arm exploded under this punch, revealing the short sleeves inside and her strong arms. Some muscles bulged on her white arms, and the lines were very beautiful. Just from the appearance, Sumo is still slender and weak. Only the young man who punched Sumo knows how horrified he is at this moment. The growth rate of her physical strength is too amazing. Your ability. Before he finished his sentence, he saw Sumo attacking again. The blade was extended horizontally, aiming at his neck. The opponent dodged quickly, but Sumo still left a bloody mark on the opponent's neck. If he moved forward a little bit, his throat would be cut. The young man covered his neck, his expression became solemn. What exactly is her ability? Facing the opponent's question, Sumo felt more confident. The system seemed to build her to be omnipotent. Although carrying so many abilities also means facing more dangers. But the comprehensive improvement of her abilities allowed her to deal with these crises more easily. The speed of her knife brought out after images. The silver-white blade jumped in her palm, like an elegant flower, blooming calmly in the blood. Xiao Xingho urged Xie Yang to rush over, and he saw that the master, who was very weak in his eyes, was pressing the enemy back step by step. Huh? Doesn't the master only know how to cook? Huh? Xie Yang made a questioning sound. That's it, and you still need his help? Xiao Xingho even threatened her with their friendship, saying that he would not cook for her if she didn't come. That's the result. In a slightly easier ending than she imagined, Sumo overpowered the other party alone. And the others cooperated and took down the other predators directly. Uncle Wolf kicked a predator's head and spit. Do you still think I'm the same as that day? Several predators were detained and knelt on the ground. If you don't want your companions to die, you should surrender. Sumo looked at the young man and spoke. The other party's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed a little excited. The bloodthirsty expression had not changed. It was still a punch to the flesh, and under the steel and iron bones, there was real strength. Companions? Haha, I don't have any companions. The young man's voice was a little hoarse, and he stared at Sumo like a wild wolf. Chapter 54. I was careless and lost to you today, but are you sure you can save the others if you kill me? Xiao licked his dry lips, his heart beating fast at this moment. I thought it was just an ordinary business. He has done many things like killing people to silence them. This time, the employer gave him a lot, and all he had to do was to kill a camp with only 20 or so people, but he didn't expect to hit a wall this time. What's more interesting is that the other party was the prey that escaped from his hands before. And now this prey can actually suppress him. Xiao was very excited about Sumo's performance. Especially when the murderous aura towards him burst out from those dark almond eyes. Xiao felt that there was a fire burning in his body. Yes, that's it. This is the excitement he is looking for. What do you mean? Sumo was stunned by the other party's question. Now only the other party is still resisting, and the rest have been caught. Hee, what do you think this is? Xiao took out a small remote control with a countdown on it. Bomb? Sumo asked nervously. Yes, it's a bomb. Before I came in, I had already hidden a few bombs in your camp. Would you like to guess where they are now? There. Xiao pointed to where Antli and Do Ding were. Do Ding was staring at Xiao with fear in his eyes, but he still stood firmly in front of his mother. Hee. Xiao laughed strangely, and then his finger slowly pointed to the warehouse. Or there? These are questions, but Xiao's face is full of annoying ridicule. The other party seems to be playing this as a game with Sumo. You know, human lives in this wasteland are worthless. Xiao narrowed his eyes, looked at the blade of Sumo's knife, and laughed very loudly. His chest was shaking, his voice soared to the sky, and a small group of people had gathered outside the rock camp in Xiao's wild laughter. Sumo even saw Tong Baichu's presence. But at this time, the other party was maintaining order, and asking others not to enter here without permission. Xie Yang, who brought Xiao Xingho in, was also a little hesitant about whether to leave. If there are really explosives hidden in the rock camp, then once it explodes, their flesh and blood bodies cannot resist. There are many ways to kill people in the wasteland. Those bombs that cannot kill the beasts are still deadly and terrifying to ordinary humans. Want to make a bet? Dear. Xiao's eyes were bright, with a wild light. He was born and raised in the wilderness, and what he liked to do most was to let these poor prey die under his claws. He liked to watch these prey struggle before death. Hope, haha, this is the last thing he would bring to humans. Faced with Xiao's cruelty, Su Mo was somewhat silent. Shi Yin had already secretly sent people to look for bombs, but he did not give Su Mo a signal at this time. Su Mo was not sure whether those bombs really existed. But she did not dare to gamble with so many people's lives, and this beast that took death as fun. Cunning, scheming, these are words used to describe predators. At this moment, these negative words were fully expressed on the other party. How about? As long as you listen to me and follow me, I will let them go. Xiao was a little impatient to get close to Su Mo. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch Su Mo's cheek, with a chilling obsession in his eyes. This was a beast that grew up in the wilderness like him, but the other party chose to mix with these weak humans. This really shouldn't be the case. Sister Su won't go with you. It was Xiao Doubting who shouted this. He still opened his arms to block Antli. At this time, the round eyes stared at Xiao, burning with rage. Sister Su is ours. The little childish voice was childish and funny, and Xiao really laughed. Ha ha, ha ha. He laughed happily, and even if the injury was triggered, he didn't stop, but looked at Doubting with a few hints of fun. A little wolf cub, so cute. Looking at Su Mo again, he saw the other's sharp eyes like a knife. Ha ha, it seems that you have made a choice. In that case. With a strange smile, Xiao was about to press the button. No! Someone shouted, and the people outside the camp ran away instantly. In contrast, those people gathered together inside the camp. Although they were afraid, they were holding on and did not flee. After going through so much along the way, if they were to die, they should die together. Bang! And just when Xiao's fingers exerted force, a gunshot occurred. Su Mo raised her hand, and she held a modified gun in her left hand. Green smoke rose from the muzzle. The surging bullets had already hit the target. The sharp bullets directly tore through the opponent's muscles, penetrated into the body and exploded. Xiao looked at his right shoulder in a daze, where a blood flower was blooming rapidly. The remote control in his right hand fell, and was shattered by another shot. Where did this gun come from? When he was unconscious, Xiao had only this question in his mind. The gun was placed in the space by Su Mo. For this hunt, Uncle Wolf prepared a gun for her in case of emergency. Many people know that Su Mo fights in close combat with a knife, but what if Su Mo suddenly pulls out a gun from a distance? The existence of space allows Su Mo to take it whenever he wants. Things that should have been used in critical moments were exposed here. But Su Mo did not regret it. No bombs were found in the camp. Shurchin came to report at this time. Obviously, Xiao was lying, but everyone had to fall for it. Are you okay? Uncle Wolf asked, and was about to chop off Xiao's head with a knife. But Su Mo didn't stop him. I'm fine. It's just that her marksmanship was not very proficient, and the shot missed. She was clearly aiming at the opponent's heart, but missed the right chest. The opponent was still alive, and she happened to be of some use. Buy and sell, this is the word the opponent clearly uttered. If these predators just took the money to kill people, then who gave the order? Su Mo wanted to figure this out. As for them, just kill them. It was enough to leave one person. Looking at the other predators, who were still grinning in the face of death, Su Mo closed his eyes slightly. These people are a group of crazy people who are not afraid of death. Bending down, Su Mo used both arms to dislocate Xiao's limbs. Then, he took the iron chain and locked him up. This way, even if the other party wakes up, he can't run away. Master. Su Mo turned around and smiled at Xiao Xingho, while calling out anxiously. Thank you. It's worth it to have him as a disciple, since he can help at this time. Actually I didn't help either. It was his master who was showing off his power the whole time. Chapter 55. Qi Ling woke up in a unique fragrance. The pain that followed made Qi Ling's head completely clear. He was tied to a wooden stake in the rock camp, and the thick chain trapped him tightly. His two arms were removed, making him unable to exert strength. Not far away, the group of people were talking and laughing, constantly fighting for food. The smell of meat wafted into Qi Ling's stomach, and his stomach began to cramp. Someone saw him wake up, but they turned a blind eye. Especially that woman, who looked at him coldly and ate with relish. This made Qi Ling a little angry. She didn't kill him, but tied him here as a side dish. This humiliation made Qi Ling's eyes murderous. He stared at Suemo with a bad smile, not caring at all that he was the meat on the chopping board. Are you really not going to care about him? Uncle Wolf poked Sumo's arm and asked in a low voice. Let it air out first. Suemo was very calm. People like the plunderers are not afraid of threats and death. Even if they are tortured, they may not be able to make them tell the information they want. It is better to put them aside and deal with them coldly. Zhang Taiwei, I saw this piece of meat first. Get out of the way. Wang Qing, who is always active in eating, wanted to squeeze Zhang Taiwei away, but the other party dodged flexibly. Just when he was about to be proud, the piece of meat in Zhang Taiwei's bowl was taken away by Xiao Xingho. Ha ha ha, you are so stupid. An ordinary person laughed at the two soldiers, and the result was that the piece of meat flew away directly from Xiao Xingho's mouth. It passed the crowd and landed not far from Qi Ling. The stewed meat was so soft that it was stained by dirt when it was smashed on the gravel slab. But the bright color was still eye-catching. The smell of meat was getting closer, and Qi's stomach cried out with hunger again. Hey, I'm hungry! Qi Ling shouted, but no one responded to his shout. After the meal, Qi Ling was still tied to the pillar, and the people in the camp were doing their own things, not disturbed by this abrupt existence at all. From noon to night. Smelling the constant smell of food in the camp, Qi Ling went from being rebellious and even provocative at the beginning to looking at those people drinking and eating supper with a gloomy face. In the crowd, Suemo looked at Qi Ling's dark face and couldn't help laughing. She walked over with a plate of barbecue. Want to eat? The heat was just right, the ingredients were sufficient, and the fragrance of various spices mixed together was something Qi Ling had never smelled before. His stomach was already sticking together with hunger. But facing Sumo's question, Qi Ling sneered. Why, you want to bribe me with these things? Starve to death? Haha. Every day in this wasteland, someone dies of hunger. If the other party thinks that this will make him bow his head, dream on. No, I don't want to bribe you. I just want to know who asked you to attack our camp. In front of Qi Ling, Suemo slowly tore the barbecue into small pieces and chewed them in his mouth. The satisfaction on his face made Qi Ling a little irritated. This woman is really bold. How about this, I tell you, the meat in your bowl belongs to me. Qi Ling licked his dry lips. He was hungry and thirsty now, and the rich fragrance was in front of him, and Qi Ling seemed to surrender. Okay. Suemo agreed. TSK. Qi Ling laughed with an ambiguous meaning, and then spoke. Actually, I don't know who wants to kill you, but this deal was handed over from the base. Have you heard of the Tianan team? The Tianan team. When this name appeared in Sumo's ears again, she tightened her grip on the plate. It's those people again. Those people really want to kill them all. First it was the Sun Camp, and now it's the Predators. They really use every possible means. Hee, it seems that you know this team. Seeing Sumo's face, Qi Ling couldn't help laughing. Do you think the team in the base is very powerful? But if I tell you, this Tianan team is a fart. Pa! Qi Ling turned his head and spit, and a mockery appeared on his face. They are just knives in the hands of others. They just told us that if we complete this transaction, there will be benefits for us later. What, are you surprised? Looking at Sumo's calm face, Qi Ling wanted to laugh, but his hoarse throat made him frown. I want to drink water. He directly stated his request, and his attitude should not be too arrogant. Giving Wang Qing a look, a bowl of water was brought to Qi Ling's mouth. After surviving the gulp, Qi Ling narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Do you think that we predators kill and burn in the wasteland and do all kinds of evil? But what if I tell you that many of our murders are actually the result of transactions with some bigwigs in the base? Predators have no bottom line, no dignity, only desire. As long as you pay, we will do it, whether it's killing people or beasts. It's the same this time. If you want to find the person who really attacked your camp, don't ask me, you should go to the base and ask. But I don't know if you have the courage to do it. As Qi Ling explained, many people in the camp gathered around. The angry expressions of these people towards Qi Ling gradually turned into worry. There are people behind the Tianan team, which means that the main reason for targeting the camp this time is not the previous grudges. It's just, no matter how Suemo recalled, he didn't remember that he had offended the rest of the people in the base. The only person he had contact with recently was Lu Xingwan. Could it be that the other party went back on his word? No, Suemo denied this possibility. It would be easy for the other party to destroy the camp. Captain Lu probably disdains such a roundabout way of doing things. Okay, I've said everything I know. Where's the meat? Qi Ling looked at the plate Suemo was holding, with expectation in his eyes. The meat is right here. Putting the bowl on the ground, Suemo looked at Qi Ling's killing intent and didn't take it seriously. After 2 battles with the other side, the camp suffered no losses. But Suemo didn't like this crazy man. This was a humiliation and a warning. Qi Ling was still locked in the center of the camp, while Suemo was in the meeting room. You mean, you want to go into the base to explore? Shi Yan asked Suemo what he thought, and after Suemo nodded, Uncle Wolf was the first to disagree. No, it's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how can we report to Antly and the others? Uncle Wolf shook his head, paced around the room, and then gritted his teeth. Oh my god, I'm a rough guy, but I've lived long enough. Even if I get caught, I can survive. Chapter 56. You can't go. Shi Yan rejected Uncle Wolf's proposal, and sat on the chair with a heavy expression. Suemo, even if you are a person with special abilities, your power alone is just like an egg hitting a rock for the base. And if something happens to you in the base, the damage to the camp will be incalculable. Sumo's position in the camp is very important now. Once Suemo gets into trouble, it is equivalent to losing the backbone. Can we just sit there and wait for those people to come slowly? The slap on the table was loud, but Uncle Wolf's expression was decadent. Shi Qing and Wang Qing were also arguing about who should go over. Looking at the chaos in the meeting room, Suemo took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Enough. I'm only going to get some clues. I'm a person with special abilities, so it's definitely more convenient to ask those people. If you go and ask about people with special abilities at will, won't you be exposed? The soldiers who came in from outside the base asked about people with special abilities at will. Isn't this saying there's something wrong? After Suemo said this, the others shut up. But? No buts. Suemo was strong for once, and shouted back at Uncle Wolf. I leave early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I be careful. Comforting everyone, the meeting ended just like that, but they all felt heavy after they left. But Suemo always had his own ideas. No matter how they tried to stop him, Suemo was fully capable of going on his own. Discussing with them was already a sign of respect given to them by Suemo. The town was peaceful again. Interestingly, President Tong, who said that the camps should help each other, did not express his opinion at all after the predators appeared in the rock camp. The other party did not hide his intention of not wanting to get involved. That's right, no one is stupid enough to want to get involved for no reason. However, after she took down the predators during the day, the eyes that always passed by the camp gate from time to time disappeared. Suemo did not sleep well that night. When she woke up early in the morning, she saw Qi Ling drooping his head a little weakly. The bowl on the ground was kicked out and broke into pieces. What, are you here to laugh at me? Hearing the footsteps, Qi Ling looked up at Suemo and sneered. Even at this point, the other party still did not beg for mercy once. This kind of mentality is really terrible. Suemo glanced at Qi Ling and did not answer. Once it is confirmed that Qi Ling's words are true, his fate will be decided by everyone in the camp. Hey, I'm talking to you. Faced with Sumo's disregard, Qi Ling was a little dissatisfied, but Suemo walked straight out of the camp. Twisting his head with difficulty to look at Sumo's back as he left, Qi Ling's eyes looked a little strange. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes smiled more. You're really not afraid of death. Muttering, Qi Ling's wrist moved in this still quiet morning. Looking closely, his forearm seemed to be broken, and the bone pushed up the skin. Qi Ling, who looked a little pale, took his forearm out of the chain. He twisted his arm hard to get out of trouble. After Suemo left, could he expect those soldiers to keep an eye on him? It wasn't long before this thought came up, and Qi Ling looked up and saw a cute face. The little kid saw Qi Ling was about to escape, and ran over without fear. He aimed the wooden sword in his hand at Qi Ling's arm, and smashed it down. Ugh! Qi Ling groaned in pain, and just as he was about to catch the kid, he saw him screaming. But several soldiers ran out in an instant. When the broadsword in Uncle Wolf's hand was placed on Qi Ling's neck, Qi Ling's mouth twitched, and then he silently put his hand back into the chain. Isn't it okay for him not to run away? In the camp committee, Tong Baiqiao was a little surprised when she heard the report from her subordinates. Did she really go to the base alone? Yes, my people have been watching her, there is no doubt about that. The subordinate nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, should we send someone to notify the base in advance? This woman named Suemo is a bit weird, powerful, and even has spatial abilities. I have never heard of a being with 2 abilities in the wasteland. I am afraid that she and the rock camp will completely destroy the tranquility of our town. The subordinate's voice was filled with fear of Suemo. But Tong Baiqiao shook his head. and I don't know what she is doing at the base. If I notify the people at the base, wouldn't it be destroying my own rules? Just wait and see. As long as she doesn't climb over my head, the chaos in the town is not useless at all. Tong Baiqiao said these words with a treacherous smile on his face. The subordinate was immediately happy. It turns out that you, the president, have a way to deal with it. I'm overthinking. Waving her hand casually, Tong Baiqiao looked very arrogant. There are many people in the town who don't obey her, such as the old Wu before. Maybe she can use Su Mo to catch all those who have ulterior motives and punish them. As long as it affects the other camps or herself, she doesn't care what Su Mo does. As for her spatial ability, he, who said that there are no people with two abilities in this wasteland. Tong Baiqiao said this meaningfully, but the subordinate's face changed. He wanted to ask something else, but he shut up immediately when he saw Tong Baiqiao's eyes. Looking at the gloomy sky outside the window, Tong Baiqiao's face was waiting. At the other end, Su Mo was walking on the wasteland. Except for the first day in the wasteland, she hasn't walked alone for a long time. It's just that this mentality is different from that day. The closer you go to the base, the less dangerous it is. Many roads and ruins around have been cleared, and the collapsed buildings left behind are no longer dangerous. Su Mo's pace is not slow. After more than an hour, she finally reached the south gate of the base. Looking at the base again, she will still be amazed at the majesty of the wall in front of her. Are you going in or not? The guard asked impatiently, and Su Mo calmly paid the entrance fee. Once you enter, the area is still in the lower city. But in this mixed place, it is best to get information. Outside a tavern, Su Mo pushed open the door. This is the tavern that Uncle Wolf told himself that people in the lower city like to gather the most. As soon as you enter the room, you will see the smell of alcohol and those drunken men. Several women are dancing for fun on the high platform, and their provocative movements make the men below cheer continuously. After ordering a glass of wheat, Su Mo sat in a chair and watched everything in the tavern quietly. The man shouting was very rough, mixed with some women's laughter. However, no matter how presumptuous these men looked, they didn't touch them. In the base, this dancer seemed to have a serious job, employed by this tavern, and working for money. If these guests touched her casually, it would be a violation of the rules, and they would either pay money or go to jail. For those who live in the lower city in a daze, neither is a good choice. Chapter 57. Hey, alone? When Su Mo was thinking, a woman came over. She winked at Su Mo, then pointed in a certain direction with her mouth. It's like this, my team wants to invite you to sit over. The woman's attitude was very good, and she didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Don't rush to refuse. Su Mo was about to shake his head when he saw the woman saying, in exchange, maybe I can tell you something you want to know. This sentence seemed to know the purpose of Su Mo's coming here. Don't be nervous. Those people outside the base are used to coming here to inquire about the news after entering. It's all routine. But I'm curious, how did the people in your camp let you, a girl, come here? By the way, my name is Dai Yufeng. What about you? Su Mo. Faced with the other party revealing his purpose, Su Mo thought about it, and followed the other party. As soon as he arrived at the location, he heard a group of people making a fuss. As expected, you are still the best, Captain. TSK, girl, you have been fooled by our captain. Of course, I am here, one person is worth two. Also, I am not lying, I invited you here for equal exchange. Dai Yufeng patted his chest, very heroic, but facing Su Mo's eyes, he became embarrassed. In fact, we made a bet. As long as I can invite you here, they will pay for the wine. Come, sit down, what I said is true, tell me, what do you want to know? There is no news in the whole base that we don't know. This sentence is true. Yes, our team's nickname is Shunfinger. The others were also actively promoting it. You don't seem to reject my identity. Su Mo was a little curious. Many people in the base treated them, the wanderers, as garbage. Why reject them? We have to walk on the wasteland all year round. There are many times when you wanderers help us a lot. It's just that some people in the base always think they are superior, so they look down on people outside. But don't worry about them, we are different from them, you can rest assured. Dai Yufeng's explanation made Su Mo laugh. This person is interesting, but since it comes to this, Su Mo didn't hide it. I want to know about the Tianan team. Tianan team? Dai Yufeng was stunned, her eyes changed slightly. She looked at Su Mo as if she wanted to ask something, but she didn't say it in the end. Instead, he replied, the Tianan team has 6 people in total, but 2 of them died before. They are not strong and are at the bottom of the teams in the base. And they hang out with the vendors in the lower city, and like to rob each other. But their captain has some connections with the city lord, so he can get along well. City lord? Suemo read the title, but was a little confused as to why the city lord was involved. Yes, the city lord of our base number 8. The captain's surname is Su, and he seems to be a distant relative of the city lord's wife. That's about it. Dai Yufeng spread his hands, indicating that he had finished talking about the news of the Tianan team. Okay, thanks. Suemo was about to say thank you when the door of the tavern was kicked open. The door smashed indirectly, and the people at the table closest to the door were hit and bleeding. Dai Yufeng, come out. After a roar, a big man appeared at the door. He was about 1.9 meters tall, so he had to bend down to look inside when he stood at the door. His huge eyes immediately saw Dai Yufeng. Dai Yufeng, I see where you can hide today. The man's voice was angry, and it seemed that he had a great grudge against Dai Yufeng. Damn it. Besides Suemo, Dai Yufeng was a little irritable, and even lowered his voice. You guys take the opportunity to leave quickly in the chaos. The old rules. See you at the old place. Yes. Several team members quickly dispersed to the corners of the tavern to look for opportunities. The big man ignored this, but kept staring at Dai Yufeng. Suemo also retreated several steps, and distanced himself from Dai Yufeng. Dai Yufeng's mouth twitched at Sumo's self-conscious behavior, and then a fist hit her head. The fist was full of power, and Suemo could see clearly that the surface of the fist was covered with a layer of metal-like material. This is a metal-type ability user. Dai Yufeng hurriedly dodged in Sumo's understanding. Although he dodged the punch, he was forced into a corner. Tangwan, didn't I just expose the fact that the woman you like is a bitch? Why are you so angry? If it weren't for me, you would have been deceived a long time ago. Oh, I understand. It must be that woman who cried to you again, right? While dodging, Dai Yufeng's words were unforgiving. And with these words, many brave people in the tavern showed interesting smiles on their faces. I heard that the woman next to Tangwan before was a liar. She swindled a lot of men, and cheated a lot of money. After being exposed by Captain Dai, I don't know where she is hiding now. TSK, I guess she can't save face. After listening to these words, Suemo also roughly understood the situation, but she didn't plan to intervene. She and Dai Yufeng were just a chance encounter. Suemo directly bypassed Tangwan and flexibly got out of the tavern. However, as soon as she arrived at the door, Suemo was faced with several black holes. The muzzle was short and thick. This kind of gun, which was modified to double the power of close-range shooting, would explode her head directly once it was fired. And beside her, Dai Yufeng's team members also raised their hands to surrender. So, she was considered as a member of Dai Yufeng's team. I have nothing to do with that Captain Dai, I just... Shut up. The muzzle of the gun hit the back of Sumo's head directly, and the pain made Suemo lower his eyes, resisting the intention of taking action, and raised his arms. Tangwan, you want to catch me, dream on. I tell you I... At the door, Dai Yufeng, who ran out, was still talking nonsense, but when she saw that all her team members were arrested, she immediately shut up. Fuck. After a swear word, Dai Yufeng was held down by Tangwan's shoulders. Don't be afraid, I'm not looking for you for revenge, but I need you to help me find out a piece of information. The car was a bit crowded. Suemo was put next to Dai Yufeng, and sat down, which was very helpless. Asking for information, I'm good at this. Dai Yufeng, whose hands were tied, shrugged his shoulders, looking relaxed. After receiving Sumo's gaze, he smiled awkwardly. I promise you, but you have to let this girl go. She is not one of our team members. You should have said it earlier. The sudden brakes made Sumo's head hit the front seat of the car, the door opened, and Suemo was thrown out. Chapter 58. This inexplicable development made Suemo stand there speechless for a long time. In this case, it would be bad to go back to the tavern. The streets of the base were still crowded with people, and Suemo did not notice that a car was passing by not far away. The car window was lowered a little, and Feng Miao looked at Suemo who appeared in the base, and a smile rose on her gentle face. What a lucky guy. As if sighing, Su Kaicheng, who was sitting next to her, also leaned over to take a look. He had never seen Suemo before, and could not recognize her. Cousin, who is this? Did she offend you? Do you want me to help you teach her a lesson? Su Kaicheng rubbed his hands, and said humbly. His face was full of flattery to Feng Miao. She is from that camp. Recalling the expression on Lu Xinglan's face, when he mentioned Suemo that day, Feng Miao smiled with his eyes curved and looked very beautiful. But that smile made Su Kaicheng tremble. He saw the coldness in Feng Miao's eyes. Is it them? Now Su Kaicheng finally connected Su Mo's face with the rock camp, and fear suddenly appeared on his face. Cousin, I'm sorry, I didn't do my job well. Please give me another chance. There was still a person's distance between the two people in the back seat. Su Kaicheng's voice was a little cautious at this time. He looked at Feng Miao with a pleading tone. Don't worry, cousin, I'm not angry. Hearing this, Su Kaicheng looked at Feng Miao for a while, and when he saw that the other party didn't mean to get angry, his face looked a little better. But his expression suddenly became indignant. Cousin, she killed 2 of my team members and touched your things. Cousin, don't worry, I won't let them go. Since it didn't work once, I try again. Just a bunch of ants. Laughing grimly, Su Kaicheng had no intention of taking Su Mo seriously. I believe my cousin will not let us down this time. Feng Miao rolled up the window, leaned against the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Su Kaicheng suddenly shut up, and even his breathing became lighter. He secretly looked at Feng Miao, his eyes full of awe for this woman. Su Mo, standing on the street, didn't know that the truth had just passed by her. Su Mo went to the previous market again to buy some things, and by the way, he inquired about the TNN team. But what he inquired about was basically the same as what Dai Yufeng said, and there was no further clue. The city lord was behind the TNN team, but what did the city lord do to an ordinary camp? There must be clues that she overlooked. With these questions, Su Mo did not delay, and returned to the camp as soon as possible. Xiao Su, you're back. Antli came over, wiping her hands, and handed Su Mo a piece of pancake. Try it, I just made it, all according to your instructions. Master, this is what I made, try it too. Xiao Xingho also squeezed over, and the 2 of them looked a little funny in their competition for favor. After returning to this lively camp, Su Mo realized that his nerves had been very tense. Facing these familiar faces, Su Mo relaxed a little. I still need to practice more. Su Mo said honestly while chewing the pancake. I tell you, there must be something wrong with the dough you made. Pulling Xiao Xingho's ear, Antli went to the kitchen to work again. Su Mo, come with me. After sending Antli and the other 2 away, Shirqing took Su Mo away again, and the 2 came to the edge of the vegetable field behind the camp. Su Mo looked at the situation in front of him with some surprise. The area allocated for growing vegetables is not small, and a lot of vegetables have been planted, but they were sparse and dying before. Now a small piece of land has become unusually lush, and the growth is very gratifying. The green leaves of the vegetables have sprouted, and the leaves are full of vitality. I found it today. I think there may be something wrong with this piece of land. Pointing to the piece of land where the crops grew best, Shirqing's expression was serious. Of course there is a problem. Su Mo didn't dare to say this. It was this piece of land that she tried to put a piece of yellow mud in and buried it, and this happened. So, the yellow mud is used for planting. And the effect is so strong. But it's not easy to explain this to the people in the camp. Su Mo plans to experiment again later. After settling some trivial matters, everyone in the meeting room was very troubled by the news brought back by Su Mo. Forget it, at most we can just fight back. Whatever the city lord wants to do, he has the ability to send those plunderers back. Uncle Wolf waved his hand with great pride, and then signaled to quickly move on from the topic. The most important thing now is hunting. Have you found a hunting ground? Uncle Wolf looked at Wang Qing. Not yet. I asked around in the town. The beasts in the nearby areas have been swept away long ago. The rest are scattered and not worth hunting. So it will take another day or 2 until new news is brought back. People in the wasteland will use all kinds of skills to survive. And there is a group of people who will specifically record the distribution of those beasts, and then sell this information to the camp and base to make money. In previous years, hunting in the rock camp relied on the information brought back by this group of people. In this case, wait for another day or 2. If it still doesn't work, we will go to a farther place. The autumn colors are getting deeper, and this hunting is imperative. Yes. Everyone agreed. The meeting ended quickly. As soon as Su Mo went out, he saw a group of children whispering around Qi Ling. The other party was hanging his head and motionless. He walked over to check his breath. He was alive, but fainted. By the way, Su Mo, how are you going to deal with this predator? Wang Qing hooked his hand on Su Mo's shoulder, but was slapped down by Shirqing. Be honest. Shirqing's slap was not light, and Wang Qing immediately glared. I'm telling you, kid, are you interested in my Su Mo? I'm telling you. What nonsense are you talking about? Shirqing laughed angrily. Su Mo is now the deputy leader of our camp. You should behave yourself, and don't always touch her and affect her image. Since Shurqing recognized Suemo, he really considered Suemo. As the two of them were joking, Suemo was looking at Qiling. The other party's arms were terribly red and swollen. If they were not connected, his hands might be useless. It has been almost 2 days now, and the other party has only drunk a bowl of water. She also heard that the other party wanted to escape after she left this morning. This kind of cruelty is frightening. As for the plan for Qiling, Suemo has not thought about it yet. This is to deter people with bad intentions in the town, and to tell the people behind them that they are not easy to mess with. But now it seems that there is no effect. Amid the chirping of the children, Qiling woke up again. He looked up, his eyes dim and his face pale. When he saw Suemo in the distance, he sneered and tried to provoke her. A fruit was handed to him. Do you want to eat it? The little girl Afang looked at Qiling curiously. There were a few teeth marks on the fruit, which were gnawed by Afang. Chapter 59. At this moment, Qiling's throat seemed to be on fire. He looked at the juicy fruit and couldn't help biting it. Sweet and juicy, the abundant water made Qiling's mind clearer. Naturally, he saw Suemo slowly putting away the knife. So she thought she would attack this little girl. With a somewhat ironic look, Qiling raised his eyebrows and looked at Suemo and became more energetic. Ignoring Qiling's unyielding bad expression, Suemo simply went to the back to continue the yellow mud experiment. In the evening, the kitchen stove rose again with smoke, but Wang Qing rushed back to the camp. Leader, I found out. In Area 36, a herd of beasts came recently, and it has not been discovered yet. I gave a little more money, and the person who sold the news promised to spread the news tomorrow morning. We set off early tomorrow morning. There was finally progress in finding the herd of beasts, and Wang Qing was particularly excited. As long as we can successfully bring back a large number of beasts this time, we won't have to worry about this winter. Okay. Shi also happily made the decision. After worrying for so many days, there was finally good news. That night, all the beast meat stored in the camp was taken out and eaten. Wang Qing and his friends had eaten until their stomachs were full. The next morning, the car sped out of the town. You are reliable, aren't you? Uncle Wolf said, strangling Wang Qing's neck. Wang Qing, who was driving, slipped the steering wheel and almost hit a dead tree on the side of the road. Reliable, reliable, I've heard it before. Li Shunzi always brought back news before, and it was always accurate every time. I was just watching him. I intercepted him as soon as he came back. Don't worry. Wang Qing signaled Uncle Wolf to let go quickly. The car returned to the main road and sped away, with smoke and dust on both sides. Suemo sat in the co-pilot seat. Through the rearview mirror, she could see another car following behind. It was Zhang Taiwei and Chengde. Although the camp already knew that she had spatial abilities, there was no need to worry about how to bring back the prey this time. But it had to be concealed, so the two cars went out together according to the plan. Suemo will be the main hunter this time. We will listen to you. Uncle Wolf came up to Suemo and said. Uncle Wolf was very familiar with hunting, but he was very obedient to Suemo. Uncle Wolf, you should lead the team. This is my first time to participate in hunting, and I am not familiar with how to do it. Suemo declined. Hee, okay, I will teach you first. Scratching his head, Uncle Wolf looked very proud. He was a veteran and a good hunter. In the wasteland, some areas that have not been conquered by humans are divided by numbers. The smaller the number, the more dangerous the area. Area 36 is of medium danger. Uncle Wolf has been there once and introduced the characteristics of Area 36 to several people while driving. There used to be a stone forest there, where some ferocious animals lived. However, after the disaster, there was no one there at all, and many trees grew up, covering the stone forest. The ferocious beasts after the mutation hid in the stone forest. Perhaps a terrible beast that can tear a person to pieces in an instant will come out of a cave or a gap. To hunt in such a place, you must first learn to hide your tracks, and then wait carefully. After carefully absorbing the knowledge taught by Uncle Wolf, the car drove for 2 days before reaching the outskirts of Area 36. At this moment, several people stood on a hillside, looking around, and saw some gray covered in the lush green below, with jagged rocks, which looked primitive and rugged. That Li Shunzi said that the new herd of beasts is in this area. Wang Qing said to several people with a simple map in his hand. Let's go down from here, and then explore a little bit. As usual, Teasy and I will be responsible for attracting monsters, and you hide here and wait for us to bring the beasts back. Several people cooperated tacitly, and the plan was made without Sumo's participation. After sneaking into the stone forest, Sumo looked at the gray stones around him with some amazement. Many of the shapes of the stones were carved by the magic of nature. It should have been a magnificent natural landscape, but now it has become a paradise for beasts. At this moment, Sumo followed Uncle Wolf and hid in a pile of rubble. His face was covered with dust, but his eyes were as bright as jade. It was his first time hunting, and Sumo looked nervously at the direction where Wang Qing and others left. Fierce beasts are dangerous, and it is impossible to face the entire herd. So every time they hunt, they adopt a split method to solve them one by one. Although it takes a long time, the risk is relatively small. As long as they cooperate well, they may be able to complete a hunt without injury. This time their main target of hunting is a group of B085. This kind of beast is of medium size, and not fast, but its bite force is amazing. However, the most famous thing is the 4 hooves, which are huge and stronger than the elephant legs on Earth, and the meat may be very strong. Sumo, who had misunderstood, didn't wait long before he saw smoke and dust floating in the distance. "Here they come!" Uncle Wolf whispered, and the others dispersed, with Sumo and Chengda on each side. This was a small valley with steep terrain and narrow passages, and the others were hiding on the cliffs protruding from the valley. When Wang Qing led the beast here, they would descend from the sky and give the beast a quick death. Through the smoke and dust, Sumo also saw the beast's appearance. Its hooves left deep footprints on the ground, and its head resembled a wolf, but it was slightly rounder, and its mouthful of sharp teeth was intimidating. B085 still had a light layer of hair on its body, and blood was seeping from the gray fur. It should be that Wang Qing and Zhang Taiwei injured the beast, attracting hatred and leading it here. But Wang Qing was not in a good condition at this time. His arm was injured, blood was flowing all the way, and the beast's speed was stimulated by the smell of blood. "You run first," Wang Qing shouted, signaling Zhang Taiwei not to worry about him. Wang Qing, whose steps were not coordinated, had already felt the bloody wind behind him. Frowning, Wang Qing did not dare to look back, but just ran forward in silence. As long as he got to the place, he would trust his companions. "Get ready." Uncle Wolf made a gesture to Sumo and the others, and then shouted, "Throw down." This was for Wang Qing. While the words were still in the wind, Wang Qing had already jumped into the narrow gap on one side. He squeezed here with Zhang Taiwei and barely hit. And B085 had good eyesight and chased after him directly. He stepped on the edge of the gap with his hoof. The gravel rolled down, and the gap was shattered. When the two were about to be buried alive, Uncle Wolf jumped down first. The strong body fell on the beast's back, and the broadsword chopped down at the opponent's neck. During the wrestling, the blade was half embedded, and B085, in pain, raised his head suddenly and threw Uncle Wolf away. Blood spurted from the beast's wound. "Ah!" While howling, B085 stared at Uncle Wolf with his red eyes. Chapter 60. The beast leaped up and stepped directly on Uncle Wolf with its hoof. Uncle Wolf dodged with his knife and retreated a little bit, as if he was about to leave. At this time, 2 more people fell on his head. They were Sumo and Chengda. Chengda was knocked away by the beast as soon as his knife touched the beast's side. But Sumo landed steadily on the beast's back. She grabbed the beast's hair and stabbed it directly with the boning knife after infusing it with mental power. After one knife, almost only the handle of the knife was left outside. What's more terrifying is that Sumo's knife was cut directly along the opponent's spine. Holding the handle of the knife, he just moved it easily, and the sharp blade directly cut the beast's back. In the spray of blood, a large piece of bone was picked out by Sumo. The hard bone fell to the ground, and B085's body collapsed. B085 did not die after the huge body fell. The bloodthirsty eyes stared at Sumo, who walked in front of it, and there seemed to be human despair flowing in them. The beast ended its life completely after the knife was raised. The head was thrown aside, and Sumo looked at Wang Qing's embarrassed appearance and raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It seems that the things are useful." Hee hee. Looking at Sumo, Wang Qing smiled slyly, then took out a small biscuit from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. It was a small biscuit made of flour. The taste was not very good, but the effect was very good. Dish name: Healing Biscuits, A-level. Introduction: Wheat flour, stir it, bake it, and I be done. Effect of consumption: Healing injuries. Evaluation of diners: Crispy and crispy. Energy value increased by 100. Chengda also ate a piece, and the pain in his chest was gone instantly. Energy value plus 10. These are the small cookies she made before she set out. They are easy to carry, and can ensure the survival rate of the team. As long as they are not broken arms or legs, the small cookies are enough to heal them. Okay, hurry up and clean up, and then continue. Uncle Wolf was speechless as he looked at the two boys' smug looks. Don't think that you can be careless this time, because Suemo is here to cover you. What if Suemo is not here? What if the cookies fall? I tell you, you all have to be careful. If anyone dares to let down their guard, I will slap you. Do you understand? At this time, Uncle Wolf was majestic. Wang Qing immediately shrank his head to show that he knew. After a while of fighting, the scene was quickly cleaned up. The body was thrown into Sumo's space, and the blood on the ground was buried by dust. The faint smell of blood was the best bait. Wang Qing continued to lure monsters. With the strength of several people, plus the presence of Suemo, this method of attracting monsters is very easy. It only took half an afternoon to successfully hunt down 6B085. When it was getting dark, everyone decided to stop for today. In the cave, Wang Qing leaned against the wall and ate dry food, but frowned as if he was worried. What's wrong? Which girl are you thinking about? Zhang Taiwei approached and asked slyly, but saw that Wang Qing's expression was very serious. No, I was thinking about the last time we attracted monsters. Did you notice that the number of these B085 seemed to be much less than when we saw it this morning? There were a lot of fierce beasts. He took a look from a distance this morning and saw that they were densely packed. He only dared to carefully lure monsters at the edge. But in the evening, these beasts became scattered, and many seemed to leave this area. I guess they changed places. Let's look for them tomorrow. Chengda said on the side. Beasts don't have much wisdom. Even if they act in groups, they won't pay special attention to them if a few beasts are missing from the team. Compared with humans, these beasts are still a little lacking. That's right. Wang Qing nodded, approved of Chengda's idea, and then continued to eat the cake. The cake was wrapped with some meat sauce, which was made by Antly under Sumo's guidance. It tasted good, and the few people ate it. Night had fallen in this stone forest. Suemo leaned against the entrance of the cave. Above her head was a lush forest, blocking her sight, but she couldn't see the starry sky. She kept watch first, and replaced her in the second half of the night. The stone forest was very quiet. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the trees, a little blurry, and Sumo's heart gradually calmed down. The time of the night watch passed very slowly. The night wind was very cold, but Suemo, who was wearing a leather jacket, did not feel cold. Her physical fitness has improved a lot, and this little bit of coldness can't do anything to her. Russell, I don't know how long it has been. Suemo heard a sound coming from the grass. I looked over, and didn't see any ferocious beasts. Just in case, Suemo went over to check. There was nothing behind the grass. Maybe the wind just blew. Suemo, it's time to change shifts. Chung shouted with a yawn. Okay, be careful. Suemo, who was also a little sleepy, didn't hesitate and turned into the cave. After adding some firewood to the fire, Suemo leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Outside, Chengda was walking near the cave entrance. He held a knife in his hand, and waved it from time to time. He cut through the bushes with a knife, taking off a lot of leaves. Faintly, it seemed that something flashed through the grass. What is that? Chengda muttered, and pushed aside the bushes. Still saw nothing. TSK, it must be an illusion. Thinking about it, Chengda ignored a few scales in the bushes. The dark scales were not very obvious. It was just when the faint moonlight passed by his head, it flashed a dark luster. That was snake scales. Reassured, Chengda returned to the cave entrance and yawned. Holding the knife, he looked inside, and saw that several people were sleeping soundly. Chengda rubbed his eyes. His head was still groggy. Just when he was confused, he felt a tingling sensation in his left leg. Chengda looked up, and saw something quickly enter the bushes from his leg. What the hell is that? Chengda stood up unhappily, and carelessly pushed aside the grass. At that moment, countless pupils stared at Chengda. The triangular heads, that were raised one by one, were very scary in the night. Oh no! It's a group of snakes. Chengda was completely awake, and was about to retreat. But his left leg suddenly became weak. The place where he had just stung was completely paralyzed, and for a moment, he couldn't even feel the existence of his leg. It's poisonous. Chengda's eyes were filled with fear. Uncle Wolf, Suemo, something happened. He shouted, trying to take out the biscuits from his pocket and eat them. But at the moment he shouted, those snakes swung their bodies, and shot into the air, and then bit Chengda. One or two. In just one breath, Chengda's body was full of poisonous snakes. Save me. These two words were almost roared by Chengde, but the sound was very light. The hand that successfully got the biscuit fell down helplessly. Chengde, who was surrounded by the snakes, fell to the ground paralyzed. His pupils, filled with despair, gradually became dilated. Chapter 61. No! When the men rushed out, they saw a group of snakes swarming and eating Chengde. Zhang Taiwei shouted in panic, wanting to save him, but was pulled back by Su Mo. It's too late to save him. His voice was hoarse and his expression was painful, but Su Mo's mind was unusually clear at this moment. A snake broke through the skin at Chengde's heart, and Chengde had already lost his reaction. Damn it, I should have stayed with him. Zhang Taiwei clenched his fist with regret. He should have stayed with Chengde to keep watch. No! Uncle Wolf suddenly shouted. His eyes looked at the darkness around him, and the sound in the bushes around him became louder and louder. The snakes were entangled together, and the sound of snake scales rubbing against each other was dense. But in the blink of an eye, the part of Chengde's body that was exposed was already without flesh and blood, and bite marks seemed to appear on the bloody bones. These mutated snakes have not changed much in size, but their venom is more potent, and even their teeth have become better. We are surrounded. Picking up a piece of burning wood, Uncle Wolf threw it directly into a bush. The autumn bushes were quickly ignited, and in an instant, many dark shadows swam out of the flames. The snakes were shuttling back and forth, perhaps sensing that they were discovered by humans, and the friction sounds in the darkness became layered. Snakes appeared one after another, and Su Mo looked up, and she saw some snakes appearing above the cave. Use fire, go! Uncle Wolf made a quick decision, and threw the burning firewood in one direction. Although it was difficult to break through, if you continue to stay here, these snakes will gnaw you to the bone. Fortunately, the flames were still useful, and in the autumn forest, dry grass was everywhere. Throwing firewood would ignite the surroundings, temporarily forcing the snakes to retreat. Su Mo and the others followed Uncle Wolf and left quickly. The moment they entered the stone forest, Su Mo felt the danger on her head, and with a knife, she cut a snake in half. But after the two halves of the snake fell to the ground, the body on the head was still twisting on the ground trying to bite Su Mo. This scene was disgusting. Searchlights were scattered around, the light was shaking, and several people were running in the stone forest. From time to time, a snake emerged from the surrounding stones, spitting out its tongue and staring at them with its vertical pupils. Su Mo could see clearly that many snakes in the snake group were mating, and the appearance of these humans seemed to disturb the tranquility of these snakes. Get out of the way! Uncle Wolf, who was clearing the way in front, roared and stepped on the two mating snakes. On the side, a snake egg was cracked. The yellow egg liquid stained the upper of Uncle Wolf's shoes, but Uncle Wolf didn't care about that. After chopping off a snake with a knife, he didn't dare to stop. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The bodies of the two snakes were quickly swallowed by the snakes. Su Mo even saw the bodies of the two snakes being eaten by their own kind. But when they reached the edge of the broken snake eggs, the snakes were hissing. Sadness, anger, hatred. With just a glance back, Su Mo caught these emotions in the pupils of those snakes. His heart beat very fast, and Su Mo had a very bad premonition. Sizzle. A strange burning sound sounded. Those hissing snakes actually rushed into the flames and extinguished the flames with their bodies. The smell of burning permeated the air, but Su Mo felt chilled. There were too many snakes. If you are bitten, you must detoxify immediately, otherwise your body will soon become paralyzed. Panting, Zhang Taiwei swallowed a small cookie and stretched out his arm, where there were two deep holes. A snake had just bitten him, but fortunately he reacted quickly. But even so, his entire arm was swollen. He did not lose consciousness, but it was burning. The venom of these snakes was too strong. But what made several people even more irritated was that after the snakes put out the flames with their bodies, they actually followed. Run, keep running. The branch scratched her cheek, but Su Mo had no time to check the injury. Staring at the surroundings with urgent eyes, the boning knife kept rising and falling in her hand. Another snake died in her hand, and Su Mo didn't remember how long she had been doing this. Those snakes seemed to attack from every corner in an endless stream. The hissing sound of the snakes was always chasing behind, so the few people did not dare to stop. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there shadow snakes in mating season here? Wang Qing pulled a snake off his body. There were already many wounds on his arms, and the biscuits in his mouth turned into liquid food and were swallowed by him. The coolness of the food and the pain of the wounds were intertwined. Even the tough man Wang Qing could not stand it. The so-called shadow snake, codenamed A184, ranked very low, and the individual strength was not strong. As long as the poison was detoxified in time, the toxin would not be fatal. This thing moves in groups and has 2 mating seasons every year, divided into spring and autumn. Before such a time, they would hide in the dark, and the whole group of snakes would wriggle frantically. These cold-blooded animals don't care about the death of their own kind, and sometimes, when they are very hungry, the weak ones of their own kind will become food. But these shadow snakes value their eggs very much. Even if other powerful beasts destroy the eggs, they will be hunted down by the shadow snakes endlessly. However, in all the known information, the existence of shadow snakes has never been found in this Area 36. If such a group of beasts migrates on a large scale, it will definitely leave obvious traces. Then the people who come to explore this area cannot fail to find it. But Li Shunzi didn't tell them about this at all. The heads of several people turned quickly, and in just a moment, they suspected Li Shunzi. Those people have been walking in such places for many years, and even a little trace can allow them to infer it, and such a group of shadow snakes will definitely not be unnoticed. Li Shunzi deliberately concealed it. When this thought flashed through Sumo's mind, Sumo's breathing became heavier. The rock camp had no grudges against Li Shunzi and his men. All the camps in the town had deals with Li Shunzi. Why did the other party want to harm them? The question was not answered, and the few people came to a cliff. In a panic, the 4 people lost their way and chose a dead end for themselves. What should we do? Zhang Taiwei swallowed his saliva, and there was despair in his eyes. He held a knife and looked at the shadow snakes that completely surrounded the retreat, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Are we going to die like this? Shut up. The pessimistic speech was yelled back by Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf swung out his broad knife and directly killed several snakes. Uncle Wolf, with empty hands, looked down with a firm look. Jump down. What? Wang Qing asked subconsciously, but saw Suemo nodded in agreement. There's a pond of water below, Suemo said. Looking down from here, one could see some misty water vapor floating above the pond of water. Chapter 62. There are too many snakes. If we fight them head-on, we may have to stay here. If we jump down from here, there may be a glimmer of hope. But Zhang Taiwei was still a little hesitant. None of them knew what the situation was like below. What if there was something in the water? Hiss! The sounds of the shadow snakes mixed together, and they overlapped and crowded over. A sticky and wet feeling approached the few people. A snake suddenly jumped up and bit Zhang Taiwei's neck directly. Fortunately, Suemo reacted quickly and blocked the way with a knife. The sharp blade cut the snake in half, and after it fell to the ground, it was stepped on to death by Wang Qing. The body of the snake was kicked back into the snake group, and soon it was divided into pieces without even a bone residue left. If you also want to die without even a residue, you can stay here. Uncle Wolf's attitude was firm, and then his expression became fierce, and he jumped down directly. After a few breaths, the sound of water came from below. Uncle Wolf emerged from the water. His face was a little pale, but he gave Suemo a thumbs up. There was no abnormality in the pool for the time being. Let's go! Suemo followed closely behind. Fighting with the snakes was a fool's behavior. Only by keeping his life could he survive. Teasy, if you want to avenge Chengda, then hurry up and leave. Pulling Zhang Taiwei, Wang Qing jumped down first. The disappearance of 3 people caused the snakes to become increasingly agitated. Some snakes climbed directly on their own kind, and then swam over quickly. Looking at those snakes that seemed to still have bloody teeth, Zhang Taiwei was furious and then jumped down. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snakes became irritable, and many snakes swam to the edge, looking at the cold pool below, but did not continue to chase. The cruelty of snakes flowed in their vertical pupils. They looked at the humans in the water, and gradually disappeared above the cliff. To be honest, it was not a pleasant feeling to fall into the water from a high altitude. Her body seemed to hit the hard ground, and it was very painful, but fortunately her physique was strong enough, and she recovered after a short while. Swimming quickly in the cold pond, Suemo climbed ashore. Suemo, who was soaked all over, pulled her hair behind her head. She sat on the ground with her arms propped up. The snakes above retreated, but Suemo was not happy. Beside her, Uncle Wolf half knelt on the ground and punched the ground with a fist, leaving a hole. I must crush that Li Shunzi to death when I go back. With a low roar, Zhang Taiwei also came ashore. He was silent, but his expression said it all. Above the cold pond, the night was clear, but Suemo felt a little cold. Let's go first. Suemo opened his mouth, his throat filled with water, and he coughed a few times. After shaking off the water on his limbs, the few people started running again. Just as the few people left, bubbles appeared on the surface of the cold pond, as if it was boiling. The cold air was spreading, and the surface of the pond seemed to be freezing a little bit, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Some unwilling shadow snakes above disappeared instantly. However, the abnormality only lasted for a short time, and the pond water returned to calm. In the end, the thing in the cold pond still did not show up. The few people who didn't know what they had escaped from sat on the treetops to rest temporarily. The leaves of this tree were lush enough, and the few people hid in the branches, and no human figures could be seen from below. They didn't dare to make a fire, and they didn't know where they were at the moment. They had to bear the cold. Fortunately, no other beasts appeared later. When the warm sun rose, Wang Qing grinned, as if he was relieved. But then, his body fell backwards. If Suemo hadn't reacted quickly, Wang Qing would have fallen directly. After supporting him, Suemo found that there was a large bruise on his back. There were also some snake bites on it. Wang Qing's injury was a bit serious, but Suemo was well prepared. After taking out the food and stuffing it into Wang Qing's mouth, Suemo bent his knees and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly as he listened to his gradually stable breathing. "Go back?" Uncle Wolf asked softly. After the danger disappeared, Uncle Wolf's voice was no longer as loud as before, but low and gloomy. "No." Suemo shook her head. If they went back now, there would still not be enough food. According to the original plan, they would have to stay here for a few more days. With her space, they could replenish the food for the winter at one time. Now Chengde is gone, Wang Qing is seriously injured, and there is not enough food. If we go back like this, wouldn't it be a wasted trip even if someone dies? Okay. I listen to you. Uncle Wolf said this again, and this time, Suemo did not refuse. Taking out the map and comparing it carefully, Suemo quickly found where he was. We are very close to the center now. When Suemo said this, his fingers were hooked, which was a sign of nervousness. Most of the human exploration of Area 36 is on the periphery, and the situation in the central area is not known for the time being. On the map, this location is marked with a big red cross, expressing the extreme danger. Wait until it's a little brighter, I go out to explore the way, you stay here to take care of Wang Qing. If I don't come back within 2 hours, avoid the direction I'm going and leave. Suemo pointed out a way. The damp hair stuck to her back and felt uncomfortable, so Suemo tied it up casually. She had a casual smile on her face, but her eyes were unquestionable. Okay. Uncle Wolf agreed with a rolling throat. Now in the team, only Suemo was capable of exploring alone. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. While waiting, Suemo jumped down the tree after the sunlight completely dispelled the darkness in the stone forest. She lowered her body and carefully moved outside. Poisonous insects occasionally appeared in the bushes, which were easily dealt with by Suemo. Now the location is close to the periphery, and there is no danger for the time being. You can go back and take Uncle Wolf and the others away. Thinking about it, Suemo felt a little better. Just at the moment when she relaxed, her whole body suddenly felt numb and her scalp exploded. There was something behind her. The pupil shrank suddenly, and Suemo didn't even have time to look, so she could only roll on the ground in embarrassment. When she stood firm, she saw a pit where she was just now, but there was no enemy there. The surrounding bushes were also very quiet, and there was no sound. But Suemo was sure that she was being targeted by something. There was nothing on the tree. There were no traces around. So, it was underground. Suemo looked at the arched earth mounds, and her eyes lit up. That thing was hidden underground, and humans were often not wary of solid land, so the other party could sneak attack her. With sharp eyes, she searched her side, and caught the slight looseness of the soil. That thing was moving quickly underneath, and the other party was still looking for an opportunity. There. Suemo exerted force on her feet, and rushed out with her whole body. She stabbed a knife under the soil, but the feeling from the knife made her know that the stab was empty. The sense of crisis came again from behind. Suemo put his hands behind his back, and blocked the attack on his back with a short knife. Chapter 63. Without time to look, Suemo stabbed with her backhand, and the blade cut through something hard. When Suemo turned around, there was still nothing in front of her. No, there was an obvious hole on the ground in front of her, and a red leg next to the hole. Suemo picked up the leg with a knife and observed it carefully, and then she felt a little cold. The leg was long and flat, covered with bristles and barbs. It should be half a leg, which looked disgusting. It was a centipede. The dark red blood deep in the broken mouth was fishy. Suemo threw the leg away and felt the surroundings vigilantly. That thing was a hunter, and it was very patient. Suemo tried to leave directly, but every time she moved, she could feel the thing staring at her in the dark. Weird and dark. If she didn't solve the other party, the thing would not let her go. After understanding this, Sumo's eyes showed coldness. She stood up, found a direction and ran quickly, perhaps wanting to escape from here. The soil beside her also bulged, and Sumo's eyes lit up. She seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and rushed over directly. But this knife missed again. That thing was very cunning, and it actually saw that Sumo was deliberately luring it out, and did not fall for it. The soil under her body collapsed a little. A red-shelled centipede that was as thick as an arm, and more than 1 meter long jumped out from the ground. The pair of bites on the mouth were very strong, and they were aimed at Sumo's abdomen and hit directly. Countless legs stepped quickly on the ground, and they were obviously moving, but the sound was very light. Looking closely, the fallen leaves that were stepped on seemed to have no changes. A 071 beast, a variant of the centipede, a speed-type beast, likes to lurk underground and give the prey a fatal blow when it is not paying attention. The favorite attack method is to straighten the whole body, and use the force of the bite as an arrow to directly penetrate the body of the prey. But this time, A071's bite hit the hard blade. At the moment when the opponent rushed out, Sumo seemed to have sensed it, and directly turned the blade to block the attack. Seeing that the attack failed, A071 actually twisted its body quickly. Those slender legs instantly dug a hole in the ground, and came with a dragon's tail swing. The long legs at the tail drove the soil to hit Sumo's face. Seeing that A071 was about to drill into the ground, Sumo did not give it this opportunity. The boning knife flew out of her hand, and was thrown out by her as a flying knife. The knife with spiritual power was directly like a sharp sword, directly sinking into the soil. The blade nailed a section of A071's body, so that it could not escape. Sumo walked over quickly, and another knife appeared in his hand. The knife stabbed down, and the tip of the knife rubbed against A071's body, and sparks appeared at the contact point. The power of the whole body was flowing, and a crack appeared on the blade. When the knife was about to explode, a gap finally appeared in A071's shell. With the help of the wrist, the blade cleverly cut into the gap of the shell, and a knife was lifted up, bringing out a snow-white tendon, and A071's body softened directly. At this time, the knife in Sumo's hand broke with a click. She casually threw the broken knife aside. These were the few boning knives she asked Uncle Wolf to prepare for her. But after all, it was not the one rewarded by the system. Although it could use mental power, after being infused with her power, the knife was easy to break. Dig out your knife from the soil. After wiping off the mud, the slender blade is silvery white and bright, flashing a cold light. The magical thing is that it was just stained with blood, but now that the blood is wiped off, there is no blood smell on the blade. This knife given by the system is comparable to a divine weapon. Without time to sigh, Sumo quickly dismembered A071's body. Although this thing looks ugly, so many legs may even make people have intensive phobia, but this thing has snow-white meat, very tender and delicious. After sorting it out, Sumo identified the direction, and quickly went to Uncle Wolf. The road was found out. This A071 is cunning by nature, and is a solitary beast. In its territory, even some powerful beasts will suffer if they are not careful. With this kind of hidden arrow-wounding beast, there will be no danger nearby. As long as they are fast, they can directly go from the A071 territory to the periphery, and then continue hunting. Deep in the stone forest, Wang Qing has woken up. He moved his somewhat stiff body, smiled brightly, and told the two that he was fine. Is Sumo not back yet? It's almost 2 hours, right? He was more worried about Sumo than himself. Don't worry, she's fine, Uncle Wolf said sincerely. Among them, Sumo was the most likely to leave here. If Sumo was in trouble, they would have to wait for death. I know she is very powerful, but I just feel that. She is a girl, and she seems to have never had a good day since she came to our camp. At this time, Wang Qing sighed that since Sumo came, things have been going on in the camp. Oh, if you say that, wouldn't I be like a plague god? The words with a smile sounded not far away. Sumo came out of the bushes, and waved to the few people. Let's go, we go out first. Hee hee, how can that be? I mean, after you came, our camp life has become much more comfortable. Wang Qing smiled happily, jumped down, and put his arm around Sumo again. Since Shi Qing was not there anyway, no one asked him to behave himself. Be honest? Sumo slapped the other's arm down. We have to hurry. A071 is dead, its breath will dissipate quickly, and then that piece of land will probably be targeted by other beasts. The few people shuttled under the shadows of the trees, and Wang Qing didn't talk anymore and hurried on. When the sun was high in the sky, the few people finally returned to not far from where they hunted yesterday. The leaves of the stone forest behind them swayed, and the rustling sound was very pleasant, but the few people felt like they had escaped death. Then the old way? Wang Qing asked, stomping a poisonous insect to death. No, I take the lead, you guys finish, just kill it. Chengde was gone, and the situation of several people was not good. Zhang Taiwei was even a little absent-minded. The risk of using the method of attracting monsters would be greater. It would be better for her to find a lone beast to fight. Okay, we will cooperate with you. Uncle Wolf nodded, holding a new knife in his hand, which Su Imo took out from the space. After redistributing some cookies to several people, Su Imo looked at Wang Qing's happy look and his eyes flickered. Unlike ordinary delicacies, this kind of healing food, as long as you are injured, even if it is a minor injury, eating cookies can provide her with energy value. After accumulating for a day, her energy value has increased a lot. Spiritual power level 3, 810/1000. Unknowingly, she has almost accumulated enough energy to break through to level 4. This is a good thing. Su Imo thought about it, and started searching along the periphery of the stone forest. Chapter 64. The hunting target is still the old friend B085. Now Wang Qing finally understands why B085 ran farther yesterday. It is because of the appearance of those shadow snakes. This small snake is fast enough, and the venom is strong enough. Even if it faces B085, a group of snakes will swarm up. Too much venom injected in a short period of time, these B-type beasts may not be able to withstand it. Just like Chengde, Su Imo, who looked a little gloomy, quickly adjusted her mood. She had found a B085. The tall body ran on the rubble, causing the surrounding dust to tremble. There was also a small beast next to it, which seemed to be a mother and son. There was no other B085 around for the time being. Su Imo no longer hesitated, directly raised the knife, exerted force on his feet, jumped up, and sat on the other's back. The back covered with hair was very strong, but when Su Imo pressed on the back of the beast, the front half of the beast was raised high. The body shook vigorously, and Su Imo was thrown away. He lowered his body, and slid back for a moment, half kneeling on the ground. His eyes were extremely sharp. He exerted force on his lower limbs again, and Su Imo flew out. He stabbed the opponent's abdomen with a knife, and blood flowed. AB085 died in Sumo's hands, and the little beast next to it whimpered and followed the footsteps of its mother. When Su Imo came to the front, he almost didn't need Uncle Wolf and others to take action. However, Sumo's large-scale hunting also had hidden dangers. Just after killing a fierce beast, the beasts not far away smelled the blood and rushed directly towards Su Imo. After putting the body of the fierce beast into the space, Su Imo left quickly. Entering some narrow stone forests, relying on the terrain advantage, Su Imo got rid of the pursuit of the large group behind him. In the car, Su Imo smiled happily at the sight of the ferocious beasts moving in the distance. Let's go, it's time to go back. The target of this hunting is enough, and half of her space is occupied. Let's go! Wang Qing was also in high spirits, and the two cars sped on the wasteland again. Uncle Wolf was driving the car behind, and Zhang Tiewei's face had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. He had a good relationship with Chengde. During this hunting, he watched Chengde die in front of him, but was powerless. For such a tough guy, it was inevitable that he would feel depressed. However, Uncle Wolf did not comfort him. These were all things that people living in the wasteland had to experience. Separation of life and death is never scarce in the wasteland. At sunset, the vehicle stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This house was independent on the side of the road. Although it was dangerous, it was better than continuing to move at night. The four people in two groups watched over each other, and the night was very peaceful. When the morning light rose, several people continued to set off energetically. In Luoya town, the sun shone on the rock camp, which was very beautiful. Some people in the camp had already woken up. In the middle of the camp, Qi Ling, who was still tied up, ate the food handed over by Afang calmly. Little girl, how about you let me go, or untie my hands, and I will eat by myself. I promise you, I will never run away. Qi Ling, smiling, seemed to want to coax the child in front of him. Afang tilted her head, and looked at Qi Ling, and shook her head. Mother said that I can give you food, but I can't let you go. Otherwise Sister Su will be angry. The ignorant little girl spoke softly, but her attitude was firm. This made Qi Ling grit his teeth. Your Sister Su hasn't come back for so long. She must have died outside. Then you let me go and I will protect you. Qi Ling, who spoke seriously, was glared at by the little girl. You are a bad person. Sister Su will not be in trouble. Mother said that Sister Su will be back soon. Then I will complain to Sister Su, and say that you said bad things about her. Ah Fong got angry and stomped her feet and left. Qi Ling seemed to be amused, and his chest kept rising and falling. But there was a coldness in his eyes. That woman was coming back, and it seemed that he could not wait for the injury to get better. What no one noticed was that Qi Ling's red and swollen arm had healed. So, should we kill all the people here before leaving? He scanned the entire camp, and the peaceful atmosphere made him so unhappy. He still liked the screams and flying blood of these people. Be honest? A fist hit his abdomen. Qi Ling bent over in pain, and saw only Shi Qing's warning eyes. You just listened to that woman. She told you not to kill me, so you didn't do it. This camp should belong to you, right? How about you let me go? I will help you kill that woman, and then leave. I promise not to touch the people in your camp. The words full of temptation made Shi Qing stare at Qi Ling expressionlessly. I'm right? You definitely don't like that woman. Women should rely on us men obediently. You want to conquer her, but being a good boy is not the way. The words dragged with Qi Ling's evil, but he was answered by another punch in the abdomen. Your uncle is the boy. Ha ha. Qi Ling, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, laughed happily. Faced with Qi Ling's unyielding spirit, Shi Qing was a little annoyed. No matter how he tortured him in the past few days, he always looked so contemptuous. It was really annoying. I said you. Qi Ling wanted to provoke, but was stunned, then turned his head to look outside the camp. The autumn wind blew in the town, and the familiar breath came from the wind, and those breaths were still approaching. Barbaric, primitive, bloody and cruel. It was the looters. Looking at the people who didn't notice anything, the smile on Qi Ling's face gradually subsided. For the looters, there is no choice to rescue their companions. Even if those people knew that he was still alive, they would never come to save him. Then, they are coming for this camp. Not far away, Xiao Afong was playing with Doubting. The two little radish heads were huddled together, looking very cute. Qi Ling's eyes flickered a little, and he suddenly spoke. I think you better run away quickly. What do you mean you can't scare me? Shi Qing was about to take action, but he saw Xiao Xingho suddenly rushing into the camp. Run! The broken voice made Shi Qing confused. Everyone in the camp also looked at Xiao Xingho's nervous look. Here they come, the predators are coming again. They are coming for you, and there are more people this time than last time. Xie Yang is dragging them, but it won't be too long, you hurry up. Xiao Xingho's words made Shi Qing's face change instantly, and Shi Yin also walked out. Looking at Xiao Xingho's urging look, Shi Yin shook his head without hesitation. No! We don't want to run away anymore. If you come, let's fight. It seems that we can't avoid these fights no matter how we run away. If that's the case, let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 65. But Master and the others haven't come back yet, so you. Looking at Shi Yin holding a broadsword in his left arm ready for battle, Xiao Xingho suddenly lost his temper. People in our camp will not come out to help you. His voice was a little hoarse, with a sense of contradiction. On weekdays, the two camps are very close, and because of the sharing of food, the two camps often eat with each other. This situation is rare in the town. If it is an ordinary trouble, they will come forward from the Blue Sky camp. But those are predators, the gods of death in the wasteland, and there are too many. Xie Yang made it clear that he would help, but he would not fight to the death for the rock camp. And he is just a cook, and even his cooking skills have not been recognized by the master. He can't do anything. I know what you want to say. But even if it's just me and my father left, we won't retreat. We're tired of being scared. Who can guarantee that they will be away from these troubles if they escape this time? Even, can they escape? The other men in the camp also picked up their weapons, even if they are not warriors. They don't want to retreat again today. If I retreat, Su Mo will look down on me. Shi Qing's words were very light. Xiao Xingho gritted his teeth, and simply picked up a stick and stood with Shi Qing. If they don't help, I will help. Otherwise, how can I report to Master when he comes back? Sliding down, the door of the camp was directly knocked away, and a ferocious beast rushed in. But this ferocious beast was wrapped in chains, and a bald man sat on it. The man had a terrifying face, and after sweeping over the people in the camp, he smiled very cruelly. TSK, so brave, what a pity. Kill them all. The bald man didn't want to say more, and gave a direct order. Behind him, the predators dressed in primitive clothes rushed into the camp with a roar. The attack came suddenly, and the women and children took their children to hide in the house to avoid causing trouble. Little Afong followed her mother, and hid in a house near the entrance of the camp. The battle started in an instant. Shurching took the lead and fought with the predators without fear of death. What if you fight with fewer people against more people? You can continue to kill if you don't die. Hey, how much money did you collect this time? You actually sent so many people? Qi Ling, who was tied up, was very comfortable. He was not afraid of the predators at all. Instead, he shouted at the bald man with interest. Hey, you are not dead yet. The bald man sitting on the beast laughed when he saw Qi Ling. After looking Qi Ling up and down, the bald man spit at Qi Ling. It's because you were too stupid last time that you were caught by these rubbish. This time the financier is offering you 3 times the price. TSK, killing more than a dozen people for 3 times the price. Qi Ling, tell me, am I much better than you? The bald man laughed at Qi Ling to his heart's content, and had no intention of helping Qi Ling to untie the chains. Better than me? I don't agree with you. How about this, you let me go, I help you kill them, and after the job is done, you can give me a share, how about that? Qi Ling, who seemed to be able to make a deal with anyone, winked at the bald man. The evil expression made the bald man laugh. You don't need to take action against these rubbish, wait until I kill them all, and then let you go. The bald man refused, licked his lips, and directly picked up a hammer, driving the beast mount to rush to the house, where the women and children in the camp were hiding. It was agreed to kill them all. Although these delicate women were a pity, they could still be used as food after death. The fragile mud brick house could not withstand the impact of the B-type beast. The body covered with hard skin directly knocked down a corner of the house. In the house, Dr. Zhang protected several children behind her, holding a small scalpel in her hand. Even though she was afraid and her arms were shaking, she had no intention of retreating. Smacking his lips, the bald man ignored the roar of the beast, tightened the chain again, and wanted to control the beast to trample all these people clean. Get out of here! The little bean stood behind Dr. Zhang, holding a wooden sword in his hand. Sister Sue said that you should never be afraid at any time and believe in yourself. Haha, little guy, you are so tender. It's best to roast you. The bald man jumped down, weighed the hammer in his hand, and then smashed it down at the little doubting instantly. The little doubting, who started training with Shurching and others, dodged in a very awkward way. One of his arms was hit, and the bone was broken instantly. The pain made this young body tremble unconsciously. Doubting stared at the bald man, holding the wooden sword in his intact left hand. Sister Sue is not here, he wants to protect everyone. Doubting, go! Antly rushed over and pushed Doubting to the back. Some women and children had already run out of the window, and Antly stood beside Dr. Lee. They couldn't beat these crazy people, but they could delay time. As long as these children escape, it will be fine. I said, don't let anyone escape today. The bald man didn't care about Aunt Lee's behavior, his eyes fell on the window. Soon, a heart-wrenching cry came from outside the window. No, no! The mother's cry was heartbreaking. It turned out that there were already some looters outside. The woman was caught by the looters as soon as she jumped out with the child. One of the looters lifted the child's legs upside down and cut the child's throat with a knife. The child didn't even cry in the blood splattering. The body twitched and was thrown to the ground, and the blood dyed the ground red. No! Afong, run, run! Another miserable cry, the door of another house was knocked open, and Afong's mother stopped the looters with her body. Behind her, little Afong was trembling with fear. After she heard her mother's cry, she moved her body while crying and climbed out of the window. But the outside had already been involved in a fight. Shurching and others were in a deadly battle with the looters, and they were seriously injured and could not take care of Afong. Looking at the chaos and fighting in front of her, Afong burst into tears. Her body was already stained with blood, and her childish face was full of fear. She ran in the crowd, wanting to hide, but didn't know where to go. A mother, a mother. She saw the looter pierce her mother's abdomen with a knife. A mother fell down, but still asked her to run faster. But where to run? When the knife above her head was about to fall, Afong saw the hideous face of the villain in front of her, and a bloody hole in his heart. Really? You said you would let me go, but why don't you listen? Little girl, do you still hate me? The blood-stained hand rubbed Afong's head, and Qi Ling moved his not very flexible arm. He grabbed his left arm, dislocated it, and then put it back in place. The sour feeling made Qi Ling swear. Chapter 66. Fuck, hack you, it hurts so much you bitch, I kill you when you come back. Cursing Suemo, Qi Ling simply punched a predator's head. He protected Offang behind him, and looked at the others hiding behind him. Qi Ling was about to drive them away, when he saw Offang's terrified eyes. Finally, he raised his eyebrows, which was considered as tacit agreement. If you don't want to die, run faster. After saying something to those people, Qi Ling clenched his fist, and went straight to the bald man. I say, Lao Guang, after I was arrested, did you say a lot of bad things about me in front of the boss? Qi Ling's facial features were distorted with pain after punching the opponent's hammer, but he didn't mean to retreat. Lao Guang, who was supposed to kill Dou Ding, was stunned by Qi Ling's sudden betrayal. Then he bared his yellow teeth without caring. Oh, you are really a rebellious kid. How come you were imprisoned here like an animal, but you were tamed? Actually the boss knew you were not dead, but he also said that as long as you can go back by yourself, he will forgive you. But Qi Ling, I don't want to see you go back. The hammer was swung, and the strong wind pulled Qi Ling's face, and his facial muscles were squirming. Facing this terrible attack, Qi Ling fought excitedly. Even if his body had not eaten well in the past few days, even if his spirit was extremely tired, Qi Ling was still ferocious at this moment. He wrapped the chains around his arms, and directly confronted the hammer. The hammer with several blood grooves cut into it collided with his fist, and Qi Ling's finger bones creaked, and almost broke. But it was almost there. Oh my, Lao Guang, what else can you do besides brute force? No brains, no vision. With someone like you by the boss's side, we are really worried about the future of our predators. While saying these sarcastic words, Qi Ling released the force from his arms, and then his body was as agile as a snake, and he flashed along the hammer, and punched Lao Guang in the abdomen. Huh? Blowing on his fist, Qi Ling's face flushed. It's really cool to beat someone like this. This seemed to be implying Shurqing, and Shurqing's body was shaky at this moment, and he didn't notice that Qi Ling had escaped. He and Shuryin were back to back, feeling the stiffness of his father's body, but the blood on Shurqing's face was even stronger. Dad, before Suemo left, I said I would definitely protect the camp. You say, if she comes back and sees the camp like this, will she think I'm even more incompetent? Unconsciously, he regarded Suemo as his family, and he was eager for the recognition of the increasingly powerful Suemo. At this time, he didn't want to see Suemo ridicule his face more than he was afraid of death. She won't. She will only think you did a good job. He raised his right arm with difficulty, and it was a little difficult to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although his left arm could fight normally after training, the broadsword in his hand was less majestic than the giant axe in the past. Ha ha. Shurqing couldn't help laughing. He tore open his clothes, wrapped the wound on his abdomen, and stuffed something into his mouth. That's right. In her eyes, we never seem to be trash. Dad, keep going, Shurqing said, standing up straight again. Okay, Shuryin responded, raising his weak arm. Blood was flowing on both father and son, and it was hard to tell whether it was the enemy's or his own. But there was no fear in these two eyes. The broad knife was handed out, and Shurqing resisted the knife. He pulled a man in the camp to the back, but his arm was cut open. The savage fight continued. After Qi Ling and Lao Guang faced each other head-on, Dr. Zhang's pressure was much less. With the cooperation of Ant Li and Dou Ding, Dr. Zhang's scalpel cut a man's carotid artery. This was not Dr. Zhang's first time killing someone. But it was the first time that made her so excited. It's okay, she muttered, and still huddled in the house with the rest of the people. Whenever the looters came up, these women would cooperate in the attack. Even if they were hit hard, even if they were beaten to a bloody mess. As long as they could still stand up, they would protect the children with their nails or mouths. Dou Ding. Ant Li looked at her son's limp arm, and stuffed a small biscuit into his mouth. Suemo made a lot of them at that time, took most of them away, and left some in the camp. It was said to be for emergency use. But who knew that they would actually be used? It was also these small biscuits that gave everyone the confidence to fight to the death with the predators. So what if they were seriously injured? They were torn apart while healing. This feeling of ice and fire was the current situation of most people in the camp. Hey, are you done for? The hammer came down, and his upper body dodged, but one of Qi Ling's legs was rubbed by the hammer. The strong hammer made his legs kneel on the ground. But he felt a sense of danger in his head. He raised his arm and blocked the hammer. But after this, his arm, which had not yet recovered, was completely hanging by his side. It's going to be useless. Qi Ling muttered. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were a little black. The sound of those people fighting filled his ears. There were shouts, screams, pain and anger, but no one begging for mercy. Are these people not afraid of death? The blood dyed his eyes red, and his vision became blurred. Qi Ling's body was shaky, he thought, he was going to die. But he didn't understand. For a few small fruits given by a little girl, is it worth it for him to sacrifice his life for these people? It's not worth it. Qi Ling gave himself an answer. But who made him born in this chaotic wasteland? He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to help, he will help. If he wants to die, then die. In a daze, Qi Ling saw the little girl Afong rushing over. She had something in her hand, and stuffed it into her mouth. This silly girl, could it be that she wants to make him die of hunger? Thinking in a trance, Qi Ling felt a warm current flowing through his body. Wherever the warm current passed, all the pain disappeared. Even the severe pain in his arms and legs was gradually soothed. The paralyzed arm was reconnected to the body, and Qi Ling, whose vision was clear again, held Afong in one hand and rolled to avoid a hammer. "What did you give me to eat?" he asked. "Was it a potion? Why was it so powerful?" "Little biscuits, Sister Su gave me." Afong blinked her red and swollen eyes. Her face was stained with blood, but her pupils were still clear and clean. "That woman." Qi Ling smiled bitterly. Even if that woman wasn't here, would she still torture herself like this? Is it not allowed that she wanted to die? Chapter 67. The body is recovering quickly, which Qi Ling cannot understand. However, facing Lao Guang, who was also puzzled, a cruel smile gradually appeared on Qi Ling's face. "Be good, stay away. Look at how I crushed this bald guy to death." On the way to the camp, Wang Qing was teasing Su Mo. "Hey Su Mo, when you go back this time, sure Qing will definitely be jealous. You don't know, he actually wants to come with you, but he also wants to take care of the camp. That kid always thinks that the camp is his responsibility. He is a stubborn person." Complaining about your Qing, Wang Qing was very happy. He just likes to attack that kid, who makes him like to be serious. However, Wang Qing talked for a long time, but did not see Su Mo reply. Turning his head, he saw Su Mo looking at the front with a shocked expression, but the front was empty. "Su Mo, what's wrong?" "Yes, what's wrong?" The system suddenly popped up a bunch of energy value plus 10 reminders. And obviously, the system was not damaged. Then there was only one possibility. The small cookies she left for the people in the camp were eaten. And they were eaten in large quantities. With Shi Yan and his son here, the people in the camp will not mess around. It can only be that something happened in the camp. "Drive faster." Su Mo pursed her lips and said, the joy of the harvest disappeared in an instant. She thought that when she went out hunting, those people would come for her and Uncle Wolf and others even if they took action. In fact, Li Shunzi had tricked them. But why was the camp still targeted? What was left there was. Seeing the energy value approaching level 4 step by step, Su Mo became more and more anxious. "Girl, what's wrong?" After the car in front suddenly accelerated, Uncle Wolf's question came from the communicator. "Something may have happened at the camp," Su Mo said softly, with suppressed anger in his eyes. "What?" Amid Uncle Wolf's shouts, the two cars increased their horsepower and moved forward quickly. Even if they encountered some ferocious beasts on the way, they had no intention of avoiding them and rushed straight over. Su Mo directly attacked the ferocious beasts that dared to chase him. Even if he consumed more mental energy, Su Mo wanted to get back to the camp as soon as possible. It was early morning when they set out, and it was almost dusk when they arrived in the town. The system's reminders had long stopped increasing. The setting sun fell like blood over the sky of Luoya town. When the vehicle arrived, Su Mo jumped down and directly met the surprised eyes of those around him. "Su Mo." Tong Baiqiao came over and shouted. Her expression was a little hesitant and a little afraid. "Over there in your camp." Tong Baiqiao hadn't finished speaking yet. Su Mo walked past him. Tong Baiqiao looked at Su Mo's back with a cold face, unlike the gentle Su Mo in normal days, and there was some contemplation in her eyes. Perhaps she was wrong to stand by and watch this time. She really didn't expect that this camp would hold out again this time. Although some people died, the main force was still alive, and Su Mo and his team actually returned safely from outside. Looking at the crowd, Li Shunzi shrank his head and had fear on his face. Haha, Su Mo is back, which means that Li Shunzi's plan has failed. The reckoning is not far away. It's not just Li Shunzi who took action this time. Looking in the direction of the rock camp, Tong Baiqiao narrowed her eyes and made a decision in her heart. There is no shortage of strange people in the wasteland. As long as she finds the right partner, maybe she won't have to bow to those people anymore. Before entering the camp, Su Mo had already seen the ruins like scene. The bloody smell was so strong that it made people sick. Among the randomly placed corpses, there were strangers and familiar ones. Those people died miserably. Suemo even saw that Afong's mother was lying under the shade of the tree, with no life on her pale face. Little Afong knelt beside her and cried until her eyes were red, and beside her, there was Qi Ling. The other party was also seriously injured at this time, with his arm hanging up with a bandage and one eye closed with purple. The originally handsome face became ugly. When the two looked at each other, Qi Ling's eyes actually lost the previous malice. He glanced at her casually and actually held little Afong in his arms, as if to comfort her. For this change, Suemo couldn't imagine what happened. And watching Shurqing safely directing everyone to place the corpses. Dr. Zhang ran through the crowd to suture the wound. Anli followed closely to help. Even the little kid, whose arms were wrapped in gauze, had a lively look on his face. Sister Su. Suemo hugged the little kid who ran over while shouting. She looked at a small corpse covered with a white cloth not far away, and her eyes were blank. This hellish scene made Sumo's chest rise and fall. Why? A strong killing intent was boiling in his chest, and for the first time, Suemo had the urge to take the initiative to kill someone. You're back. Shuryen limped over and took a few glances, but still didn't see Chengde. Wang Qing shook his head with a serious expression. Shuryen closed his eyes tiredly, and then spoke slowly. It's okay, just come back. We are fine too. This sentence was said with great weight. Suemo, thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't be able to survive this time. At the end of the battle, the cookies were all consumed. Fortunately, all the predators were successfully killed. Although they also paid a heavy price, they won. In addition, that Qi Ling. If he hadn't killed the leader, we might not have one. Shuryen looked at Qi Ling, who was following Afong closely, and sighed. Who would have thought that the madman actually helped their camp for a little girl? Many pieces of information came rushing in, and Suemo listened quietly. She lowered her eyelids to cover up the murderous intent in her eyes, and when she looked up again, a little smile appeared. I go cook some porridge. At this moment, Suemo couldn't care less whether to continue hiding his abilities. Amidst the corpses, Suemo lit the fire. Xiao Xingho, who was stabbed on the back, was squatting beside him with a grin. Master, I'm not hurt really, I help you light the fire. Xie Yang leaned against the door frame, rolling his eyes at Xiao Xingho's useless look. But he also had wounds of varying sizes on his body. What biscuits? Xie Yang wanted to ask, but saw Sumo's eyes sweeping over him. Sharp and calm, but under his dark pupils were surging emotions that he couldn't see clearly. Xie Yang shut up tactfully. Yes, Xiao Xingho really found a good master. The rice was boiling in the pot, and the aroma of the porridge seemed a little weird in the camp. Qi Ling saw the injured people in the camp consciously going to line up. Even the seriously injured and dying were carried over. What was this for? Looking at the little girl who fainted from crying in his arms, Qi Ling thought for a moment, picked her up, and went to line up. The little girl was exhausted from crying, so she should eat something to replenish herself. Chapter 68. After the fight, the camp was filled with the fragrance of porridge, and the survivors drank the porridge happily. The crowd was very quiet. Suemo sat against the wall, her long hair covering her eyes, and she couldn't see what she was thinking. Pain? The voice with a bit of ridicule belonged to Qi Ling. He sat next to Suemo, ignoring Sumo's indifference. I only know that the person who gave the order behind the Tianan team was a woman. Woman? Suemo was stunned, and then looked up as if he thought of something. Is her last name Feng? City Lord Feng, woman, Feng Miao. Everything seemed to match. But why would Feng Miao be so cruel to the camp? Maybe? With a chuckle, Qi Ling suddenly poked his head in front of Suemo. By the way, please take me in. I helped you this time. I can't go back to the plunderers. How about you hire me to protect your camp? Seeing that Suemo didn't answer, Qi Ling's eyes were on the house where Afong was. There, the little girl was sleeping. I have to repay that girl's favor before I can leave. Don't worry, when the time comes, we can continue to settle the grudges between you and me. How about it? Another how? This time Qi Ling seemed very confident. Suemo looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and then at the depression in many people's eyes, and finally nodded. Okay. If you dare to harm the camp, I guarantee that you will have no place to hide in the wasteland. Sumo's threat was a bit overbearing. Qi Ling, who finally made a deal here, laughed happily. Don't worry, I Qi Ling always do what I want. I won't change who I want to kill, and I won't waver who I want to protect. No one in the camp objected to the deal between Suemo and Qi Ling this time. If it weren't for Qi Ling, they wouldn't be able to kill the plunderers. During the final stage, Suemo came to the warehouse and took out all the beasts. The full warehouse made people feel safe. But everyone couldn't be happy. After today, the camp lost 5 more family members. Now, even if Ling is taken, there are only a dozen people left in the camp. These weak dozen people are like duckweed in this chaotic world, without roots to rely on. Have you decided? In the meeting room, Yin looked at Sumo's expression and asked. Yeah. Sumo nodded. I will find out what's going on when I go to the base this time. If there is a chance, I will kill Feng Miao too. It's just a formal meeting, but Feng Miao has inexplicably targeted the camp several times, with such cruel means. Sumo didn't like this kind of woman. And she was no longer the woman who had just come to the wasteland and hesitated for a long time even to kill someone. Now she would never let go of any threat to herself. Okay. This time, Yin didn't stop him. Sumo, suppressing his emotions, turned and left the meeting room. The people who stayed looked at each other in bewilderment. I have a feeling that maybe she is going to leave our camp. Wang Qing suddenly said something, but was covered by a slap from Qing. What nonsense are you talking about? Where can she go after leaving the camp? Besides, it's not her fault. Why would she leave? Qing's words were a little hasty, but there was some worry in his eyes. No matter what, this is her home. Uncle Wolf said in a depressed tone. He brought Sumo back and watched her grow up. What happened in the camp now is probably due to Sumo saving Lu Xingwan that day. This is not an easy thing for Sumo to accept. In the hut, Sumo watched the update of the data on the system. Spiritual power level 4, 110/2000. After the spiritual power broke through to level 4, Sumo felt that his thinking became much faster. But there was not much joy in his heart. That night, Sumo did not sleep. The next day, the autumn wind was warm, and the sun was bright. Sister Su, you have to come back soon. Doubting pulled Sumo's sleeve reluctantly. Okay, I listen to you. After rubbing Doubting's head, Sumo's emotions eased a little when he saw Ling playing with Feng not far away. With Ling here, it might be okay for me to leave for a while. She could think of the only thing that had anything to do with Feng Miao, and that was Lu Xingwan. When Feng Miao came to see Lu Xingwan that day, the way she looked at her was not right. For a lady like Feng Miao, jealousy alone was enough reason to destroy a camp. Even if the people in the camp had not offended her at all. In the wasteland, human life was so humble that it seemed that anyone could easily decide a person's life or death. The base had not changed in a few days. Sumo, who had taken off his windproof scarf, knocked on a door. After opening the door and looking at each other, the man was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head. Your name is Su. Sumo, right. Long time no see. Well, long time no see. Is your captain here? She came to find Dai Yufeng, whom she met in the tavern last time. He had enough information channels to help her find out some things. Yes. Touching his nose, perhaps because of the guilt of involving Sumo last time, this man took Sumo in. In the room, Dai Yufeng was staring at the electronic screen with a smile. What kind of bloody love movie was playing on it? Captain, Sumo is here. Sumo, who is it? The carefree Dai Yufeng turned around and saw Sumo smiling at her. You seem different. After looking at Sumo for a while, Dai Yufeng waved to let the team leave, and then motioned Sumo to sit down. Tell me, what do you want me to do? For the sake of last time, I can help you once for free. Of course, it only refers to what I can do. Sumo likes Dai Yufeng's straightforward personality. I want to know someone's whereabouts. Who? The city lord's daughter, Feng Miao. When this name came out, Sumo saw Dai Yufeng's obvious hesitation. It seems that you know that the person behind the Tianan team is Feng Miao. Don't blame me for not telling you last time. After all, I don't want to offend the city lord's precious daughter. I can help you find out her whereabouts, but between you. Forget it, in my line of work, you can't ask what you shouldn't ask. Okay, you wait here for 2 hours. Dai Yufeng agreed and got up and left. Sumo didn't know how the other party did it. After she watched 2 hours of bloody movies, Dai Yufeng came back. They are preparing to leave the city now. They? Sumo was a little puzzled. Oh, don't you know, this Miss Feng is a frequent visitor to the first team of the base, the star team. She and Captain Lu seem to have grown up together since childhood. Don't you know Captain Lu? Obviously, Dai Yufeng also has a certain grasp of Sumo's situation. What mission are they going to do? Sumo pinched his fingers and thought. Chapter 69. If the monster Lu Xingwan was there, she might not be able to attack Feng Miao. But the other party is leaving the base now, and the opportunity is rare. After all, it is difficult for her to find Feng Miao in such a large base. On the contrary, it is easier to find opportunities in the wasteland. There are some abnormalities in the group of ferocious beasts in Area 3, and they are going to investigate. In about an hour, they will go out from the north gate. By the way, I have a message for you. Miss Feng is a support system, and her ability can enhance all abilities. Strictly speaking, it's not very powerful. Throwing a wink at Suimo, Dai Yufeng's words seemed to have a meaning. Thank you. Suimo thanked him, and got up and left. As soon as he left, a group of team members surrounded Dai Yufeng. Captain, how could you really sell up Miss Feng's information? If someone finds out, it will be terrible. Everyone knows that Miss Feng is the apple of the eye of the city lord's eye. He has only one daughter, and he loves her like crazy. There are so many people with special abilities in the base, and many are more powerful than Feng Yao, but no one dares to have any thoughts about Feng Yao. Another thing is that there is also Lu Xinglan by her side. That's the star captain of base number 8. If you don't tell me, who will know, or do you want to betray me? Dai Yufeng knocked on his team's head with a vicious expression. 1 or 2, what are you all talking about? Go away, have you found any clues to what I told you to do? Not yet. The team member covered his head with some grievance. The news has spread. But that kind of previous ruins, and in such a dangerous area, it is not so easy to find so quickly. I also heard that someone seems to be looking for it at base number 3. Captain, what good things are there in that ruins that so many people are staring at it? The team member was very curious and looked at Dai Yufeng eagerly, but was hit again. People in our line of work must learn to shut up, understand? Looking at the team member seriously, Dai Yufeng was muttering in his heart. If she knew that the task would be handed in long ago, she would be annoyed just because she didn't know. In the market, Suimo walked casually and went into many stores to buy some things. Most of them were some medicines. After preparing these, he went to the north gate. Not long after leaving the city, he heard the sound of a car behind him. The brake sound was a bit sharp, and Ding Qi poked his head out of the car. Miss Su, why are you here? The north and south gates are in completely opposite directions. I'm waiting for Captain Liu. Suimo said this lightly while looking at the dark car window. The car window was lowered, and Suimo saw Lu Xinglan's handsome face. There was no expression on his cold face, but Suimo understood the other party's question. I'm short of money, Captain Liu. Do you need a cook? Suimo suddenly laughed, and she ignored Feng Miao's distorted face, who was sitting with Lu Xinglan. It was her. Lack. After one word, Suimo successfully got on the car behind. Squeezed between two big men, Suimo was very comfortable. Ahem, Miss Su, it's the first time we meet. My name is Li Ha, and the driver is Song Kai. This guy is just a mechanical nerd, you don't have to pay attention to him. Li Ha introduced enthusiastically. Suimo responded with a smile, and the gentle smile on her face made it difficult for people to see what she was thinking at the moment. By the way, Miss Su, I heard that your cooking is delicious. Since leaving the rock camp, their captain has been picking on the team's meals many times. Well, SOSO? Suimo responded modestly, but saw Li Ha's bright eyes at that moment. He, you are in for a treat. Fool. In front, Song Kai commented on Li Ha's performance. Get lost. It must be said that the atmosphere between the two was still very good, and Sumo's face also had a few more smiles. In the car in front, Feng Miao looked at Lu Xinglan's expressionless face, and asked after a moment of hesitation. Xinglan, it will be dangerous for Miss Su to follow us. I heard that her ability has just been awakened. How could a person who has just awakened survive this time? That Su Kaicheng is really a waste. The murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but Feng Miao quickly restrained it. She looked at Lu Xinglan with a bit of obsession. Such a perfect Lu Xinglan is hers, and can only be hers. She is only responsible for cooking. The implication is that there is no need to fight, so there will be no danger. Listening to Lu Xinglan's calm tone, Feng Miao pouted and seemed a little aggrieved. Xinglan is so obsessed with Miss Su's food? This coquettishness made Ding Qi's scalp numb while driving. Miss Feng was very scary at this time. Yeah. The simple but firm response made Feng Miao's expression stiff for a moment, and then she smiled gently. Well, don't worry, I will protect Miss Su. The considerate words did not make Lu Xinglan say much. Compared with the cars in the camp, the cars coming out of the base have better performance. It was also a bumpy road, but Suimo did not feel much ups and downs. Leaning on the soft chair, Suimo stared at the car in front of him with a deep look in his eyes. How to kill Feng Miao with Lu Xinglan on his back? At noon that day, the team found a place to stop casually. With Lu Xinglan there, it can be said that it was very safe. The pot was set up, and the food prepared by the outgoing team was very simple. Suemo simply made some stewed meat. Suemo ate a lot of soft and rotten meat, and the evaluation was average, but for Ding Qi and others, it was just a mouthful of desire. Ding Qi, who was most resistant to Suemo's appearance, was full of admiration at this time. Miss Su, the captain is right, we used to eat pig food. Ding Qi was not shy at all to belittle the team's cooking skills. Song Kai, the part-time cook, rolled his eyes, but refused to throw away the bowl in his hand. Miss Su is really amazing. Suemo smiled at Feng Miao's eyes, as he praised her with a smile. Miss Feng is too kind. Captain Lu, is it to your taste? Deliberately approaching Lu Xingwan, Suemo smiled nonchalantly at Feng Miao's tense joints. Lu Xingwan, do you know what your childhood sweetheart did for our camp? Not bad. After a pause, Lu Xingwan looked at Suemo. You will be responsible for cooking later, and you don't need to participate in the rest. When we return to the base, you will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. It must be said that Lu Xinglan was generous. Earning 100 gold coins just by cooking is something that many people in the wasteland can hardly imagine. Okay. Suemo agreed happily, and her squinting eyes looked like a cunning cat. At this moment, a gentleness appeared in Lu Xinglan's eyes that he himself did not notice. Chapter 70. Looking at the two people flirting, Feng Miao's smile disappeared. Come to think of it, this is the first time Xinglan is so close to other women. So Xinglan, you like women like Miss Su. These two sentences successfully made Suemo look wronged. Lu Xinglan likes someone like me? Feng Miao must be jealous and imagining. Lu Xinglan just glanced at Feng Miao and didn't respond. Feng Miao was a little nervous and his face turned pale. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I hope Miss Su doesn't mind. Suemo shook his head with an apologetic tone. Of course not, after all, who wouldn't like Captain Lu, such a wise and brave man? Right, Miss Feng? The sharp question made the others look at each other, as if they had sensed the gunpowder between the two women and didn't dare to interrupt. Haha, I've liked Xinglan since I was a child, but unfortunately, Xinglan doesn't have any feelings for me. Look, I'm still trying. Glancing at Lu Xinglan with resentment, Feng Miao expressed his thoughts on Lu Xinglan without hesitation. Is that so? Then I wish Miss Feng's dream will come true soon. Imitating the other party's dragging tone, Suemo felt very sick. Turning around, he saw the interest in Lu Xinglan's eyes. He's watching a good show, right? Suemo rolled his eyes speechlessly. Sure enough, this man didn't know what Feng Miao had done. If he was still so natural, what kind of scheming person would he be? After a short lunch break, the vehicle set off again. But this time, Suemo looked at Lu Xinglan sitting next to him with some confusion. Captain Lu seems to be in a good mood. Captain. Song Kai, who was driving, said that he was under some pressure. Lu Xinglan glanced over, and Song Kai was scared. Ahem, it's okay, I drive. He just wanted to ask, or the captain should drive himself. After all, the captain seemed to dislike him. Why did you come to me? Without Feng Miao this time, Lu Xinglan asked directly. I'm not looking for you. After seeing Lu Xinglan's eyes, the words turned around. I did come to you. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to join your team? I've thought about it carefully, and it seems not bad. With a brisk tone, Lu Xinglan nodded, as if he acquiesced to Sumo's explanation. Area number 3 is far away from the base. The vehicle stayed in the wasteland for 4 days, before approaching the periphery of the destination. There is a forest in front. The dense trees blocked the view, and it was impossible to see what was inside. This was a forest park a long time ago, but it was abandoned and plants grew wildly. Now it has become a dangerous place. The most common beasts here are type A beasts. They are flexible and hide in trees or fallen leaves, making them difficult to find. After entering, Suemo, remember to be careful. Li Ha explained to Suemo. The two of them got together, and seemed to have a good relationship. In a few days, Suemo had successfully conquered the appetites of several people with food. Haha, you have a really good relationship. Feng Miao, who was passing by, said something, but the raised tone did not cause any reaction from Lu Xinglan, who was leading the way in front. I think so too. Li Ha winked at Suemo, and the two smiled at each other, with a sense of tacit understanding. In response, Feng Miao's expression faded, and after glancing at the two, he caught up with Lu Xinglan in front. As soon as he entered the forest, Suemo felt a chill. In this green place, the temperature is much lower than outside. There is no road in the forest, and it depends on Ding Qi to open the way. There are shrubs of different heights all around. Suimo also saw that some vines were entangled in the big trees, and their thick bodies seemed to strangle those trees. The broad leaves were brushed away by Suimo, and he walked with his feet deep and shallow. It seemed that it had just rained here, the ground was very muddy, and the air was filled with a faint smell of rot. "What are we looking for?" Suimo asked Li Ha. "Oh, you must have been holding this sentence all the way." Li Ha smiled, then approached Suimo and whispered slyly. "We are here to investigate. We will take back any good things we see. We have no main goal. We are the advance team." The two were talking quietly in the back. Li Ha was about to explain when he saw Lu Xingwan making a gesture in front of him. "The boss called me. We will continue the conversation later." After saying this, Li Ha also came to the front. "Boss, there are several A254s in front. This beast looks like a monkey and likes to swing on high branches. Don't think that this beast is gentle. Once this beast finds an enemy invading its territory, it will attack in groups. It will not stop until it has torn the enemy's flesh and blood into pieces and swallowed them. The sense of territory is strong enough, but it seems not enough to face Lu Xingwan's team." The invisible wind passed through the treetops, causing the leaves to sway. The A254 above was disturbed and made a sharp cry. One of them saw Lu Xingwan below and immediately chirped. It seemed to be a female beast, constantly changing its position on the vines, and the other beasts below rushed directly to Lu Xingwan. But before it touched Lu Xingwan, the wind in the air suddenly became agitated. Like a harvester, all the A254 passing through the wind field were minced. The body parts fell to the ground, and the scene was a bit bloody. The wind swept the blood, and Lu Xingwan standing below was still clean. It was Li Ha who made the move. His wind ability controlled the wind in nature and killed people invisibly. Li Ha, who stopped, seemed very relaxed. Song Kai and Ding Qi picked up the broken bodies, which would be used as food to lure away the beasts later. Stepping over the broken meat, Suimo seemed to have a light flash in his eyes. "Do you usually use this method?" she asked curiously, and saw Li Ha nodding to her. "This way." Lu Xingwan's voice came from the side, and Suimo looked up and saw that the other party was looking at him. "Oh!" After answering, Suimo and Lu Xingwan walked side by side. Parting the overlapping leaves, the branches picked out Sumo's hair. Suimo didn't care. The fine hair floated in the air, and Lu Xingwan glanced at the side, but didn't pull away. On the first day of arriving in Area 3, there was no danger. But Suimo saw many new beasts. It looks like a bird, but it lives underground. It is green all over, like a slug. Hiding under the leaves is difficult to find, but it will fall when you pass by, intending to wrap your head with its sticky body. And the prey that is wrapped will lose its life instantly under the terrible corrosive liquid in the body of this beast. In front of us, a palm-sized insect was shaking its antennae as if sending some signal. Further ahead, a huge bee-type beast struggled a few times and then died. The insect crawled on the beast, and in just a moment, the flesh and blood were cut off, leaving only the skeleton with pieces of flesh. Chapter 71. After the mutation, it is difficult to judge the strength of these beasts by their size or appearance. A beast with the appearance of a rabbit kicked up high, and its powerful lower limbs directly smashed the skull of a Type B beast. The more Suimo saw, the less scared he felt. Instead, he was interested. Unfortunately, Lu Xingwan did not let him take action. So when processing these foods, Suimo could not earn energy points, and he did not have the energy to cook in a different way. As he moved forward, the treetops above his head became more and more dense, and the visibility in the forest became lower. The goal this time was in the center of the forest. According to Song Kai's estimation, it would take about 1 or 2 days to arrive. A simple tent was set up under a big tree. After entering the forest, the rest conditions for several people were not as good as those outside. In order not to attract the attention of the beasts, Suimo only made a few casual meals during the meal. Staying in a tent, Suimo looked at the night outside through the cloth, and there was a thoughtful look on his face. These people are professionals. When they encounter a beast that they can defeat, they will fight directly. If they encounter a group of beasts, they will use the scraps of meat collected on the road to lead the beasts away and avoid fighting. They are familiar with the route and work well together. What surprised her even more was that Feng Yao, as a young lady, did not complain after entering such a complicated and dirty place. Wanting to attack Feng Yao in this situation, Suimo, come out quickly. In a daze, Li Ha's voice came from outside, and Suimo quickly got out. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no danger. Suimo saw Lu Xingwan looking in a certain direction, and the ice spikes above his head were constantly rotating, ready to attack at any time. Looking over there was nothing but black without any light. No, that's not right. Sumo's eyes condensed, and her breathing became a little faster. No matter how dark the place is, as long as there is light nearby, the darkness will be dispelled. But on their right side, there was a lamp hanging, and the light illuminated the surroundings, but it did not break through into the darkness. There was something there. And there was more than one. A 010. Sumo said this softly. Butterflies are a very beautiful creature in the world. Those gorgeous colors and beautiful postures have made many people have a collection habit. Even in the wasteland, some butterfly beasts will become the collections of some collectors. But these collectors will never touch a 010. A 010 was once a gray moth, and after mutation, it became a more beautiful butterfly. They are not big in size. According to the existing information, the largest one is only the size of an adult man's palm. These little creatures are pure black without any other colors. And they come in groups, and they like to appear at night. They hide in leaves, bushes, and even in the grass. In the dark night, who cares about the ordinary black color? But once you ignore the existence of these little creatures, what will be left there the next day is only a skeleton. The beaks of these creatures hidden under the wings have mutated, and are covered with tiny saw teeth. And they secrete a paralytic toxin, which will quickly destroy the human nervous system once bitten. It can even give you an extreme sense of pleasure. Many people were in a state of pleasant awakening, watching themselves being devoured bit by bit, but unable to resist. In that direction, the A010 did not move. Lu Xinglan directly raised his foot and kicked a stone over. The stone with power tore open the darkness. Puff puff. The sound of the A010 flying was so dense that it made people's scalps numb. In just an instant, those A010 began to move, and groups of A010 spread out and flew around the crowd. The black butterflies fluttered their wings in the night, bringing a kind of terrifying beauty in the blurred light. How could these things be attracted here? Ding Qi said with a solemn expression. The individual power is not strong, but although these things look weak, they will not stop until they achieve their goal. If a few people are regarded as targets, it is very likely that they will not retreat until these A010 are dead. No matter how weak the individuals are, when they gather together, the power generated is terrifying. Several people with special abilities were holding their breath and concentrating, and neither side had any intention of making any rash moves. Hey, Miss Su, be careful. Feng Miao's voice was full of concern. Sumo turned around and saw that an A010 was approaching from behind him. Flying high enough, Sumo saw the small black teeth under the body of the A010. Each one was like a fine needle, biting continuously. The boning knife appeared in his hand, and Sumo raised his hand and cut the A010 in half. The broken body fell to the ground and fluttered a few times before dying. Black and green liquid were flowing. Oh no! Li Ha shouted, and after Sumo's knife, the A010 seemed to be ignited, and the sound of their wings flapping became louder. In an instant, they swarmed in. At this time, Lu Xinglan's ice spikes spread in all directions. The wind blew up, disrupting the airflow, and the wind wall created by Li Ha prevented the A010 from approaching for the time being. Feng Miao stood in the middle of the group, and a hazy light shone through her body. At this moment, Sumo felt that his hands and feet became lighter. The power flowing in his body was also faster. The auxiliary system's effect enhancement ability. Sumo, who saw this magical ability for the first time, may understand why these people are willing to bring Feng Miao here. Moving his hands and feet, Sumo also started to take action, and this time Lu Xinglan did not stop him. The short knife fell in the air, always taking away the lives of several A010. The sky was full of black suspended in the air, and the black scales from the wings fell on the back of the hand, which was a little stinging. Poisonous. Just as Sumo was about to take out the antidote, he saw Feng Miao waving at him. In an instant, the stinging sensation on his skin disappeared. This ability. Sumo was a little afraid, but he kept moving. Compared with the cooperation of several people, Sumo was more like a single-handed fight, and the knife dance was impenetrable. Even without the wind wall, those A010s could not get close to Sumo. When did she become so powerful? Ding Qi, who was standing next to Lu Xinglan, was a little speechless. You know, when they met not long ago, Sumo was pressed to the ground by those predators. And now, that knife method, that movement, that figure, is smart, natural, and even a little wild. Lu Xinglan did not speak, as his eyes swept over Sumo's expressionless face. He vaguely remembered that when they first met, this woman was someone who could only run away when in danger, but could bravely take action when necessary. At that time, she seemed a little flustered when killing ferocious beasts. But now, with a knife in hand, slaughtering is like strolling in the garden for her. Chapter 72. This scene is more like a one-sided massacre. The offensive of A010 was easily resolved by several people, but A010 is not a pushover. As long as they find a flaw, they will attack crazily. Song Kai, the weakest member of the team, raised his glasses, with some anxiety in his eyes. His ability is not strong for combat, similar to detection radar. After combining with machinery, he can quickly infer what species exist around. These A010 were discovered by Song Kai in the beginning. His weak attack power basically put him in a protected position in the team. Under the siege of such a large number of A010, the team finally had a flaw. The wind wall behind Song Kai was torn apart, and groups of A010 surged like a tide. The surging black, like a giant python, was about to entangle Song Kai. Song Kai was a little flustered. Just as she was about to turn around and run, a silver-white knife cut through the black, and a hand pulled Song Kai over. "Stand behind me." Su Mo joined the team's cooperation and blocked the breakthrough. She did not see Lu Xinglan's hand raised and lowered, nor did she see the gloom in Feng Miao's eyes. The light knife rose and fell with a swing of Su Mo's wrist. After killing so many A010s, the silver-white color was not contaminated by the blood and was still bright. Su Mo's performance was even more relaxed than Ding Qi and Li Ha. "Thank you." Behind her, Song Kai thanked her in a low voice, and the last trace of resistance disappeared in his eyes when he looked at Su Mo. Like Ding Qi, after a long period of cooperation, they did not like a female team member suddenly appearing in the team to disrupt their cooperation. But now it seems that Su Mo is very suitable. Strong enough and also smart enough. Is there a fire? The smell of gasoline was still pungent in the black butterflies. Under Li Ha's control, the gasoline thrown in the air was evenly sprinkled on the A010s. When Su Mo's voice fell, gunshots rang out, and flames bloomed in the air. Several people quickly approached Li Ha. The wind wall isolated the flames, and layers of ice mist spread in the wind wall. It was Lu Xinglan. In the humid environment, the flames outside did not cause any harm to them. Squeak! The fluttering fire butterflies in the air made a shrill sound. They fluttered their wings and flew around in the air. Some hit their companions and ignited them directly. The fire spread rapidly. The butterflies blooming in the air like fireworks gradually fell. Puff, puff. In the smell of burning, there were corpses all over the ground. The ice mist dissipated, and Su Mo looked at the A010s that were flashing with sparks, her eyes slightly cold. Some of the surviving A010s had already left. All that was left were the corpses in front of her. "That's awesome." Li Ha gave Su Mo a thumbs up. "It's nothing." Su Mo smiled and played with the boning knife in her hand. In her drooping hand, she was holding a thin thread. This thin thread was found from the A010 that attacked it at the beginning. If she hadn't had good eyesight, she would have really missed it. She was very curious about how an A010 was tied with a thin thread and said behind her, "Miss Su, are you okay?" Feng Miao's face was a little pale. The buff effect was outstanding in the team battle. Su Mo hardly felt any consumption, but Feng Miao seemed very weak. "I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Feng." Raising her finger, a thin line just fell down. Observing the other party's expression, Su Mo put the thin line into her pocket with a harmless smile on her face. "Miss Feng, I will definitely return this favor to you, including the previous one." The coldness in her eyes was frightening. At this moment, Feng Miao felt the strong murderous intent on Su Mo's body. But it disappeared quickly. Looking again, Su Mo had already approached Li Ha and was saying something. Standing in place, Feng Miao clenched her fists, and there was some reluctance in her eyes. How could this woman be so powerful? In her eyes, Su Mo was just a slightly better-looking piece of trash among the group of trash. She had never known anything about Su Mo. If she wanted to destroy the other party, she would do it. Anyway, as long as she said a word, there were many people willing to go through fire and water for her. But now, when she found that the ant in her eyes had so easily integrated into the private territory that should have belonged to her, Feng Miao was annoyed. "Feng Miao." A cold voice came from the side, and Feng Miao saw Lu Xinglan's eyes. His voice, his appearance, and even his eyes were cold. But this time, Feng Miao felt a burst of anger in the other's eyes. "For Uncle Feng's sake, this is the last time you will act with us." "Feng Miao. You can't move." There was a hint of murderous intent in the warning, just like Su Mo just now. Ah, Xinglan, what are you talking about? Feng Miao's body shook, looking like she was hit. Her eyes became moist, and the corners of her eyes were red. Her pitiful appearance could easily make a man soft-hearted. But Lu Xinglan didn't. A ruthless look swept across Feng Miao's face, and Lu Xinglan turned and left. He actually found out? Is he so concerned about Sumo's situation? Lu Xinglan, how could you do this to me? Hate was boiling in my chest. Standing in the same place, Feng Miao bit her lips, still with an innocent expression. But what emerged in her eyes was jealousy that was difficult to conceal. What you want, I have to destroy. As a result, Feng Miao's eyes seemed to be filled with resentment when she looked at Lu Xinglan. Suimo, who didn't notice what Lu Xinglan said, was quickly packing up with a few people. It was still dark, but we had to leave here quickly. With such a big noise in this forest, some things would soon come to us. In just a few moments, several people withdrew from here. No one cared about the corpses on the ground, but under those corpses, something seemed to be wriggling. Some tentacles stretched out from the ground, slowly wrapped around A-010's body, and dragged it into the ground. A-010, who was still lingering, had despair in his small eyes at this moment. The wings were torn apart, and the body sank into the mud and disappeared. But soon, the place where the corpses disappeared suddenly seemed to become more moist. In the night, it was hard to tell whether it was muddy water or blood. Running in the forest, Sumo's breathing was very smooth. When several people found a place to stay again, it was past midnight. This is a cave, which is very dry inside, but judging from the remaining situation, this was the nest of some terrible creature not long ago. Large pieces of dry feces were thrown into the cave entrance, which might deter some ferocious beasts. Sitting on the ground, Suimo leaned against the wall and fell asleep quickly. Opposite her, Lu Xinglan's eyes did not retract for a long time. After a long time, there was a little doubt under his dark eyes. Why did he get angry because of Feng Miao's little action? Didn't he know what kind of person Feng Miao was? Chapter 73. The morning in the forest was hazy, and in the white fog, the people's progress became more difficult. The visibility around was very low, but fortunately with Song Kai, they didn't get lost. Strange, according to the report, the herd should be nearby. Song Kai muttered as he looked at the instrument. There were countless light spots flashing on the screen, all kinds of colors. According to Song Kai's settings, white ones were low-threatening beasts, and red ones needed to be avoided. The target they needed to track was green. The green dots that should have been in groups were now just a few dots on the instrument, not in scale. It doesn't matter, just record the situation here carefully. Lu Xinglan instructed Song Kai. This time was originally an exploration. Okay. Suimo, what are you eating? Li Ha, who now has the best relationship with Suimo, suddenly patted Suimo on the shoulder. Noodles. There were some rough-shaped noodles in the palm of his hand, which didn't look delicious. A little bitter. Li Ha, who took one and stuffed it into his mouth, was disappointed this time. His wrinkled expression was a little funny. Well, the ratio is still being adjusted. I treat you to the finished product when it comes out. Suimo followed the team with a smile after crushing the dough and sprinkling the powder on the ground. In front, Feng Miao was talking to Lu Xinglan. There was a faint smile on his delicate face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. The boring task continued, and he still encountered some blind beasts on the way. In the end, they all died in the hands of several people. The crowd did not encounter that kind of black butterfly again, and there were people talking and laughing in the team. It was a long lunch break, and they were already very close to the central area of the forest, so they did not light a fire again. Miss Feng here? Taking out a pancake with some stuffing, and handing it to Feng Miao. Suimo also had a harmless expression when she saw the other party accepting it and thanking her. After eating the slightly dry pancake, Feng Miao frowned and drank a few sips of water. At noon, the light in the forest became a little brighter. The fog gradually dissipated, but there was a rustling sound in the forest. What is this thing again? Dingqi parted the grass, and saw only a few short beasts. The palm-sized body also had a hard skin. After seeing Dingqi, he bared his teeth and threatened, and a low roar came out of his throat. Go away. Kicking the other party away, the little beast rolled over and stood up, and approached the crowd again. Its long nose arched on the ground, as if looking for something. Little thing, go away. Dingqi kicked again, and the small beast left quickly. This thing tastes good when roasted. Suimo smiled, as he watched the beast disappear into the bushes. Really? Talking about food, Dingqi also got excited, and looked at Suimo eagerly. Really? After studying all kinds of beasts thoroughly, Suimo had already memorized the cooking methods suitable for different species of beasts. If I had known earlier, I would have caught it. Ding-Chi muttered with some regret. After a short rest, everyone set off again. I don't know how long they walked, and after passing through a field of tall grass, a river appeared in front of everyone. The wide river was turbulent, and the splashing water was rolling with white foam. I can't get through. The original map showed that this place was once just a stream. After humans left, many streams in the forest converged to form this big river. It seems that we can only return the same way. Song Kai held up his glasses and replanned the route. A fish suddenly jumped out of the water and almost bit Li Ha on the shore. Oh my god, a fish with a head bigger than its body, what the hell? Li Ha was startled, and the wind blade swung past, but it hit the fish scales and rubbed sparks. After a while, the strange fish fell into the water and disappeared. This kind of fish is best steamed. Su Imo commented again. I say, Xiaomomo, are you following us to complete the mission, or to find delicious food? Li Ha smiled, hooked Sumo's neck, and the two whispered something. Li Ha, you take the lead. The overly cold voice interrupted, and Li Ha looked up and saw his boss staring at him a few steps away. Oh! An inexplicable chill came over him. Why did the boss look like he was going to beat him up? Li Ha let go of Su Imo with a little doubt. So this kind of fish can be used to make hot pot. But what is hot pot? Su Mo's eyes swept across Lu Xinglan's face, and finally landed on Feng Miao's silent face. She started at last, and left some debris where she just stopped. They could have gone back quickly, but the weather was not good. About an hour after everyone walked, raindrops began to fall in the forest. Dense raindrops bounced on the leaves, and then fell to the ground. The muddy road conditions hindered their progress. Everyone wearing raincoats hurriedly ran in the forest. It's almost there. There is a cave ahead to shelter from the rain. Wiping the rain from his forehead, Song Kai took off his glasses and shouted loudly. After the rain fell, some beasts in the forest seemed to be agitated. From a distance, everyone heard a roar from the southeast. The loud roar of the beast indicated that it was not an existence that could be easily provoked. In order to maintain the state, a fire was still lit in the cave. Several people sat around to dry their clothes, and several pieces of meat were placed by the fire. The original barbecue reappeared in the wasteland, and Su Imo ate very slowly. The others ate heartily. It's Miss Su, and you to keep watch tonight. Sitting in Li Ha's voice, Su Imo asked in a low voice. Yes. With meat in his mouth, Li Ha answered simply and wolfed it down. Okay, call me if you need anything. Hee Xiaomomo, you are still the best to me. Li Ha acted touched, and then he was careless, and the meat in his hand was snatched away. Ding-Chi, you uncle, get out of here, that's mine, give it back to me. The two rolled together, and Su Imo looked very happy. But deep in the pupils where the fire was jumping, there was a dark and restless flow. The heavy rain continued. The rain hit the leaves, and it was very noisy outside the cave. Leaning against the wall, Su Imo yawned delicately. The voices of several people became much quieter. Feng Miao, who had been sitting next to Lu Xinglan, also walked towards the cave entrance with Li Ha. When passing by Su Imo raised his eyes slightly, as if concerned. It's late at night, Miss Feng, please be careful. I will, thank you Miss Su for your concern. But Xinglan is here. Su Imo also curved his eyebrows in Feng Miao's sweet smile. Yes, Captain Lu is here. After saying this, Su Imo noticed the inquiring eyes of Lu Xinglan opposite him. The dark eyes were like crystal, cold and penetrating, as if they could reflect her innermost thoughts. But dear Captain Lu, I am afraid I can't help you this time. After throwing a wink at Lu Xinglan, Su Imo relaxed and began to rest. With his brows furrowed unconsciously, Lu Xinglan looked at Su Mo's relaxed state with some confusion. Did he think too much? Chapter 74. Li Ha, chewing dried meat, was a little far away from Feng Miao. This young lady, except for the captain, was unwilling to get too close to others. The faint smell of meat made Feng Miao's mouth salivate. Miss Feng, do you want to try it? Su Imo gave it to me, saying that it would refresh my mind. Li Ha hesitated to hand the things over, and saw Feng Miao nodded and took some away. Then the two of them were silent. Perhaps the atmosphere was too awkward, and under the catalysis of the sound of water drops that helped sleep, Li Ha rubbed his eyes and felt dizzy. Turning his head, he found that Feng Miao had fallen asleep against the cave entrance. The peaceful sleeping face looked very beautiful. Li Ha pouted, because when Xiaomomo and himself were on guard, they would not leave him alone to sleep. Thinking of this, Li Ha's eyelids also became heavy. Li Ha, who was trying to stay awake, did not notice that some small trees were shaking in the forest near Feng Yao. Crack, crack, a slight breaking sound appeared, but Li Ha did not notice it. Boom! A sudden thunder woke Li Ha up. When he turned his head, he saw something rushing out of the forest and swept Feng Yao away. Fuck! With a curse, Li Ha got up and wanted to chase after him, but his feet softened and he almost fell. Are you okay? Where's Miss Feng? In the gentle voice, Li Ha saw Su Imo holding him up. I'm fine, Miss Feng was taken away by something. It's all my fault. Damn it! Li Ha, who was blaming himself, did not see the gentle smile in Sumo's eyes. Don't worry, I chase after him. You call the captain and the others. After saying this, Su Imo, holding a knife, hurriedly chased in the direction where Feng Yao disappeared. Be careful. Li Ha couldn't stop him, so he could only shout. After walking in, he found that Song Kai and Ding Qi were sleeping soundly. Strange, they didn't wake up with such a big noise. Even the captain. No, the captain woke up. In a blink of an eye, Lu Xinglan's figure appeared in front of Li Ha. Captain, I'm sorry, Miss Feng. Li Ha hurriedly explained a few words, and he was a little anxious. If Miss Feng got into trouble, it would be terrible. You wait here, I go find her. Lu Xinglan didn't mean to blame, but rushed into the rain outside. The rain was still heavy, and Su Imo, who was alone in the forest, had a flash of excitement in his eyes. The knife in his right hand stabbed down to the side of his body, and a poisonous snake was cut off by her. After throwing the body into the space, Su Imo looked at the huge footprints on the ground and continued to chase forward. It was not easy to chase the enemy in the heavy rain, but fortunately the enemy was not fast. Following the footprints, Su Imo quickly approached Feng Yao. Water droplets rolled on the angular cheeks, and fire jumped in Lu Xinglan's eyes. There was a strong smell of earth in the air, long eyelashes trembled, fingers brushed across the face, taking away a lot of water droplets. Su Imo! Lu Xinglan's tone was a little annoyed when he squeezed out a low voice. She actually dared to drug herself. The huge body hit a tree directly, and the long and thick tail wrapped around Feng Yao. The ferocious beast B-138 had a little pride on his fat face. This human had a very fragrant smell. It had been following for a day, and finally found an opportunity to catch it. Bring her back as food, the boss will definitely like it. The forelimbs directly kicked a corpse away, the body suddenly braked, and after the feet left long and deep footprints on the ground, something was shaking in the hair on the back of B-138. It spread out with a click. It turned out to be a pair of wings, however, these wings seemed to be underdeveloped, bumping and bumping during the flight, and occasionally hitting the treetops, shaking off countless fallen leaves. When Su Imo came to the last location of the footprints, he was a little confused. Generally, fierce beasts will eat humans immediately after they capture them. Even if this B-138 wanted to avoid them, it would not run so far without moving its mouth. B-138 is a relatively special existence among fierce beasts. This kind of fierce beast has a very keen sense of smell and likes sweets. During the day, Feng Yao ate and drank water with drugs she put in. It was harmless, but it could emit a sweet smell that B-138 could smell. In order to prevent B-138 from being unable to find it, she also put the same drug in the bread she threw during the day. And at the barbecue at night, she drugged everyone. It was enough to make those people sleep for a while. She just wanted to kill Feng Yao with the help of B-138. If she did it directly, Lu Xinglan and others would be afraid that they would be crushed to death. If the other party died in the mouth of the beast, so unfortunately, it would not be her fault, Su Imo. But B-138 did not follow her plan, which made Su Imo a little irritated. Sure enough, these beasts were still too stupid. Looking around, Su Imo raised her head and let the rain wash her face. She saw some broken branches and leaves on the treetops, swaying in the rainy night. These traces extend in a certain direction. B-138 can fly. Su Imo was a little surprised by this knowledge. There are many beasts that can fly, but B-138 is not one of them. Could it be that it attracted another beast? Thinking of this, Su Imo could only grit his teeth and continue to chase. Feng Yao is dead, and he must bring back his body anyway. Unconsciously, Su Imo had already deviated from the route planned by several people. Her feet tracked deeply and shallowly, and Su Mo's breathing gradually became heavier. She clenched the knife in her hand, her eyes fierce. After finding the stupid B-138, she must also chop it with a knife. Is it necessary to run so far to eat prey? Why do you have to do exercise before eating? Go around the river and come to the other side of the forest. B-138's body stumbled down and stopped in front of a strange nest built of leaves and dead grass. The body crawled on the ground, and the tail was sent forward, throwing Feng Miao to the ground. Feng Miao had many scars on her body along the way. Even the face she was most proud of had a wound, which looked a bit miserable. Feng Miao, who fell to the ground, finally woke up under the cold autumn rain. What came into view was the unfamiliar environment and the strange-looking beast in front of her. "Ah!" she screamed, but subconsciously covered her mouth. She shook her head in panic, but found that there was no one else around. "Xingluan, Lu Xingluan!" Feng Miao shouted with a trembling voice, trying to get up, but the wound on her leg made her kneel on the ground again. The clean clothes were covered with mud, and the pain in her body made Feng Miao's tears mixed with rainwater roll down. What frightened Feng Miao even more was that something came out from behind her. In the darkness, she could only see that it was a small ball. The snow-white fur was also very obvious in the night. A ferocious beast cub? Was she used as food for the cub? How was she caught? Amidst all the chaotic thoughts, she heard a humming sound coming from the little beast's mouth. The two ferocious beasts seemed to be communicating. The huge B-138 suddenly lowered its head, as if it had done something wrong, and its tail stopped wagging. Chapter 75. Awu. The little beast let out an unhappy whimper from its throat, and B-138's body trembled, and then its tail directly wrapped around Feng Miao, who was trembling in the rain. "What are you doing?" Feng Miao was suspended in the air, slapping B-138's tail. As a support system, her combat ability was almost zero. The delicate finger slapped B-138, and she felt almost nothing. "Let me go!" Feng Miao shouted loudly. "Xingluan, Lu Xingluan, save me!" In the collapse, Feng Miao could only think of Lu Xingluan. B-138 was probably disturbed by Feng Miao's voice, and flapped its wings impatiently, and then threw Feng Miao out fiercely. The weak body hit the thick tree trunk, and Feng Miao, who fell to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that all the internal organs were dislocated, the forehead was very hot, and Feng Miao's eyes were black. He tried to get up, but the long tail rolled over again and smashed him to the ground again. Puff! Blood mixed with internal organs spit out again, and Feng Miao fainted from the pain. Suemo, who was hiding in the dark and watching this scene, saw that B-138 was about to smash Feng Miao to death, and a somewhat cold smile appeared on his face. At this time, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared behind him. Suemo turned around and was about to fight back, but he saw Lu Xingluan's face. In the night, the handsome edges were stained with dark colors, and the pupils were facing each other. The smile in Suemo's eyes gradually faded. "Aren't you going to stop it?" Suemo, holding the knife, pointed to the front. Feng Miao was still being tortured by the B-138, but Lu Xingluan stood there motionless. "She can't die." Suemo said this very lightly, and after hearing it, he swung his knife and took a fighting stance. "I don't know how long you've been here, but I know that I'm not your opponent yet. But even so, I won't surrender." Suemo's calm words were heard by Lu Xingluan, and he pursed his lips as he looked at the stubborn face of the woman in front of him. The slightly furrowed brows seemed to be troubled by something. "Did you come here for this from the beginning?" In front, Feng Miao was kicked out again, and even now, the other party was still holding on. "Yes." Suemo responded directly, and his trembling eyelashes blurred his vision under the wash of rain. "If she hadn't wanted to leave the city with you, she might have been dead now. Captain Lu, I'm not your opponent, but she must die. Otherwise, I can't face so many lives in the camp. Captain Lu, you know how innocent those people in the camp are. Some of them haven't killed anyone yet. Just because you stayed in the camp for a few days, it aroused her jealousy, so it became a reason for her to kill those people. Remember Ah Fong? That little girl, her mother was trampled to death by those predators in order to protect her. And Xiaolu, that child." Suemo put the knife on his neck and moved slowly. Just like that, in front of his mother, his throat was cut. "Captain Lu, maybe in the eyes of you people outside the base are just garbage. But even we, a bunch of rubbish, are trying hard to live, trying harder than anyone else. But even such a humble wish was cruelly taken away by this young lady. You say, shouldn't she die?" Suemo's voice was a little hoarse in the rainy night, but Lu Xingluan heard it clearly. He was a little silent, and his drooping fingers couldn't help but bend. He saw the sadness in the eyes of the woman in front of him. Thinking of Suemo's questioning in his ears, Lu Xingluan was powerless to comfort her. People outside the base, those wanderers, he had never paid attention to them before he met Suemo. He didn't kill them indiscriminately, but he wouldn't lend a helping hand. It was just that during those few days in the camp, he saw the vitality of those lives. It seemed no different from himself. Even in the harsh environment, The smiles on the faces of those children were brighter than many people in the base. But now, some people can no longer laugh. I don't know what she did to the camp. It was a very light sentence, but it made Sumo couldn't help laughing. I know, so I just drugged you and your team members. Captain Liu, if you must save her, you can kill me first. After saying this, Sumo attacked directly. Her figure was erratic, and she sent out a knife, which passed by Lu Xingwan's neck. The blood on the blade was washed away by the rain. Sumo stood beside Lu Xingwan, with surprise on his face. Why didn't you hide? If she hadn't stopped at the end, Lu Xingwan's artery would have been cut by herself with just this knife. Let me make a bet with you. Lu Xingwan didn't reply, but pointed to Feng Miao in front. Feng Miao, who was hit hard by B-138 in the abdomen, shook a few times, but was still alive. After looking over, Sumo finally found that something was wrong with Feng Miao. This woman was too resistant to beating. 1 minute, if she still doesn't die in the hands of this beast within 1 minute, then this time you spare her life. Next time, I help you. Feeling the pain on his neck, Lu Xingwan looked at Sumo seriously. She has 2 abilities. Sumo quickly figured out the problem. The other party's body host could never be so strong. Yes. She is still a healing ability user now. Lu Xingwan let Sumo point the knife at him. Remember when we first met? She was injured and brought to your camp? Because of the delay, her wounds became infected and she should have died, but she unexpectedly awakened her abilities. As long as her head is not hit directly at the fatal point, her abilities can keep her going. Listening to Lu Xingwan's explanation, Sumo suddenly remembered the last time Lu Xingwan was ill. Your illness. It was obvious that Lu Xingwan knew the situation very well. Could it be that he kept Feng Miao just to treat the illness? You are the only person in the world who knows my illness. This sentence made Sumo look at Lu Xingwan in surprise. And I need her to help me save another person. This is the price I pay for taking her with me this time. Looking at the silence on Sumo's face, Lu Xingwan raised his hand and grabbed Sumo with some hesitation. The warm fingertips touched Sumo's slightly cool skin, but Sumo directly stepped back to avoid it. Actually, during those days in the camp, I considered bringing you to the base and asking you to help me. But I couldn't bring myself to ask. Once you help me, you will never be able to leave the base again. Those people. And the base is not suitable for you. Lu Xingwan's fingers curled up and dropped, and a smile appeared in his eyes. You're right, we are indifferent to the lives of people outside the base. But Sumo, Enough. When Lu Xingwan wanted to say something, Sumo interrupted. Chapter 76. The blade fell, and Sumo looked at his heart. Perhaps when you say these words, it will be more credible if you tell your team members not to aim at me in secret. With mocking words, Sumo looked a little further away. There, Li Ha and his men came out. Facing Sumo's eyes, Li Ha looked away uncomfortably. Yes, they like Sumo, but if Sumo becomes a threat, then they can only eliminate him. Lu Xingwan, even if we are as humble as ants, you always think you can trample on us at will. But as long as we live, we will not stop resisting. You know who the wall is protecting. The base is a paradise for survivors, haha. It should be your paradise, right? Even if we live in hell and struggle desperately, we will not recognize you hypocrites. And those who hide behind the wall, accept your protection, and think that the world is peaceful, I don't want to associate with stupid idiots who are garbage and damned. You are right, the base is not suitable for us. Several people are showing a trend of encirclement. If they continue to attack, she will die. The murderous intent rolling in her chest gradually cooled down, but Sumo's voice became colder. Lu Xingwan, we are not from the same world. During the days you stayed in the camp, you never really wanted to get to know anyone. Do you remember Doubting's last name? You probably can't even remember the appearance of Dr. Zhang who sutured your wound. So Lu Xingwan, don't hide your prejudices and think you can accept us wasteland wanderers. Don't think that we are equal in your eyes. We are not your entertainment to kill time. Lu Xingwan, you helped the camp once. This time, I will give it back to you on their behalf. Next time. Ah. Before he finished speaking, a beast roared not far away. It was the little beast. The little beast paced in a restless manner, and the whimpering sound from its mouth was like a warning. It was looking at them, and the machine that Song Kai always carried with him also made a beeping sound, which was a reminder that the target had been found. Confirmed, it's the king beast. The B-138 that had been hitting Feng Miao had been facing several people at some point. As if it had received some order, it rushed over directly. Not only that, it seemed that there were other beasts rushing over from a farther distance. King Beast, Listening to Song Kai's words, Suemo was a little confused. What type of beast was this? Capture. Lu Xinglan gave the order, and the friction between him and Suemo seemed to stop. Several people quickly entered the battle state. Ding Qi took the lead and confronted the B-138 head-on. He punched the side of B-138, leaving a fist mark. Ding Qi didn't care about the B-138, but when he flipped the B-138 to the ground, several more B-138 appeared behind the little beast. Fuck. Li Ha joined the battlefield. As for Feng Miao, looking at Feng Miao, who was taken to a safe place and continued to be unconscious, Suemo lowered her eyes. She didn't attack, but she didn't help either. Suemo, who was silent in the shadows, looked at the little beast shaking its head and moved her feet. Captain. Song Kai looked up at the direction where Suemo left and shouted. Lu Xinglan looked away with a blank expression on his face. Don't worry, continue. After a pause, Lu Xinglan's tone suddenly became a little angry. Didn't I tell you not to follow? Li Ha and his men followed by themselves, and even the decision to aim at Suemo in secret was their own judgment. We are. Song Kai wanted to explain, but Li Ha, who had taken the time, gave him a look and shut him up immediately. With his and Ding Qi's state, it is absolutely impossible for them to fall asleep when they encounter danger. It can only be said that someone has made a move. In the entire team, Suemo is the only outsider. They discussed it, and followed because they were afraid that something would happen to the captain. But they didn't expect that the person Suemo wanted to kill was Miss Feng. And it seems that they made Suemo misunderstand the captain, but why didn't the captain explain? While Lu Xinglan's team was fighting those beasts, Suemo chose to leave. The plan failed, she had to go back as soon as possible. Following the traces of the way back, Suemo shuttled through the rainy night, and didn't know how many beasts fell under his knife. For some reason, the beasts in the forest tonight seemed to be more brutal. Even some ordinary beasts had the courage to pounce on some scary and large beasts. After leaving the center of the battlefield, Suemo could still hear the roar of beasts from the forest from time to time. Those beasts seemed to be gathering in the center. King Beast. Suemo sneered when he suddenly realized what this meant. What a good reconnaissance mission. As the sky gradually brightened, Suemo pushed aside the grass leaves and slid down a small slope. She looked at the vehicles left by the team ahead, with a depressed look on her face. Suemo, who had punctured the tire of one of the vehicles with a knife, drove the intact vehicle and started on the road. At dawn, the heavy rain that had been pouring all night finally stopped. Looking at her embarrassed self in the rearview mirror, Suemo covered her face a little. She was a little impulsive. Turning the steering wheel, stepping on the accelerator, Suemo drove to the camp. After leaving for a few days, she missed Xiao Doubting and the others a little. It's time to go back. In the forest, the few people who had been tracking the king beast all night seemed a little tired. Ding Qi supported Feng Miao. The other party had woken up, but the gentle smile finally disappeared from his face. Feng Miao, with an ugly face, stared at Lu Xinglan, with accusations jumping in his pupils. What's going on? With Lu Xinglan around, how could he be caught inexplicably? If it weren't for his ability, the beast would have killed him long ago. Ahem, Miss Feng, something went wrong with the plan. It was the king beast who discovered us first, so they sent B-138 over, and then implicated you, Miss Feng. We have applied for support, and in a few days, the rest of the base will rush over to capture it. Li Ha explained carefully, but his eyes were a little guilty. Really? Feng Miao sneered, glanced around, and said with hatred, what about Suemo, is she also captured? This was said with some malice, and Lu Xinglan, who was not far away, moved his eyebrows, but did not respond. Ahaha, Miss Feng, you are so smart. Not long after you were captured, a group of ferocious beasts attacked the cave we were in, and Xiao Momo was captured at that time. Li Ha, who tried his best to act sad, felt a little bitter in his heart. He lost the rock-paper-scissors game, so he had to go up. Really? Another rhetorical question. Li Ha laughed dryly. The lie was clumsy, but it also meant that Lu Xinglan didn't want to pursue the matter. If he continued to pester her, then I'm sorry, Miss Su. With a soft smile, her frail face was still delicate and moving, and Feng Miao seemed to have returned to her usual self. Ahem. Of course, Miss Feng, you are more important. Muttering, Li Ha touched his pocket, and there was a bag of biscuits in it. When did she give it to him? Hey! Chapter 77. In Fallen Leaf Town, leaves are all over the ground, the autumn wind is blowing, and the voices are noisy. At the small market, Adley is holding Do Ding's hand and buying food for today. Is Suemo not back yet? Aunt Joe, who sells vegetables, has become familiar with Antly and asked in a low voice. Many people around looked at Antly with strange eyes. Not yet, I guess the work is not finished yet, Antly said happily, but her hand that was picking vegetables paused. Hey, but your camp is really not going to accept other people. I heard that many people want to enter your camp. Aunt Joe pursed her lips to indicate that since the rock camp arrived in Fallen Leaf Town, it has been in the limelight. There are so few people in the rock camp, and many people are eager to squeeze in. Even if it is for the best food in Fallen Leaf Town, those people can't wait. No, we have enough people now, so we don't have this idea for the time being. Antly kept responding, but after buying the vegetables, she took Doubting and left without looking back. Aunt Joe looked at the shadows of the two with a sigh, and there was worry in her eyes. Mother, will Sister Sue really not come back? Doubting asked, pulling Antly's sleeve, and the child's clear eyes were full of unhappiness. Those people are saying that Sister Sue doesn't want us anymore. They also said that we are too weak and always drag Sister Sue down, so we were abandoned. Doubting's voice was not loud, and the little guy didn't smile much recently. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think your Sister Sue is that kind of person? Antly was also a little worried when she asked this. Sue Imo has been gone for almost half a month, and she hasn't come back yet. No, Sister Sue is not that kind of person. Sister Sue told me to wait for her to come back. Little Doubting shook his head vigorously. He believed that Sister Sue would not lie to him. Don't worry, maybe Sister Sue will come back later. Antly smiled after rubbing her child's head, but before she took a few steps, she saw a few people in front of her. Oh, Antly is out to buy vegetables again. What delicious food are you going to make today? 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, surrounded the mother and son. Stewed meat, please make way. Antly's expression sank, and her hand holding Doubting tightened. Is that so? I'm hungry too. Can we go and try it together? The fat man stroked his belly with greedy eyes. Sorry, our camp has no plans to invite guests today. Antly looked at the few people, and pulled little Doubting to take a detour. The thin man stepped forward and blocked the 2 people's way. Hee, don't worry, you didn't have it before, but now you can make this plan. We are all people in the town. Go around often, if there is anything in your camp in the future, maybe we can help. Right. The thin man said this, but his eyes looked at Doubting. He squinted his eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something terrible. Stared at by this look, the little Doubting did not retreat. He raised his little head, and held a small dagger in his hand. It was given to him by Brother Wang Qing. Brother Wang Qing said that Sister Sue had not come back yet, and he had to protect his mother. We don't need it. Antly didn't say a word to these troublemakers. TSK. The woman tis-tissed, looking at Antly with contempt in her eyes. You are just a cook, and you really think you are that Sue Imo? That Sue Imo must have gone to the base to enjoy his life a long time ago. If you know what's good for you, you'd better open the door of your camp and let us all be guests. The woman emphasized the word guest, and reached out to grab Antly. Doubting was immediately angry, and his little arm swung up, cutting the back of the woman's hand. The woman who didn't take Doubting seriously looked at the wound on the back of her hand, and her facial muscles twisted. You bastard, you are looking for death, right? A slap was slapped at Doubting's cheek, but someone intercepted it in the middle. Why, I'm not dead yet, and you just ignore the rules I set. The President Tong Baiqiao, who suddenly appeared, pinched the woman's arm, and with a little force, there was a click. Tong Baiqiao did not hold back, and directly disabled the opponent. Hiss. The woman, who was sweating with pain, looked at Tong Baiqiao with resentment. President Tong, when did you become a running dog of this rock camp? Hee, don't forget how you became the president. It seemed like a threat, like a warning. Hearing this, Tong Baiqiao's expression did not change, but she hooked her finger, and a vine appeared beside her. The bloodthirsty vine swayed its body, and the woman's face became even paler. Let's go! With fear of Tong Baiqiao, the 3 left. Just looking at the look in their eyes, they knew that this matter would not end there. President Tong, thank you very much. Antly thanked Tong Baiqiao. If it weren't for you, President Tong, we would have been. No need to do that. Tong Baiqiao waved her hand, signaling Antly not to continue. Sue Imo helped me a lot before. Now she has something to do, and hasn't come back yet, so I have to take care of you a little bit. Let's go, I take you back. Okay. Antly agreed. With Tong Baiqiao, those people didn't dare to harass Antly anymore. This kind of thing happened frequently after Sue Imo left for a few days, and had no news. Some wanted to take advantage of it, while others wanted to take over the rock camp for themselves. People in the camp encountered this kind of harassment when they went out. Wang Qing's soldiers were fine, and those people didn't dare to go too far, but every time the women in the camp went out, those people shamelessly stuck to them. This also caused many women to stay in the camp, and didn't like to go out. Many of these times, it was Tong Baiqiao who came to the rescue. Feeling the eyes of those people, Adley had a headache. They were getting more and more presumptuous. Did the leader really not consider accepting some people to strengthen the camp? We're here, thank you. It's just a small matter. After watching Adley enter the camp, the smile on Tong Baiqiao's face gradually faded. Her eyes moved, but she met the eyes of Qi Ling in the camp. Tong Baiqiao smiled gently at this former plunderer. Without Suemo, the people in the camp were still in an orderly state, which she couldn't understand. Will Suemo really come back? In a ruin in the town, a woman's arm was being bandaged. She stared at her two subordinates with some anger. Two pieces of trash, a woman can't handle it. Faced with insults, one fat and one thin remained silent. Boss, are you really going to take over that camp? The fat man asked after a while, seeming a little afraid. Humph, what are you afraid of? That woman won't come back. I heard that there are a lot of good things in this camp. When the time comes, the obedient ones will stay, and those who want to resist will be killed. How is the plan? The woman asked. Don't worry, everything is ready tonight. The thin man seemed a little more confident. Haha, wait and see. The woman sneered. Her ambition was obvious. Chapter 78. What are you waiting for? When the few people were laughing happily and imagining the future, a gentle female voice came from outside the house. Suemo pushed the door open and asked again after seeing the expressions of the few people. Can you tell me what you want my camp to wait for? The blade was hanging at his side. At this moment, Suemo did not have any killing intentions, but the strange thing was that the woman was trembling when she saw Suemo like this. Stop her. The woman shouted and rushed directly to another exit. The fat and thin people immediately attacked Suemo, but all they saw was a flash of cold light. The sharp blade easily cut the neck. The two covered their throats, and their eyes looked at each other with endless fear. The god of death came to pick them up. You haven't replied yet. In a brisk tone, Suemo threw the boning knife. The knife was nailed to the edge of the window, and the woman's intact hand was also nailed to it. Half of her body hit the windowsill. When the woman with a bloody head looked up, she saw Suemo leaning against the window, smiling at her. I don't want to do anything. The woman's voice trembled, and she struggled to pull her hand back. But Suemo held the handle of the knife viciously, and with a little force, the knife penetrated deeper into the wall. The pain on the back of her hand almost made the woman faint. She rolled her eyes, but Suemo pinched her cheek. Tell me, what did you do to my camp during my absence? When she came back, she happened to encounter these people bullying Adley. She wanted to take action, but Tong Baiqiao appeared. Suemo, who didn't know why the president became so enthusiastic, decided to deal with these pests first. No, I really didn't. I just want to join you. The woman shook her head randomly, and her disheveled appearance was very pitiful. Unfortunately, Suemo didn't buy it. Really? That's a pity, our camp doesn't need people like you. Well, goodbye. With an elegant voice, another knife appeared in Sumo's hand. She came back a day later than expected because she went to the base again. The knife in her hand was produced in the base. The Yunin iron that Xiao Xingho gave her before was made into an identical boning knife by her. The blade with Yunin iron added is much tougher than ordinary weapons. Even if it is infused with her own mental power, it is still intact. The blade flashing with a faint cold light lightly cut the woman's neck. Before the blood spurted out, Suemo pushed the woman to the ground. Blood flowed, and in just 2 minutes, 3 people had died in Sumo's hands. Jumping out of the window, Suemo saw a woman not far away covering her mouth and looking at her in panic. Raising her finger to signal the woman to shut up, Suemo walked towards her camp with a faint smile in her eyes. She is back. But she found that this town is still not their home. Sister Su. When Suemo appeared in the camp, the crowd was boiling. Dr. Zhang almost threw away the medicine in his hand, and nodded at Suemo from a distance. Xiao Doubting even threw himself directly into Sumo's arms. Suemo almost fell down due to the collision of his sturdy body. I'm back. Touching Do Ding's head, Suemo felt relieved. This little kid has grown up a lot now. Back then, he would cry because he didn't eat a bite of food. Hey, I'm glad you're back. Uncle Wolf ran over, and when he saw Suemo, he put his hands behind his back and pretended that he didn't care. This made many people laugh. His eyes crossed with Shi Qing, and the corners of the man's eyes were wet. Wang Qing was still the most comfortable, and he directly hooked Sumo's neck and exerted force. Didn't you say you were just going to inquire about the news? Why did you run for so long? I thought you had packed up and ran away. With a vicious voice, Sumo hit Wang Qing's abdomen with a crutch, and couldn't help laughing when he saw the other party letting go of him in pain and squatting on the ground whimpering. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the camp is better. Something delayed me a bit, and I solved some small problems by the way. By the way, I brought you gifts. The good things brought back from the base were placed on the table. The children swarmed over, but they lined up and waited obediently. Everyone had one, and when Shi Ling saw the clothes in his hand, he raised his eyebrows. This woman, is she so generous? A moment later, Sumo was pulled to the old place by Shirqing. A green vegetable field appeared behind the camp. The thriving vegetables were very pleasing. Sumo, tell me, did you do something? Shirqing asked suspiciously, but he saw Sumo secretly tinkering with something here. This is a long story. Sumo smiled. In her space, the yellow mud ball was the same size as when the system rewarded her. This thing can actually grow by itself after use. Although the speed is very slow, doesn't it mean that this thing is endless? So, looking at the vegetable field, and thinking back to those people's eyes full of desire, Sumo frowned. Perhaps, in this wasteland, the real home is not the base, nor the fallen leaf town. Relocate again? In the meeting room, several people were a little surprised at Sumo's suggestion. How could Sumo, who had just returned, throw such a big problem directly? Yes. The map was spread out on the table. Sumo pointed to a place and said, "This is very suitable. The base is not over yet, so I'm not sure if those people will come. Besides, I may not be able to stay in the camp all the time. Those people. The desires of people in the wasteland are endless. They would not dare to approach because of fear of Sumo, and would also think of swallowing up the camp because of Sumo's temporary departure. Our camp is too special here." This sentence made several people silent. Their camp has the least number of people, but the strength is very strong. There are also various strange and bizarre delicacies. It seems that they are also related to the big figures in the base. Even those predators are now probably completely resentful of them. A bunch of troubles fell on their heads, which is really too special. Sumo, you think more than that. It was Shirqing who pointed out Sumo's thoughts as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes. Sumo nodded sincerely. He interacted more with the people in the base, and saw more of the ugly side of those people in this town. Sumo knew that if they wanted to rely on others to protect their safety, they would always be passive. We need a place that truly belongs to us, to the wanderers. There, whether it's a base or a camp, we welcome them if they want to come, and we should have the confidence to fight them if they want to. Sumo said these words, with a brilliant smile, but with arrogant and grand ambitions. His bright eyes were so dazzling that people couldn't look away. You mean, we build a base that belongs to us? Shirqing's voice was very deep, and the others who heard this were shocked by Sumo's ambition for the first time. Chapter 79. Base, camp, home. You can call it anything. Sumo sat back in her chair. Her voice was very gentle, but it had a strange power that made people feel at ease. But this place will only belong to us. No one can force us to go far away. But this is just a suggestion. If you want to stay here, you can, and I will stay too. Sumo said this and looked at everyone's eyes carefully. This is what she thought about on the way back. As long as you keep relying on others, whether it is a base or a town, you can't be absolutely independent. The persecution of the base, and the threats in the town, will never disappear. That's why she wants to find such a place to be self-sufficient. As long as you are strong enough, what does the base matter? What's there to be afraid of? Sumo, to be honest, this place is actually very good. It's stable enough, and it's easy to exchange for daily necessities. There's almost no reason to move away. Shirqing's eyes were very serious. When Sumo was slightly disappointed, he saw Shirqing grinning. But hee. It's really good here, but Sumo, as you said, this place doesn't belong to us. During this period of time, the people in the camp were very cautious. Even if they didn't break any rules, there were still people who kept coveting them. Women and children didn't want to go out, and children didn't dare to go out. He left with the camp in the first place, hoping to give everyone a free environment, instead of having to look at other people's faces all the time. Here, it's only relative freedom. Sumo, I go with you. This time, Shirqing expressed his opinion as an individual instead of as a leader. When Sumo turned his eyes to the rest of the people, he saw them nodding. I'm tired of the arrogance here. Those brats, you don't know how much I want to crush them to death. Wang Qing clenched his fists until they creaked, with anticipation on his face. Follow you, even if I die outside, it's better than being depressed here. You saved my life, anyway, I've decided on you. Who cares about them? The rude Wang Qing made his attitude clear, but Uncle Wolf rolled his eyes. Humph, what, you still want to monopolize Sumo? I tell you, you kid, just dream. The joking words relaxed the atmosphere instantly. To Sumo's surprise, when she announced this to everyone, no one in the camp objected. If I don't go with you, what will I eat and drink in the future? That's right. I haven't eaten enough yet. Didn't you say before that you have many good skills that you haven't shown us yet? Sister Su, my mother said that wherever you go, we go. Where you are is our home. Sumo's eyes were filled with tears at the words of the little bean. When did she have so many ties wrapped around her? Okay. Let's go again. Amid the noise of a group of people, this matter was easily settled. Sumo, in a good mood, decided to make a big meal to reward everyone and earn some energy points. While the camp was busy, Tong Baiqiao looked at the corpses in front of her in the camp guild and fell silent. Is she really back? Yes, someone has seen her in the camp. I heard she's going to cook tonight. The subordinate said this with a hint of envy. Tong Baiqiao looked at his subordinate's lack of ambition with amusement. Why, have you also been bribed by those food? But she is ruthless. She killed the chicken to scare the monkey as soon as she came back. After these troublemakers died, many people in the town became more obedient after receiving the news. She seems to have become stronger again. The three of them are all warriors, but there was no noise during the process. According to the original words of the woman who witnessed it, she was like killing a chicken without any pressure. Thinking that the knife might be pointed at herself, Tong Baiqiao was also a little stressed. After thinking for a moment, Tong Baiqiao smiled. In that case, my decision is correct. It's better to make friends with talents like Sumo. During Sumo's absence, she helped the rock camp a lot. Whether it was intentional or not, those people had to take her into consideration. Maybe they could even have a good meal. Tong Baiqiao made herself laugh. But compared to the happiness of the others, Xiao Xingho seemed a little unhappy. He was good at cooking. Now he was in charge of the kitchen of the Blue Sky Camp alone, and no one said anything. Those big guys would ask him what delicious food he had for the next meal after eating the previous one. However, Xiao Xingho felt that his cooking skills were not good enough. As a result, his master was going to run away. Are you really going to leave? Xiao Xingho, who was lighting the fire, was unhappy. Yeah. Sumo nodded. She was a bit busy at the moment. Tonight she was preparing a large buffet, which meant that many dishes were needed. In addition to the home-cooked dishes she had made before, Sumo also made some new dishes. All of them used the meat of the beasts encountered in the previous hunting process and in Area 3. Dish name: Steamed Big Head Fish, Grade A. Introduction: I have a big head, but I am not stubborn. If you don't believe me, try it. Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation from diners: this big head is not in vain. Dish name: Braised Pork Shoulder, Grade A. Introduction: isn't B085 caught to be eaten? Effect of consumption: enhance the maker's physique. Evaluation from diners: lots of meat and good taste. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 5 recipes again. The lottery qualification has been issued. Listening to the familiar voice of the system, Sumo was a little dazed. After many days of formal cooking again, Sumo found that his mood had changed a little. The boring career that I once loved the most now seems to have a different feeling. In this wasteland, these familiar dishes make Sumo feel particularly distant. On the first day of arriving in the wasteland, she just wanted to go back alive. But now, after countless days and nights, she wants to live with these people. As for going back, with bitter emotions brewing, Sumo was shocked to find that she hadn't thought about going back for a while. Master. Xiao Xingho was still a little sad, but saw Sumo's spoon move slightly, and the last white jade meat dish was also served. Dish name: White Meat with Sauce, S grade. Introduction: don't look at it, I am the one left after the blind centipede died tragically. Effect of consumption: enhance the physique of the eater. Evaluation of diners: white and tender, so refreshing. The dishes were snatched up as soon as they were served. And when the system prompt popped up, Sumo's eyes showed a little surprise. Chapter 80. S-level? This is the first time she has made S-level food since she came to the wasteland. She was even a little dazed during the whole process. There was no special technique, but the level was so high. What shocked Sumo even more was the effect of this food. It strengthens the physique of the eater. That is to say, People other than herself can also use this food to strengthen their physique to a certain extent. Is this the effect of S-level food? Once again, Sumo was shocked by the ability of the system. Oh my god, it's so tender. Why do I feel my body burning after eating this thing? Me too, I want to catch fire. Sumo, did you put alcohol in it? Get out of here, you drunkard. Can you still get drunk? No, she lit my heart with fire. Ha ha ha. The people in the camp shouted, and some even said dirty words, which made Sumo very helpless. But Sumo did not answer, because the food was working, strengthening the bodies of these people little by little. However, there were some clever ones, who seemed to understand something, and immediately cherished the piece of meat in the bowl even more. Congratulations to the host. Sumo looked at the howling crowd, with a rare tenderness in her mechanical voice and smiled. Who cares? This effect is what she wanted anyway. Besides, spiritual power level 4, 880/2000. Looking at the energy value, that soared a lot, Sumo was in a good mood. Just like those special delicacies. For this S-level delicacy, the first person to eat it will get 200 experience points, and the rest of the people who eat it will add 10 experience points. Little by little, I am almost halfway through level 4. Master. Xiao Xingho chewed a piece of meat in his mouth, his voice a little unclear. Sumo still likes this disciple of his. But the other party can't leave with him. Master, I will go with you. Sumo turned his head, and looked at Xiao Xingho's serious expression with a little surprise. Is this kid reading his mind? Master, I think I will die without your food. Master, wait for me. Xiao Xingho, who said this very seriously, was about to run out, but squeezed back into the crowd, snatched a large plate of meat and rushed to his camp. Sumo didn't care about this puzzling behavior. The Blue Sky camp would never let Xiao Xingho leave. Maybe I know why you are so special. As one of the top fighters in the camp, Qi Ling was holding a plate, and no one dared to snatch it from him. Walking to Sumo's side, Qi Ling's smile was a little narrow. I can't leave you anymore. What should I do, dear? This sticky voice made Sumo tremble. In the cute eyes of the little girl Afong, Sumo gave up the idea of stabbing her to death. After she left, Qi Ling secretly dealt with many people who wanted to attack the camp. While the rock camp was in full swing, Xie Yang, who was eating the food brought back by Xiao Xingho in the Blue Sky camp, almost dropped his jaw in shock. Xingho, do you know what you are talking about? Han Tian, the leader of the Blue Sky camp, put down his chopsticks. I know. Xiao Xingho looked at Han Tian, speaking matter-of-factly. They are leaving. If we don't catch up, do you still want to eat these things? Pointing at the dishes, Xiao Xingho lowered his voice, creating a sense of mystery. You know, Master told me that she has many specialties that she hasn't cooked yet. Don't you want to try them? Facing this question, everyone could not deny it. But we can't just move with them because of these foods. Winter is not long, we are very stable here, and the food is almost ready, so why take risks? We don't know what will happen on the road. Besides, if we go with them, can we find a better place than here? Han Tian disagreed, although he was also nostalgic for these foods. Yes, Xingho, don't be fooled by your master. That's right, maybe she is leaving to avoid some enemy. A man answered, but Xiao Xingho stood up and knocked over his bowl. You don't have a share of this food. Master didn't lie to me. The firm tone, with Xiao Xingho's firm expression. As Xiao Xingho's best friend, Xie Yang suddenly felt that his good friend had changed a lot. Xingho, besides these, why do you want us to go with him? Xie Yang asked, holding Xiao Xingho. Because? I think Master is right. Is it really good here? I know that many camps here have transactions with the base, so I think we can rely on the base to survive here. But what if one day, we are abandoned by the base? Or if one day we offend some big shot inside, do you think the base will choose us or those people in the city wall? The overly realistic words made everyone silent. Yes. It's just that they don't have any grudges with the base now. If they offend the people inside like in the rock camp, let alone the big shots, even the vendors can be ignored. No, they don't have much faith in the base. So can they solve the lives of so many of us? It's so dangerous outside now, how can she guarantee the survival of such a large group of people? Han Tian frowned, obviously, he still didn't support this decision. The relationship with the rock camp was only based on a common standpoint. When it comes to such a serious issue, any food is not considered. So this is the risk we need to take. Master is willing to take the risk, so I believe in Master. And Master didn't mean to take us with him, I just wanted to do this. The light jumping in Xiao Xingho's pupils made Xie Yang silent. He looked at the food in the bowl and felt the weight for the first time. When some people in the wasteland begin to be dissatisfied with the status quo, the consequences are probably immeasurable. What about him? The lowered eyes are thinking, but what he sees from the corner of his eyes is Xiao Xinghuo's trembling hands. He is also afraid. Perhaps he is afraid of this change. The Blue Sky Camp has been staying in Luoya Town for more than a year, and now it can still stay. Xiao Xinghuo knows the great risk of this choice, but he still made the choice. Xinghuo, if you want to leave, I will go with you. With a smile, Xie Yang made his own decision. Never mind, at most I can accompany my good friend to go crazy once. Okay, thank you. With a smile in his eyes, Xiao Xinghuo's heart was slightly relieved. 3 days later, Master and the others will leave. Leader, you can think about it again. After saying this, Xiao Xinghuo winked at Xie Yang. Xie Yang, who immediately understood what he meant, looked at everyone apologetically, and then quickly ran to the self-service food stall at the rock camp. Sure enough, this choice was the right one. Chapter 81. Are you really leaving? In the camp, a group of people were digging the soil, and the green seedlings were well protected. Tong Baijiao looked at the busy people and hesitated. Yeah. Su Mo nodded. She glanced at Tong Baijiao. The president had been indifferent at first, but now she was concerned about them. Haha, you are so free and easy. If you want to leave, you can leave. Tong Baijiao smiled as Su Mo looked at her. Once upon a time, she was like Su Mo. If she felt that something was unfair, she wanted to change places. But the reality told her that no matter where she went, the world would not change. Since that's the case, it's better to obey and join. I watch over here for you. If you want to come back in the future, I welcome you anytime. Tong Baijiao couldn't understand why those people wanted to take away even the mud. Okay, thank you, President Tong. Su Mo watched Tong Baijiao leave. Everything in the camp was packed up, and they would set off early tomorrow morning. In the forest, under the dim light, breathing became oppressive. The members of the Xingchen team had been chasing the king beast for several days. But the little beast was very cunning and could escape every time. On the contrary, their people were constantly killed here. The price was too high. The river roared past, and looking at the little beast disappearing on the other side of the river, Lu Xinglan signaled everyone to stop chasing. Form a team and prepare to return. Lu Xinglan's order was absolute, and under his cold tone, those who came to support also obeyed. In the team, Feng Miao faced Lu Xinglan's cold face with a soft smile on his face, but his eyes were dark and heavy. Lu Xinglan has not laughed since Su Mo disappeared. Captain, is that thing really like a human? Ding Qi looked across the river and asked hesitantly. During the days of hunting, the king beast showed amazing wisdom. Not only could it command the other beasts, it even deliberately provoked them several times. This wisdom has surpassed their understanding of those beasts. Not really. But it has enough IQ. Lu Xinglan frowned, with doubts in his eyes. How did those people find out about the existence of this king beast? Thinking about the issuer of this order, Lu Xinglan had no intention of digging into the details. The team shuttled through the forest and evacuated. Deep inside, a furry little beast, with a little pride in its big round eyes. These humans are so stupid, but it should also go to another place to play. The next day was a good day. As soon as Su Mo opened the gate of the camp, he saw Xiao Xinghuo ready to go. Behind him was the entire Blue Sky Camp. You are? Su Mo was stunned by this scene. Master, we have discussed it, and we will go with you. Please take us in, Master. Xiao Xinghuo shouted, not too excited. Ahem, Miss Su, it's like this, we want to go with you. We? Han Tian stepped forward and said awkwardly, but saw Su Mo raised his hand to signal a pause. We don't plan to take the rest of the people with us. Unless you become our people. These words were said straightforwardly, but the meaning made Han Tian look a little unhappy. This means that if you want to follow, then from today on, there will be no Blue Sky Camp. In this case, he, the leader, is naturally useless. From a leader to an ordinary resident of the rock camp, at this moment, Han Tian looked at the people behind Su Mo, but found that they all looked at Su Mo with trusting eyes. It was as if they were looking at a god. Even Shi Yin, after meeting his eyes, smiled lightly, and was not ready to speak. This rock camp. Han Tian suddenly realized something, and looked at Su Mo with a little awe. Okay. Gritting his teeth, Han Tian agreed. He has thought a lot in the past few days. After understanding the rock camp for this period of time, these people will definitely not be so reckless, and they must have the confidence to choose to migrate at this time. It's not a bad idea to stay here, but the atmosphere in the town is not right. The rock camp is an outlier, and it is also after the arrival of this outlier that many people no longer obey the discipline of the camp guild. If each of them acts on their own, the rules of the town will be meaningless. Instead of scheming with those people here, it is better to leave with them. Leader, how can you do this? What does it mean to be your man? How can you be so overbearing? Han Tian's nod does not represent everyone's thoughts. In the blue sky camp, a man was shouting. A knife brushed across the man's cheek, but Sumo's fingers did not drop. Her eyes were like black ice at this moment, without any warmth. You are the ones who are begging me to take you with you. Don't get it wrong. If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. Just stay here. If you just choose to go with us, if you have another word, my knife doesn't mind chopping off a head that doesn't understand what people say. Sumo is so domineering that his aura is frightening. Faced with Sumo's shock, some people chose to bow their heads, but some people sneered. Just go, do you think we care about you? After that, many people in the team turned around and left. Isn't it good to eat and drink well here? Going out to be someone else's younger brother, you are a fool. Amid the murmurs of those people, Han Tian clenched his fists. But Xiao Xingho and Xia Yang looked at such a scene without any strange expression. From the beginning, they expected it. This is the price. There were suddenly more people, but fortunately there were enough vehicles in the two camps. A group of people got on several vehicles. When the vehicles roared away from Luoya town, Tong Baiqiao stood on a high place and looked at the dust raised by the vehicles. President, are you just letting them go? What else? Tong Baiqiao turned his head to look at his subordinates, but saw the unwillingness in their eyes. You don't think that those people will bow to me, do you? You are wrong. It's just Sumo. It won't be long before she can be on equal footing with me. So, if they leave now, it will actually help me. Standing with her hands behind her back, her coat fluttering in the autumn wind, her hair flying, Tong Baiqiao's eyes were bright. See you next time? Maybe she will give me a surprise. Sumo, why do you want to take them with you? In the leading vehicle, Wang Qing stretched his head and asked Sumo, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Why, are you going to work day and night after finding a place? Sumo looked at Wang Qing's depressed look with a smile. You have a good relationship with those people, calling them brothers? When nothing happens, Wang Qing says that everyone is a good brother. Ahem. Being teased by Sumo, Wang Qing suppressed his throat a little uncomfortably. That's just to build good relations. But Sumo, you brought them here to make them do hard labor? Guessing Sumo's intention, Wang Qing became excited. This is only part of the reason. Sumo narrowed her eyes slightly, looking lazy after glancing at the vehicles behind. A place composed of a dozen people can't be considered a home. And her ambitions don't stop there. Chapter 82. The wasteland in late autumn is increasingly desolate. What you see is withered and yellow. The vehicle shuttles through the bumpy gravel road, passing one ruin after another. Sumo looks at the map in front of him, his eyes fixed on one place. The terrain occupied by the several bases in the wasteland is very good. In addition, it is almost impossible to surpass it after so long of construction. However, Sumo did not want to build a base at the beginning. Besides, with her strength, the majestic wall cannot be built. So she needs a natural shelter. Qingmu Basin. This is her destination. Qingmu Basin is surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the mountains are steep, so those ferocious beasts cannot easily break in. There is also a river on one side that crosses the basin, which is a natural advantage. The soil in the basin is fertile and suitable for planting. In addition, there is yellow mud, so she is very confident in planting. During the days of preparation, she and Uncle Wolf and others went to the base separately and purchased some seeds at a high price. With enough meat, there is almost no need to worry about food this winter. The only worry is the rest of the living supplies. And before winter, they need a place to shelter from the wind and rain. This place is very suitable. Uncle Wolf, who was driving, took the time to point to a certain place. I have been here before. This place has a very good terrain. We can dig in from here and dig a big hole. It is enough to live in first. Wait until there are more people behind, and then we will take it slowly. It seems that they will have to be cavemen for a while. Sumo thought optimistically. After gradually moving away from the city, the surrounding environment became open. But it is also becoming more and more desolate. The weeds are taller than people, and the roots of the big trees have broken the former road. The ruins are covered with green, and they look particularly magnificent from a distance. The scenery is pleasant, but the atmosphere makes people look solemn. The convoy is preparing to cross an abandoned town. It can be seen that the demolition has suffered great damage, and almost no buildings are intact. There are collapsed spaces everywhere, and something seems to be hidden in the darkness. Suemo. Wang Qing shouted, and he was about to say something. Yeah. They took the wrong road, or to be more precise, they should have accidentally entered some existing territory. Something was moving through the ruins on both sides, at a very fast speed, and kept chasing the convoy. The restlessness of the crowd behind came from the communicator. It's so strange here. I feel something is wrong. I shouldn't have followed. Why do you want to leave? Really? The leader too, he. What leader? Now we are all members of the rock camp, and the leader is only Shi Yin. No, it's Suemo. Ha ha ha. The strange laughter was full of dissatisfaction with Suemo. If you say one more word, I will break your neck. How about that? Qiling put his hand on a person's shoulder, his tone was faint, and his eyes were kind. He was followed by the little girl Afang. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Afang looked at them with a smile, not worried at all. Everyone knew Qiling's identity, and knew what kind of ruthless person he was. Many people shut up immediately. But some people were still unconvinced. You are just a prisoner, why do you teach us a lesson? The man who spoke looked young, and his sneering face was somewhat arrogant. Really? I tell you why. Qiling walked to the side of the man, with a grim smile, and pulled open the car window with his backhand. His arm muscles bulged, and he directly pulled the man out. Fuck. It was unknown who cursed, and Shi Qing, who was driving, had no intention of stopping the car. The man who was thrown out fell to the ground and was dizzy. When he reacted, the car had already run away. Wait for me, wait for me. In this unfamiliar environment, he shouted in panic and stumbled towards the car. The car in front had turned, and behind him, a hand stretched out and pulled him back. In the shadow, a pair of hungry and bloodthirsty eyes emerged. No! The desperate roar did not reach the ears of those in the car. Faced with Qiling's cruel behavior, many people were indignant. What, are you upset? It's simple, as long as you beat me, I jump down by myself. Otherwise, shut up. Or who of you wants to be the next one? Pointing out the window, Qiling licked his lips, seeming to be looking forward to it. The surging madness made people shut up instantly. The two camps, which used to get along very well, had many frictions in today's integration. The attitude of the rock camp was tough. Even if the rest of the rock camp was in the same car, they turned a blind eye to Qiling's behavior. This tacit consent has told everyone that they have no tolerance. Leader, how can he do this? Some people complained to Han Tian with dissatisfaction. But Han Tian laughed at himself. I am not the leader now. If you have any request, you can go to them to discuss it. As for the result, Han Tian's eyes were full of amazement. These people are so cohesive. Whether they discussed it beforehand or Qiling's spontaneous behavior, Han Tian didn't know. Suemo, who listened to the movement behind, smiled. With Qiling, the ruthless man, those people can't make trouble. But Suemo looked to both sides. According to the size of the town, it would take at least an hour to cross this town. From the beginning, she felt that someone was watching her. It's just that the owner of that gaze has not appeared yet. What is that? Wang Qing leaned out with her whole body, staring wide-eyed to try to see what was in front of her. It was a beam. It was obviously man-made. And on the beam hung some dried, human skin. The human skin fluttered in the wind like a flag. And below, there was a group of squirming people. Yes, a group, squirming. When these words are combined together, the scene is horrifying and bloody. The limbs of those people were chopped off, leaving only a body moving on the ground. The blood on the ground was intertwined, and Suemo could see that the wounds were just caused. This strange existence blocked the road of the convoy. Several cars stopped in place. Suemo jumped out of the car and found that most of them were old people when he got closer. There was death in the turbid eyes. After seeing Suemo's appearance, some of them opened their mouths and muttered. But the tongue in that mouth had long disappeared. They lost their ability to move, and even their language. The group of people who were half-dressed were like ghosts blocking the road. Woo woo woo. A woman moved and approached Suemo. She looked up at Suemo, and the tears in her eyes could not stop flowing out. There was hope in her moist eyes. Suemo's eyes trembled slightly. Even though she had seen the darkness in this wasteland, she still felt absurd when she saw this scene. Woo woo woo. The woman was still trying to say something, even shaking her head slightly. Chapter 83. I know. Suemo squatted down and took out the knife under the old man's bright eyes. When the blade pierced the man's heart, Suemo saw the relief in the old man's eyes. Seeing this, the people around him all crawled towards Suemo. The blood spread on the ground, shocking. An old man bit Sumo's trouser leg and begged Sumo to hold the knife again. When he met those painful eyes, the sound of the wind around him became more and more fierce. Pop! The next moment, the old man's head exploded in front of Sumo. Blood plasma mixed with white turbidity splashed all over Sumo. The short knife was lifted up, and sparks flew from the indestructible boning knife. The kinetic energy of the bullet rotated on the blade, and Sumo shook his hand, and the bullet fell to the ground. The bullet, which was as long as a palm, fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. Sumo leaned back suddenly, and his upturned hair was shattered by a bullet. There's a sniper! Uncle Wolf, who was following Sumo, yelled, Don't get off. Wang Qing. Yes. Wang Qing in the car suddenly turned the steering wheel. The car backed up, and hid in the ruins to avoid being hit by bullets. Sumo, standing in place, looked ahead. In the distance, there seemed to be someone lying on a tall building. The roaring bullet shot at Sumo again. He dodged sideways, and a hole was directly blasted in the ground beside him. Even in her world, the power of a sniper rifle is extraordinary. But this man's gun is even more terrifying. Sumo could only catch a trace of murderous aura when he got close to him. The bullet that easily penetrated the stone wall collided with the blade again. With her spiritual power flowing, Sumo cut a bullet with a knife. Her right hand trembled slightly, and her fingers gripped the knife handle tightly. Bang! A shot from a distance took away another life. These people were put here to stop them. Now that these things were useless, those people began to clean them up at will. Sumo. Uncle Wolf, who was hiding behind the wall, shouted, and he wanted to rush over to help. But Uncle Wolf, who couldn't predict where the bullet was almost hit by a bullet as soon as he took a step. The knife in his hand was thrown out, knocking the bullet away, saving Uncle Wolf's life. Don't come over. Sumo, who gave an order and took out a knife again, looked at that direction coldly. His breathing became lighter, and his senses were improving. The sound of the wind gradually disappeared, and the shouting around became weaker. Little by little, following the direction of the bullet, Sumo's eyes became sharper. The wolf-like eyes seemed to penetrate the layered space and reach the upper floors. The woman lying on the ground squeezed out a strange sound. A young man stood beside her, and he raised his eyebrows and smiled. She is really sharp. She caught you. Caught me? He. The woman exhaled, pulled a bolt and aimed again. Next life. The bullets poured out, and the woman with her shoulder against the butt of the gun did not move. TSK, your ability is really terrible. This is what is called killing people thousands of miles away, right? The young man teased, but saw the woman frowning. In the telescope, Sumo's knife blocked a bullet, and the bullet still did not break the blade. What's the knife in her hand? The woman was a little irritable. It's just a knife, and it hasn't broken yet. Ha, your bullets are useless, right? Get lost. The swearing woman loaded the gun again, but this time, she put in a pink bullet. When the bullet whistled out of the muzzle, the woman's body paused, and her face turned a little pale. She looked at the high-power scope nervously, looking forward to the scene of the woman being torn apart by the bullet. Danger, extreme danger. In the distance, Sumo didn't see the bullet, but his perception told him that this bullet was different from the previous one. He quickly ran to the bunker on the left, and Sumo, who was close to the wall, just lowered his body and fell out suddenly. Looking back, he saw the sky full of stones that were blown up. And in the dust, a bullet rushed towards Sumo persistently. He exerted force on his feet and jumped up from the ground. Sumo ran very fast in the ruins. But no matter how she dodged, the bullet could still smash the bunker. This bullet. Hey! Sumo rolled on the ground and saw Chi Ling not far away. This bullet is called Soul Eater, the name given by that stinky woman. Either you find a way to kill that woman, or you cut off this bullet, otherwise it will keep chasing you. Sumo couldn't hear the voice clearly. Do you know who shot it? Shirqing, on the other hand, pulled Chi Ling and asked nervously. More than that, we were colleagues before. It was like a joke, but Shirqing knew that something was wrong. It was a predator. He called out the name, and in an instant, the vehicle was in a commotion. They are here to look for you, right? The man from the Blue Sky Camp spoke, and his expression was very ugly. However, it was not Shirqing who answered him, but Xie Yang's slap. The slap with a scorching temperature made the man's teeth fly out. If you say one more word, do you believe I will throw you out to block the bullet? Beside him, Xiao Xingho also looked at Sumo in front of him with some worry. Hee, you are so anxious to become a family, why don't you help her? The man continued to mock. Xie Yang's eyes were slightly stunned, and then he laughed again. This needs to be explained. Then he walked to the man's side, directly grabbed the other's collar, and dragged him out of the car. What are you going to do? Let me go, do you hear me? Xia Yang, you traitor. The shouting man was kicked away by Xia Yang. The man who was thrown out a distance got up in a mess. Looking at his exposed body, he was a little scared and wanted to go back to the car. But the rising flames made it difficult for him to move forward. Xia Yang raised his hand slightly and looked behind the man. This is the reason. After saying this, the man felt that his arm was grabbed by someone. Looking down, he found that there were pairs of hands stretched out from the ruins. Those hands pulled him back. Get out of the way! Help! Help! However, the man, whose face changed in an instant, slapped those arms, but it was useless. I was wrong, save me, save me! He shouted at Xia Yang, but saw Xia Yang standing by the car and watching coldly. Remember, from the moment we left Luoya town, there was no us, only everyone in the rock camp. If you don't want to die, remember this sentence. The cold rebuke made people panic, but what made people's scalps tingle was the last remaining screams of the man who was dragged into the dark. They were surrounded. They were surrounded by a group of predators. No! They sent themselves to the territory of a group of predators. Chapter 84. There was no sound in the corner, but the smell of blood was wafting to the noses of many people. The car was completely silent, and Suemo, not far away, was still fighting with the strange bullet. The kinetic energy of the bullet seemed endless. No matter how many obstacles it smashed, it still chased after Suemo. Rolling on the ground again, Suemo was a little embarrassed. Small wounds covered Sumo's body, most of which were scratched by gravel. Only the wound on the left side of her waist and abdomen was a little serious. It was left by the bullet that rubbed her waist and abdomen about a few seconds ago. The wound was burning, but fortunately it did not affect her movement. Seeing that the obstacles around her had been smashed by the bullet, Suemo leaned back and stopped dodging after the bullet passed through her head. He exerted force on his feet, and dust splashed around his legs. Suemo raised the knife and stared at the bullet that turned and attacked him again. The bullet that would not stop until the end collided with the knife in Sumo's hand the next second. Amid the sparks, Suemo took a step back. The footprints left were very deep. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Suemo felt as if a train was roaring and crashing directly into him. But this train had no brakes. The bullet, which was fully accelerated, embedded itself into the knife in Sumo's hand little by little. With the point where the bullet hit as the center, dense cracks appeared on the blade. Like a spider web, once it spreads, it can no longer be stopped. Crack! The knife made a crisp sound, and then it cracked. The front end fell to the ground, and the handle was held in Sumo's hand. When the bullet lost its obstruction, and was about to penetrate Sumo's heart, Suemo twisted his upper body violently. Ugh! Suemo groaned and covered his shoulder. He avoided the fatal point, but his left shoulder was directly pierced with a blood hole. As the blood gushed out, Sumo's eyes went dark. Suemo! He heard the worried shouts of those people. Suemo raised his hand to signal them not to come over. The taste of biscuits became a little dry after eating too much. Saliva soaked the biscuits and turned into liquid food into the stomach. The wound became cool, and his head became much clearer. Outside, Xie Yang watched Sumo's shoulder go from half-disabled to free movement, his eyes flickering. You knew it a long time ago, right? He whispered to Xiao Xingho beside him, but there was no surprise in his friend's eyes. I can't betray my master. After all, this was one of the conditions for becoming a disciple. Xiao Xingho responded a little embarrassedly. He just vaguely realized that some of the food made by his master had strange abilities. As for this kind of healing ability, it was the first time he saw it. After touching the biscuits in his pocket, Xiao Xingho finally realized that this was not the snack his master gave him. No matter how depressed Xie Yang was, Suemo, whose mobility was gradually recovering, stared at the direction from which the bullet came. After piercing through himself, the bullet finally fell to the ground. But it was obvious that the attack was not over yet. Damn! Is she still human? The woman pulled her hair in annoyance. According to her estimation, this bullet should be enough to cripple her. As a result, she was full of energy now, and the wound on her shoulder seemed to be non-existent. At most, she only crippled one of her knives. Maybe there is someone with healing ability hiding in her team. The young man next to him was guessing. Then he saw his companion took out another pink bullet and loaded it. Can you still shoot? He raised his eyebrows in surprise, but saw the woman sneer. Don't worry, she won't die. How can I report to my boss if she doesn't die? What you said? The man couldn't help laughing. It's just a deal. If she doesn't die, then she doesn't die. You stayed here, but you didn't promise that your target must die every time you shoot. Besides, didn't you say you were tired of these crazy people and wanted to change places? The man looked through the telescope, but he was still muttering. Yes, so this is the last deal. If it succeeds, I will be free. Exhaling, the woman's voice gradually became smaller, and the man next to her stopped talking. The wind seemed to stop at this moment, but in the woman's eyes, the wind seemed to have a trajectory. Those trajectories drifted towards Suemo in the distance little by little. An invisible line connected the woman and Suemo together. This is the trajectory of her bullet. Load the gun and aim. The woman held her breath, but her heart was beating like thunder. Her pupils were trembling, but her fingers were unusually stable. With her current strength, shooting one of these special bullets was already her limit. The price of forcing herself was a bit high. The tip of her nose was a bit itchy, and blood flowed from her nostrils into her mouth. The woman seemed not to notice it, and she pulled the trigger the moment her eyelashes trembled. I want to see how you can show off now that your knife is broken. After this blow, the woman's upper body collapsed directly to the ground. The young man walked over and helped her up to lean against him. Then you watch carefully. Putting the telescope in front of the woman, the young man looked over there. Sumo's figure was very small at a long distance, but the young man could clearly see Sumo's figure in his eyes. In an instant, if the god of death came, or hell reappeared. The moment the body was locked again, Sumo's eyes moved, as if thinking. The boning knife made of Yanin iron was broken so easily. There are other knives in the space, but those ordinary irons are equivalent to nothing for this sniper. As for the boning knife rewarded by the system, she threw it away to save Uncle Wolf before. Now it is a few meters away from her right. A few meters away, with Sumo's current speed, he can reach it in an instant. But the bullet will not give him a chance. Sumo! Uncle Wolf noticed Sumo's embarrassing situation, and picked up the knife on the ground and wanted to throw it over. However, the moment he touched the knife, Uncle Wolf was stunned. The knife was obviously not big, but he couldn't pull it out after it stabbed into the wall. The muscles on his arm bulged, but it didn't help. What happened? Uncle Wolf was very confused. He had played with this knife before, and it had never happened before. When Uncle Wolf was confused, he saw the knife in front of him tremble slightly. The next second, it disappeared directly in front of him. Turning his head, he saw Suemo holding up the knife to block the bullet that hit his face. Another collision, still sparks flying. But this time the situation seemed a little different. No matter how the bullet rotated, the blade didn't crack, let alone have any flaws. What kind of knife is this? No, how did the knife get into Sumo's hands? The sniper also had this question. Seeing Suemo pick up the bullet with a knife, the woman wanted to stand up, but her weak body didn't allow it. What the hell? She opened her mouth halfway, her face full of horror. Even the man beside him had a thoughtful look in his eyes. The two had never seen such a weapon before. Chapter 85. Suemo, as the person involved, knew what was going on. A few days ago, after she unlocked 5 recipes again, the system gave her a chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive ability of the boning knife. The knife moves, with the heart under the flowery words. The meaning is very simple. If the knife was thrown away in the past, she would have to pick it up in person. But now, with just a thought, as long as the knife is within her sight, it will instantly appear in her hand. This is why she threw the knife just now. It is a test, but also a trick. The hair on the side of the ear was shattered by the bullet, and the broken hair flew in the air. Suemo raised her arm, and when the bullet attacked again, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. The knife was raised horizontally, and the arm drove the wrist to hit the bullet directly. When the two came into contact, the bullet unexpectedly stopped in the air strangely, and then was cut in half. Click. 2 sounds. Xia Yang, Qi Ling, watched this place. In the calm ending, Sumo's figure had disappeared from the spot. Her target was the tall building. Catch the leader first, she wanted to see who was hiding in the dark, and wanted to kill her. Fuck. 2 swear words in a row showed the woman's excitement. She half hung on the man, and slapped him hard. This guy is not a human being. Compared to the woman's excitement, the man seemed much calmer. He picked up the woman and put away the sniper rifle, and walked slowly. Hurry up, she's coming. What kind of monster is this, damn? My last mission. The woman's complaints were depressed, but not much fear. What do you mean, go back, or let me take you away? The man's fingers brushed the woman's lips, signaling her to shut up. But the woman kissed her fingers with her lips, her eyes full of charm. I listen to you. Facing the speed of the woman's changing face, the man seemed to be accustomed to it. Hee hee. Chuckling, the man's eyes showed doting. Since you are curious about what kind of monster this is, I will take you to see it. How about it? Hee hee, I know you best. Leaning on the man, the woman's expression was at ease. At this time, the man had walked to the other side of the roof. Looking down, the height of several hundred meters was terrifying. But the man seemed to have no idea, and jumped down with the woman in his arms. Falling down, the hair of the two people was tangled together. The woman hugged the man's neck, feeling this suicidal excitement, but the woman's eyes were excited. As expected, your ability is more terrifying. With a sigh, the two landed lightly on the ground. Apart from the dust, there was not even a footprint on the ground. It's time to go. Looking back at the direction Suemo came from, the man immediately led the woman into the complex ruins. The temperature in the high-rise building was cold, and many stairs were broken. When Suemo appeared on the rooftop, it was not surprising that no one was seen. Picking up the shell on the ground and rubbing it, Suemo was full of thoughts. According to Qi Ling, this person is a member of the Plunderer. With this ability, are you really willing to be inferior to others? Sweeping the place where the sniper just shot, Suemo stared at a footprint and suddenly smiled. Sure enough, there was more than one person watching her show. Suemo returned again without finding any clues. She threw the shells into space. If I meet this sniper again someday, I will definitely ask him for advice. I say, what should I do? Wang Qing swallowed his saliva as everyone was there, as if he had received some orders. After Suemo left, footsteps were heard in the darkness. Then, some people with ragged clothes and dead expressions came out. Some of them were skinny, and some were too fat to move, but everyone, after seeing them, had greed in their eyes. What is this, a predator? Uncle Wolf also wondered. These people were different from the predators they had met before. Bait, stored food, traps, dead bodies, lambs. Call them whatever you want. This is a hunting ground for predators, and passers-by will be surrounded by these things. The real predators may be hiding among these people, and will come out to kill you at any time. Be careful. Qi Ling stood at the door of the car while speaking in a joking manner. Looking at those things with his eyes raised, Qi Ling's expression was cold. Who cares? Just kill them all. Shi Qing was straightforward and went up with a knife. As Qi Ling said, most people were not strong, and some even fell to the ground with a slight push. These lambs kept here by the real predators had long lost their ability to hunt. But after seeing the arrival of food, they still looked crazy. What you need to be careful of is the real threat hidden in these things. Several people looked carefully. Be careful. Xiao Xingho shouted in the car. A thin woman staggered over to Xie Yang's side, looking very weak. But the moment she approached Xie Yang, the woman took out a dagger and stabbed Xie Yang in the abdomen. TSK, TSK. He pinched the other's arm, and the flames wrapped around the woman along his fingers. When he saw the cruel light in the woman's eyes, Xie Yang broke the woman's arm without hesitation. The flames spread over the body. The predator, who was known for his cruelty, also made a miserable cry under the scorching of the flames. However, the defeat of his companions did not affect the other predators who were hiding. The crowd was still surging. A pair of dark and dry hands reached out to the crowd. Lambs in groups. In this sheepfold, the poor lamb seemed to have lost the instinct to think, crowding and moving forward. Get lost. Uncle Wolf shouted, and another soul died under his sword. So what if he was a poor man? Since he chose to take action, Uncle Wolf would not show mercy. Uncle Wolf, who killed the Lamb clan with his sword, stood in front of the vehicle. Where is Suemo? Why hasn't he come back yet? Someone in the car asked. It was someone who had belonged to the Blue Sky Camp. In their hearts, Suemo was the first fighting force. But they were all surrounded, and Suemo hadn't appeared yet. Nothing will happen, right? Someone muttered. No more gunshots were heard, but what if something else happened? What nonsense are you talking about? Master will not be in trouble. Xiao Xingho stared at the man, his tone a little angry. The man didn't answer, but just looked at the person beside him. The two looked at each other, and seemed to have made some decisions. Looking at this scene, Han Tian wanted to say something, but saw the coldness in Xiao Xingho's eyes. Han Tian couldn't help but feel a little confused. In his impression, Xiao Xingho was a man obsessed with the kitchen, with no ability and not a warrior. He was weak and kind. But when did Xiao Xingho, who always smiled at everyone he saw, have such a look? No. Han Tian suddenly realized something, and his eyes were full of surprise. He looked at the two people who were ready to make a move, and finally smiled bitterly, pretending not to see it. It turned out that they had planned it long ago. Chapter 86. The melee outside continued. The men stood close together, on guard against each other, and did not give the hidden looters a chance to take advantage. Seeing the corpses piling up under his feet, a man behind the lamb quietly watched the scene. He held a strange weapon in his hand. It was about 50 centimeters long, with an angular blade and 3 ribs. The 3-edged military bayonet, with some blood grooves on the spiral blade. He threw it up and down, not caring about the continuous tragic deaths of his own people. His eyes passed through the crowd and looked at Qi Ling. For this traitor, the man had some murderous intent in his eyes. When their eyes met, Qi Ling smashed the head of a looter with one punch. Throwing the corpses on the ground casually, Qi Ling tore through the crowd and was about to pass. The man raised the blade, gestured to the side of his neck, and pulled it horizontally. If the action of cutting the throat was dangerous, Qi Ling did not react, but just crushed another person's head. See you next time. After saying this silently, the man disappeared. This is a breeding farm and a hunting ground, for hunting those poor creatures. However, the prey that came today is quite powerful. If we don't leave now, the woman seems to be coming back. So see you next time. As the man disappeared, Qi Ling saw some people in the crowd retreating. That's them. He shouted, these are the real predators. With Qi Ling's reminder, Uncle Wolf and others instantly had a target. Uncle Wolf, who clenched his fists, should not be too excited. The few people turned their backs to the rear, and did not see 2 people in the car moving stealthily. Let's go help. At this time, everyone in the car was concerned about the outside. After meeting the eyes of the little kid standing at the door, the 2 of them smiled awkwardly. The innocent little kid showed a beautiful smile, and took the initiative to make way. After getting off the car, the 2 slowly approached the nearest Uncle Wolf. One of them licked the corner of his mouth, and seemed a little nervous. What are you afraid of? The other one said in a low voice. This is our camp, and we are the ones who make the decision. After saying that, his eyes were full of pride. The short knife in his hand stabbed Uncle Wolf's back. Uncle Wolf, who was in a fierce battle, did not react at all. Swish! This was the sound of the blade cutting something. The man's forward steps suddenly stopped. Uncle Wolf was close at hand, and even turned his head and smiled at him. That smile was a little strange, without any murderous intent, and even with a bit of smile. No. Something is wrong. He wanted to say these 3 words, but found that his throat was leaking. He raised his shaking hand and pressed it on his neck, feeling a sticky liquid. He turned his head with difficulty, only to see his companion lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. And beside him, Su Emo stood quietly. There was no warmth under his gentle eyes. Shaking off the blood on the blade, Su Emo let the man fall to the ground. Then he turned around and joined the battle. After the looters fled, these lambs were not to be feared. But in a moment, there were casualties everywhere. And some lambs seemed to have finally awakened, and fled here miserably. Among the corpses on the ground, someone cleared the road. Su Emo stood outside the car, looking at the people in front of him, his eyes focused on Han Tian, and then smiled. Then, congratulations on officially becoming a member of our rock camp. From today on, we are a family. The overly cheerful tone made these people silent. Some people avoided Sumo's eyes, and dared not look at him at all. Are being neighbors and being family 2 different feelings? Is this Su Emo so cruel and ruthless? Amidst the pile of doubts, Su Emo looked very innocent. This is just a small test. Don't worry, I've always been very gentle to my family. If you don't believe me, ask them. Pointing to the original residents of the rock camp, who were working diligently, Sumo said, don't be too sincere. Yes, it's true. The man Zhang Taowei nodded, his tone was heavy, his expression was murderous. Why is this not convincing? But despite this, some people with good sense have taken the initiative to help. In the rock camp, ordinary people don't have to fight under normal circumstances, but the camp doesn't keep idle people. Everyone is very good at this kind of aftermath. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Han Tian asked Su Emo, who was leaning against the car with narrowed eyes, with a casual look on his face. On purpose? Su Emo shook her head. It was just a sudden thought. She didn't allow any unstable factors in her camp. That's why she left a loophole on purpose. If there was a person with a heart, he would have taken action now. It can't be guaranteed that all those who left behind are sincere, but it's relatively pure. It seems that Xingho's choice is really correct. Han Tian, who was indescribable, laughed and shook his head, and then joined the struggle. No matter what, you have to make yourself useful, otherwise what if you are abandoned? Seeing this scene, Su Emo smiled slightly. Then, the first step of building a home, that is, the cohesion of the family, was initially completed here. The scattered lambs hid in the shadows. Suemo was sure that after they left, the predators would come back. But it didn't matter. Just don't block her way. Half an hour later, the vehicle started again. The wheels rolled over the corpse and left, leaving blood like flowers from hell. The vehicle passed through the town and returned to the wide loss, and the team became excited. Many people were discussing the scene of Sumo's battle just now. Some people were curious about Sumo's ability. It's too omnipotent. In the front car, Wang Qing looked at Suemo with a little resentment in his eyes. Woo woo woo, don't you love me anymore, and you still have this trick up your sleeve. Holding the boning knife, the blade was light, as if it had no weight, but Uncle Wolf knew what happened before. The look in her eyes when she looked at Suemo was also somewhat resentful. Ahem. Suemo, who was steering with one hand, tried to keep the vehicle stable. These two resentful husbands are a bit scary. It was just discovered not long ago. Since she decided not to rely on the base, but to build her own place, then she would naturally be as strong as possible. So whether it was the space, the special food, or even the ability to control the knife, Suemo showed it without hesitation at this moment. As long as she was strong enough, those people might think about whether they could crush her to death before they wanted to rebel. Otherwise, under her eyes, with a little expectation, there was a flame of passion. She seemed to like this kind of rampant and unbridled day, and she didn't have to hide it like she did at the beginning. But there were still many problems ahead. On the bumpy road, the car turned off near dusk. The setting sun, the red clouds were thousands of miles away, and the colorful fallen leaves were beautiful in this dusk. Suemo looked at the beautiful autumn scenery and felt a little wronged. I swear, I'm a good driver. The tire of the car burst. Chapter 87. It doesn't seem to be man-made. After Wang Qing carefully checked the area around the vehicle, he found that the vehicle had driven on the rugged road for too long and had a flat tire. Someone in the team was changing a tire. Suemo, who was teased, was on guard not far away. It was already mid-afternoon, and the sun was weak overhead. The weeds were scattered around, and the grass was as tall as a person, blocking the view. Suemo jumped onto a tree and looked around, and finally fixed on a certain direction. The grass in autumn was yellow and dry, but there was a faint green there. After being stared at for a long time, the green actually moved by itself. I surrender. A crisp and pleasant voice appeared, making it difficult to be on guard. The girl with a few green plants on her head looked sweet and well-behaved. She looked at Suemo with a bit of flattery. I swear, I just passed by here and met you. The girl came out, about the same age as Suemo. The clothes were not clean, but not worn out. She seemed a little nervous, her hands clenched into fists. Come out! Wang Qing went over and pulled the other person out. Come out if you want, don't be so rough. The girl muttered, dissatisfied but not daring to resist. Her expression was very awkward. Under the scrutiny of many people, she was a little timid. My name is Muyuyu. I'm a wanderer. I originally wanted to find a camp and then walk from here, but I met you. I thought you were those bad guys, so I hid. Really, I didn't mean anything else. Muyuyu said quickly, raising her hands to show her innocence. There was nothing in the open palm, but the fingertips were tightly together. Suemo glanced at her, and had no intention of attacking. Tie her up first. Muyuyu glared at Suemo with a light sentence. I thought you were a good person, but you are so unreasonable. In that case. The other party suddenly brushed away Wang Qing's fingers, and then opened his fingertips. A seed fell to the ground and quickly took root and sprouted. Wang Qing's arm was red from the slender branches. It was a willow tree about 2 meters tall. The leaves on the flowing willow branches gradually detached and floated in the air ready to attack at any time. Would related supernatural power? Suemo guessed, but this ability was not similar to that of President Tong in Luoya Town. I tell you, you can't catch me. Muyuyu's expression was a little proud. She directed the willow branches to attack everyone, but she stood under the tree motionless. Although those willow branches are annoying, they are not impossible to deal with. The branches were cut off directly, and Wang Qing, holding a big knife, was very calm. He quickly broke through, reached the willow tree, and grabbed Muyuyu directly. He should have grabbed her firmly, but his fingers went straight through her body. No. It was not through, but the other party itself did not exist. Stupid, I told you that you can't catch me. The voice seemed to come from all directions, but Muyuyu was nowhere to be seen. The shadow gradually dissipated, and even the willow tree became empty. What kind of ability is this? There are many talents in the wasteland, and there are countless strange abilities. But even the well-informed Uncle Wolf was a little surprised. It should be an illusion, Suemo said softly. It is very likely that they were trapped by the opponent's illusion from the beginning. The Muyuyu who came out of the bushes was real, but the Muyuyu who came in front of everyone was fake. So, when did the substitution begin? Probably when the opponent raised his hands to surrender. With a little smile in his eyes, Suemo jumped down from the tree. The tire had been changed by now. She won't follow us in secret, will she? Xiao Xingho came close to Suemo, looking like my master would protect me if I was in danger. No, you said it the other way around. Xiao Xingho expressed his doubts with his eyes. Don't you think we need a safe place to rest at night? It was already dusk, and in the wasteland, where to rest at night was a big deal. What do you mean? Uncle Wolf's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. Well, I put something on her. She should be able to lead us to a safe place. Suemo, who was driving again, led the way in front. From a distance, Suemo could smell a strange fragrance. Color, aroma, and taste are the basic standards for evaluating a delicacy, and a chef often judges by these aspects. As a top chef, Suemo has always had a good sense of smell, not to mention that she specially added some ingredients. The car window was open, and the wind outside was very cool. The wheels crushed the weeds and walked across the gravel road, and the sunset had already arrived. Oh my God, there really is! Many people exclaimed, their heads poked out of the window, looking at some tree houses in front. The unique architectural style is very attractive. However, the fence does not seem to welcome their arrival. Who? This is a private camp. If you come any closer, don't blame us for being rude. On the top of the 3-meter-high wooden fence, a man shouted, and the other picked up a hammer, as if he would ring the bell to alarm at any time. The two looked at the people in the rock camp with a very alert look. We are passing by, invited by Muyuyu's Mugirl, and come to visit. Suemo spoke, his expression was so natural. Yo-yo? The two looked at each other, and it was obvious who this was. But the eyes were strange. Wait for me, we go ask. One of them shouted, but quickly jumped off the fence. Yo-yo just came back, but didn't say anything about this. In the middle of the camp, various wooden houses are scattered and look very primitive. But there are many humans walking inside. These people were dressed in complete clothes and looked peaceful. There were children playing hide-and-seek among the houses, and soldiers training in the open space. In the center of the camp was a 2-story wooden building, which was the leader's residence. At this moment, Muyuyu, sitting on a chair, was excitedly telling everyone how she had just deceived Suemo and others. Really, you don't know, that woman is very fierce. She attacked me when she saw me, but I reacted quickly, so she couldn't take advantage of me. Humph, I guess you still don't know how I played you. Muyuyu raised her little chin and spoke cheerfully, while the others had doting on their faces. Yo-yo, there is a group of people outside, saying that you invited them to be guests. The leader is a woman, about your age, and she looks pretty. But when the guard's report arrived, Muyuyu's face stiffened. How could they possibly catch up? The angry Muyuyu stood up and rushed out, and so did the others. Chapter 88. Several cars, several familiar faces, looking at each other, Muyuyu felt a little embarrassed when she saw Sumo's harmless smile. She boasted too early. What do you want to do? I tell you, we are not afraid of you. Walking in front of Suemo, Muyuyu whispered. Behind her, everyone in the Qingmu camp was full of curiosity. Hey, do you think he is really Yuyu's friend? I don't know, but he looks good. You see, Yuyu is quite enthusiastic. These discussions were very quiet, but Suemo and others' physical fitness had already surpassed ordinary people, and they heard these words clearly. Seeing a layer of red on Muyuyu's face, Suemo spoke. Don't worry, we are not going to do anything. We are moving the camp and passing by here. It will be dark soon, so we need a place to rest. If you can stay here, we are willing to pay. Beside her, Shirqing handed a bag of silver coins to Muyuyu. The heavy weight made people excited. Muyuyu's eyes were wide open with a wooden face, but she didn't take it. We will leave early tomorrow morning, Suemo added. The people in the rock camp had their weapons randomly placed at this time, and they had no intention of fighting. There were also a few children who looked at everyone curiously through the window. These children were particularly interested in the tree houses. Okay. But you can find a place to sleep by yourselves. Grabbing the bag, Muyuyu had a warning in her eyes. Then she gestured to open the door, and welcomed everyone in. It seems that there haven't been any guests in the Qingmu camp for a long time, and some residents' eyes are inquiring. Hee, hello, welcome to visit. I am the leader of the Qingmu camp. My last name is Mu. An old lady came out at this time, leaning on a cane, and her legs and feet seemed a little inconvenient. But her eyes were kind, and her wrinkled face was smiling kindly. Hey, Grandma, your legs are not healed yet. What are you doing out here? I can take care of it. Muyuyu hurried over to support the old woman, whispering, with worry in her eyes. Hey, I'm fine. People get older, and have more problems. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Grandma Mu waved her hand, motioning everyone to follow her. Actually, this used to be a village, and we all live in this village. This time it's after a disaster, and we have to change our living environment. These tree houses are simple to build, and can be abandoned at any time. But I have been unable to walk these years, so some things can only be done by my little granddaughter. Grandma Mu said, holding Sumo's hand. Most people in the camp regard our Yuyu as the next leader. They respect her, pamper her, and keep their distance from her. I am relieved that she has a friend of the same age as her. Grandma Mu's fingers were a little hard, and it seemed a little difficult to walk. Suimo took the initiative to help the old lady walk slowly. I am also very happy to have a friend like Yuyu. Suimo glanced at Muyuyu's awkward face, and was very well behaved. Haha, okay, you guys can live wherever you want. If you need anything, just find Yuyu. Yo-Yo, did you hear me? Treat your friends well. This was said with a bit of majesty, and Muyoyo could only nod. I know, Grandma. Not long after she helped her grandma into the house, Muyoyo came out. Let's go! It was obvious that Muyoyo was very unhappy. But the cheerful girl couldn't hold back her words. How did you find me? Moving to Sumo's side, Muyoyo asked in a low voice. There was still a little baby fat on her cute face. Drugs used to track ferocious beasts. When hunting in the wild, those ferocious beasts will not surrender. Sometimes, in order to prevent the prey from escaping, they will prepare in advance. Suimo also learned this from Uncle Wolf. Ferocious beast you. The little girl with round eyes seemed a little unhappy, but she still led everyone to an area. You can rest here tonight. Remember, don't run around, and don't hurt anyone in our camp. Otherwise, when Muyuyu frowned, he looked quite imposing. Okay, we got it. Thank you. After watching the other party leave, Suimo asked everyone to pack up. Simple tents are easy to build. Some soldiers with good physiques even said that sleeping on the ground would be fine. Preparation work was in full swing. However, when night really fell, the people in Qingmu camp did not invite them to dinner. Fortunately, there was no shortage of cooks in their camp. The fire was set up. Antli and Xiao Xingho went into battle together, and Suimo, as the commander, sat leisurely on a chair and watched the two busy. All kinds of barbecued meat, roasted trotters, and roasted arms were brought out. The pure aroma of meat, with just simple salt and chili powder, was tempting enough. Suimo, I think we can sell these things when we settle down in the future. Pointing at the chili powder, Wang Qin ate it with a mouthful of oil. Those terrible red, green, and purple peppers, after Sumo's research, turned into these powders. How can spicy things sprinkled on barbecue be so addictive? Wang Qin hissed in his mouth, and his hands kept moving, and even his voice became vague. I do have this idea. Suimo answered seriously. Once the camp is determined, in order to ensure operation, it is naturally necessary to export to the outside world. Various materials are very scarce in this wasteland. And due to the low productivity, many things cannot be bought and sold on a large scale. Instead of competing with those bases, it is better to make some of your own characteristics. According to Sumo's knowledge, these spices were her original plan. With the help of yellow mud, she was sure that planting would not be bad. The outline of a plan had already been brewing in Sumo's mind. What are you eating? A curious voice interrupted the crowd eating meat and drinking. Suimo saw Muyuyu coming over with a few little kids. Don't look at me, they are curious. I followed them because I was worried. Pointing at the little radish heads, Muyuyu tried to be serious, but the rolling of her throat was hard to deceive. Try it? Suimo didn't mind, and took the initiative to hand over the barbecue. The first step of friendly communication is the temptation of food. Suimo, who was very confident in this regard, smiled after seeing Muyuyu take a bite with a look of I don't care, and then the saliva secretion accelerated. There are still a lot, take whatever you want to eat. Greeting the children kindly, Sumo's eyes were bright. Perhaps, the first planned customer has already appeared. Chapter 89. Muyuyu, with a mouth full of oil, finally appeared in Chief Mu's room. Tasting the tender meat specially roasted by Suimo, Grandma Mu's eyes were smiling. It's really good. Yeah, I think so too. Mu Yuyu was a little irritated, lying on the table in frustration. She had deliberately ignored those people, but who knew that those people would eat a little and make everyone in the Qingmu camp greedy. There were really many people who went to eat for free that night. The key is that Su Mo still greeted them warmly. So now, she really couldn't continue to treat them harshly. Silly girl, your grandma is not leaving so soon. Don't worry about these people. Grandma Mu stroked Mu Yuyu's hair, her eyes a little dim. If possible, it would be good to spend more time with them. Yo-yo, it's hard to survive in the wasteland if you just focus on this place. These people have a lot of blood energy, but they have no ill intentions. Grandma Mu, who has half a foot in the lust, knows very well that although there are not many people coming, if they really fight, their camp may not be the opponent. The strong blood energy on those people almost rises to the sky. They all came out of fighting and death. On the other hand, most of their camp are ordinary people who have never seen blood. But the place they want to go should be our hometown. This is what Mu Yoyo cares about. Qingmu Basin, Qingmu Camp, I think those people also have some thoughts. Their tribe once lived in the Qingmu Basin. It's just that after the catastrophe, the beast tide directly flattened their village. They had no choice but to escape. Although there are fewer ferocious beasts in the basin now, they have settled here for so many years that they no longer have the courage to leave. She admired the courage of Su Imo and others, and was somewhat resistant to their appearance. Girl, this is our hometown now. Rubbing Mu Yuyu's head, Grandma Mu sighed. Her turbid eyes were very calm. October 15th, late autumn, the night sky was as bright as summer. That night, the two camps sped it peacefully. The next morning, the people in the rock camp were ready to go. When the vehicle left Qingmu camp, Su Imo saw Mu Yuyu in the crowd. The other party was waving his hand, but his expression seemed very sad. Qingmu. Su Imo squinted and watched Qingmu camp disappear in the distance. He didn't expect that some things were so coincidental. When the vehicle drove into the wilderness, everyone became alert. The old, weak, women and children sat in the car and kept quiet. Su Imo was sitting in the passenger seat, fiddling with the knife in his hand outside the car. Occasionally, he would throw it out, and a beast that was secretly watching would die under the knife. The vehicle was blocked by many fallen trees not long after it moved. Those dead trees were lying in the forest, like immortal guards. Fortunately, the people who came were not ordinary. Qi Ling, who was used as a road-clearing machine, punched it with a fist, and his face was gloomy. When did he, a dignified predator, fall to the level of a tool man? Fortunately, the little girl Afong was very considerate and comforted him from time to time. But the speed was still much slower. Su Imo simply got out of the car and explored further ahead alone. After going deep into the wilderness, Su Imo saw some human civilization. What he saw in the decayed civilization were collapsed stone walls and rotten equipment. Some places were occupied by ferocious beasts. Su Imo, holding a knife, cleaned up those guys who had occupied the nest without hesitation. The space was sufficient again, and Su Imo was already thinking about the day when he would mobilize everyone to make smoked meat. When he pushed aside the layers of bushes, a very flat area appeared in front of Su Imo. He could still hear the sound of a rushing river in the distance. That's it. The little kid who followed Su Imo rushed over excitedly. The laughter of children rippled on the plain, very crisp. Su Imo crossed the plain and came to the foot of a stone mountain. This used to be a mine, and the mountain was hard and not easy to slide. The stones inside were squeezed together, and the density was sufficient. The knife scratched the mountain wall, leaving traces, and Su Imo was planning the excavation of the cave. In winter, to some extent, caves are warmer than houses built outside. Bang! When the last new tire exploded, the vehicle finally came with people in the bumps. What I saw was the weeds all over the ground. What I heard was the ups and downs of the roars of the beasts in the forest. This place is primitive, dangerous, and full of opportunities. You follow me. Uncle Wolf took a few soldiers to patrol the surroundings, and some people went to unload the goods. And Qi Ling was reluctantly brought to the stone wall by Afong. Have you thought about how to repay me? Looking at Su Imo with a teasing look, Qi Ling's eyes were filled with a sense of danger. Please! Su Imo turned sideways and made a gesture, and then Qi Ling punched the stone wall. A large piece of stone fell, and Su Imo stood a little further away. Seeing Qi Ling struggling and sweating, he stabbed into the ground with a knife. The tip of the knife was raised, and a poisonous snake was pulled out from the ground by Su Imo. It seems that I have to prepare some insect repellent, Su Imo thought, with a faint joy in her eyes. Although this place is primitive, it is deeply in her heart. Su Imo, I also found some fruit trees in the forest, and the fruits taste good. Sumo mushrooms, all mushrooms, these red ones look delicious. Sumo, let's go fishing. After the initial discomfort, everyone in the camp worked hard. Sumo bent down and threw the poisonous mushrooms out of the basket. God knows if these poisonous mushrooms have mutated in the wasteland. What should I do if I eat them and lie on the bed? Tents of different heights are built on the flat ground. People come in and out. The cave has been dug to almost the same size, with complex passages and many rooms. And today is the 5th day since everyone came to the Qingmu Basin. A lot of trees around have been cut down and built in the cave for support. The vision has become wider. Food is always supplied at the temporary stove. The mushroom broth is boiling in the pot, and it is Sumo who is in charge of the cooking. Energy value plus 10. The voice of the system is as calm as ever. Dish name, mushroom broth, S level. Introduction. There are both meat and vegetables, and you won't lie on the bed after eating it. Effect of consumption. Enhance the physique of the eater. Evaluation of diners. Who can refuse a bowl of hot mushroom broth in autumn? After mastering the skills, it is not difficult for Sumo today to make S-level delicacies. She needed the people in the camp to have sufficient strength, so Sumo was not stingy with these dishes that could improve the physique of the eaters. The first bite was the softness of the mincemeat and the fragrance of the mushrooms. The unique aroma of the mushrooms balanced the fishy smell of the meat, and with the addition of some wild vegetables, the fragrance was fragrant and delicious. Holding a clean bowl, Wang Qing, who had just come back from work, looked a little strange. Chapter 90. Gulyalu. Wang Qing drank a large bowl of cold water, but still felt his throat smoking. Poisoned? Or was he under an illusion again? Wang Qing shook his head and looked at Sumo with a red face, asking for help. What's going on? The others also noticed Wang Qing's abnormality. Oh my, it's so hot. Xiao Xingho touched Wang Qing, but found that he was like on fire, and his fingers were burned with blisters. Get out of the way. Uncle Wolf took a large basin of water and poured it on Wang Qing. Sizzling. It was the sound of water vapor evaporating. A large amount of water mist spread out, and the scene was a bit shocking. Many people subconsciously stayed away from Wang Qing. Watching the scene, Sumo had some guesses in his heart. Don't be afraid. Do you feel like you have endless energy in your body and want to release it? She walked over and asked. Her eyes fell on the broken bowl on the ground. The other party felt this strange after drinking mushroom soup. Yeah. Wang Qing responded vaguely and scratched his arm. He always felt like there were 10,000 bugs crawling in his body without any rules. He wanted to catch those bugs, but he didn't know how to start. The feeling of blockage made smoke come out of his head. Try to lead those forces to your arm, and then command it to release. Sumo guided Wang Qing. His current situation is a bit like his previous self, and at that time, she had just been activated by the system. If the guess is correct, then the expectation in my heart is growing wildly. Sumo's face is not too worried. Wang Qing, who trusted Sumo completely, began to try according to Sumo's words. His whole arm was a little red and swollen, and it was stinging. Wang Qing, who was enduring the pain, was already sweating profusely. His clothes showed signs of being burned, but he was still holding on. Until all the power was forced onto his right arm, Wang Qing suddenly shouted. Ha! In an instant, a dazzling flame bloomed in Wang Qing's palm. The bright color jumped in everyone's eyes, bringing out a cry of surprise. Oh my god, this is a fire ability. Doesn't Wang Qing have the ability? He awakened? How is it possible? There were many doubts, and some were happy for Wang Qing. But some people looked at Sumo, who didn't seem surprised by this situation. Do I really have the ability? Wang Qing himself was also very excited. The flame was thrown out and instantly ignited the dry grass. But when it burned in his palm, he didn't feel hot, but warm. His fingers shuttled through the flames and played with them. Wang Qing grinned and laughed happily. I have the ability. Sumo, Uncle Wolf, I have the ability. Look, kid, I have the ability. Wang Qing, who was showing off to a bunch of people, was in high spirits. However, the flame did not last long and gradually went out. Ah, my fire! He shouted and became depressed in an instant. Is this ability a one-time thing? Don't worry, it's just that you have just awakened the ability, and the power is not stable yet. When you use it more later, the ability will become more and more powerful. Xie Yang, who also had fire ability, patted Wang Qing on the shoulder. Oh, okay. Wang Qing's eyes suddenly lit up again, and he jumped a few times with joy. However, Wang Qing, who gradually calmed down, felt that the way people looked at him was a little strange. The women had already looked away. Instead, the big men like Uncle Wolf were staring at his lower body, looking at it with relish. Looking down, Wang Qing's face turned red again. His clothes burned into charcoal, and in his excitement, the charcoal pieces broke. Ah! With a shy cry, Wang Qing rushed back to the tent in despair. Oh my god, this kid is good? Strong enough. Ha ha ha. For a while, there was constant laughter in the camp. No matter what, having one more ability user is a good thing for the camp. Master, can I be like Wang Qing in the future? Approaching Sumo, Xiao Xingho asked in a low voice. He saw that Sumo's eyes were full of admiration. Master is really amazing. He can even do this. I don't know. Sumo shook her head. Speaking of which, Wang Qing had tasted almost all the special food she made. So he was the first person whose body changed. She didn't know whether the others would be the same later. But at least there was a possibility. This happy event made the atmosphere of the entire camp more harmonious. Some people were responsible for the basic construction of the camp, and in the afternoon Sumo brought Xiao Doubting to the depths of the forest. At this time, the two hid in a big tree. The dense canopy covered the two tightly. There was a group of sheep monsters below. The snow-white and fluffy fur looks easy to knead, but there are many blood grooves on the two horns on the top of the head. The A181 has a hard head like steel, and its long and fat ears stand up like a fan, capturing the movements nearby. The combat power of a single A181 is not strong, but this thing moves in groups. There is a leader in each A181 group. Once they encounter any danger, their first reaction is to run away. In the wasteland, there are almost no beasts that can outrun the extremely fast A181. However, this kind of beast is a bully. Once they determine that the enemy is weak, then they will swarm up and charge directly until they trample the enemy to death. This is a cunning and cruel species. But at this time, Sumo was wondering what the roasted whole lamb in the wasteland tastes like. Sister Su, I want to try it. The big eyes of Do Ding holding a small dagger looked at Sumo very seriously. He has been learning martial arts from the soldiers in the camp. He is not independent now, but the little bean has the courage to face danger. Okay, that's the same as what we discussed. You act as bait, and I harvest. Sumo responded softly. Yes. The bean nodded heavily, and then climbed down nimbly. The little bean crawled in the grass, and made almost no sound. It was not until he got close to the herd of A181 that he stepped on a branch. The sound of the branch breaking was somewhat obvious in the dense forest. The little bean seemed to be startled and subconsciously straightened up. When the round eyes met those A181, the little bean opened his mouth and cried directly. Wow! He cried and ran back. The staggering little movement looked very embarrassed. However, the bean was too small and his legs were not very agile, so he could not rush out of some high bushes. The little kid whose clothes were caught by the thorns was so anxious that his face was covered with tears. Help! Help! He shouted, but no other sound came from the dense forest. A few meters away, the A181s were a little restless. Their hooves stepped on the ground, as if they wanted to escape. Some A181s that were nibbling grass with their heads down now raised their heads and looked towards the middle of the flock. There was an A181, relatively tall, with a pair of more domineering horns. The head sheep looked at the little kid, trying to measure the degree of danger. Chapter 91. Do Ding was still struggling frantically in the bushes, and his arms and face were scratched by the thorns. Red blood dripped onto the ground, and the blood was carried by the wind to the group of A181. Me! The moment the loud cry sounded, the A181 turned around and rushed towards Do Ding in a group. It was very imposing. In the bloodthirsty pupils, there was a flash of cold cruelty. When the horn of the leading A181 was about to pierce Do Ding's body, a knife pierced it directly. Sumo jumped down from the tree, picked up the little Do Ding, and threw him hard. Do Ding's heart beat very fast when he returned to the tree. His little face was flushed, but his face was excited. After killing an A181 with a knife, Sumo rushed directly into the flock of sheep. Facing a large number of A181, Sumo was not timid. Or the neck or the back. Even the limbs and the head. The light blade turned in her hand, and each cut followed the extremely perfect cutting line, killing those A181. The knife skills of butchering cattle have long been restored to their original simplicity in Sumo's hands. Each move is simple and deadly. While Sumo's slaughter continued, the leader sheep slightly behind may have realized that something was wrong. Me! A long cry sounded, and the A181 began to flee in all directions. But Suemo followed the chaos of the sheep and quickly approached the leader sheep. Suemo, with his feet flying, grabbed the tail of the leader sheep and stopped its escape. Me! The hind half of the body was raised, and the hoof kicked directly at Suemo. Although Suemo avoided it, the air beside him exploded. This kick was quite powerful. "TSK, stop running, come back with me obediently," Suemo said briskly. From the beginning, her target was the leader. A 181, a ferocious beast, was almost the same as the sheep in her memory. And sheep can be raised. Going out hunting is a major means of obtaining food in the camp. But this is not the only way. After all, there are great risks. So, animal husbandry was born naturally. As long as the leader is caught, it seems not a dream to keep the entire A181 in captivity. But obviously, the leader is unruly. It may have sensed Sumo's plan with its kingly demeanor. It kept stepping on its hooves. It even twisted its body and hit Suemo. Not only that, those fleeing A181 seemed to have received some orders and attacked Suemo frantically. One foot supported the ground, and the other kicked out handsomely. After kicking an A181 away, Suemo jumped onto the back of the leader. Grabbing the thick wool, Sumo's knife chopped directly at the sheep's horns. The indestructible boning knife hit the sheep's horns, which caused obstacles as expected. The mental power poured out at this moment. The blade rang softly. The cold white blade glowed brightly, and cut into the sheep's horns. The half-entered blade was stained with blood. This sheep's horn was like a living thing, squeezing the blade inside. The head sheep under him screamed miserably. He twisted his body wildly to throw Suemo off. But Suemo never let go. She lay on the head sheep and simply used the sheep's horns to stabilize her body. There was blood on her palm. Some of it belonged to the leader sheep, and some belonged to her. The other hand was used to repel the A181s that rushed over. Corpses appeared one after another, and Doubting, who was watching this scene on the branch, opened his eyes wide. Sister Sue is so powerful, like a god of war. Be good and listen, Suemo shouted, and when the leader sheep jumped up again, her arm directly strangled the other's throat. Both arms closed and contracted. Fortunately, the A-type beasts are not known for their size. As Suemo exerted force, the leader sheep, who also needed to breathe, gasped. Saliva flowed at the corners of his mouth, wetting his wool. The stimulated leader sheep no longer fought with Suemo, but instead knocked away an A181 in front of him, and then ran out. It seemed to want to use its speed to throw Suemo away. Unfortunately, Sumo's frail body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, firmly fixed on the back of the head sheep. There was a slight click, a little faint in the wind. This was the sound of the head sheep's throat bone being broken by Suemo. The speed of the head sheep slowed down. The foot was unstable, and it knelt directly on the ground. Its throat was full of blood foam. The body was twitching, but there was anger in its eyes. Until then, Suemo jumped down. She held a cornmeal bun in her hand and put it in front of the head sheep. "What do you want to eat? Something that can save your life." Just put it next to the mouth of the head sheep. Suemo squatted beside it and looked at the other party quietly. The blade was inserted into the ground, like a butcher knife hanging above the head. The head sheep lay on the ground dying. Its eyes were imprinted with Sumo's figure. There was a kind smile on the girl's pretty face. But the eyes seemed to be telling of the cold. "Me." A very weak sound squeezed out of the head sheep's mouth. It opened its mouth, with some difficulty, and rolled a bun to the edge of its mouth with its tongue. Its teeth were broken, and chewing was almost impossible. The breath in its throat became less and less. But when the bun melted on its lips, the head sheep felt a vitality wrapping itself in it. The wound became warm, and the bones were reviving and creaking. After a few breaths, the head sheep stood up directly. It moved its body, and looked at Suemo with a little awe. At this time, Suemo was still squatting on the ground, looking up at the other party slightly. The head sheep, who was obviously at the top, gradually lowered his head in Sumo's calm eyes, raised his hand, and the bloody hand fell on the other party's head. Suemo stroked it a few times. But the head sheep was obedient and motionless. This was submission, but also admitting defeat. That's right. Suemo turned over and sat on the back of the head sheep, and then directed it to go in the direction of Do Ding. The A181 scattered along the road, followed behind the head sheep with some uneasiness amid the bleating of the head sheep. "Get down." Standing under the tree, Suemo caught the little Do Ding and put it on the back of the head sheep. The Do Ding was still a little scared after touching everywhere. But soon he found that the head sheep would not resist. "Go!" He grabbed the wool and shouted, and drove the head sheep directly to the camp. Isn't this the way to ride a horse? Sumo shook his head and followed with a smile. The two people and a group of sheep appeared in front of everyone in the camp. When the A181 were driven into the rough sheepfold, they curled up and looked pitiful. The herd that was so fierce before was very obedient now. It's really possible. Uncle Wolf nodded continuously while watching this scene. He had heard that someone in the base could tame those beasts for their own use. He had also seen those predators using beasts to attack the camp. But most of those beasts were forced. The broken-horned sheep in front of him followed Sumo step by step, so he didn't act too willingly. Chapter 92. Base number 8. In the backyard of the Liu family, a little girl sat in a wheelchair with a bright smile on her face. Brother, is the way you said really delicious? Pulling Liu Xingwan's sleeve, the little girl asked curiously. Well, it's delicious. I've tried it. There will be a chance in the future. Touching the little girl's head, Liu Xingwan's face was rarely soft, but he just raised his eyes and saw Feng Miao not far away. His smile was restrained, and his expression was as cold as the moon. Seeing the change in Liu Xingwan's attitude, Feng Miao came over. Cici, do you miss me? Feng Miao seemed to come here often. I miss Sister Feng. Then brother, you guys chat, I go back first. Lu Cici was very sensible, and turned the wheelchair to leave. No need. Feng Miao shook his head. I came here for you this time. I'm here to fulfill my promise. Feng Miao said this and looked at Liu Xingwan. Lu Cici tilted her head and expressed her incomprehension. A moment later, in the room, Lu Cici had fallen into a deep sleep under the effect of the drug. Liu Xingwan stood nervously beside her. Don't worry, she will be fine. I will do what I promised you. After all, you have never broken your promise to me. Feng Miao, who was standing by the bed, said as he pressed his hands on Lu Cici's legs. The little girl's legs had suffered a disaster many years ago, and she lost her intuition. Over the years, Liu Xingwan has consulted many doctors, but he could not make Lu Cici walk again. Only those with healing abilities can do it. However, the healing abilities known before were all in the distant number 1 base, and were under special protection. He could not bring them back. Lu Cici, who had difficulty walking, was not suitable for going out. It was not until Feng Miao awakened a new ability that Liu Xingwan saw hope. Taking Feng Miao on a mission, Feng Miao cured Lu Cici's legs. This was their deal. A faint white light enveloped her legs. The leg muscles that had not been exercised for many years were atrophied. But under the illumination of these dim lights, they gradually became fuller. Even the slightly gray skin regained its luster. Lu Cici slept very soundly. Even after Feng Miao withdrew his hand, the little toe moved. The very light movement made Liu Xingwan's eyes hopeful. Okay. When she wakes up, she should be able to receive this gift. Feng Miao, who stood up, seemed a little tired, and his body was a little shaky. He subconsciously wanted to support Liu Xingwan, but was dodged by the other party. With one hand on the table, Feng Miao looked at Liu Xingwan and smiled. Xingwan, there are actually quite a few people with 2 abilities like me, right? But what if there are 3 abilities, or even more? Xingwan, do you think there are such people in this wasteland? If there are, I really want to meet them. Under the familiar tone, there was a question. Liu Xingwan listened and felt that there was something behind it. Thank you. Liu Xingwan thanked him sincerely without responding. Haha, Xingwan, you haven't spoken to me so sincerely for a long time. Saving her legs in exchange for a thank you from you seems to be worth it. Then Xingwan, I go back first. Feng Miao had no intention of staying, and turned around and left after fulfilling his promise. Outside the Liu family, a car had been waiting for a long time. After getting in the car, Feng Miao narrowed his eyes, and spoke in a cheerful tone. Has the news spread? It has spread. Su Kaicheng nodded nervously. Don't worry, cousin, there will be no problem this time. He promised anxiously, but saw Feng Miao's eyes fell on the window, and he didn't mean to pay attention to him. Touching his nose with a smirk, Su Kaicheng started the car. On the street, people were everywhere, all dressed brightly. These people had a peaceful smile on their faces, as if they didn't know the cruelty outside at all. Spiritual power, healing space. Hee Suimo, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? I don't know if you can continue to bear the love given to you by God. Under the pupils with a smile, there was extreme malice. Feng Miao raised the corners of his lips happily, as if he could already imagine the scene of Suimo being trampled and studied by those people. In this wasteland, being too outstanding is not a good thing. The weather is cloudy, suitable for mushroom picking. In the humid forest, mushrooms grow everywhere. Under Sumo's guidance, The people in the camp finally know what is edible, and what can see the villain. However, in the wasteland, many people are very adventurous. Some people secretly ate poisonous mushrooms without Sumo's knowledge, and then successfully saw the villain. I heard that they like the colorful and distorted world very much. Fortunately, they dare not touch the mushrooms that lie flat. At this time, the mushroom brigade is collecting quickly in the forest. Adley took the lead, and her hands moved quickly, and soon they had a basket full of mushrooms. Beside her, the little bean was on high alert to prevent any danger. Adley was pleased with her son, who had changed a lot. Most of the people who came were women and children, who were responsible for daily life tasks. Just as everyone was about to return, a crackling sound came from the woods not far away. That was a dead tree being stepped on and broken. But there were no companions in that direction. Be careful. The bean stared at that direction vigilantly. Sister Sue said that this area had been cleared and there was no danger. But in case, there would always be someone who would appear at the right time. Who? Adley also shouted, staring at that side with great vigilance. It seemed that the sound from this side was heard, and the footsteps gradually approached. A pair of hands pushed aside the bushes and appeared in front of everyone. It was a woman and an injured and unconscious man. Save. The woman's face was covered with blood, and after seeing Adley and others, light burst out in her eyes. Save us. She dragged the man behind her and took a difficult step. But after seeing the same kind, he seemed to be finally relieved, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. This. The women and children looked at each other, and finally Adley made the decision to take the people back. You can't just watch them die. The fire in the camp was very warm, and the flames in the built fire pots were burning day and night. The two were placed in a warm place. Dr. Zhang was checking the wound. It was caused by the beast. There were several scratches on the man's lower back, very deep, and almost the bones were visible. As for the woman, she was too exhausted, so she fainted. We checked, there should be no other people around. Shurqing frowned and looked at the two people, somewhat disagreeing. We shouldn't save them. As he spoke, he looked at Suimo, who was now the one in charge here. Unknowingly, Shi Yan became the second in command. Help him suture his wounds, and then throw him out. Suimo made a quick decision, and at this moment, the woman whimpered. Chapter 93. The woman shrank back a little as she looked at the crowd with a slightly blank look. The harmless-looking woman felt the scrutiny from the crowd and panicked. Don't eat me. She saw a big pot with hot water in it not far away. Some people stood in front of it with knives in hand, as if they were considering how to start. Even Suimo was silent for a moment. Who are you? Where are you from? How did you find this place? After asking a series of questions, Suimo walked over to the woman. Squatting down to the same level as the woman, Suimo could hear the man's somewhat rapid breathing. Giving Dr. Zhang a look, the other party came over with a needle and thread. When Dr. Zhang touched the man, the woman wanted to stop him and grabbed Dr. Zhang's arm. If you don't want him to die, you'd better let go, Suimo said calmly. The woman hesitated for a moment before letting go. Did you save us? Thank you. The woman swallowed her saliva, her voice hoarse, and she looked a little anxious and alert. You haven't answered my question yet. Sumo's tough attitude made the woman stunned, and then she smiled in a flattering way. My name is Wu Zixia, his name is Fu Xiao, he is my man. We escaped from base number 1. We originally wanted to find a place to stay, but we met a group of people on the road, and there was some friction, and then those people wanted to kill us. He protected me and escaped, and then came to this forest, and encountered a ferocious beast. He tried to protect me again, but the result was... As she spoke, the woman who called herself Wu Zixia had a guilty look on her face. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Otherwise he wouldn't have been hurt. The annoyed woman squeezed her hands, while Suimo was thinking. City number 1 was a little far from here, so she couldn't verify the other party's statement. Who did you meet on the way? Those crazy people? She continued to ask, not easily believing Wu Zixia. Crazy people? Oh, you mean those predators, right? We didn't meet them, but a team. Many of them should have come out of a base. Anyway, we haven't seen them in base number 1. Their goal is to find someone. At that time, they were asking us for directions, and we didn't see that person, so we told them directly. As a result, those people wanted to kill us without saying a word. So, they are indeed crazy. Those damn beasts. Speaking of this, Wu Zixia was a little excited. The expression on her face was vicious, as if she was ready to pounce on those people and bite them at any time. Team of the base? Looking for someone. Suemo was confused after hearing these words. At this time, Dr. Zhang had successfully sutured the man's wound and applied medicine. Antibiotics were injected, but whether he can survive depends on his own luck. The medical industry in the wasteland is relatively backward, and for people outside the base, the drugs that can be used are even scarcer. This thing can save lives, but not 100%. He needs to survive on his own, Dr. Zhang added. This made Wu Zixia lose her composure. She grabbed Dr. Zhang's arm and begged, "Please save him. I can do anything you want me to do. Even if you want to eat me, as long as you save him, I won't resist." Shaking her head, tears fell from her eyes. Wu Zixia's nails pinched Dr. Zhang's flesh, which was a little painful. Dr. Zhang looked at Suemo. If there was someone who could save the other person 100%, there was only one Suemo present. But it was obvious that Suemo would not directly expose his ability for a stranger. "How long have you been in base number 1? Suemo did not agree directly, but asked back. "We stayed there together for many years. I was born in base number 1. Wu Zixia answered quickly, with pleading eyes. "Well, you tell me about base number 1, and I can take you in temporarily. But when his injury is healed, you should leave. Of course, if he dies, you have to leave too. Also, we are not savages, and we don't eat people. Move him into the house." The last sentence was said to Wang Qing and others. "Okay, thank you so much." Wu Zixia smiled while wiping his tears, but the smile was a little forced. Following Fu Xiao closely, Wu Zixia also entered the house. It was a little noisy inside, and Suemo said softly, "Keep an eye on them, don't let them enter the cave." "Okay." On the side, Xia Yang said he knew. The little episode did not disrupt the camp's plan, and Qi Ling was still working hard in the cave. The once violent murderer has now smoothed out his edges. Calculated, the cave project will be almost completed tomorrow. As for leaving Wu Zixia and the others behind. "Master, you want to know what's going on in base number 1, right?" Xiao Xingho looked like he guessed it. "Yeah." Suemo did not deny it. The camp was previously attached to base number 8. The information about the other bases was almost all hearsay. Now that they are on their own, it is possible that they will have exchanges or frictions with those bases in the future. Knowing some information earlier will be more powerful for them. And Wu Zixia and the others are an opportunity. As for whether these two people have problems, Suemo is confident that even if they are crazy and dare to take action here, they will not be afraid. After all, not far away, Uncle Wolf is chopping trees. They need enough dry firewood to survive the winter. But compared to the others using axes, Uncle Wolf cuts down a tree with one fist. Although his figure is similar to that of the past, Uncle Wolf is changing inside. Uncle Wolf is now on the verge of awakening his abilities. And this change is increasing day by day. Spiritual power level 4, 1520/2000. It can be said that the energy value has been very stable recently. While the tired man was sitting by the boiler eating, Wu Zixia was taking care of Fu Xiao, who had just woken up. The door was open. Wu Zixia, who had his back to the door, could be seen talking to Fu Xiao. He was a little excited, and his shoulders were shaking. "You are so cruel." Wu Zixia tried hard to hold back his laughter, and then poked the other person's wound. "You are really good at it." Fu Xiao didn't take the teasing words seriously. "If you want to play, of course, I will risk my life to accompany you." The overly doting words gave Wu Zixia goosebumps. "Don't do that, I'm prone to vomiting." Just as Fu Xiao was about to answer, his expression suddenly became weak. At the door, Dr. Zhang came in with a bowl. "Are you awake? This is dinner, eat some." "Oh, thank you so much." Wu Zixia's eyes were filled with tears, and his nose was red, as if he had just cried. "No need." Dr. Zhang smiled and walked out. "What the hell, mushroom soup?" Looking at the floating mushrooms in the bowl, Wu Zixia's face changed again, and he scooped up a spoonful with some disgust. But when the soup entered his mouth, Wu Zixia's expression froze. Chapter 94. Did I miss any of your meals? Seeing Wu Zixia eating like crazy, Fu Xiao, who was still lying, was speechless. This woman is getting so irritating every day. Woo woo woo. Wu Zixia, who was swallowing in her mouth, wanted to speak, but almost choked. Even so, she didn't spit out the soup in her mouth. Until she swallowed it in one gulp. Looking at the only mushroom soup left, Wu Zixia grinned awkwardly. This soup seemed to be for the sick. Ahem, come, try it too. The spoon was handed over with a bit of brutality. The wooden spoon hit his teeth, and Fu Xiao narrowed his eyes, suddenly not wanting to act with Wu Zixia. Just as he opened his mouth, the soup was poured in. The rich soup was sweet with the fragrance of mushrooms. Fu Xiao opened his mouth again and signaled Wu Zixia to continue with his eyes. What are you looking at? My injury is all for you. Hurry up and serve me. Wu Zixia gritted his teeth after understanding this sentence, but his movements were not slow. When Dr. Zhang saw Wu Zixia coming out with an empty bowl, looking shy, he waved his hand. Come here, eat more. Okay. Wu Zixia, who should not be too loud, did not forget her man. After eating and drinking, she still took a bowl back. Night fell on the basin, and the noise was much quieter. Many people were already asleep. Uncle Wolf, who was drunk, snored loudly. People passing by rolled their eyes and wanted to kick the tent. The young couple huddled in the tent. Fu Xiao, who was weak during the day, now had a ruddy face. He leaned on the bed, looking out of the gap. The flickering flames could be vaguely seen outside. How long do you plan to play here? Aren't you afraid of being recognized by her? I guess Su Mo hasn't forgotten the sniper attack that day, and she has jumped into someone else's territory. What are you afraid of? She didn't recognize me. You're still here. Wu Zixia winked at Fu Xiao and said it with confidence. And I heard they will have a big meal tomorrow. Are you willing to leave now? Touching her bulging belly, Wu Zixia admitted that she couldn't bear to leave. Fu Xiao was silent for a while, and then there was interest in his eyes. You're soft-hearted, aren't you going to warn them? This was a bit strange, but Wu Zixia winked slyly. Not yet. It will take some time for those people to find this place anyway. Let's see the situation first. And I want to see what other abilities Su Mo has. It would be boring to spoil the story now. What she said during the day was all true, just a little polished. She was born in base number 1, but later she disliked the stubbornness of the people there, so she killed a group of people and rebelled. She did meet a group of guys who were looking for people on the road. Those people did come to her for questioning. It's just that she was a little unhappy and killed a few of them. Okay, go to sleep. Fu Xiao hugged Wu Zixia, but didn't let the little woman in his arms continue to smile. The autumn morning was full of dew. Insects chirped occasionally in the forest. The leader led his flock to graze nearby, and at a certain time, he would lead the flock into the sheepfold obediently. They are forced to evolve into qualityists. Wu Zixia, who was staying in the camp, watched some people move things into the cave. She wanted to go over and see, but was stopped directly. It's time for him to change the medicine. Dr. Zhang smiled politely, but the alienation in his eyes could not be ignored. Ah, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Wu Zixia thanked exaggeratedly, ignored Fu Xiao's resentful eyes, and continued to act. The morning was busy. Even Su Mo began to arrange the cave. Her room was inside, very large. The stones around were gray-black. After the cave was excavated, Xie Yang took Wang Qing, and the two used fire abilities to burn it here. The stone was more solid and eliminated some poisonous insects. There was no wind in the dry cave, and it was very warm. In the innermost part, it was the camp's warehouse. The pickled meats prepared before had been stored in it. The fire would fill the number 2 warehouse. Everything was in order. Antli and her men are reclaiming land near the cave. They want to make some vegetable plots for the last sowing of the year. Autumn crops are hard to survive, but everyone is full of passion. The overly peaceful camp is beautiful and a little unreal. With the support of Wu Zixia, Fu Xiao looked at the scene in front of him, with a dark and difficult to distinguish emotion flowing in his eyes. Do you think there is really a paradise in this world? Anyway, I don't believe it. Wu Zixia's voice was very low. On his smiling face, he looked at the work of those people expressionlessly. Fu Xiao didn't speak on the side. You too? After the shouting from behind, the two people changed their faces again. Su Mo raised her eyebrows when she saw the two people's timid look. Don't be afraid, we are preparing for winter. In addition, if you want to stay here after your injuries are healed, you need to show your value. Su Mo's words were very steady, and she had been observing the expressions of the two people. The night watchman said last night that the two people went to bed early and did not walk around. Value? Wu Zixia seemed a little confused. It means that you have to be a useful person to the camp. Just like Brother Qi Ling. Ah Fong, who was passing by, shook her head and said it with reason and evidence, and her little appearance was so cute. Qi Ling, who was following beside, was examining the two people. What's wrong? Facing Qi Ling's overly weird eyes, Wu Zixia asked stutteringly, and that expression was not too worrying. Nothing, I just felt that I seemed to have seen you. It's probably an illusion. Qi Ling smiled, then carried Ah Fong and left. Ahem. Miss Su, we will consider what you said. Laughing dryly, Wu Zixia looked a little pitiful. Okay. Suemo, who just came to remind him, left without entanglement. She had to prepare today's dinner. After all, today was the first day of the initial construction of the camp. Do you think he recognized us? Wu Zixia leaned on Fu Xiao, not caring whether he was a patient or not. Probably not. After all, we haven't met him directly. They had also heard of Qi Ling's name, the young man that the boss was most optimistic about. They were all plunderers. But the plunderers' power was extremely complex. There were countless strongholds. The only thing they had in common was that they could all see the plunderer's boss directly. As long as you don't pull out the gun, no one here will recognize you. That's right. By the way, should we stay here? Well, let's see how the lunch is today. If it's good, I seriously consider it. When did you become a foodie? Just yesterday. Don't think I didn't see you swallowing your saliva. While they were mumbling, they didn't notice that the little kid outside the sheepfold was looking at them with a strange look. It seemed alert. Chapter 95. Xiao Doubting felt that he had become a little strange recently. He had been dreaming for several days in a row. There were always countless spots of light floating in his dreams. When he first arrived here, it was dazzling red, so festive. The dreams of the past 2 days were gloomy blue, and there seemed to be something flashing in it. It seemed like a picture, but also like an illusion. He tried hard to see, but he couldn't see clearly. His head hurt as well. Xiao Doubting, who was feeling a little heavy, didn't know what happened. All day long, he looked at Wu Zixia and the others awkwardly. He always felt that these two people were the reason for the change in his dreams. But he couldn't tell the reason. Could his brain be broken? Xiao Doubting was scared. Walking with his short legs, Xiao Doubting found Suemo, who was playing in the mud in the field. Sister Su. Why is Sister Su like a child? He doesn't even play in the mud. Well, what's wrong? She evenly distributed the yellow mud in every field. Facing the strange look of the little bean, Suemo was very calm. Sister Su, I think I'm sick. This sentence shocked Suemo. Just looking at the ruddy face and healthy body of Doubting, there was no disease at all. As Doubting spoke, Sumo's expression gradually became serious. You mean, after those two people came, the dream changed color? So this color, do you hate it, or what's your mood? Suemo asked carefully, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. No way. It's not hate, but some worry. Trying to find words, the little bean frowned, looking like an old man. Don't worry, it's okay. If you can't see those light spots clearly, don't force yourself. Suemo comforted, but had some guesses in her heart. What's wrong with me, Sister Su? Will I die? When it comes to death, Doubting is not afraid. At a young age, Doubting has seen too many deaths, and he is already stronger than ordinary people. What nonsense are you talking about? Suemo laughed a little after bouncing his head. Maybe, you just want to awaken your ability. Under the low voice, Suemo thought more. Comparing the situation before Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf awakened their abilities, Suemo can be sure that everyone's awakening performance is different. But they all show part of their abilities, to a certain extent. The scorching heat of the flames, and the powerful strength are very obvious in Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf. And Doubting's situation is a bit strange. Dreams, colorful light spots. This made Suemo think of those so-called precognitive dreams. Predicting the good and bad luck of the future in dreams, an ability that only existed in fairy tales, may appear in Doubting. But Suemo has not heard of such an ability in the wasteland yet. Doubting, don't tell the others about this, okay? If there is a being who can predict the future, then it is certain that those bases will do crazy things once they know Doubting's ability. Okay, I listened to Sister Su. Doubting felt relieved. Good boy. Looking at Doubting's happy smile, Sumo's eyes were on the two people in the distance. At this time, the two were closer to the forest. Although they were talking about something, they looked very relaxed. But Wu Zixia's back was straight, as if he could react at any time. And that direction was also suitable for escaping from the camp. So, are these two people the source of the danger that Doubting felt? Doubting's ability is not yet complete, and Suemo can only guess. When the aroma of food drifted in the rock camp, the guests were welcomed outside the Qingmu camp a little distance away. Mu Yuyu stood on the wall and looked at the people below coldly. We don't welcome outsiders here. The overly resistant tone made those outside sneer. In fact, we just passed by here and wanted to find a place to have a hot meal. Don't worry about us, we all came out of base number 8. The leader was a middle-aged man with a very exquisite hairstyle and a suit, looking like a gentleman. But would a gentleman really run rampant in this wasteland? Are you from base number 8? Mu Yuyu asked, indicating that everyone in the camp should not act rashly. Yes. The man nodded, his eyes gentle. Really? Unfortunately, our camp can survive without relying on camp number 8. Or are the people in your base so arrogant that they can force us directly? The unwelcome attitude remained. Muyuyu's tough attitude made some people behind the man angry. Little girl, don't be shameless. Do you believe me? The shouting team member was covered by the man's mouth. He lifted him up with a strong finger and then threw him out. Sorry, my team member is ignorant. Since your place doesn't welcome guests, we won't force you. I just want to ask you one thing. The man's humble attitude made Muyuyu look much better. Looking at the groaning team members below, Muyuyu raised her eyebrows. What do you want to ask? Haha, it's very simple. I just want to ask if you have seen a camp moving past here recently. Rock Camp. A familiar name appeared, and Muyuyu's pupils trembled slightly. She suppressed her doubts and said, Rock Camp? I still call it Stone Camp, what a crappy name. I don't know those people. What are you looking for them for? Did they rob you of something? Some mocking words were accompanied by inexplicable curiosity. The man smiled and shook his head. Not really. We just need to catch one person in that camp. Since the girl has not seen those people, then we are presumptuous to disturb you today. Goodbye. The man apologized politely and waved his hand. The convoy began to turn around and leave. Muyuyu, standing on the wall, was a little worried. Those people were heading for Suemo and the others. Could it be that Suemo and the others moved because they offended these people? But it seemed that these people didn't give up easily. Although the Qingmu Basin was hidden, many people knew about it. It was impossible that there were no traces left along the way to the rock camp. Should we go and warn them? Muyuyu hesitated. In the distance, the convoy was covered in smoke and dust. The man in the car leaned against the co-pilot, and his expressionless face was not as gentle as before. Boss, that woman can really run. But as long as we catch her, we won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. You know, the price offered by the hospital is enough for us to eat for several years. TSK, I really don't know who she offended. The team members sighed, with a gloating look on their faces. What does the misfortune of others have to do with them? On the contrary, they hope that such good things will happen more often. After all, it was just arresting a woman. Chapter 96. Who is in charge is not what we need to care about. What you need to do is to capture that woman and bring her back to Base 8. Remember, she must be alive. That's a rare research sample. The tone was one of excitement, with a twisted meaning. The gentleman licked his lips, and the desire in his eyes was clear. But what Muyuyu didn't expect was that not long after the pair of people left, someone came to inquire about the news again. You said you are Sumo's friends? How do you prove it? Muyuyu looked at the noble-looking man in the team. He had an abstinence look on his face, and looked dangerous and powerful. The food she cooked was delicious. Songkai blurted out a sentence that made Muyuyu stunned, and then laughed. It seems you didn't lie. But since you are friends, didn't she tell you when she left? This question made people silent. Songkai scratched his head, and looked at Lu Xingwan. They found out that someone in base number 8 targeted Suemo. They originally just wanted to warn her. But Suemo had already left the camp. And those people didn't want to give up and chased after her. They couldn't do anything. Maybe in her heart, we are not her friends. Lu Xingwan raised his eyes, and looked directly at Muyuyu. There was a slight dimness in his deep eyes. In that case, how can you expect me to tell you where she is? Besides, I'm not Sumo's friend. Why are you asking me one by one? Muyuyu, who was complaining in her heart, saw that Songkai was a little crazy. No matter what she thinks, she is in danger now, and we want to remind her. Perhaps Songkai's attitude was too anxious. Muyuyu paused and answered. If the danger you are talking about is the team that is also looking for her, then you are a little late. They just passed by here half a day ago. How could it be? Songkai's anxiety was genuine. Is it really too late? But Muyuyu dragged her tone, and when several people looked at her, she slowly spoke. Those people don't know where she is yet, but I happen to know. Then tell us quickly. In Songkai shouting, he got the answer. Aoki Basin? Map. Ding Chi, don't be stunned, start the car quickly. Amid the noise, the car bumped a bit, and continued to speed. Squinting in that direction, Muyuyu sighed. I hope it's not too late. After all, that group of people seem to be very confident. The black color is like a thick fog, wrapping people in it. Looking around, there is no other color. Everywhere is surging danger and fear, and it seems that there is no way to escape. The frightening color made Doubting stand there, and cry loudly. He was calling for his mother and sister Sue, but no one came to save him. Until he woke up from the call, Doubting suddenly realized that he had a dream. What's wrong? It was still morning, and the warm cave made people greedy. When Suemo came, he saw Doubting hiding in Aunt Lee's arms and crying loudly. No matter how strong Doubting is, he still retains the innocence of a child. Hey, I had a nightmare. I said I dreamed of a black monster. It's okay, it's okay. Patting Doubting's back, Aunt Lee comforted him softly. But Suemo, who knew Doubting's ability, couldn't treat it as an ordinary nightmare. Black. The color of the dream changed again. Looking at Doubting's situation again, it is obvious that the dream should also be scary. Could it be that the camp is really going to encounter something? It's a pity that Doubting's current ability can't clearly see what will happen in the future. When Suemo walked out, he saw the thriving scene outside. The faces of the people who performed their duties were full of smiles. A faint sadness enveloped Suemo, but there was no hesitation on his smiling face. The situation in the camp has stabilized. The next thing to do is to expand. If you want to gain a certain strength in the wasteland, it is not enough to rely on these people. Suemo had been preparing to absorb the rest of the wanderers from the beginning. This was one of the reasons why she agreed to let the Blue Sky Camp come with her. But there was no rush for these things. The sound of chopping wood in the corner was very fierce. The men swung their arms and sweated profusely in the cold autumn weather. The trees around the camp were cut down, and the sun became abundant. The perimeter was surrounded by a fence marking the boundary. Outside the fence, there was still a dense forest. The sound of rustling came from it from time to time. Someone was repairing the railings on the edge. But suddenly, a strange sound was heard coming from Lindley. It seemed that there was also the sound of someone talking. What a lousy place. What is she doing here? While muttering, a man pushed aside the leaves and appeared in front of everyone. When he saw the people working in front of him, his eyes widened. In such a primitive place, these people seemed very content. Boss, we found it. It's really here. In the back, Lu Xinglan looked up and saw Suemo bending over and talking to someone in the camp. Compared to the sharp edge when she was with them, Suemo in the camp seemed gentle and restrained. When Lu Xinglan and others were brought to Suemo, she was surprised. How did you find this place? Sumo's face was not good. Could it be that the danger that Doubting felt came from Lu Xinglan and his people? Facing Suemo, who suddenly became alert and seemed to be able to draw his sword at any time, Lu Xinglan spoke with a flickering look in his eyes. I just want to tell you. Someone in base number 8 knows your abilities and offers a high price for you. And those people are on the way and may appear at any time. Those people can do anything for money. Fight to the death. You remember to be careful. Lu Xinglan, who said all these words, was not at ease. Does she think she is a bad person? Every time they meet, there is a lot of gunpowder. Faced with Lu Xinglan's kindness, Sumo's attitude eased a little. Reward me? Because of Feng Miao, right? She looked at Lu Xinglan's handsome face and laughed a little. If it weren't for her, you would never come to remind me in person. Lu Xinglan, don't forget what I said last time. Also, this is my territory. The coldness in his eyes was like a flood. Thinking of Feng Miao's face, Suemo was irritable. That woman, why is she so haunting? The people following Lu Xinglan were speechless and a little embarrassed. Ahem, Xiao Momo, well, we didn't sleep last night, just to get here early. Well, is there anything to eat? Song Kai asked with a bit of caution. Chapter 97. Suemo could only roll his eyes after being interrupted by Song Kai. The tense atmosphere was temporarily relieved. Giving Xiao Xingho a look, the other party happily went to the kitchen. For him, cooking is fun. There are tents outside, but the kitchen is a small wooden house. It can be seen that everyone attaches great importance to dry food. When Xiao Xingho approached the wooden house, he saw something coming quickly from the corner of his eye. The moment he turned his head, he was rushed out by Xie Yang. Who? Enemy attack. Fight, prepare to fight. Suddenly shouts rolled into a pile. Falling to the ground, Xiao Xingho, who was a little painful on his face, was still a little confused. Looking up, he saw that the kitchen had been ignited by a rocket shot from the dark. The tip of his nose was faintly filled with the smell of tar. The flames spread quickly, and the wooden house built by everyone had become a violent pile of fire. The firewood was burning crackling. What's going on? Shurqin shouted, and arranged for those who had no fighting ability to hide in the cave. No one could answer this question. The forest was deep, and the enemy had not yet appeared. But the arrows were endless. Arrows fell from the sky, landing accurately on those tents. The fire was spreading. Many people screamed and fled. At the edge, Wuzishi raised his eyebrows at this scene. It's a bit fast. I thought they would have to look for a few days. What do you say now? His face was panic, but his eyes were full of interest. Listen to you. Playing with Wuzishi's hand. Fu Xiao, whose injury had recovered, moved freely. Then let's wait and see. The two who did not leave immediately hid in a corner that was not easily noticed, watching the development of the situation. Suemo, who was at the center of the incident, looked at Lu Xinglan and others. The faces of several people were a little ugly at this time. At this time, they all had the same thought in their hearts. How is it possible? I'm sure there is no one behind us. We took a detour all the way, and we should have arrived last night. Song Kai stamped his feet. The appearance of these people was too coincidental. With such a short time interval, and such a large group of people, they would definitely find each other's traces on the way here. But they didn't. Instead, they were caught off guard by these people. There is only one possibility. These people are following behind them. Sorry. Lu Xinglan, with a low voice, walked towards the direction of the attack. Don't worry, I will solve it. He brought the trouble, so if that's the case, he will be responsible to the end. When Lu Xinglan appeared again, it was already the edge of the forest. Countless ice spikes were floating, shooting in the direction of the arrows. Soon, someone screamed from inside. The arrows gradually disappeared, but Sumo's face became more solemn. Here they come! She shouted, blocking Shurqin's side. A dagger and a boning knife collided at this moment. It was a thin man. He looked like a monkey, very cunning. His eyes were earthy yellow, and he looked like a Tuxingson. In fact, this man did come out from underground. Earth-related ability. Using the help of underground sneaking to the target, and then delivering a fatal blow. He used his wrist to push the dagger back. The man saw that his attack missed, so he turned around and was about to get under the ground. Suemo followed closely. The knife cut down the opponent's back, tearing his clothes and leaving shallow marks on his body. The earth-yellow color spread all over the man's body. The defensibility of the earth system has always been a headache. The man chased by Suemo saw that he could not retreat, so he simply turned around and fought Suemo head-on. But it was obvious that he was not Sumo's opponent in a head-on battle. He picked up the opponent's dagger and pinched the opponent's shoulder with his fingers. The power was surging, and Suemo twisted it hard, and the man's arm was removed. Ah! The man looked at Suemo with malicious eyes while screaming. Don't worry, I'm not the only one. The words uttered by the man were unclear. The sound of fighting came from behind Suemo. I saw that the ground was bulging with dirt, and some people jumped out of it and attacked Wang Qing and others. Fortunately, Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf had already completed their transformation and became people with special abilities. The two of them were not inferior to these people, but their abilities had just been awakened not long ago, and their foundation was not strong enough, so they seemed a little restrained. The flame whip rolled in the air, and was held by Wang Qing and whipped at those people. Some people dodged, and some people fought hard. But everyone's face was full of excitement. These people were hunters who came out of the base. Once the hunt began, it was really a fight to the death. Suemo, as the prey, kicked the two Xingsun away with one foot, and suddenly leaned back. A needle as thin as an ox hair shot past her face. She supported herself on the ground with her palms, and turned over. Suemo, who was half squatting on the ground, looked forward. Several people appeared there, led by a woman. Her overly bright red hair was very dazzling. The ends of her hair were black and purple. Under the bold color matching, the face was painted with heavy makeup, and the tongue was pierced with a tongue stud. It looked very non-mainstream. But the needle was the product of the other party. After Suemo dodged, the needle pierced the stone wall not far away. The gray-black stone wall was corroded with a small hole. That thing is poisonous. Toxin ability? Suemo stared at the other party with a vigilant expression. Hey, don't just look at me, you have more than one enemy. The woman chased a needle and played with it on her fingertips. The tiny needle seemed invisible, which made Suemo pay great attention to it. As the other party finished speaking, a sense of danger came from above his head. Without any hesitation, mobilizing strength, the blade was raised. The tip of the knife stabbed into a hard object. When he looked up, he saw a claw like an eagle, but it was on a human body. The long and majestic wings fluttered in the air, and the limbs turned into the claws of a bird of prey. The man's eyes were like an eagle, staring at Suemo. Half-beast ability. In a short period of time, Suemo has seen too many abilities that he has never encountered before. The base is a paradise for people with abilities. It really lives up to its name. Laughing sarcastically, Suemo retreated his body, unloading the opponent's attack while cutting out with the blade. Facing the knife stab by Suemo, the eagle man directly increased his altitude. Suemo, who couldn't fly, couldn't catch up with the other party. Before she lowered her head, she heard the laughter of the poisonous woman. However, what gave Suemo a sense of crisis came from the opposite direction of the poisonous woman. It was as soft as clouds. It was also like cotton wrapped around. At this moment, Suemo was wrapped in a strange object. The soft existence bound his hands and feet, making it difficult to exert strength. Those things surged, trying to get into Sumo's body. The air was squeezed, and his breathing became rapid. Sumo's eyes widened a little, but all he saw was white. It was flocculent. Chapter 98. These things were like living things, squeezing hard into Sumo's nasal cavity. Suemo held his breath, as a cough was suppressed in his throat. He held the knife with his backhand, and the blade trembled slightly. He swung the knife horizontally, like cutting a piece of silk, making a crackling sound. The floccules cut by the boning knife could not be restored for a while. Suemo took the opportunity to escape from inside. She looked not far away. A man was staring at her and smiling. His fingers were raised, as if he was playing the strings of a piano. Every time he plucked them, the floccules chased Suemo. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. When this thought flashed through Sumo's mind, the power in his body surged like the sea. The breeze blew under his feet, and he was very fast. When he appeared again, he was already next to the man. The knife flashing with cold light stabbed the man's carotid artery. The man with trembling pupils showed his fear, but he did not leave the spot. Bang! When the knife reached the man, it hit an invisible object. It was like a cover, with ripples on it, protecting the man. Defense spiritual coat. Use spiritual power to create an invisible piece of clothing to cover the human body to resist attacks. I am not alone either. The man chuckled, and his fearless look was a bit contemptuous. He glanced at Suemo, his tone casual. Our target is only you. If you don't want those people to get hurt, you'd better surrender and follow us. Don't worry, we want living things. As for what you will do after entering the base, don't ask me. He did not hide his purpose at all, and even directed the flocculent object to wrap Suemo again. She is a living thing, and also a commodity. Suemo clearly felt that these people didn't care about her life. But so what? Do you think this layer can protect you? The moment the knife was put away, the ripples were rippling, beautiful and magnificent. Facing Sumo's questioning, the man slightly raised his chin, appearing confident and arrogant. Watch it. Suemo took a half step back, and gathered his strength on his arms. Like a warm current, slowly pouring into the blade. The blade did not change at all, but it was much lighter. This knife was very slow. It was like a slow motion under the camera, and you could dodge at any time. And facing this unskilled move, the man's contemptuous attitude should not be too obvious. However, when the blade collided with the spiritual coat again, the ripples expanded rapidly. Layer by layer, as if the waves were being repelled. This was also the case. On the coat, with Sumo's attack point as the center, dense cracks began to appear. It spread like a spider web. The sound of snapping was endless. The knife turned in his hand, and the tip of the knife cut through the outer layer of clothes, just like cutting through a layer of air. When the cut was torn, Sumo's knife also cut through the man's neck. As the blood spurted out, the man's eyes were in disbelief. At the same time, a questioning voice sounded not far away. How is it possible? The man was hiding behind a tree, a short man, so Suemo had not found him. When she rushed over, she found that it was a child, about the same size as Do Ding. At this time, the little face looked at Suemo palely and hurriedly retreated. I didn't mean it, he shouted, with panic on his innocent face, as if he was not experienced in the world and did not understand the darkness of this world. Such a young person with special abilities also came out to carry out the task of hunting himself. The thought flashed through his mind. Sumo's knife did not slow down a bit. After a chop, the boy sat on the ground. The smell of urine appeared, and the boy, crying like rain, waved his arms and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't mean to do it, they forced me. They caught my mother and asked me to work for them, and I didn't want to. While explaining, Sumo's knife seemed to pause. Was he hesitating? There was a flash of joy in the boy's eyes. But the next second, the knife easily pierced his protective spiritual coat and his heart. It's not good to lie at such a young age. Sumo's voice was very light. The child's left hand, which was pressed behind his back, was always holding a dagger. In comparison, doubting is cuter. Even facing such a young child, Suemo did not forgive these enemies. In the wasteland, cruelty is not age-specific. When the knife was pulled out, it was still dripping with blood. When Suemo turned around, he saw the somewhat shocked look of the poisonous woman. Some blood splashed on her face, and Suemo wiped it off. She slowly approached the other party, and the blood dripping on the blade on her side was dripping. Enough! The fierce shout came from the sky. Above his head, the eagle man boasted that he had found the opportunity and fell again. The sharp claws were black and looked very scary. And the flapping wings looked very majestic. Even the wind around became fierce. She looked at the other party with raised eyebrows. When the other party's claws brushed Sumo's cheek, she jumped up directly and appeared above the other party. She stepped on the other party's back. The heavy blow brought the other party down with it, and the gravel and rice on the ground splashed. Suemo heard the other party's muffled groan. Grabbing the two wings with fingers, the knife turned a circle and cut directly along the root of the wing. The beast flying in the sky, without wings, fell to the ground. What is the difference between it and a chicken that is slaughtered at will? Ah! Let go, let me go! The scream was shrill, and the man's hand turned into a claw and grabbed the ground, leaving several marks. The fingertips cracked and blood oozed, showing the man's strength. However, this pain was no match for Suemo, who cut off his wings alive. After leaving the owner, the two big wings were still twitching. Suemo threw it directly into the fire not far away. The feathers met the fire and ignited instantly. Even the flesh and blood gave off a burnt aroma. Want to eat grilled wings? Jumping off the other's back, Suemo looked at the man who was twisting like a bug, with a cold look in her eyes that was as cold as black ice, enough to freeze a person. Come on! She raised her bloody hand and waved at the poison girl. There was a frivolous smile on her blood-stained face. Why are these people so presumptuous in her territory? You? The poison girl couldn't help but take a step back. Perhaps she found this behavior very unspirited, and glared at Suemo with some anger. She resisted the urge to run away and stood there. Her tone was very tight. Don't think it's just us. Didn't you notice that Captain Liu hasn't come back? Don't worry, he didn't abandon you. He just met our boss. The poison girl's voice was unstable, showing her inner anxiety. The original mission was that the four of them cooperated to capture Suemo. The boss was responsible for holding back Lu Xinglan. As long as they took Suemo away, Lu Xinglan would have no way to pursue him. But who would have known that the four of them, who had both offensive and defensive skills and coordinated well, would be defeated by Suemo so quickly? And, looking at the eagle man struggling on the ground, who was living a life worse than death, the poisonous woman admitted that she was scared. Chapter 99. Killing is easy for Suemo now. Facing the other party's fear, Suemo has no sympathy. In the wasteland, life and death are determined by fate. These people dare to come, so they must be prepared to stay here completely. As for Lu Xinglan, she looked at the forest beside her. The forest there was hidden, and it was impossible to know what was happening. But the sound of fighting inside was not small, and it was probably a fierce battle. Suemo was not worried about Lu Xinglan. That man had no fewer secrets than himself. Besides, didn't you see that his team members were staying in the camp now? Suemo did not respond to the woman's words that wanted to shake her. She shook off the blood on the blade. The steps she took seemed to touch the heart of the poison girl. Thump thump! She heard the sound of her heart beating rapidly. As Suemo approached, the poison girl swallowed her saliva, her eyes drifted around, as if thinking about how to escape. But there was a hint of expectation in the eyes of the poison girl. With conflicting emotions, she watched Suemo approach step by step, her fingers trembling. More and more. Her lips opened and closed, but there was no sound, but the poison girl knew what she was saying. And Suemo seemed not to notice. Her steps were still steady, but there were dots of black on her slender arm holding the knife. The black dots, as big as sesame seeds, spread along her arms. The speed was very fast. Her arms were losing consciousness, and her head was dizzy. It was poison. Suemo raised his eyes, and saw the smug expression of the poison girl. You've been tricked. She was deliberately showing weakness in order to attract people over. Many toxins need to be used at close range. And around her, while Suemo was fighting with the others, she had already sprinkled many poisons. Within 10 breaths, you will definitely die. Sumo's expression did not change under the firm tone. The biscuits in her mouth seemed to be a little dry after eating too much. Maybe it's time to research new healing foods that are easy to carry. Suemo, who still had time to think about these things, spoke in a gloomy tone. Since you know that I have many abilities, how come you don't know that these toxins are useless to me? You know, the first day of the birth of healing food was to detoxify Wang Qing. Toxin, hee. Just a little thing. How is it possible? When the familiar words came out of the poison girl's mouth, she covered her mouth and shook her head frantically. She saw that the black spots on Sumo's arms gradually dissipated. There was no trace of toxin erosion on the white arm. The fingers were even more flexible. Playing with the dagger, it looked very skilled. The ability she was most confident in was actually ineffective against the other party. How is it possible? She asked this question in her heart again, and the answer was given by Sumo's knife. Cutting the throat is the simplest way to kill a person. As long as the knife goes a little deeper, and the blade is sharp enough, it can easily tear the throat that has no cover and no bone protection. Blood is like a fountain. Sumo took a few steps back to avoid the wild blood. After killing 4 people in a row, even Sumo's breathing became a little rapid. But Sumo did not dare to relax, because the matter was not over yet. The war in the camp was still burning. The other side had a lot of people, and a clear division of labor. Lu Xinglan was held back, while the people in the camp were fighting hard with the others. These 4 good hands were responsible for hunting me. Unfortunately, Sumo would not let these people succeed. Uncle Wolf! She suddenly shouted. Uncle Wolf looked back not far away, and saw Sumo's knife thrown towards him. It stabbed straight in the air, which made Uncle Wolf tremble. Even if he became a capable person, he still felt that he was defeated in front of Sumo. But Uncle Wolf knew that Sumo would not raise the butcher knife against him. Uncle Wolf squatted down with his head in his hands, and saw the boning knife flying through the sky, and then nailed to a tree. Something was twisting under the knife. It was a green snake. It was really hard to find with the same color as leaves. The twisted body was not big, about the thickness of a finger. Snakes. What the hell? Why are there so many snakes? Oh my god, they are so slippery and green, so disgusting. Some people in the camp shouted, and their disgusted expressions were too obvious. Sumo raised his eyebrows in response. Everyone, have you ever eaten snake soup? This sentence was very inappropriate in this occasion, but it made the men's eyes light up. Sumo, it's a deal. Wang Qing, who led the way, went straight to the snakes. It was disgusting, but the snake soup that Sumo said must be delicious. Ha ha. Chuckling, Sumo waved, and the knife flew back. Sumo, holding the knife, also walked towards the snakes. But it was different from Wang Qing and the others. Her target was not the snakes, but the people who controlled them. Green snakes, codenamed A481, are a very weak group among the fierce beasts. They are quite powerful when they act in groups. They fight together to hunt for food, but when they encounter a strong opponent, these green snakes can only flee. But now, these green snakes are still wandering around under the attack of Wang Qing and others. Just because they are just following orders. Their master is a beast tamer. The ability to tame beasts is also rare in this wasteland. After all, the ferocity of fierce beasts means that it is difficult for them to obey human discipline. But it is not difficult for these beast tamers. Sumo does not want to explore the secrets. When she entered the jungle alone, her first feeling was that there were countless eyes staring at her in the dark. A beast tamer will not only have these small snakes under his command. Above his head, in the bushes, even under his feet, countless insects are running. These things are the eyes and ears of that person, watching Sumo's every move, reporting, waiting, and waiting for the opportunity to act. The other party knew that he had arrived. Spiritual power level 41990/2000. The system's voice popped up at an inappropriate time, which made Sumo's heart jump. What's wrong? The increase in energy value is because the people in the camp are constantly using the small cookies made by Sumo during the battle. Although it only adds 10 points at a time, it accumulates little by little, and now it is only 10 points away from level 5. The system did not respond, but continued to update the message broadcast. Spiritual power level 42000/2000. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 5. When the system's voice fell, Sumo staggered. She held the tree trunk beside her, and cold sweat appeared on her face. Her body was spasming. At this moment, her head seemed to be pierced by something, and it hurt badly. She tried to look up, but it was pitch black in front of her. System. She roared. What is the system doing at this time? After reaching level 5, the host's mental power will undergo a transformation. Transforming. Host, please be patient. Come on. The 2 words come on were very light, but Sumo felt the system's concern. Chapter 100. What is it like when two sides are fighting and one side suddenly loses connection? It's probably like that. Your eyes go black and you can't see anything around you. At this moment, it seems that what's on Sumo's neck is not a head, but a mountain. It's so heavy that it presses her down to her knees. Everything in reality is like an illusion, disappearing. Even the tree that supports her beside her is like bubbles in her mind, which will fall apart at the touch. Pop! Countless bubbles shattered in her mind. It turned into nothingness, and the whole world was empty. She couldn't hear her own breathing. She couldn't even feel the existence of her body. All she saw was a few stars flickering in the distance in the darkness. Those lights came from far away and approached her. It was like a wave, hitting her. She wanted to escape, but was directly wrapped in it. The moment the feeling of suffocation came, the world became colorful. Suemo saw countless points of light flickering in her spiritual world. The green occupied most of the area, densely packed together, like a vast forest. In addition, there were some white dots, quite a few of them, mostly gathered in the direction of the camp. In the forest, some red dots flashed from time to time. There were few of them, but they were jumping. The most dazzling one was the golden light dot in the center. That dot seemed to be the center of the world. With a thought, the world began to recover with the golden light dot as the center, and even her eyes began to see things outside again. The severe pain in her head began to subside. But that strange spiritual world still existed. And around the golden light dot, there was still green and jumping gray. Is that golden light spot herself? Suemo understood in an instant that what her spiritual world constructed was a spiritual map of the area she was in. The green ones were trees, and under the endless trees, the gray ones were controlled insects. Suemo shook her head, but found that her eyes were a little stinging, and a warm feeling came over her cheeks. She reached out and wiped it, and it was blood. The vision was slightly blurred. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the Sea of Spirit. Tip: the Sea of Spirit can only be opened for 2 minutes at present. After the time is exceeded, it will cause inestimable damage to the host's 5 senses. Please use it with caution. The voice of the system appeared at the right time. Informed Suemo of the current situation. Suemo, who had some guesses, smiled. Counting the time when she was confused just now, it was estimated that there were only a dozen seconds. But it was enough. In his mind, all the green quickly dissipated, representing the white of the people in the camp temporarily disappeared, and the remaining ones were the gray and red. Red is the enemy. And the enemy she was looking for should be near her. So, Suemo searched quickly, and the blood and tears in her eyes became more and more ferocious. Is this the side effect of what she used? In the dark, Wu Zixio and Fu Xiao looked at Sumo's embarrassed face and asked curiously, why did he suddenly stop? And he looked seriously injured and dying. Do you think we should help? The food here is delicious, and she doesn't want to leave yet. Fu Xiao also looked at Suemo. There was a faint smile in his glass-colored pupils. I don't think we need to take action for the time being. The smile on this woman's face was too lazy, as if she had foreseen the final victory. Oh! At the moment when Wu Zixio raised his eyebrows, Suemo rushed out directly. There were so many trees in front of him, but Sumo's speed did not slow down. Going around, jumping over, or directly cutting off, every move was just right. The route she chose was the shortest. Going straight to the person hiding in the dark. Not far away, under a pile of fallen leaves, the man in the ghillie suit suddenly felt like he was being locked. His eyes were golden, like a pair of animal pupils, very beautiful. He could see the traces of the animals around him, and even felt the uneasiness of the animals he controlled. The enemy is coming, but how is it possible? How did she break through the encirclement and find him? In a panic, he saw the bushes in front of him being pushed aside. What came out was a pair of jade-like hands. There were thin calluses on the fingertips, but it did not damage the beauty of the hands. Then came a pretty face. The bloodstains on the face looked a little scary. But what frightened the man even more was the other person's eyes. Under the dark pupils, it seemed as if thousands of stars were flowing, brilliant and deep. And at this moment, he was shrouded in the starry sky, with nowhere to escape. You? The man shouted, and wanted to say something, but saw Suemo coming directly with a knife. The short knife was aimed at the enemy, but it hit a tail covered with emerald scales. Emerald Snake King? Suemo looked up, and saw the Snake King slowly cruising down from the tree. The golden pupils were exactly the same as the beast man. I don't know how you found me. But you can't beat it, baby. The beast man stroked the Snake King's head, his eyes as gentle as if he was looking at his lover. Kill her. But the latter's sentence was full of wind and thunder. A huge killing intent rose to the sky. Suemo moved his feet and dodged an attack. Spittle? No, it was corrosive venom. After the venom spit out from the Snake King's mouth fell to the ground, the dead leaves were corroded, and even the ground was still crackling. You can see how powerful it is. She is immune to toxins, but she can't resist this kind of corrosion. Suemo became a little cautious. The knife was across the front. Suemo squinted and stared at the Snake King. It was more than 10 meters long, and it was so thick that 2 people could hug it. This thing is a fierce beast, and it is the top existence among fierce beasts. The Snake King had no intention of stalemate with Suemo, and swung his tail. Suemo saw that the snake had a hook on its tail. During the attack, the large trees that were blocking it were directly torn apart. The trees cracked, the debris exploded, and hit the snake, leaving no trace. The snake's scales had a very terrible defensive power. It kept jumping up and changing positions to avoid a head-on fight with the snake's tail. Sumo's eyes were always on the beast man. If he killed him, the snake would naturally not be a threat. Perhaps seeing Sumo's intention, the beast man sneered. Don't dream. As long as it's here, you can't hurt me. What greeted his confident attitude was the knife thrown by Suemo. The knife was very fast, and broke through the air directly. The sharp tip of the knife seemed to tear the air directly. Seeing that the knife was about to hit the beast man, the snake just bent down and blocked the beast man with its body. The boning knife stabbed into the snake's body and penetrated a little. Hiss. The Snake King was enraged with the uneasy hissing sound. That little thing really hurts when it pricks my body. Opening its mouth, the snake tongue spit it out, and hissed again. It was a deterrent and also a signal for attack. The next moment, the tail slapped. Suemo jumped up and grabbed a big tree, but the next moment, the tree was directly smashed by the tail.